Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in 2002. During her summer vacation in Kansas, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp, also known as Allie Kemp, worked at an outdoor swimming pool. Her brother also worked there, but on different shifts. When he arrived at work one day and was unable to locate his sister, he contacted his father. The guy couldn't believe Allie was closer than he thought. Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born on October 11, 1982, in Lawood, Kansas, which is on the border with Missouri. She was the eldest of 3 children and her parents' only daughter. Alexandra graduated from high school with honors and attended Kansas State University. She had big life plans, including taking a trip in 2002. After finishing her first year of university, she returned to Leawood for her summer vacation. There was an outdoor swimming pool close to her parents' house. Her younger brother, Tyler, works there. Alexandra, too, decided to work part-time over the summer to supplement her income. It was not a busy place. The pool was primarily intended for the neighborhood's residents. By the way, this pool is still operational as of June 18, 2002. Alexandra was at work. The day was cloudy, so there were fewer visitors than usual. Tyler arrived at the pool around 5 p.m. to start his shift, but his sister was not present. Her phone and purse were on the table, where she usually sat. Confused, Tyler called his parents and informed them that Alexandra had disappeared. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene. The first thing he did was look in the pool. Roger exhaled with relief as the pool was empty. Roger then went to a small pump room near the pool, which contained various water purification equipment, a ladder, and other items. Once inside, the man looked around but saw nothing suspicious. But then he noticed a leg sticking out from beneath the tarp. Running up and lifting the tarp, Roger saw his daughter brutally beaten. She was naked from the waist down, with numerous bruises on her face and body. The man immediately dialed 911. While speaking with the operator, he cried and begged Alexandra not to abandon him. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was administering CPR to his daughter. They transported the girl to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Alexandra did not survive. She was pronounced dead immediately after arriving at the hospital. Alexandra died from strangulation, despite having suffered numerous severe injuries. Although her body was partially naked, experts discovered no evidence of someone forcing her into intimacy before her death. The police cordoned off the pool while they awaited the results of an analysis of the DNA samples taken from Alexandra's body, hoping to find clues that would help them identify the perpetrator. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body. Her flip-flops were in 2 different locations. The police also discovered an open antiseptic gel with a cap inside. A few days later, while police were desperately searching for the perpetrator, Alexandra's family and hundreds of caring people said their goodbyes at a funeral ceremony. The first suspect was Phil Howes, whom Alexandra had been dating since high school. Phil also worked as the pool administrator. Alexandra died while working the morning shift, and Alexandra arrived at noon. Her shift was scheduled to last 5 hours. Phil used to stay after work to spend more time with his girlfriend Alexandra, but this time he left immediately after his shift because they had planned an evening date. As previously stated, Alexandra's brother arrived at work to find her already under a tarp in the pump room. However, Phil had a solid alibi, so the police quickly removed him from the suspect list. Speaking with detectives, he stated that Alexandra disliked being alone. Lawnmowers frequently stared at her and attempted to flirt with her. The police interrogated the mowers, but all of the men had an alibi. However, it was not an absolute dead end. Several men reported seeing a strange man sitting in the bushes with a video camera, liking the girls in swimsuits. They saw this man near the pool the day before Alexandra died. Furthermore, someone claimed that he left in an old Ford pickup truck to investigate the activity on the girl's mobile phone. Experts discovered that she communicated with a friend named Laurel on the day she died. They even agreed to meet, and Laurel reported to the police station for questioning. She told investigators that Alexandra invited her to sit with her until her shift ended. The weather that day was not ideal, so no one came to the pool, which made Alexandra feel better. According to Laurel, she arrived at the pool around 2:30 p.m. I parked a few yards from the fence, but Alexandra wasn't present. Laurel began honking, hoping that Alexandra would respond to the sound, but instead of her friend, she saw a man emerge from the pool house. The latter gave her a smile and waved. Laurel was unfamiliar with this man. She assumed it was Alexandra's boss and decided to leave so as not to cause any additional problems for her friend. At the time, she believed Alexandra would be in trouble if the boss discovered she was talking to friends during work hours. But that man was not Alexandra's supervisor or co-worker. The police were almost certain that Laurel had seen the criminal based on her description of the forensic artist's sketch of the suspect. The police were looking for a 30-year-old white man with stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a Ford pickup truck from 1980. The authorities received numerous clues. One person stated that the man named James was straight, looked very similar to the suspect's sketch, drove an old Ford pickup truck, and worked as a mechanic about 20 minutes away from the pool. When the police found the man and took him to the station, they were astounded by his resemblance to the sketch based on Laurel's description. James denied being involved in Alexandra Kemp's death. The man's employer confirmed his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day Alexandra died. As a result, they let go more directly. Meanwhile, the police received a report from the laboratory, which revealed male DNA on a tube of antiseptic gel found at the crime scene and on Alexandra's body. However, it was ineffective because the police discovered no matches in the databases when they searched for these samples. Alexandra's friends, family, and boyfriend were officially excluded from the suspect list because their DNA did not match the DNA samples discovered on her body. Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, was the driving force behind this investigation. Losing his beloved daughter stripped him of the meaning of life, but he regained it by setting himself the goal of finding the person who killed Alexandra. In an interview, Roger stated that you have two choices: stay in bed and pull the blanket over your head, or go out and fight. I decided to fight. Roger's perseverance and tenacity impressed the police department, so he was given his own space at the police station, where he collected all of the information he received and shared potential leads with the investigation. After reviewing all available clues, Roger and the investigators contacted the producers of the television show America's Most Wanted and requested that an episode about Alexandra's death be produced. The creators agreed. It was once the longest-running television show, lasting 24 seasons. After the Alexandra story aired, the police began receiving hundreds of calls containing information. They investigated all the clues, but none of them led to a breakthrough. The investigation ended in a dead end. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra died, there was a new, seemingly solid clue. As a result of the search activity, a man has been arrested in Utah. They received 3 statements about this person over a span of several days. 2 women and a 114-year-old girl who are unrelated to each other told the police that a man forced them into intimacy. The criminal fled, but was eventually apprehended in Utah. This man turned out to be James Strader, the same man the Kansas police had previously interrogated. Strader's facial features were very similar to the sketch of the suspect. For some reason, no one collected his DNA sample at the time. Perhaps no one did this because Strader's boss convinced the police that he was at work on the day of the crime and had not left. Everyone thought the Alexandra Kemp case was about to be resolved, but Strader denied any involvement in her death. He admitted that he looked very similar to the suspect's portrait, but claimed he had not been by the pool that day. He provided a DNA sample for analysis. However, the outcome disappointed everyone. His DNA did not match that found on Alexandra's body, and the antiseptic gel tube ended up in prison on unrelated charges, and the Alexandra Kemp case investigation was once again stalled. Alexandra died a year ago and the police still have no suspects. Roger Kemp and Phil House, the man Alexandra was dating, continued their fight for justice. Phil, president of the student community, distributed the suspect's portrait via email to students at other universities. He also requested that students at other educational institutions watch an episode of America's Most Wanted featuring Alexandra Kemp. However, despite the best efforts of her relatives and the police, nothing was accomplished. Another year has passed. Roger Kemp refused to give up and continued to fight for justice for his daughter. He contacted America's Most Wanted again, this time requesting that the episode about Alexandra's death be rerun. When the creators asked Roger if there was any new information in the case, he replied, "No such determination of a father who lost his daughter impressed the show's creators. Therefore, the episode was shown again." Following that, the police received a high volume of calls. Roger offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person who killed Alexandra. The city of Leawood increased it to $50,000. Roger also published an image of his daughter's sketch of the suspects along with information about the reward in newspapers. One day, he was driving down the highway and noticed the billboards. At that point, Roger realized that a billboard was an excellent way to draw attention. He began calling advertising agencies to see how much it would cost to place the necessary information on one of the billboards. One of the agencies Roger contacted was Lamar Advertising Company. When the company's owner learned that Roger Kemp wanted to rent a billboard, he refused to take his money. Instead, he told him that he could post information for free on multiple billboards. Roger decided to post a sketch of the suspect and information about the reward on billboards near one of the state's busiest highways. The police received hundreds of clues that took time to investigate. At the same time, some clues referred to the same man. Two unrelated individuals reported on Teddy Hoover, the owner of an old Ford pickup truck. The man worked in pool maintenance and resembles the suspect sketch. This many matches could not be a coincidence. So the police began looking for a man named Teddy Hoover. They found out his address in Kansas and went there right away. Hoover opened the door. He was surprised and visibly nervous, but it was not his fault. Many people become nervous when the police knock on their door. They inquired about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002. As expected, the man responded that he couldn't remember because it had been 2 years. Few people will recall where they were on a specific day several years ago. Hoover also denied any involvement in the pool's maintenance, where Alexandra worked. Nonetheless, the detectives asked him to voluntarily provide a sample of his DNA in order to eliminate him from the list of suspects. Hoover responded that he needed to consult a lawyer before proceeding. He stated that he would call the police himself after consulting with a lawyer. About a day later, Hoover's lawyer contacted investigators, stating that his client was concerned about his sample ending up in the database. Teddy allegedly believed in a variety of conspiracy theories. In other words, he believed the police would use it against him. In other cases, the investigators promised not to enter Hoover's DNA into any database and would only compare it to the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer said he'd speak with his client and call back, while waiting for a call. The police searched through the materials for the 100th time and discovered a piece of paper with a familiar name in one of the folders. On the day Alexandra died, detectives interviewed bystanders gathered by the pool, hoping to learn if they had witnessed anything suspicious. Ted Hoover was one of the people the police spoke with by the pool. It indicated that he was at the crime scene. Despite his claim that he had never been there, the police became increasingly convinced that Ted Hoover was the man they had been looking for 2 years. After several days of waiting, the investigators contacted Hoover's lawyer and asked if his client was willing to provide a sample of his DNA. The lawyer's response surprised the investigators. The man stated that his client refused his services and stopped contacting him. Police immediately went to Hoover's house, but their main suspect had already escaped. They added the 29-year-old man to the National Wanted list. However, he was able to cover his tracks quite successfully. Billboards featuring the suspect's image remained in place, and detectives had been searching for Hoover for months without success. In September 2004, a man called the police and claimed to have information about the suspect. He claimed to know the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom he lived in Kansas. Detectives decided to identify this woman, but they discovered that she left the state around the same time that Hoover fled. The woman's name was Laura Barr, and the U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that she was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut. A man named Benjamin Appleby also received mail at that address. The house where they lived was in a remote rural area. The police were certain that Benjamin Appleby was either a pseudonym or Teddy Hoover's real name. In 1997, detectives contacted the Connecticut State Police and asked them to assist in the search for Appleby. The man had legal issues in Connecticut, and a warrant for his arrest was issued. The man exposed himself in front of a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin fled the state, and the police were unable to locate him. With an arrest warrant, the detectives went to Benjamin Appleby's mail delivery address. They discovered the man at home and arrested him immediately, as the Kansas detectives suspected Benjamin Appleby and Teddy Hoover were the same person. In 1997, Appleby got into legal trouble in Connecticut. He fled the state and lived as Teddy Hoover. But when detectives in Kansas wanted a sample of his DNA to determine his involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death, He returned to Connecticut, began living under his real name, and attempted to maintain a low profile, assuming that everyone had forgotten about his wrongdoings. Appleby refused extradition to Kansas, so the Leawood detectives traveled to Connecticut, assuming he will again declare his innocence. The detectives tricked him. Before bringing the man to the interrogation room, they hung crime scene photos, as well as Alexandra and Appleby's pictures, and placed folders on the table with his name on them. The police went to great lengths to give him the impression that the investigation was thorough. When the man arrived in the interrogation room, he was speechless. One of the detectives inquired, "What do you think will happen after we get a sample of your DNA?" Appleby burst into tears and claimed responsibility for Alexandra's death. He recounted the events of the cloudy June day. Benjamin noticed Alexandra, and she appeared attractive. He decided to hit on her, and when she entered the pump room, he followed her and locked the door, preventing her from leaving. Appleby touched the girl, and she hit him back. He beat and strangled her out of humiliation. Alexandra lost consciousness, and Appleby decided to satisfy his lust by partially undressing her. He took a tube of antiseptic gel from the first aid kit and intended to use it as a lubricant. Alexandra's friend, who was sitting in the car behind the fence and beeping, stopped him from carrying out his plan. He was afraid of being caught red-handed, so he covered his body and left the room. When he saw Alexandra's friend, he smiled and waved. Then he got into his pickup truck and drove off. A few hours later, he returned to the crime scene and joined the crowd of onlookers gathered by the pool. The DNA analysis confirmed that the DNA found on the gel tube and Alexandra's body belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Thus, after more than 2 years, and largely due to Roger Kemp's efforts, the police discovered the man who killed Alexandra. Appleby told investigators that he was willing to fully admit guilt in order to quickly close the case and spare Alexandra's family from another emotional ordeal. But at the first court hearing, he declared his innocence, claiming that he confessed under pressure. You can say a lot, but disputing the DNA analysis is pointless. There was only one DNA sample on the victim's body, which belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Realizing this, his lawyers attempted to persuade the court that their client had no intention of killing Alexander. They said Benjamin admitted to killing Alexandra Kemp, but denied doing so on purpose. However, forensic experts reminded everyone that the criminal had been strangling the girl for approximately 10 minutes. He could have stopped, but chose not to. According to the prosecution, he came to the pool for one reason: to watch her. Unfortunately, on June 18, 2002, the pool was cloudy and empty. Appleby took advantage of the situation. In December of 2005, a jury found him guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with the option of petitioning for parole after 50 years. He received an additional 19 years for attempting to force her into intimacy. Appleby appealed the court's decision in 2019, and his life sentence for first-degree deprivation of life was upheld. The Court of Appeal ruled that an attempt to establish intimacy with Alexandra was considered when the first sentence was passed. Thus, Appleby was sentenced twice for the same crime. Based on this, the court reversed the second conviction. Even if released on parole, Appleby will be 81 years old at the time. The investigators admitted that Roger Kemp's perseverance helped them find the criminal. When Appleby was in prison, Roger and his wife started a self-defense class for girls, through which tens of thousands of girls and women across the country learned basic self-defense techniques. Billboards were not a new concept in 1991. Following the death by strangulation of 34-year-old Kathy Page, her father began placing billboards criticizing the police, and this story inspired the filmmakers. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. However, after Roger Kemp posted a sketch of the suspect on billboards, people began using this method across the country. Furthermore, many people continue to use it today. Roger's persistence in the investigation, as well as his subsequent efforts to benefit society, were not unnoticed. At the White House, he received the Presidential Citizens Medal from President Barack Obama. Roger Kemp, 77, passed away on March 1, 2022. Until his death, he worked for a foundation named after his daughter. He stated that he would consider his efforts successful if they saved at least one person. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother Rosalia struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job, his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the three, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The killer was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic but found no Attila bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, Abane had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, and every day and night I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words." Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila Ban lying on the bed. He was drunk and attempted to injure himself with scissors and a knife. He had wounds on his neck and wrists. When they asked him questions, he acted strangely and attempted to demonstrate something with gestures. He was transported to the hospital, where doctors ensured his life was not in danger. The police were perplexed when they discovered where Attila Ban had spent the previous 2 days. He had cut a slit in the base of the sofa bed where Tibor's body was discovered, grabbed a phone and several bottles of water, and climbed inside. While the cops were on the scene, he remained inside, listening and watching through the holes he had made. The primary suspect, Attila Ban, was arrested right inside the hospital. The trial started on July 9, 2012. During the trial, some details about the brutal crime were revealed. The party spiraled out of control after Alice, Tibor, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors accepted there was sexual activity between all three, as DNA from both men was discovered on Miss Adams' breasts, until a Ban stated that he remembered the three of them being in bed and that there was a connection between them, but he had no recollection of what happened after that. He insisted that he only realized he had committed a terrible act after waking up in the morning and seeing Alice and her lifeless bodies. When he realized that his actions had killed 2 people, he made the decision to commit suicide. However, he stated that he was afraid to do it alone, so he removed his keyboard's clothing and climbed into the bathtub alongside him. Unable to hurt himself, he moved Tibor to the bed, knowing they would be sought after. He opened the divan bed's base and hid inside. While he was hiding there, he was even able to update his Facebook page. He sobbed loudly in the dark as prosecutor Richard Whittam explained the facts of the case to jurors. According to Mr. Whittam, 2 young people were killed violently and unjustly by this defendant. Although other cases have been discussed, it is difficult to find words to describe what happened in this case, other than to say that it was tragic that young people met their deaths in this manner. According to Mr. Weedum, Tibor Vass had relationships with hotel employees, and there is no evidence that he ever had a sexual relationship with an Attila Ban. However, Attila Ban appeared to have feelings for Tibor Vass and acted slightly possessively towards him. The court heard that Ban was jealous of you, and that just days before the crime, he threw a temper tantrum at his victim during a team building session when he took a picture in which Ban was not present. The situation reached a climax when the band learned that Tibor Vass had been accepted to a university course in Hungary and would be leaving Britain at the end of the month. The final straw may have been that an Attila band couldn't bear the sight of Tibor and Alice kissing, and in a fit of jealousy, killed both of them. In addition, prosecutor Richard Whittam stated in court that Attila Ban was found naked on the single bed. He had wounds on his wrist, forearm, and neck. It was clear that he had been hiding in the divan base of the double bed. He must have been present during the pathologist's visit, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's examination of the scene. He had the foresight to effectively conceal himself and remain undetected throughout their stay on the premises. Following the case, Detective Inspector John Finch stated outside court that the police had not been negligent in not looking under the bed. He stated, "I've reviewed this with senior management several times. It was an unusual and bizarre thing for a person to do. It defies belief." He claimed that lifting up beds to look for people who were not present would result in the loss of critical forensic evidence. Tibor Vass and his mother, Rosalia, paid tribute to their son. Her statement included the following words: "Tibor was a young boy who enjoyed music and the arts, repairing gadgets and practicing freestyle tricks on his BMX bicycle, Daisy. At home, he was always creative and enjoyed experimenting with computers, such as building stereo speakers out of cardboard and old cables. He had a passion for photography and spent his first paycheck on a professional camera. Tibor was consistently friendly, helpful, supportive, approachable, outgoing, and trustworthy. He had many friends in Hungary and the United Kingdom. On August 11th, I learned that two innocent 20-year-olds, my son Tibor and his friend Alice, were murdered. I learned that his friend had taken their lives. It was impossible and devastating to believe that such an event could occur. Previous to that, it gave me comfort to know Tibor had made a good friend in London who was mature, friendly, and intelligent. His friend promised me personally that he would look after my son and not let anything happen to him. I trusted him and saw him as one of my own. That's another reason why the news of my son's murder was so heartbreaking. Throughout the police investigation and trial, I had to relive the horrors of that night, which only added to my sadness. There are no words to describe the agony and loss that our family will experience for the rest of our lives. Until he pleaded guilty, Attila Ban claimed he couldn't remember the events of that horrific night. On July 18, 2012, on August 17, after only 5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted 32-year-old Attila Ban. He was sentenced to 2 lifetime sentences. He will have to serve 26 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The incident in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park sparked widespread public outrage. How many similar tragedies must occur before New York City officials listen to citizens' pleas? Locals had repeatedly alerted authorities to the presence of unsettling individuals in the park. Some of them would form groups, while others wandered alone. Regardless, their appearance conveyed a sense of danger. Unfortunately, it took a crime for the city administration to finally intervene and address this issue. Furthermore, the event sparked numerous discussions and topics about the safety of female runners, particularly those who run alone. According to a survey, 54% of women are anxious when they go out, fearing verbal harassment or physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is both terrifying and perplexing. First and foremost, nothing appeared to be missing on the fateful day. The woman was attacked in broad daylight in a populated area. Second, her death has a mystical quality to it. Third, the investigation of the case and the sentencing of the perpetrator raised numerous questions. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina planned to meet her father after work because they wanted to spend time together. Since Miss Vetrano had moved, family gatherings had become uncommon because everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. In addition, the young woman was working 2 jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. When Karina was about to leave, the family gathered to share their thoughts on the previous week. She asked her father if he wanted to go jogging with her, something they did frequently, covering several miles together. Her father said he couldn't do it this time. "You see, my back hurts so much that nothing helps. Perhaps a new prescription is needed. Maybe it's the change in weather," as Mr. Vetrano explained. "Perhaps I should call you a cab." The weather was gorgeous, the heat had subsided, and there was a fresh scent in the air. Consequently, Karina declined the offer. Furthermore, she was preparing for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had just broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly benefit her. That evening marked the last time the parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy, peaceful spot buried in greenery, a true oasis amidst the city's infrastructure. However, only a portion of the park was open for walking. The rest was covered in thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route to avoid unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice. In search of solitude, she decided to visit a grassy, deserted area. Karina's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. She fell down after feeling a sharp pain in the back of her head. This rash decision resulted in the young woman's death. A terrifying uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the phone calls from her parents, who were desperately trying to reach her, and she had promised to keep her phone to herself. The anxiety was increasing. Her father sensed something was wrong and sought assistance from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on friendly terms, and the high-ranking official knew Philip would not make a fuss about anything. Following that, Karina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began looking for the young woman by combing the park and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were called in. As is well known, the first 24 hours following a person's disappearance are critical and most informative. As a result, law enforcement used all of their available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, accompanied by a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing the paths and wading through the thick grass. As dusk fell, the man was making phone calls when he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's cell phone. Maybe she lost her phone and didn't tell us. Philip hoped. The family patriarch approached the police officers, deciding to make his way through the thicket. Stepping into the grass, he discovered something soft. A partially undressed female corpse lay face down. Philip turned it over and noticed a familiar face. A desperate scream erupted from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't lost her phone, as he assumed his little girl wasn't answering her phone because she had been robbed of her life. Mr. Vetrano was overcome with emotion as he realized what had happened. When the police heard the screaming and yelling, they rushed to him. They dragged Philippe away from his daughter's body, attempting to convey that this was now a crime scene. Everything in the area was considered evidence. To prevent evidence from being tampered with, law enforcement officers asked the deceased's father not to touch anything on the way home. Mr. Vetrano thought a lot. He was tormented about how to inform his wife of their daughter's death. Images from the past flashed before his eyes. He remembered the birth of their second daughter on July 12, 1986, in Queens. Philip had been proud of her from a young age because she was obedient and polite. He vividly remembered taking her to her first day of school and how well she did in class. Such education enabled her to obtain a higher degree. Karina received her Master of Speech Pathology degree from St. John's University. She had always wanted to help children and has worked with autistic children. His daughter was multifaceted. She loved to travel and write. She loved sports, particularly running, and their shared passion brought them together. She was his inspiration. The father remembered how jealous he was of her suitors. He desperately wanted her to be truly loved, hoping that she would eventually build a strong family like he and Kathy did and give him wonderful grandchildren. The return journey became an eternity. At the entrance to the house, Mr. Vetrano paused to take a deep breath. I need to be strong to support my family. I need to pull myself together." The man commanded himself. His wife greeted him on the threshold. Fortunately, he did not have to explain anything to her. She recognized everything on her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Karina's family and friends quickly learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from their shock. Believing in the young woman's unexpected death was difficult, let alone accepting its violent nature. Ms. Vetrano had been brutally attacked. This was the investigators' conclusion. At first glance, it was clear that the woman had resisted, even to the death. Her fists stayed clenched. Her once young and healthy body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and her athletic clothing had been torn. An autopsy revealed that a blunt object, most likely a stone, had damaged the back of the victim's skull. However, the death was due to asphyxiation. A distinct mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination revealed the crime's intimate nature. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were discovered under the victim's fingernails, most likely in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and discovered her teeth knocked out and cracked in areas where she had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck had numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, attempting to force her attacker to let go of her. Karina did not want to die and fought tirelessly for her life. Karina Vetrano, his youngest daughter, had many interests, but she particularly enjoyed writing. In 2013, she appeared in a short film directed by her friend and screenwriter Petros Georgiadis, which was based on a poem she wrote about paradox. In her blogs, the girl frequently addressed complex issues, including love and death. Following the tragedy, new information was leaked to the media. Another jogger's body was discovered in tall grass in Princeton, Massachusetts. The woman, who appeared to be out for a walk in a secluded area, met a similar fate. At first glance, the cases appeared identical. Could there be another serial offender in America? Geneticists took up the case and were tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from crime scenes. As luck would have it, identified samples were discovered on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis found no link between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. The story about the DNA material taken from under her fingernails on her back and Karina Vetrano's phone is especially intriguing. Experts determined that the DNA was sufficient for analysis, despite its small size. For a long time, this DNA was the only lead in the investigation, providing an opportunity to identify the perpetrator. It is known that the majority of life-ending crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, so the police could not rule out any possibility. The victim's father provided his DNA because he was the first to discover his daughter's body. However, the timing of this procedure was poor. It occurred on the day of Karina's funeral. Later, all of the woman's relatives underwent a DNA test, which revealed no matches. Detectives decided to interview Karina, his family, and friends to see if Mrs. Vetrano had any enemies or bad intentions. It turned out there were none. Everyone admired and loved her. The investigators then developed a new version. The deed was committed with ulterior motives. Someone met the beautiful Karina in a remote location and attacked her, succumbing to base motivations, at a loss. The investigation asked the public for help by offering a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread support. Detectives investigated 250 leads, ran 600 genetic tests, and compiled over 1,700 reports, all to no avail. The perpetrator appeared to have never committed crimes before, or had never been caught doing so, complicating the investigation even further. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station and provided information. Mr. Toronto died while in a restricted area of the park when he saw a man emerge from the bushes and run north. Based on his testimony, the NYPD created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, it considered the possibility that the person depicted in the sketch was a passerby who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, the release of the suspected perpetrator's sketch yielded no new information, and the investigation reached another lengthy stalemate on December 4, 2016. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has joined the investigation into the death of Karina Vetrano. Initially, they created a psychological profile for the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, the individual was very familiar with the area, particularly the park where the incident occurred, raising the possibility that the assailant lived or still lives nearby. However, fearing capture, he now avoids the area. He clearly understood that the quiet, partially overgrown terrain was ideal for concealing his actions. Based on this theory, the police conducted screenings of local African American men, but the results were not as desired. Chanel Lewis' life was not particularly unique in comparison to that of other young African Americans. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing developments, about 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park. Chanel was unemployed and lived with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. Perhaps the only thing that distinguished him was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Despite this, he graduated from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Chanel's former classmates remembered her as a quiet loner. The kids constantly picked on him. One of them admitted that the girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer stated that Louis occasionally fought back, but not effectively. He was frequently mocked for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie, smirked, and walked away from difficult situations, earning him the nickname African Lizard. Chanel, however, is described as a smart kid with good grades by a fellow student, 17-year-old Danielle Nunes. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she remembered. I never saw him being cruel. According to some sources, the young man once stated that he wanted to cut all of the girls who approached him in middle school. What would happen if I brought a knife to school? Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school where Chanel was transferred, commented on this. We had no reports of threats at middle school. He received no disciplinary sanctions while attending our school. I never heard him make threats to other students. Nonetheless, Chanel was a traumatized adolescent who frequently faced bullying. He aspired to work in social services, assisting those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets and frequent the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police in Spring Creek, one of which involved urinating in public. In May 2016, another incident occurred when a local merchant reported Lewis for loitering in his shop with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's identification and released him because he had no prior incidents. However, the police kept this information, which would later play an important role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death in February 2017. Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, recalled something significant. He had seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park several times before. John even attempted to follow him after becoming intrigued by the individual's behavior. The young man walked slowly, pausing for extended periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting for potential burglaries. However, Rousseau lost sight of him when he called his colleagues the next day in response to a store owner's report. The police discovered a teenager who matched the description. We're 2 months into the investigation. John Rousseau recalled this wanderer, believing he had seen or heard something relevant. After Detective Rousseau reviewed the young man's file, investigators focused on Chanel Lewis. Chanel's peculiarities piqued interest. The police began to inquire about him among acquaintances and teachers, and it was discovered that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news raised concerns and suspicions. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was later discovered that Chanel was not at home when Karina died. After an argument with his family, he went to the park. When he returned, he looked disheveled, with torn clothes and visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Lewis claimed that he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline and a witness description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Lewis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, the majority of which were cuts, as well as an injured hand. The investigators examined the medical records from that day and found the story credible. However, they saw things differently, noticing parallels between the events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. Chanel was brought to the police station on February 4, 2017, where he voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Would the perpetrator willingly do this? Detectives wondered. The interrogation began in the morning of February 5th. Louis admitted that he was at the park around 5 p.m. On August 2, 2016, he clarified that he was walking on dirt pads, not through the thickets, while listening to music. He admitted to seeing a young woman jogging with her phone in hand. When detectives asked if anything happened when he met her, Chanel nodded quietly and said, "Yes." Everyone was stunned. His response was ambiguous, implying confusion. "I was angry." One thing led to another. What happened was finally stated clearly. Investigators were wary of this semi-admission, fearing it would cast doubt on jurors during a trial. They waited for Chanel to explain. "I was walking through the park, trying to distract myself from a family argument. When I met a woman who was alone, I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face about 5 times to keep her from screaming. My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand," Chanel said. He also stated that the struggle lasted approximately 5 minutes. Ms. Vetrano vigorously resisted scratching and biting. To avoid attracting attention, Louis dragged her from the path into the tall grass, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was taken aback but refused to give in. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was dead. When asked if he knew the victim before, he replied, "I did not know her before this. Everything happened by chance." With ants, the motivation for the act became even more unexpected and bizarre. Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression were apparently triggered by hours of loud music played by a neighborhood gang member. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman, a strange motivation for an act. The investigators' confusion was dispelled when DNA comparison results matched perfectly microscopic traces found on the victim's body and Chanel's phone. As a result, the police and prosecutor concluded that the case was solved and ready for trial. However, the motive seemed implausible. Chanel may have noticed Karina before, as he frequented the park and might have seen her with her father. He liked her and chose to approach her. However, after being rejected, he became enraged and attacked her, and the situation spiraled out of control. This scenario could have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his earlier statements to the authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance shared by his family, denying any involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Louis with homicide and sexual assault, and he faces a sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The debate over Louis' guilt played out not only in court, but also in the media. Lewis and his defense teams sparked controversy by citing alleged legal violations during his arrest, as well as allegations of racial bias and discrimination by various news outlets. However, the judge dismissed the allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation followed legal procedures. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis results. The defense claimed the evidence was insufficient and contaminated. Given the large number of people present at the crime scene, including the victim's father who discovered her body, forensic biologist Linda Rossano estimated that the likelihood of the DNA belonging to someone other than Louis was 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also presented Louis' phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which prompted the question: what sin did Chanel want to atone for? The release of Louis' confession video sparked more controversy, with his lawyers claiming he was under immense pressure, resulting in a coerced confession. They suspected the police of fabricating evidence, claiming that the recording began only after Louis was coerced and that the search of his home violated protocol. The defense argued that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially botched. As public pressure grew for an arrest, Louis became a scapegoat. The jury was struck by the defense's compelling arguments. After hearing both sides, they were unable to reach a final decision. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial, with a retrial originally scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later pushed back to March 2019. Chanel Lewis was found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life in prison without parole on July 23, 2019, following 5 hours of deliberations. The defense's delay tactics included citing an anonymous source for alleged juror misconduct, implying jury pressure and a conspiracy, and some referring to the trial as a lynching. The seemingly straightforward case initially sparked widespread prejudice and fear in society. Karina Vetrano's death moved many people, serving as a sobering reminder for women to be cautious. Did justice prevail? In any case, a young woman was killed, and Chanel Lewis was sentenced to life in prison. Both families have lost their children. The hope remains that the truth was discovered. Otherwise, an innocent man is incarcerated while the perpetrator goes free. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll look at what happened in San Antonio, Texas in 2007. Amber Belkin, 25, worked at a video game store on January 29, 2007. When the manager arrived to check on her, he discovered she was dead in the back of the store after she failed to open on time. It took authorities more than a year to apprehend the suspect. Amber Marie Belkin was born on December 6, 1981 in San Antonio. She was the only child in her family. Her parents described her as extremely energetic, ambitious, and responsible. Amber had been a manager at a video game store for nearly 3 years, and on January 29, he had another shift. The store was scheduled to open at 10 a.m., but she always arrived at work around 9 a.m. Before opening the store, she would take the money from the safe from the previous day and take it to the bank next door. It was done so that large sums of money did not accumulate in the store. Amber arrived at work around 9 a.m. on that January day, as she did every day. The store she worked in was part of a large international chain. Amber did not, however, open the store at 10 a.m. on that day, as was later discovered. Around noon, the regional manager contacted the manager of another store in San Antonio and asked him to take a drive to find out why Amber hadn't deposited the money and the store was still closed. Amber also failed to answer phone calls, raising suspicion and concern. The employee who went to check on Amber is named Mariano Rivera. After arriving at the location, he noticed a white car similar to Amber's. The store entrance was locked, and I couldn't see anyone through the glass windows. He knocked on the door several times, but no one came out. So he left. He returned about 2 hours later to take another look around, looking through the storefront windows. Rivera spotted Amber's assistant, Brandon. He knocked on the door, and Brandon let him in. Rivera asked Brandon if he had seen Amber, and he said no. He stated that he had just arrived and noticed something strange in the store. There were some money TDs and work-related documents on the floor. Rivera went into the back room and made a horrifying discovery. Amber's lifeless body lay on the floor, face down, with a plastic bag over her head. Later, forensic experts will determine that the cause of her death was strangulation. Rivera immediately dialed 911, and soon, the police cordoned off the store. Detectives discovered that Amber did not deliver money to the bank as she would on any other day. However, the safe in the store was empty, implying that there had been a robbery that went wrong. It's possible that the robber came across Amber and decided to eliminate her as a witness. Amber's schedule indicated that the crime occurred between 9 and 10 a.m. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the store, which could have greatly aided the investigation, so the police had to look for alternative clues. First, detectives questioned Mariano Rivera and Brandon Bale, who discovered the body. They described how and under what circumstances they arrived at the store and discovered Amber's death. According to store management, approximately $2,000 was missing from the safe, along with a few video game CDs and 3 or 4 PlayStation consoles. The total store damage amounted to $6,000. The police questioned the employees of the businesses next to the store, but they did not receive the desired results. Nobody had seen or heard anything. While the police were busy at the crime scene, word spread throughout San Antonio, and mass media representatives crowded the parking lot in front of the store. Amber's father, Randy Belkin, learned about the incident from the news. When he saw the address of the store where the crime took place, he immediately got in his car and drove there. When he arrived, he spoke with a detective who unfortunately informed him that the victim of the crime was his daughter. This event divided Randy's life into 2 parts, before and after. Soon, Amber's mother, Lelia, arrived at the store. Looking into her husband's eyes, she realized their only child was no longer with them. After examining the crime scene, detectives concluded that the criminal exited the store via the back door, which is why no one saw him. However, the main conclusion was that the criminal was familiar with the store's schedule. He knew the money was delivered to the bank between 9 and 10 a.m. He also knew there were no surveillance cameras in this store. This is something only a former or current employee of the company would know. The first person seriously suspected of involvement in the crime was Amber's assistant, Brandon Beal. He was intimately familiar with the store's operations and he was already inside when a manager from another location arrived to check on Amber's health. When Brandon arrived at work, he knew the store should have been open a few hours earlier, but it was still closed. Despite this, he opened the door with his key, entered, and then locked it. He noticed signs of struggle inside, but for some reason he did not enter the back room to see if Amber was present, and, after speaking with company management, detectives discovered that Amber, a store manager, was unhappy with Brandon's work and wanted him fired. She informed her mother that Brandon has a short temper and does not perform his job duties adequately, but a disagreement with Amber could push Brandon to commit a crime. Detectives started looking for answers to this question. The officer searched Brandon's car and home after receiving a warrant, hoping to locate the CDs and PlayStation consoles stolen from the store. However, none of the above were discovered. During questioning, Brandon stated that he arrived at the store around 2 p.m. He was surprised that the store was still closed. He said he opened the door with his key because he didn't think Amber was inside. I see the mess. He believed that the store had been robbed. The manager from another location arrived just a few minutes later. Brandon also admitted that he was unaware of Amber's desire to fire him, but he did acknowledge that they frequently disagreed on certain issues. His girlfriend and parents confirmed his alibi for the morning when the crime occurred. When he passed a lie detector, he was removed from the suspect list. Amber died nearly a month ago, and the police still had no new leads. The detectives feared that the case would remain unsolved. Amber's parents used social media to reach out to the public, requesting that anyone with information about the incident report it. A reward of $100,000 was offered for information leading to the arrest. Amber's employer provided 95,000 of them, and flyers featuring her were distributed throughout San Antonio. Regardless of this, no progress was made over the next 7 months, until one day, a police station received a critical call. The man who called identified himself as Joe and informed the detective in charge of Amber's case that he knew who was responsible for her death. Joe, or whoever, told the detective that Amber was strangled by 22-year-old Giovanni Rivera. When the detective asked why, he replied that he thought so. Joe replied that he and Giovanni previously worked for the same company as Amber. Giovanni called him on the day of the crime and asked if he wanted to take part in a robbery. The store was not chosen at random. Giovanni wanted to rob the store where Amber worked because it had no surveillance cameras. The detective asked Joe if he accepted Giovanni's offer and took part in the robbery, to which Joe replied negatively. If everything said is true, the police's initial assumption that the crime was committed by someone who was well versed in the store's schedule was correct. The detective requested that Joe come to the police station and make an official statement. He refused, but he probably knew they'd find him sooner or later. So 2 days later, he returned to the police station and stated once more that he did not participate in the robbery. During the questioning, Joe detailed how Giovanni Rivera first expressed his desire to rob a store. Joe claims Giovanni never said he was going to hurt Amber. However, about a month after her death, the case received extensive media coverage. He confessed that Amber's death was his fault. Joe explained that he didn't call right away because he was concerned for his safety. What are your thoughts? Could the $100,000 reward for providing important information motivate him to go to the police? Please share your thoughts on the matter in the comments. Joe claimed that the field of guilt began to overpower the feeling of fear, which prompted him to make a call. Although the testimony alone was insufficient to obtain an arrest warrant for Giovanni Rivera, the detective still summoned him to the police station for questioning. It's also worth noting that Giovanni Rivera is not related to Mariano Rivera, the manager who discovered the body. They're just namesakes. In a conversation with a detective, Rivera accused Joe of lying. He claims he was not involved in any criminal activities. He eventually refused to answer any further questions, forcing the police to release him. While the officers considered how to bring him to justice, Giovanni relocated to Laredo, Texas, with his family. This is the city on the border with Mexico, so there was a good chance he'd cross the border and get lost. However, without strong evidence, detectives were unable to proceed, and the case was once again stalled for months. Fortunately, help arrived unexpectedly near the end of June 2008. Veronica, Giovanni's wife, called the police nearly a year and a half after Amber died. She claimed that her husband attacked her, threatening her and the children with a pistol. More importantly, she claimed that he was responsible for Amber Belkin's death. The detective in charge of the case traveled to Laredo to speak with Veronica, whom he had met in person. She claimed that she made a bad decision by marrying Giovanni. She became pregnant by him while still in school, and her family insisted they marry. Giovanni began to reveal his true face after the wedding. He was a tyrant. According to Veronica, if he desired intimacy, but she did not, he would tie her up with duct tape. She also stated that when Giovanni was called into a police station for the first time, he returned home distraught and immediately informed her that they needed to relocate to Laredo. They left San Antonio the same day, having taken everything they needed. Veronica understood that if her husband was clean before the law, they would not relocate. One time, she mustered the courage to ask Giovanni if he was involved in Amber Belkin's death, to which Giovanni replied that he had killed her. Veronica was astounded and asked him why he did it. He explained that he did it because their family needed money to pay rent. When Veronica asked for a divorce, Giovanni drove her to a secluded location. He took out a pistol and told her to get into the back seat. He followed her and threatened her, forcing her to do what he wanted. Then he pulled her out of the car, handed her the gun, and instructed her to finish him. Veronica said she wouldn't do it. Giovanni responded that if she did not shoot, he would deal with her, her children, and her relatives. Veronica begged him to think about what might happen to their children. If they were left without their parents, it appeared to work, and they both returned home that evening, but Giovanni said he was going to disappear in the morning. When he drove away, Veronica immediately called the police and told them about her husband's confession. Detectives obtained a warrant for Giovanni Rivera's arrest after receiving testimony from 2 witnesses, one of whom was Giovanni Rivera's wife. However, Rivera managed to cross the border and become lost in Mexico at the time. Another 6 weeks passed before he was discovered and arrested at a relative's home. Mexico's authorities agreed to his extradition to the United States on the condition that prosecutors do not seek the death penalty for him. These terms were agreed upon. After all of the documents were completed, Giovanni Rivera was delegated authority in the United States. Amber's parents were relieved that his arrest would result in justice for their daughter's death. On August 7, 2008, Rivera was interrogated. In contrast to the previous conversation, the officers heard his wife's testimony. When informed of this, he admitted to everything. He stated that as soon as Amber opened the store door, he followed her, wearing gloves and a mask. Amber recognized him, which surprised him greatly. He told her that he was having financial problems and that he desperately needed money, and he forced her to open the safe. Amber attempted to reach the phone at one point, and he had to tie her hands with duct tape. She panicked and began screaming. According to Rivera, he placed his hand over her mouth and asked her to remain silent. Amber tried to break free, but he realized he had reached the point of no return. He took a plastic bag from nearby and cut off her oxygen. She stopped breathing. He took the money, some CDs, and some PlayStation consoles before driving away in his car, which was parked behind the store. Rivera's lawyer began negotiating a plea deal. The district attorney's office took nearly a year and a half to accept this agreement, which excluded a life sentence without parole. Given the risks of a jury trial and the fact that appeals can take years to be heard, prosecutors concluded that the plea deal was the best possible outcome for the Belkin family. Giovanni Rivera received a life sentence as a result of the deal in April 2010. He must serve 30 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Amber has promised her relatives and friends that they will do everything they can to ensure that he never walks free. The authorities did not say whether anyone received the $100,000 reward offered for assisting in the search for the perpetrator. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a poignant reminder of life's fragility and the devastating consequences of rash actions. Let this tragedy serve as a call to compassion, guiding collective efforts to prevent similar sorrow from befalling other families. Emily Longley was born on February 22, 1994, in the London hospital. She was the first child in Mark and Caroline Longley's young family. Mark's friends teased him about becoming a father at 26. He felt completely unprepared for parenthood. He was present at the birth, and when the nurse cleaned the baby and handed her to him, he gently held her in his arms, her tiny head resting in his palms and her legs barely reaching his elbow. The girl opened her eyes and looked at her father. In that moment, Mark knew fatherhood would not be a problem for him. A few years later, the Longleys welcomed their second daughter, Hannah. The two blonde sisters adored each other and brought joy to their father. He was confident that keeping the kids warm and safe would show them how much he loved them. The girls grew up surrounded by their parents' unconditional love. They had an example of prosperity and happiness right in front of them. Mark Longley worked as a journalist for a local paper. Caroline was a teacher, and the girls had a bright future ahead of them, just as any parent would want for their children. Emily and Hannah Longley's lives were turned upside down 10 years later when their parents decided to relocate from their hometown of Bournemouth to the scenic landscapes of New Zealand. This was a huge change for everyone, as moving to another country was a big step. This difficult decision was made for Emily's health, based on the doctor's recommendation that she needed a change in climate. The longtime family traveled halfway around the world in the hopes of providing a better life for their daughters. As a result of its geographical features, New Zealand's climate varies. Most of New Zealand has a temperate maritime climate with 4 distinct seasons. The winters here are mild, and the summers are relatively cool. The Pacific Ocean and mountain ranges are significant contributors. The English family found the environment and atmosphere ideal. A new chapter has begun in the lives of the Longleys and their daughters. Emily attended a prestigious private school, and her life went on peacefully until she was metaphorically stabbed in the back by former classmates. Her friend Sarah Lee Terblanche caused a stir at school when she revealed that Emily had fallen in with the wrong crowd and was involved with banned substances. Sarah gave the school newspaper an interview about a party at Emily's house. After overcoming initial disappointments and betrayals, Emily returned to England at the end of 2010 to further her education. She moved in with her grandparents, Ronald and Zosie Longley, in a large detached cottage near the promenade in South Beach in Bournemouth, and enrolled in a British college, hoping for a new beginning in her life. Emily, who had struggled in school, adapted to a more relaxed student life and thrived. Emily made progress, balancing her studies at Brockenhurst College in Hampshire with a job at the Topshop clothing store. At 16. Emily Longley was a vibrant, cheerful, and ambitious young woman with stunning blonde beauty. Her radiant appearance helped her achieve early success in the modeling industry. Emily's captivating charm and irresistible charisma set her apart in her community. In December 2010, at a party, she met 19-year-old Elliot Vince Turner. Elliot was the only son of Lee Turner, a wealthy and successful jeweler. He worked at his father's jewelry store in Bournemouth and lived with his family in the affluent Queen's Park neighborhood. He was a member of the Firm, a group of affluent young men who frequented local bars and clubs in Bournemouth and Poole. Elliot Turner, who drew the attention of many women, appeared almost obsessed with them. Nonetheless, they quickly became a couple. Elliot was deeply committed to his girlfriend, who had begun modeling and earning her first income. She began to attract the attention of many men, and Elliot's jealousy of Emily grew intense. Within 4 months, their relationship had devolved into a battleground of constant disagreements and mutual grievances. Emotional abuse became the norm in this tumultuous relationship, characterized by Elliot's worrying behavior and unending jealousy. If he didn't like her outfit, he would accuse her of looking like a call girl. He hacked her Facebook account to track her activities and conversations. He also showed up and announced when she was not present. He used his strength and anger to intimidate Emily after she wrote him a note saying, "Stop acting so aggressive." However, each incident was followed by remorse and apologies, only for the cycle to continue. Elliot eventually went from verbal threats to physical actions. He grabbed her throat and punched her in public several times. He then justified his actions, blaming Emily for his uncontrollable emotional outbursts. Emily became concerned for her life as a result of the constant arguments and fights. She took a break and went on a holiday with her parents to New Zealand. This was the Longleys' best Easter holiday ever. Hannah and Emily hung out as they had done in the past. They walked a lot, laughed a lot, and spent a lot of time together, as if they were expecting to say goodbye soon. Her father hugged her tightly as they said their goodbyes. She agreed to return in September for the Rugby World Cup. Already aboard the plane, she sent her father a message. "It was so nice to see you. I love you." They had had a special bond between father and daughter since she was born. Emily was last seen alive by her family. She went back to the UK, intending to end her relationship with Elliot. This occurred, but unfortunately at the expense of a promising young woman's life. Elliot met his girlfriend not with flowers, but with a new set of accusations and disagreements. Elliot came across photos of Emily with two shirtless young men on social media before she returned from New Zealand. Jealous, he invited her to spend the night at his house. Despite their disagreement, Emily agreed to return to Elliot's family home to talk about their problems, comforted by the presence of Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita. Her arrival at the house was met with a barrage of jealousy and insults. The young couple frequently yelled and argued. A half hour of yelling was followed by silence. On May 7, 2011, emergency services received a call that 17-year-old Emily Longley had been discovered unconscious in bed. Nina Turner called after discovering the girl in her son's bedroom. Rescuers arrived on the scene and were only able to confirm her death. Following the girl's death, neighbors noticed Turner sitting in the ambulance with his head in his hands. Elliot Turner was arrested immediately following Emily's death, but he was later released on bail pending further investigation. The investigation began following the tragic incident. Turner Jr., consumed by guilt, wrote a confession. His parents, determined not to lose their only son, intentionally withheld critical evidence, delaying the investigation. On the night of the incident, Anita Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 53, removed a coat from their son's house, retrieved the confession letter from its pocket, and doused it with bleach, destroying vital evidence. During the investigation, it was decided to secretly install listening devices in the expansive Turner family home on May 18th. After gathering evidence from a family discussion about fabricating evidence and concerns about lying to police, the police searched the household computers for additional evidence, which they discovered. A look at the browser's search history revealed searches for death by strangulation and how to avoid a murder charge. In July, all three family members were arrested and charged with being involved in the incident and intentionally concealing evidence. Elliot Turner denied any involvement, blaming Emily for his troubles. A forensic reconstruction of the incident revealed that Elliot and Emily engaged in a struggle on that fateful day. Elliot used force to subdue her, pressing her face down on the bed with a pillow. He then threw away the pillow and continued to strangle her with his hands. When she fell silent, he stood up and exited the room. Pathologists examined Emily's body and discovered injuries consistent with strangulation. Elliot had scratches on his arm, and Emily's fingertips contained his DNA, indicating a struggle between them. Elliot's behavior toward Emily was described in court as threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. These concerning characteristics worsened, and on a fateful night in May 2011, a heated argument broke out between the couple over Emily's choice of outfit and her photos with unknown men. The wealthy family could not afford to lose their son and damage their reputation. Elliot's hired lawyers vigorously defended him. The defense tried to downplay the tormentor's role in the young woman's death, claiming she may have used drugs. However, the Dorset police conducted an independent, toxic, and illogical examination that revealed no drugs or other prohibited substances in the victim's bloodstream. The affluent jeweler and his wife, who disposed of evidence to help cover up how their jealous son ended the life of the aspiring New Zealand model Emily Longley. At 20 years old, Elliot Turner was found guilty by a jury at Winchester Crown Court and may have killed 17-year-old Emily in his bed after a fit of jealous rage. Judge Dobbs stated during his sentencing that he intimidated, stalked, threatened, and assaulted Emily in order to maintain control over her as his trophy girlfriend. The judge also advised Elliot to abandon thoughts of champagne Bentleys and girls as he sentenced him to life in prison, stating that he must serve at least 16 years before being eligible for parole. His parents are Lie, 54, and Nita, 51. We were sentenced in the same court after being convicted of obstructing justice by concealing evidence. They concealed the crime by destroying their son's confession letter and removing critical evidence from their Bournemouth home. Their son was sentenced to 9 months in prison for obstructing justice by concealing evidence. The prosecution claimed Turner suffocated Emily with a pillow before strangling her after she returned to his home to discuss their situation following a heated argument that night. Emily's father, Mark Longley, called Elliot Turner evil and expressed his wish that Turner would suffer every day in prison. Elliot Turner was found guilty of ending her life in May 2012 and sentenced to life in prison. His parents, Anita Turner and Lee Turner, were both imprisoned. They were sentenced to 27 months in prison for misleading the police about the incident and destroying their son's confession note. Because it was a homicide investigation, the police kept her body, and it wasn't until September that she could be brought home in a closed casket. The Turners were released in 2013. Turner's reduced sentence appeal was denied the same year. However, British judges ruled otherwise during hearings in the High Court of London. It's clear that, due to wounded pride, he harbored thoughts of ending her life for a long time, eventually leading to her death. Lord Chief Justice Royce Justice Globe stated in his verdict that Simon Jones, one of the successful prosecutors, stated following the sentence that Emily's death was the result of domestic violence. Elliot stated, "I never wanted to hurt her. I was simply defending myself." Elliot Turner, Emily Longley's perpetrator, is currently serving a life sentence in a Kent prison for the brutal murder of the young aspiring model. The court determined that he would not be eligible for parole for at least 16 years. Turner, according to the Daily Star, has decorated the walls of his prison cell with photos of Emily, indicating a disturbing and possibly obsessive relationship with his victim. Surprisingly, while behind bars, Turner reportedly expressed his desire to return to a life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. Such an attitude raises concerns about his lack of remorse and the possibility of continuing harmful behavior after release. Furthermore, Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita Turner, were imprisoned for perverting justice by destroying their son's confession letter and tampering with evidence at the crime scene. This emphasizes the gravity of the situation and the collective impact of the Turner family's actions on the pursuit of justice for Emily Longley. Following the conclusion of the trial, Emily's father began to investigate domestic violence. He portrayed Elliot as an abuser using patterns and behaviors. He was constantly thinking about ending her life. It was simply a matter of time. To love someone means not attempting to control their lives, calling them derogatory names, or isolating them from their friends. That is not love. A woman is treated as a trophy. Such relationships are solely focused on retrieving the man from Emily's father's memories. He treated Emily cruelly before she returned to New Zealand, but she did not tell us anything. I'm not sure why, but if she had, things might have turned out differently. Now I don't think of Turner or his family. He is in prison, and I hope he suffers every day. If I think too much about what he did, my anger rises, and it is the type of anger that can consume you. He never thought about the people who had loved, cherished, and raised Emily for the previous 17 years. He stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her neck, and took her life. Even now, years later, it's difficult to believe anyone could do this to Emily. After the tragedy, Emily's parents divorced. However, they continue to struggle with anniversaries and birthdays. Easter is particularly difficult because it was the family's last holiday together. On May 6, 2011, Emily was still alive. She was chatting on Facebook with her father just a few hours before the incident occurred. She appeared normal and happy with no hint of fear. On May 7th, everything changed. Emily's father awoke after receiving a phone call. He did not respond right away. By the time he awoke, he had several missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, as well as multiple messages on his cell phone. Texts from her were not uncommon, but the volume of calls and messages was concerning. Finally, he picked up an incoming call. It was his younger daughter, Hannah, crying inconsolably on the other end in the background. He could hear his ex-wife screaming, "Emily is gone. Emily's gone." He broke down while sitting on the same couch Emily had sat on just a week before. What was she going to do after college? This could not be true. How could such a vibrant young girl be gone? He couldn't remember anything else about that night. According to Emily's father's recollections, he did not sleep until he boarded the plane for England. I recall being driven to Auckland, stopping in a small town to refuel, and seeing Emily's photograph on the front page of the Herald. I thought I was going to get sick right there in the station while reading the headline. At the airport, people were throwing their copies in the trash, and I wanted to tell them who she was and that they should keep the newspaper. It felt like an eternity before Mark Longley arrived in England. He was still shocked, unable to believe that his visit to his once-loved England was to identify his beloved daughter, Emily. He still hoped there had been an error. They took him straight to the morgue, where Emily's body lay. He stood in a room with Caroline, a police officer, and the mortician, who pointed to a window and announced that the body was in the next room. The mortician pointed to the window the light would turn on, allowing them to enter the room when they were ready. The light turned on. Mark and Caroline, their hands cold with horror, stood unable to cross the threshold of that room. They were prepared to scream that it was not their daughter, but it was her. Emily was lying on the gurney, covered in a purple sheet, and appeared to be sleeping. Her father approached and touched her face. Emily's father remembered her skin as smooth but icy cold, with a beautiful alabaster hue. I wanted to flee and pretend I hadn't witnessed it. But I stood there, holding her hand, staring at the face I had studied so closely when she was born. Except now, her eyes were closed, and I realized this was no joke. She wasn't going to sit up and say, "Boo, Emily, my daughter," had left. In the midst of such horror, all tomorrows become yesterday. When a flood of emotions pours down, bombarding and overwhelming the soul, you realize your complete helplessness. Emily's parents saw her for the last time that day in the morgue. The pain of losing someone does not get any easier. Time does not heal. It simply teaches you to live with it. Everyone always commented on Emily's beauty, and it continues to be discussed. She had a wonderful, warm, and loving side to her personality. She would approach you, wrap her long arms around you, and give you a tight hug. But most of all, Emily's family misses the woman she could have become. They will never know how her life would have turned out. A life denied to her. Years later, Emily's father remarried. He has a wonderful wife, Hillary, and a lovely son, Hunter, who is growing up in their household. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, has graduated from university and established her own life, free of domestic violence. Their greatest regret is that Emily is not present to share the joyful moments with them. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a Sunday afternoon in 2000, a tragic event occurred in a peaceful seaside community. A distress call to 911 signaled the start of a story that would captivate a community. A woman's lifeless body was discovered in her cottage, sparking a chain of events that led to a homicide investigation that revealed the truth. Krista Worthington was born on December 23, 1956, in Boston, Massachusetts, to parents Christopher and Gloria. She began her academic journey at Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Krista was a well-known fashion writer before beginning her writing career, having contributed to publications such as Women's Wear Daily, Harper's Bazaar, Vogue, and the New York Times. Her expertise included co-authoring several fashion books on clothing, scarves, and accessories. Her work took her to New York City, Paris, and London, where she became a respected figure in the fashion world. Krista relocated to Truro, Massachusetts, in 1997, where her well-known New England family owned multiple properties. This marked a shift from the hectic New York lifestyle to a more peaceful and tranquil environment. In addition to her successful career, Krista was a single mother to her daughter, Eva Worthington. On that fateful Sunday, January 6, 2002, a tragic incident occurred in Truro, Massachusetts, when Tim Arnold made a distressing 911 call from his former girlfriend, Krista Worthington's home. He instructed the operator to send someone to 50 Depot Road. "It's Krista Worthington. I'm not sure what happened to her. I believe she fell down or something. I'm certain she's dead." Tim said he went to the Christmas cottage at 4:30 p.m. on that Sunday to return a borrowed flashlight. Tim lived nearby. When he entered the cottage, he made a terrifying discovery. Krista was lying on the hallway floor just off the kitchen with Ava beside her. Tim informed the police that he believed Krista had fallen or been in an accident. Police arrived at the scene and discovered Christina's lifeless body. However, it became clear that her death was not an accident. Krista was discovered naked from the waist down, her legs spread apart, and her body covered in blood, particularly around her torso. Her face was covered in bruises, and she had been stabbed once in the left lung. Investigators searched the cottage and discovered a disturbing scene. The back door from the driveway into the kitchen was open, and signs of forced entry were visible. With damage to the door and deadbolt, there appeared to be a struggle outside the cottage. Krista's car was parked in the driveway. Between the car and the cottage, police discovered several items, including glasses, a barrette, keys, and socks. Drag marks in the dirt on the driveway indicated that Krista had been attacked outside her cottage and then dragged inside. The police discovered Ava's small bloody handprints all over the cottage. Her bloody handprints were discovered on a Disney videotape, and it appeared that Ava had attempted to insert them into the VCR. Her bloody handprints were also on her sippy cup and a box of Cheerios. How long had Ava spent in the cottage with Krista's body? At that point, the cops had no clue. Krista's body was transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Traces of dried blood were discovered under her fingernails, as well as small pieces of grass in her hair and pubic area. These findings support the police's belief that the attack took place outside the cottage. The investigation evolved into a homicide case, Truro's first murder in 30 years. Tests revealed the presence of male biological material in Krista's genital area, leading the police to believe she had been raped, with the assumption that the same person who raped her was also her murderer. The focus shifted to finding a DNA match. Establishing a timeline, the police determined that Krista called her babysitter at 8 p.m. on Friday, January 5, because she had a hair appointment scheduled for noon on Saturday, January 5, but did not show up and did not show up, and did not show up and did not provide notice of her absence. This led police to believe that the crime took place between 8 p.m. on Friday and noon on Saturday. The presence of undeliverable newspapers at the bottom of her driveway provided additional support for this time frame. As part of their thorough investigation, the police interviewed people who knew Krista or had been to her home. Investigators approached Tim because he had discovered her. There were also rumors that, despite the end of their relationship, Tim may have desired a more permanent connection. When the police arrived at the cottage, they found Tim's biological material on a blanket covering Krista. Despite his denial of any involvement, the police eventually ruled him out as a suspect. Given Tim's previous romantic relationship with Krista and his time at her cottage, the discovery of his biological material on the blanket was not surprising. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed that Tim's biological material did not correspond to the biological material discovered on Krista's body. The investigation into Krista Worthington's murder took a significant turn as police looked into possible connections with people close to her. Tony Jackett, Ava's father, was married and had an extramarital relationship with Krista. When Krista discovered she was pregnant, she urged Tony to tell his wife, Susan. Eventually, Tony told Susan about Ava and the affair. Krista did not insist that Tony leave Susan, but she did ask for his assistance in supporting Ava. They made arrangements for child support, and Tony set aside time to spend with Ava. His wife was very forgiving, and she forgives him and even accepts Ava into her life. Tony and Susan both cooperated with the police, with Tony claiming that he had no intention of harming Krista. Susan confirmed Tony's alibi, stating that he was with her at the time of Krista's murder. A year after the crime lab performed DNA tests as part of the investigation. Surprisingly, Krista's DNA did not match that of Tim Tony or any of the other individuals previously tested. The case appeared to hit a stumbling block, leaving the possibility that Krista's murderer would escape justice. However, the police persisted, and 3 years after the murder, they took a daring step by requesting voluntary DNA samples from nearly everyone in the neighborhood. This meticulous effort paid off, leading to a breakthrough in the case. The DNA analysis revealed a match. Christopher Chris McCohen, his DNA was discovered in Krista's home and on her genitals during the investigation. Chris worked for a disposal company, and the police discovered that he picked up trash outside the Christmas cottage every Thursday. During the police interview, Chris claimed that he had no acquaintance with Krista. He claimed that they had never had a conversation. However, he mentioned making friendly gestures such as waving while collecting trash. However, as the police investigated further, inconsistencies in Chris's statements became apparent. Despite his initial denial of any interaction with Krista, police discovered his DNA on her body. Faced with this evidence, Chris changed his story, admitting it could have been me, pressed to reveal the truth. Chris started recounting his version of events. According to his revised account, he was heavily intoxicated on Friday night, January, while drinking in the juice bar parking lot with a friend named Jeremy Fraser. Chris claimed to be drunk at the time. He claimed that Jeremy then drove him to the dentist to see the mother of his child, where he stayed for about 40 to 60 minutes before returning to the juice bar. Under continued questioning, Chris eventually admitted to having consensual intimacy with Krista on the night of January. When questioned by the police about how he got to the Christmas cottage, Chris stated that Jeremy drove him there and accompanied him inside. Chris told the police that he and Krista had sexual intercourse in the hallway near the kitchen, where her body was later discovered. He also mentioned the possibility of having sexual relations in the living room at some point. Chris said everything was fine afterward, and he even gave Krista his phone number. However, the situation escalated when Krista became enraged when she saw Jeremy rummaging through her belongings and began screaming at them as they attempted to flee. Chris gave varying accounts of what happened after leaving the cottage with the police. Chris originally claimed that after leaving the cottage, Krista followed them outside and confronted Jeremy in the driveway. Jeremy allegedly responded by punching her repeatedly. When Krista fled into the cottage, Jeremy pursued her and continued the assault with repeated punches. Chris claimed to have been in Jeremy's car at the time of the attack. When Jeremy returned to the car, Chris claimed he told him that Krista was calling the police from inside her cottage. According to Chris, Jeremy then rushed back to the cottage and kicked in the front door. Chris told the police that Jeremy spent about 10 minutes inside, while Chris remained in the car, completely unaware of what was going on. However, when the police expressed doubts, Chris changed his story. He acknowledged that he was not in Jeremy's car during the initial assault. Instead, he actively participated in the altercation. Chris admitted to punching Krista in the face and chest, which caused her to lose consciousness. As she fell, her head struck the gravel driveway with such force that Chris recalls the sound vividly. Despite this, Chris admitted that the brutality did not end there. He told the police that they continued the assault, claiming that we put the boots on her. Later, Chris and Jeremy dragged Krista back into the cottage. Chris, on the other hand, admitted to beating Krista and engaging in sexual activity with her, but he denied killing her. He blamed Jeremy for the fatal act, claiming that he stabbed Krista in the chest with a knife from her own kitchen. When asked about Jeremy's potential contradiction, Chris admitted that if Jeremy could provide an alibi, it would be entirely on me. However, Jeremy told police a different story. He confirmed that he met Chris at the juice bar on Friday night and drove him to Dennis. According to Jeremy, he returned to the juice bar and attended a house party in East Ham with a friend who confirmed his account. Jeremy claimed that Chris was also at the party, but he arrived separately in a different vehicle. He said he stayed at a friend's house that night, and his friend confirmed it. Furthermore, Jeremy's DNA was not found on the Christmas body, so the police leaned toward believing Jeremy's version of events. Chris faced several serious charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and aggravated burglary. Chris, according to the prosecution, raped, brutally attacked, and stabbed Krista on his own. The court was presented with compelling evidence, including DNA analysis that proved Chris's sexual relationship with Krista. The prosecution emphasized Chris's statements to the police as crucial to their case. According to the prosecution, Chris had been drinking heavily with friends on the Friday night in question, and at some point during the night, he allegedly went to Krista Cottage at 1 because he wanted to have sexual intercourse. The prosecution claimed Chris and Krista were not in a relationship and had never been together before. They claimed that Chris, knowing Krista lived in the cottage with her 2-year-old daughter, went to her house and raped, assaulted, and inflicted a throat wound, resulting in death. The medical examiner testified that Chris's death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. The medical examiner also informed the jury that Krista had contusions in her nose and chest, as well as abrasions on her face, hands, arms, and legs. She also suffered internal hemorrhaging in her skull, which is consistent with a blunt impact. These details provided a bleak picture of a brutal assault. The defense argued that Chris was an innocent man, urging the jury to disregard any statements he made to police because of his low intelligence and vulnerability. Chris's attorneys contended that due to his limited cognitive abilities, he did not understand the situation following his arrest. They emphasize his use of illegal substances, implying that this made him vulnerable to police manipulation. Chris's attorney, Bob George, emphasized his client's race, class, and intellectual limitations, portraying him as a prime target for law enforcement. Bob argued that the statement should be interpreted as a false confession, accusing the investigation of ignoring certain leads and failing to identify some footprints and palm prints. The defense contested the concept of rape, arguing that any sexual activity could have been consensual. Bob suggested that Chris and Krista may have had a consensual relationship, with the DNA evidence indicating only voluntary sexual contact during Chris' trash collection. Chris did not testify at the trial, The jury convicted Chris of first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and aggravated burglary. Before being sentenced, he addressed the court, expressing sympathy for the victim's family while maintaining his innocence. Despite his plea, Chris received 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. How often do you worry about your children's safety? Do you know where and who your children are now? Nowadays, every parent strives to maintain a unique connection with their child. Even if your child is an adult, your heart and mind remain with them. The story I want to tell you today is about the genuine bond between a parent and a child. Unfortunately, there are people on Earth who violate that bond. But more about that. The story is set in a small town called Pembroke in southwest Wales. It took place in the year 2021. That is, not much time has elapsed. On December 17, at around 4 a.m., the emergency services received a call from a terrified local resident. The woman discovered a woman's body and a mill pond, a 2-mile-long freshwater reservoir, near the town. After arriving on the scene, paramedics began resuscitation efforts. All signs pointed to the fact that the girl had recently been in the pond, and there was still a chance to save her. However, none of the attempts were successful. The doctors pronounced her dead. She was stripped to the waist and lying face down in the water. The possibility of an accident was almost immediately dismissed. Medical experts discovered strangulation marks on her neck, as well as scratches and bruises on her face and hands. That is, the girl reportedly resisted and tried her hardest to save herself. However, experts confirmed that the girl was strangled before being called and violently pushed into the pond. She had no personal items with her. The police discovered a dry lace top on the shore, indicating that it had been removed before the girl entered the water. The rest of the items were discovered with the assistance of a service dog, which tracked the trail and led the police to an alley 120 meters from where the body was discovered, where they discovered a jacket and a cell phone. The girl's identity had been established. She turned out to be 18-year-old Lily Sullivan, an innocent child for her mother. But, in the eyes of men, a young, blossom, and beautiful young girl was about to begin her independent life. Lily was the only and most welcome child for her mother. Sullivan, who had previously miscarried 14 times, giving birth to a healthy baby was a miraculous event. They shared a unique bond, a trusting relationship. The mother admitted that she had already accepted the fact that she would never have children, and when Lily was born, she was overjoyed. Her daughter taught her about the true purpose and meaning of life. Lily and her family lived in Pembroke suburbs. Friends and acquaintances described her as a cheerful, sweet girl, a true friend who would always come to the rescue with words and actions. She always saw the good in people, but only in herself, and she was harshly criticized. Lily was a great artist. She was a creative person who was critical of her own work. She also drew tattoo sketches, enjoyed bright makeup, and volunteered for a variety of charities. She was always eager to help others. Lily grew up to be an excellent person. At 17, she began her first year of college, and despite her creative work, Lily began working part-time in the evenings at a supermarket, despite being the only and favorite child. She turned 18 in early December. In the eyes of society, she was a beautiful, self-sufficient young girl who had reached the age of independence, the time when relationships with guys who enjoy going out to party usually begins. After reaching the age of majority, Lily began attending parties at clubs and pubs with her friends. On the evening of December 16, 2021, Lily's mother, Anna Sullivan, drove her daughter and her friends to the castle, a pub hosting a Christmas party. The evening at the pub was going very well. So, after the pub, the girls decided to continue their wonderful evening by dancing in a nightclub. Lily was approached to meet 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was spending the night with friends. Lewis was a cricketer who was well known in this part of town, particularly at the nightclub where he'd been partying all night. Lily and Lewis were seen kissing in the club around 11 p.m., which drew the attention of one of Haynes's friends, who took Lewis aside and reminded him that he had a girlfriend and a young child waiting for him back home. But his friend's words did not deter Lewis, and he continued to socialize with her Lily. a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and a 31-year-old man who, despite his wife and small child, decided to exploit the young girl. Lily called her mother around midnight and asked her to pick her up in a few hours. They agreed to meet in a parking lot near the clubhouse. Lily left the club at 1:55 am, and Lewis followed under the pretense of seeing her off. Lewis's friend was waiting outside the club. He called out after her, "I want to remind you that you have a girlfriend and a young daughter waiting for you at home, and she is only 18. Of course, after hearing these words, Lily made her own decision. But Lewis didn't react and continued to follow the girl. Then Lewis and Lily went to an unlit alley near Pembroke Castle, which overlooked Mill Pond. Lewis tried kissing girl again. But Lily foiled his attempt when she overheard her friend's remark about the girl and the baby. She immediately decided to drive to the parking lot where her mother was waiting for her in the car. Anna Sullivan called her daughter at 2:15 a.m. to inform her that she was waiting at the designated location. Lily said she was a few minutes away and would be there soon. She was still on the phone with her mother when the connection was abruptly cut off. Lily's mother waited for her daughter in the car, but her maternal instincts warned her that something was wrong. At that point, Lewis realized that the night was not going to go as planned, and he was not going to get what he wanted in the right way. Kissing her at the club wasn't enough. He desired more. Lewis was unwilling to let her go. He grabbed the girl's arms and attempted to forcefully remove her lace top. Then Lily pushed the intruder away, threatening to accuse him of rape if he didn't stop, and saying his daughter would be ashamed of such a father. These words infuriated the drunken Lewis because he was in the process of gathering documents for the court to establish custody of his daughter, and police attention to his person would jeopardize all plans. He punched Lily several times in the face. He was a grown man with incredible physical strength in comparison to the fragile girl. Lewis had no trouble bringing Lily down. He began choking her aggressively, and when she stopped resisting, he pushed her into the pond. Around this time, a neighbor reported hearing a woman scream, who then stopped and attempted to call her daughter 30 times without success. She did not pick up the phone again. In addition, police searched for evidence. They saw on one of the alleyway CCTV footage how Lily's phone display lit up repeatedly as her mother attempted to contact her. Later, while reviewing CCTV footage, investigators noticed Lewis and Lily walking together down the alley, and 3 hours and 8 minutes later, another camera captured Lewis appearing on the bridge alone. The video clearly shows him first walking, and then starting to run. Another camera at the gas station where Anna Sullivan was waiting for her daughter caught the killer just a few minutes later, at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Anna had been attempting to contact Lily for quite some time. She became very anxious and searched for her with her eyes. That's how she encountered the murderer of her beloved daughter. "I am passing Anna's car." Lewis Haynes looked her in the eyes and then began behaving inappropriately. He overheard Lily and her mother discussing the location and timing of the meeting, and realized he was most likely looking into the eyes of his victim's mother. He started waving his arms and shaking his head at Anna. The stranger's behavior seemed strange. The mother couldn't believe that just a few minutes earlier, this nocturnal stranger had taken the life of her only daughter. Lewis arrived home at around 3:40 a.m. in wet clothes. His arms were deeply scratched. He became hysterical, woke his girlfriend, and begged to be taken to his parents' house. Lewis was so persistent that the girl couldn't help but comply with his request, so he tried to get away as soon as he realized what he had done. The girl wasn't aware of what was happening. On the way, he said, "I believe she is dead," which raised more questions. At 6 a.m., December 17, Lewis was arrested by police at his parents' home. Lewis' father contacted the police. He asked himself hysterically as they let him out, "What in the hell did I do?" Lewis Haynes faced murder charges on December 20, 2021, because of the overwhelming evidence. He admitted to the murder of Lily Sullivan but denied that he committed the sexually motivated crime. He claimed he killed Lily Sullivan because she threatened to report him to the police for rape if he kept harassing her. Lewis claimed that he had an outburst of aggression. He strangled Lily before pushing her into a pond. When he calmed down and realized what he'd done, he went into the pond to help her. But when he realized Lily wasn't breathing, he fled. The court and state prosecutors didn't believe him. The judge stated that if Lewis entered the water, it was only to ensure her death, not to save her. He had his phone with him, but no emergency calls were placed that night. The cameras also showed that he did not seek assistance from passersby, instead heading straight home. Before the sentencing, Anna, whose meaning of life was last, claimed she made a terrible mistake that night. She should have exited the car and gone to meet Lily after the connection was lost, because then she would have had a chance to save her daughter. She was horrified to learn she could have saved her child. 1 month before Lily was murdered, Anna Sullivan experienced a heart attack, and her daughter saved her life. She recognized the dangerous situation and administered first aid before paramedics arrived. She also stated that after her daughter died, she began to experience panic attacks and stopped fearing death because it was the only way she would be able to see her child again in the afterlife. She described Lewis Haynes as pure evil, who, due to his base instincts, destroyed several destinies in a single moment. It's also terrible that Lewis is the father of a daughter. However, because he wanted to satisfy his sexual desire and couldn't control his aggression, he killed an innocent girl. On August 21, 2022, a court sentenced Lewis Haynes to life in prison with the option of parole after 23 years and 4 months. So in 2044, the murderer could be free again. Unfortunately, this story confirms our fears. We live in the 21st century where we already have phones for fast communication, the internet, and other technologies and applications designed to keep users safe. But even that did not help Lily save herself. Such crimes occur on a daily basis in our world, and they almost always end tragically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On May 28, 2008, a seemingly ordinary Wednesday, Moira Jones' life took an unexpected and tragic turn. Moira, a vibrant 40-year-old woman, went out on the town that evening with her boyfriend of 4 years, Paul Thompson. Moira chose Glasgow, Scotland, and the United Kingdom as her home. Her flat overlooks a lovely park in Glasgow's south. In 2003, she left her previous life in London to work as an executive at Britvic. Glasgow quickly captured her heart, and she formed strong bonds with the city and its residents. Moira's fondness for Glasgow stemmed from the residents' warmth and friendliness, as well as their infectious sense of humor. The city, with its abundance of outdoor opportunities, proved to be an ideal place for someone who cherished the open air, trails, hills, glens, and beaches of Moira, providing her with numerous opportunities to explore and enjoy her love of the outdoors. Moira had intended to stay at Paul's house that fateful evening. She arrived with an overnight bag ready for a shared night. However, their argument changed her mind. Determined to sleep in her own flat, she set out for home, not realizing it would be a journey she would never complete. On the morning of May 29, 2008, a grim discovery was made in Glasgow's Queen's Park. A park ranger discovered a lifeless woman's body concealed behind a privet hedge. The tragic scene was nothing short of terrifying. The woman lay face down in the bushes, her lower body exposed, wearing only a pair of socks. Her jacket and bra had been torn, and her trousers were discarded between her legs. Moira's name and personal information were discovered nearby, leading the police to her apartment. To their dismay, there was no sign of Moira at home. They were concerned that the lifeless body they discovered could be hers. The authorities took immediate action and contacted Moira's parents, Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones, who lived in Weston, Staffordshire. The agonizing message they delivered was that they believed Moira's body had been discovered, but they couldn't be certain. They needed the bereaved parents to identify their daughter with heavy hearts and unfathomable grief. Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones made the somber trip to Glasgow. Their worst fears were confirmed when they saw the lifeless body. It was Moira, their beloved daughter. The unimaginable had become a harsh and cruel reality. Moira not only died tragically, but she also suffered the most horrifying fate. She was raped and beaten to death. Moira's younger brother, Grant, who lives all the way in Perth, Australia, received heartbreaking news of his sister's tragic death. He boarded the next available flight back to the United Kingdom, driven by a desire to be with his family during this extremely difficult time. As the investigation into Moira Jones's murder continued, the police faced a perplexing challenge. They had positively identified Moira, but her assailant remained unknown, elusive and unidentified. DNA evidence found on the lawyer's body had definitively ruled out her boyfriend, Paul, as a suspect. Nonetheless, the DNA profile obtained from the crime scene did not match anyone in the United Kingdom's extensive database. In their search for answers, the police cast a wide net, investigating the activities of 22 registered sex offenders living in the area and conducting interviews. They also spoke with people who had committed crimes near the park and underage drinkers who were known to frequent the area. Unfortunately, none of these conversations resulted in significant progress in the case. However, the investigators were able to piece together a timeline of events and obtain crucial CCTV footage showing a man in Moira's company. This unidentified man became the focus of the investigation, and police were eager to find and question him. The investigation's turning point occurred during door-to-door inquiries. When the police spoke with a woman named Lucy Pechlova, her information would prove to be the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Moira Jones' tragic death. Lucy's account to the police revealed the presence of a man named Marek Harkar, a 6'3" old former Slovakian soldier. Lucy and Marek previously worked together in Liverpool in 2007. Marek arrived in Glasgow on May 18, 2008. When he needed a place to stay, Lucy offered him her bed on Queen's Drive. Marek's visit to Lucy's house, however, was not productive. Although he was supposed to be job hunting, he instead drank heavily and watched explicit videos. Marek left the bedside around 10 p.m. On May 28, allegedly drunk, and informed Lucy that he was going out to find a lady of easy virtue. Marek returned to the bedside around 3:15 a.m. According to Lucy, he looked different the next morning and appeared to be afraid of something. Surprisingly, Marek left the bedside on June 1, abandoning all of his belongings without warning. Later investigations revealed that Marek flew to the Czech Republic and then traveled by bus to Slovakia. Lucy handed over Marek's possessions to the police, who conducted DNA testing and discovered a crucial link to the crime, marking a significant breakthrough in the case. A Marek's black leather jacket was discovered to contain traces of Morris blood, providing compelling evidence with significant implications for the ongoing investigation. Marek Harkar's arrest and extradition to the United Kingdom marks a significant development in the Moira Jones case. He faced a number of serious charges, including murder, rape, and robbery, and his trial began on March 12, 2009, in Glasgow. Throughout the proceedings, Marek maintained a not guilty plea to all charges. The court heard that Marek arrived in the United Kingdom in 2007. Morris had been in Glasgow for only 10 days when he was tragically murdered. The prosecution's case centered on Marek as the perpetrator. They presented a compelling story, alleging that on the night of May 28, Moira was on her way home from her boyfriend's house. But Marek had completely different plans. He had been drinking heavily, including beer and vodka, and was overheard saying he was going out to find a woman. Moira returned to her flat, where she had originally planned to spend the night, carrying a large black overnight bag and parking her car about 60 yards away near Queen's Park, according to the prosecution. It was approximately 11:30 p.m. The prosecution claimed that at this point, Marek approached Moira and forced her to walk along a path with him. CCTV footage obtained from a passing first bus captured two people crossing Langside Road and walking along the perimeter of Queen's Park, providing crucial evidence. The jury noticed a stark difference in height and stature between the two figures in the footage. Moira, who stood only 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed less than 9 stone, appeared much smaller than the man accompanying her. The prosecution claimed that the towering figure was Marek, who, at 6 feet 3 inches and a kickboxing enthusiast, had a significant physical advantage over Moira. The prosecution also outlined the written Marek allegedly forced Moirato to accompany a witness who reported seeing a man and a woman near a holly bush near the tennis courts, where 6 buttons from the wire top and a cigarette buttock bearing Marek's DNA were found. Furthermore, CCTV footage captured a man exiting the park near Queen's Park Baptist Church on Balvicar Drive at 2:15 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this individual was Marek, who had been alone at the time. The prosecution's case painted a bleak and distressing picture of the events at Queen's Park. According to their account, Marek Harkar forced Moira into the park, assaulted her violently and sexually, and stole some of her belongings. The autopsy findings revealed the horrific extent of Moira's injuries and shed light on the harrowing attack she had to endure. Moira's autopsy results indicated that she did not die from her injuries before 2 a.m., implying that she may have survived her ordeal for about 2.5 hours. Moira had sustained 65 distinct blunt force trauma injuries as a result of punches, kicks, and stomps, according to the examination. These injuries were the result of severe and sustained blunt force trauma. A forensic pathologist identified 65 external injuries, including a broken nose and 2 black eyes. Moira suffered brain damage, fractures to her right cheekbone and larynx, and bruised ribs. She had extensive bruising on her head and face, and one of her front teeth had been knocked out. Bruising spread to her chest, back, legs, and buttocks. Dr. Black's compelling testimony, which revealed the tragic details surrounding Moira Jones' death, captivated the courtroom. Dr. Black, an expert witness, revealed that Moira's head and neck injuries were the primary factors contributing to her tragic death. In a chilling revelation, she suggested that small hemorrhages in Moira's eyes indicated a possible asphyxiation factor in her death. The presence of bruises on the backs of her hands and arms raised additional concerns, which Dr. Black described as common defensive injuries. Dr. Black's expert testimony also highlighted the distressing aspect of the case. There was no evidence of a weapon being used in the attack. Instead, she believed the injuries were caused by physical blows to the fists or feet. Moira speculated that the extensive bruising on her neck was caused by an arm, leg, or knee compressing more of his neck while she was on the ground. As Dr. Black described additional distressing findings, the courtroom atmosphere became increasingly somber. Moira's brain was bleeding between layers, and there was a moderate amount of blood in her windpipe, indicating the gruesome ordeal she had been through. It was later discovered that she had swallowed some of the blood during the attack. Dr. Black also revealed that Moira had consumed other items during the assault, including bark fragments, grassy fragments, plant cuticle fragments, and leaf skeleton fragments. The implications were chilling, implying that Moira had been forced to consume these items while alive. The final damning piece of evidence was the DNA discovery. A vaginal swab yielded a semen sample from the boy's body, and DNA found on more of his clothes and body matched Merrick's DNA, with the jury being told that there was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance that it belonged to someone other than Merrick. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, each contributing their own piece to the chilling puzzle of Moira Jones' murder. Several residents near Queen's Park reported hearing disturbing noises on the night of May 28. One woman who lives in a flat overlooking the park recalled a chilling incident in which a loud scream pierced the night, only to be abruptly silenced. Other couples strolling through the park reported hearing Moira's obvious distress. Even a cab driver turned to his partner and said, "If there was a murder, we just heard about it." It was a shocking revelation that, despite the busy street and the large number of people who heard a woman screaming and in distress, no one intervened or called the police, allowing the tragic events to unfold in silence. In addition, a neighbor who lived near the bedside where Merrick stayed provided compelling testimony. He described how Mara approached him on the night of May 28th, frantically saying, "I'm looking for a woman." In her closing statements, the prosecutor urged the jury to convict her based on the evidence presented. The prosecutor painted a chilling picture of the heinous murder witnessed by Moira Jones, pleading with the jury to base their decision on evidence, rather than the overwhelming emotional horror of the event. On the other side of the courtroom, the defense vehemently claimed that the police had charged the wrong man. They claimed that 3 other men were involved in the murder, despite Merrick's innocence, and that one of these men, Jason Mulrin, a convicted sex offender, was at Lucy's bedside during the crime. They pointed out similarities between his previous criminal acts and Moira's attack, emphasizing his lack of an alibi on the night Moira was killed. The defense also claimed that Jason confessed to the murder to his ex-girlfriend, who became so concerned that she reported it to the police. However, when Jason testified in court, he categorically denied any involvement in Moira's rape or death, contradicting the defense's allegations. The defense urged the jury to find Marek not guilty and to consider the possibility that another man was responsible for the murder. They also emphasized the importance of skepticism when evaluating the prosecution's DNA evidence, reminding the jury that scientists can only provide probabilities and that DNA should be viewed as one piece of evidence among many. Marek Harkar's fate now lay in the hands of the jury, which had the difficult task of determining the truth in this complex and chilling case. The trial lasted 20 days and kept the courtroom in suspense. However, the jury delivered its verdict quickly, finding Marek guilty of all charges in less than 2 hours. The judge imposed a harsh sentence, sentencing Marek to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. In the aftermath of Moira's tragic murder, her family turned their grief into a noble cause. They founded the Moira Fund, a charity that helps families in the United Kingdom who have been bereaved by murder. The charity provides grants to cover a variety of expenses, including funeral costs and transportation to court, assisting those in need during their darkest hours. Moira's memory continues to provide comfort and support to others who have experienced similar tragedies. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Limer Township, named after the first settler William Evans, is one of thousands of small and cozy towns scattered across the country in January 2023, in the state of Pennsylvania. A measured and quiet life flows here, and nothing appears to disturb this harmony. The inhabitants of such places know each other by sight, and their friendships unite many of them into one family. Jennifer and Blair's friendship began while they were working as business partners on joint projects. Even after Blair decided to become a simple chef, their bond remained strong. Their friendship developed beyond the confines of business and became more than just a working relationship. Jennifer's friendship with Noah, her autistic 8-year-old son, took on added significance. Blair had always shown his friend genuine concern and assistance in caring for Noah. Their children were friends as well. They frequently spent time together, and when the children's games ran late, Noah would spend the night at the Watts house. Jennifer Brown, born in 1979, was a vibrant and active woman. She was always smiling and exuded a positive energy that spread to everyone around her. Friends and family often wondered how she managed to do so much and be so active. Her true calling, however, was motherhood. Nothing was known about her son Noah's father, but this situation did not overshadow their lives. On the contrary, it strengthened Jennifer. Taking care of her young son, Jennifer became a reliable support and best friend for him, especially after Noah was diagnosed with autism in early childhood. Mom and son were inseparable friends who spent a lot of time together, sharing happy moments and helping each other in times of need. Everyone who knew them felt tenderness and admiration for them because of their friendship. The people of the small town noticed their closeness and admired this family for their joy and genuine kindness. Unfortunately, none of them could have predicted what happened to Jennifer on January 3, 2023. She vanished without a trace. The Limerick Township Police Department received a disturbing call from Antonio Blair Watts Richardson on the morning of January 4, 2023. He was deeply concerned about his close friend's disappearance. Despite the fact that it had only been less than 24 hours since he had last seen her or heard her voice, his anxiety was growing by the minute. Tony had been attempting to contact Jennifer for several hours and had received no response. This was completely unlike her. She was always active and responsible, always answering calls or messages, especially when it came to her son Noah. However, for some reason, the boy's mother did not meet him after school on this particular day. The missing person's family and friends knew what a loving mother and caring woman she was. As a result, her sudden disappearance alarmed everyone who knew her and left no one indifferent. Antonio's 911 call was the first step in a long and mysterious investigation that would soon engulf and shake the entire city. A massive search was launched immediately after Blair reported his girlfriend missing. Police officers, family members, and friends banded together in the hope of uncovering any evidence that could shed light on Jennifer's disappearance. Many questions remained unanswered, the main one being what could have caused the caring mother to abandon her son without explanation. Officer Stephen Crawford of the Limerick Township Police Department went to the Brown family's home at 4 p.m. that afternoon to see what was going on. He discovered her vehicle parked by the porch of the family home. When he entered the house, he discovered that her keys, purse, tablet, and work cell phone remained. The officer, however, was unable to locate Jennifer's personal cell phone. When police attempted to locate it, it was discovered that the phone had been turned off at 7 a.m. on January 4th and has not been found since. The last location where the signal was received was near Lewis Road and Ridgepike in Limerick. This was the investigation's first significant lead, and it indicated that something terrible had happened to Jennifer. She was reported missing, and police began an investigation. Investigators began questioning Jennifer's family, friends, and neighbors, hoping to learn if anyone saw or heard anything around the time she went missing. However, none of the young woman's loved ones or acquaintances could offer any useful information. Jennifer's Aunt Diane Brem, as well as her friends Tiffany Barron and Blair Watts, claimed that the young mother would never have left her son alone. This was a woman who was completely devoted to her child. All efforts by authorities and volunteers were futile. They couldn't find any traces or clues to Jennifer's whereabouts. Her family members appealed to the public via the media for any information on the young woman's possible whereabouts. A prize was set up, but it was also inconclusive. Jennifer Brown's mysterious disappearance was just getting started, leaving investigators and family members with questions and anxious expectations. The police investigation began with a thorough examination of all of the events of that day, and her close friend Blair Watts, who was the last person to see Jennifer alive that day, was brought to the forefront. Jennifer and Blair sat in their cozy living room on an ordinary January day, discussing life, future plans, and their children. Their children frequently played together, and Jennifer had asked a friend to pick up her son Noah from school so that they could spend the evening together. This was a common occurrence among friends. Blair, being the loyal friend that he was, agreed and immediately headed to the school to pick up Noah after they finished their conversation. But then something strange happened at school the next day. Noah's behavior was unusual, which worried his teachers. They discovered that the boy had missed 2 doses of his medication, which helped him manage his illness-related condition. Jennifer had always been a devoted mother, never neglecting her son's caregiving responsibilities and always keeping in touch with teachers if anything went wrong at school. The school staff attempted to locate his mother and were informed by Noah that she had gone to the grocery store and had not returned. This raised even more concerns because the sensitive woman's behavior was out of character. She never left her son alone. Jennifer's friend Blair Watts tried unsuccessfully to contact her at the same time. Blair decided to go to the bus stop to pick up her son after not hearing back from Jennifer or contacting her. However, when the woman failed to appear and Blair's concern grew by the minute, he was forced to go to the police station and report his friend missing. As time passed, no new information about the missing woman's whereabouts emerged. Hopes for her return had been fading with each passing day since the investigation began. Jennifer appeared to have vanished without a trace and might never be found. However, 2 weeks after her disappearance was reported, on January 18th, 2 employees working in a warehouse near Roseford in the neighboring municipality of Limerick Township discovered something strange. They came out of the building to get some coffee and noticed a freshly dug hole in front of them. They were horrified to discover the body of a woman buried in a shallow grave when they went closer to inspect it. The workers immediately called the cops, who arrived at the graveyard. After examining the body, police identified Jennifer Brown as the young woman they had been looking for the past 2 weeks. The sheriff called her family to inform them that the body of the missing woman had been discovered partially buried near a warehouse in Roseford. Jennifer's death was clearly violent, according to an autopsy. Her death was caused by asphyxiation, and she suffered from 3 broken ribs. This indicated that Jennifer had most likely fought her assailant, who had beaten her to subdue her. The investigation's focus has shifted. The missing person case was reclassified as a murder investigation, and police interviewed everyone who knew the murdered woman, including her family and friends. These interviews, however, provided no new information about the case, and the police had no suspects. The investigation appeared to be coming to an end, and the police had no one to follow up on. However, when the detectives least expected it, they received a tip from an unexpected source. After the news of Jennifer's disappearance and murder broke, Police asked anyone with information that could help them solve this mysterious case to come forward. Noah's teacher stood up. She recalled a case that, at first glance, appeared unimportant to her, but raised serious suspicions after Jennifer's death was discovered. Noah, according to the teacher, told her an important detail about Jennifer's disappearance on January 4th. Little Noah told her that when Blair Watts picked him up from the bus stop on January 3rd, he noticed his mother's personal cell phone among Blair's belongings. Noah recognized it right away because the lock screen displayed his own childhood photograph. That moment proved crucial in the investigation into the young woman's murder. Investigators had previously assumed that Jennifer's killer had taken her cell phone. Blair Watts was thrust into the spotlight as the prime suspect. The police began to investigate Jennifer and Blair's relationship, and mysterious details began to emerge, shocking even experienced investigators. Jennifer and Tony's friendship appeared to be strong and long-lasting. They spent a lot of time together, got to know each other well, and their families interacted. However, once the business side of their relationship was revealed, it was revealed that there was a dark history lurking beneath the mask of friendship. Blair Watts was the owner of the Bird's Kitchen restaurant, which unfortunately fell into disrepair and closed in early 2022. Blair then turned to his friend and asked for her assistance. Jennifer decided to invest in her friend's business in August 2022 in order to help him reopen Bird's Kitchen in a new location. They agreed to a contract in which Jennifer agreed to make regular financial contributions to the restaurant every 6 weeks or so. Jennifer handed over approximately $36,000 to Blair between August and January to rebuild the business, according to Blair. They also agreed that she would give him an additional $99,000. Blair was to find a new location for the restaurant, deposit some of the money as rent, and enter into a contract to reopen Birdie's Kitchen in January 2023, according to their agreement. However, it was discovered that the funds allocated for the investment were spent on Blair's personal needs. His failure to fulfill his financial obligations was brought to the attention of the property owners with whom he had entered into the agreement. As a result, they terminated their agreement with him on December 26, 2022. Blair found himself in an impossible situation. He not only lost his money, but also the chance to open his restaurant. The police began to suspect that he had decided to commit a heinous crime in order to save his business out of desperation. Investigators discovered 2 unauthorized transfers of $177,000 to Birdie's Kitchen on January 3rd, after closely scrutinizing Jennifer's iPad's financial transaction history. The funds were not included in Brown and Blair's formal agreement. Furthermore, the transfers failed several times and were only successful after the iPad's 2-factor authentication system was disabled, pointing to Jennifer's friend's involvement in her murder. The owners of the property who had terminated their lease with Blair were then interviewed by police. On January 4th, the day Blair reported Jennifer missing, he appeared in front of them, claiming to have the funds to enter into a lease agreement. Blair was identified as the murderer by investigators. They needed irrefutable evidence because they knew he would never admit his guilt. Their first step was to question Blair's wife, Tiara Taylor, about where Blair was on the day Jennifer vanished. Tiara told detectives that Blair paid a visit to the Brown family on January 3rd around 1 p.m. and didn't arrive home until 4:30 a.m. when he picked Noah up from the bus stop. Tiara also claimed that her husband returned home briefly before leaving around 5:00 p.m. and didn't come back until late that night. This time frame became crucial. Further investigation revealed that Blair had spent the night with his mistress, Tatiana Garrett, and did not return to her until around 8:00 p.m. This meant Blair had no alibi between 5:00 and 8:00 p.m. Detectives assembled an alleged chronology of the murder based on the available evidence. Blair went to Jennifer's house around 1:00 p.m. on January 3rd, while Noah was at school, according to their version, and allegedly murdered her. He then transferred funds from the murdered woman's iPad to his account and left around 4:00 p.m. to pick up Noah from the bus stop. He later returned to Jennifer's house, dropped off Noah, and returned to the crime scene to dispose of the body. He buried the body in a shallow grave in a field near Roseford. The killer then went to Tatiana's house, where he spent the rest of the night. Everything was meticulously planned, and it appears that the murderer might have gone unnoticed if it hadn't been for one fatal mistake. That blunder was allowing Noah access to his mother's cell phone. That was the decisive moment that led the cops straight to Blair. Law enforcement now had enough evidence to convict Blair, but they decided to conduct additional investigations to determine his guilt. It required the participation of film experts, as well as a specially trained dog capable of detecting cadaveric odors indoors. First, the dog was brought to Jennifer's house to learn the scent of the woman. The terrible crime had occurred in her own kitchen. The dog was then directed to Blair's car, where it immediately detected the same depressing odor. It was the final piece of evidence needed to convince detectives that Blair was involved in the murder. Blair was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, and theft on February 8th, after months of investigation. He is currently incarcerated at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility without bail and awaits a preliminary hearing in which he will have to answer for his heinous actions in front of the law. Jennifer's friends and family were devastated when she was discovered dead. However, the pain and shock that the killer was someone they knew and trusted, someone who should have been a close friend to Jennifer and her son, continued to pierce their hearts. However, now that the murderer has been identified and apprehended, they can finally feel that justice has been served. During the interview, Tiffany Barron, a friend of Jennifer's who spoke on her behalf, expressed her feelings. "I still dream about Jennifer, and Noah keeps asking about my mom, and I don't know what to say." If Blair is found guilty at the end of the investigation and trial, he will be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Jennifer's 8-year-old son's keen observation helped solve the case. The boy noticed a mistake made by the murderer, which aided in the discovery of the truth and the punishment of the criminal. The Limmer Township tragedy serves as yet another reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes will be solved sooner or later. Meanness and inhumanity will not go unpunished, and the perpetrators will be brought to justice before the law sooner or later. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was due to give birth as soon as possible. Doctors predicted labor in a few weeks. Belinda, like all pregnant women, was extremely tired and quickly exhausted. She still had her son Evan, who needed attention and care. That day, David decided to relieve his wife of household chores and give her some time to rest in the evening. To keep her from being distracted, he and his son went for a walk in the park. The father and son were enjoying their walk in the fresh air. Walking quickly tires and whets the appetite, so they stopped at a cafe to eat a sandwich and drink a Coke. After the cafe, they drove home. David parked the car and noticed that the front door to his house had broken glass. "Evan, I'm going to take you to visit Harland for a bit, okay?" David asked. Without waiting for his son's response, he quickly led him across the street to a neighboring house where family friends lived. "Why can't we go to Mom's?" asked the son, who struggled to keep up with his father. David replied, "Mom is in the hospital right now." He didn't know what else to say, so he kept going. Quentin Harland had barely opened the door to the unexpected visitors and had not even had a chance to greet them when David took his son into the living room and ran toward his house. Quentin, not understanding anything, yelled at his wife to look after the child and ran after his silent friend. "What's the matter, Quentin?" he yelled. But when he saw the Temple's broken front door, he realized David most likely had no idea what was waiting for him inside. The house was a disaster, with all of the closets open, items scattered on the floor, and, worst of all, blood trails leading to the stairs. Quentin pushed David aside and noticed Belinda lying belly down beneath the stairs in the dressing room, her arms spread apart and a large hole in the back of her head. David, apparently in shock, did not cry out, did not say anything, did not rush to his wife's body but instead took out his cell phone and dialed the police number. The operator on the other end of the line had not anticipated the brutality of the murder, so he instructed David to check Belinda's pulse and even perform CPR. "What the hell kind of CPR are you talking about? Her head is splattered all over the walls," he replied. Police officers responded quickly to the scene, but they did not enter the house for a long time. Shaq, the Temple family's bull terrier, growled and barked at the unfamiliar uniformed men, appearing ready to lunge at the police officers. One officer even drew his service pistol. David, who had emerged from the house, yelled for them to put their guns away and hurriedly led the aggressive dog into the garage. Once inside the house where the tragedy occurred, the police investigated and concluded that burglars had been at work. They were unaware that the mistress was in the house at the time. Even though she was pregnant, they had no choice but to shoot her and thus eliminate the witness. In 1986, Belinda attended college in her hometown. Even though her twin sister Brenda left to attend Steve Austin University, Belinda remained with her parents because, in high school, she began dating Marshall Kelmy, who was 3 years her senior and whom she adored. Her father and mother were against the relationship. At the very least, because of her boyfriend, their daughter would be unable to obtain a prestigious education, and as is typical, she would become pregnant early and drop out of even a community college. There were numerous scandals in their household regarding this topic. Carol's mother refused to let her daughter start a joint life with Marshall, saying, "He is nobody to you. When you get married, you can move out anywhere, but until then, you have your own house." Belinda was a stubborn girl who always got her way, so her mother's words must have served as a wake-up call. Later, at a family dinner to which Marshall had been invited despite his reservations, the young couple announced their engagement. There was a palpably silence at the table. "Well, now that they've decided," Mom gritted her teeth, and they remained silent for the rest of the evening. Belinda had made the decision herself, wanting to show her parents that she was an adult capable of making her own decisions. Her boyfriend was not particularly eager for an official marriage, but he did not refuse his girlfriend's proposal. Belinda packed her belongings and moved in with her husband, who was still living with his parents at the time, with no plans to rent a separate place. Indeed, their relationship was unaffected by their official marriage. As previously stated, Belinda did everything she could to avoid motherly reproaches and achieve independence. But the taste of this life proved to be very bitter. Not 6 months later, Marshall began to spend little time at home, claiming to be working late but in fact with another woman. Belinda found out when she noticed her husband acting strangely one day. She waited until his workday was over before following her husband. That's when everything came to light. Marshall was walking hand in hand with a strange woman, most likely a colleague. The deceived wife did not organize any fights or G-Lucy scenes, but instead packed her belongings and returned to her mother. The guilty Marshall hung around her house for a long time, frequently calling to beg her forgiveness, but Belinda was unwavering and too proud to forgive the young man. They soon divorced. By 1998, Belinda was pregnant with her child, but continued to work part-time at the school. The children listened to her half-heartedly, respected her for her fairness, and were even slightly scared. Belinda was concerned that due to her pregnancy, she would miss the inter-school basketball competition and would be unable to adequately prepare the team. Her colleague, Richard Bachman, didn't care about her team or children in general. He had confessed to her numerous times that if he had another job, he would have quit being a teacher long ago. Belinda despised this attitude and couldn't understand why this flabby and overweight 40-year-old man was still in his position. Belinda was not one of those teachers who tolerated student absenteeism, so when she discovered that one of her students, high school senior Riley Joe Sanders, had been absent from class for months, she immediately contacted her colleagues. She wanted to know if this was her fault as a teacher or if the boy was a habitual truant. Her colleagues responded that it was not her fault. The boy was raised in a bad family, no one cared about him, and he only attended school on rare occasions. Belinda could not leave it at that. That same evening, she went to see his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious conversation with her, which later proved fruitful. However, it did not meet the young teacher's expectations. Riley Joe Sanders came to class and practiced on an equal footing with the other students. But during a basketball game, when Sanders pushed his opponent and Belinda pointed out Riley's disgusting behavior, he insulted her with the last words, saying something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You better look around, especially in the evenings." After her breakup with Marshall in 1987, Belinda had nothing left in her hometown, so she accompanied her sister to Stephen F. Austin State University. She enjoyed her time at the university. It appeared that she had truly discovered her calling. In addition to studying, she worked part-time as a basketball coach, and the young woman had high hopes. At the same university, she met David Temple. He, like Belinda, was a part-time soccer coach who also played as captain of the university team. Soccer was an important part of David's life. He had been playing since he was a child, and it was clear from the start that he would become a school star. Despite David's difficult personality, he always played well for his team and was respected by all teachers. He could easily insult someone or start a fight, but he got away with it all while on the field during the game. Belinda also attended the Taste, and David's parents idolized her. They liked that she, like their son, was a big sports fan, so they had a lot in common. But her twin sister and Belinda's friends were not pleased with the union. They knew Belinda as a strong-willed and independent woman, and in this relationship, she changed dramatically. She became constrained, silent, and humble. Her whole life seemed to revolve around pleasing David. In addition to everything else, Belinda's toxic relationship caused her to become estranged from her family. Calls to her parents became increasingly infrequent, and trips home, whether for vacation or weekends, ceased entirely. Who in the family might like this? Closer to graduation, the couple purchased a bull terrier and named him Shaq. After receiving their long-awaited diplomas, David and Belinda married. In 1999, police began investigating the crime scene. How could a burglar enter a home guarded by such a vicious dog? In fact, how could the perpetrator distract the bull terrier that was preventing the police from entering the Temple yard? Then they focused their attention on the front door. The glass was broken, as if the perpetrator attempted to open the lock from inside. However, in that case, the shards of glass would have been near the threshold. They were in the distance, to the right of the entrance. So, when the door was unlocked, the glass broke. Why would they do this? In the living room, there was a box on a nightstand and a toppled TV on the floor next to it. The policeman opened it, revealing earrings, rings, a chain, and gold jewelry. Additionally, it was unclear why the robber did not touch the jewelry. With each passing minute inside the Temple family home, the police officers became increasingly convinced that everything had happened in a dramatization. They knew from experience that in a robbery, the criminal takes everything they can find and carries it away. However, it appeared that nothing had been taken. Then there was the dog who would not leave their thoughts. Something was obviously wrong here. The murder was committed by firing a shot in the back of the head, most likely with a 12-gauge shotgun, while the victim was kneeling with their back to the killer. However, shotguns are not a popular weapon among robbers. It's extremely difficult to carry or transport without being noticed. In Belinda's case, the murder occurred at 4 p.m., and no criminal would walk around with a shotgun in broad daylight. "David, do you keep any weapons at home?" one officer inquired. "Yeah, I have a couple of rifles," David explained. David showed the police officers his weapons, but not the shotgun that could have killed Belinda. The cops asked David to accompany them to the station to provide a statement and take inventory of the stolen items. The man was extremely nervous, but he went with the police officers. His son, Evan, who had no idea what had happened, stayed at Harlan's house. In 1996, David Temple and Quentin Harlan were not only neighbors, but also worked at the same school. You could say they were true friends. They frequently met outside of work hours to watch games on TV or have a family BBQ. Something other than their shared interest in sports brought David and Quentin together one day. Heather Scott was a new young teacher at the school. Quentin immediately paid attention to her, gave her various signs of interest, and even invited her to dinner one night. But Heather turned him down. Quentin happened to have a rival who, surprisingly, turned out to be David. Quentin was outraged and resentful that his married friend, who even had a son, was developing a secret relationship at work. You have to give it to Quentin. He was a good friend who could keep secrets. Heather had no idea David was married because he didn't wear a wedding ring and didn't tell her anything about his real life. Furthermore, outside of the school, David and Heather appeared to be a happy couple, which was noticed by the entire teaching staff. Belinda knew nothing about David's second life. She once talked to Quentin and told him she suspected her husband of cheating. However, Quentin, of course, dissuaded the suffering wife. "You have a vivid imagination. David is your husband and a great family man. How could you think such a thing?" said the man. And there was plenty to think about. If David had previously been extremely reverent toward Belinda, he could now insult his wife in public. For example, he frequently referred to her as fat, despite the fact that she had only gained a few pounds since giving birth. He asked her to move to another room when there were guests in the house, as if her untidy appearance scared them, and so on. Instead of having a serious conversation with her husband about it, Belinda accepted this attitude toward herself while crying at night and feeling deeply unhappy as a woman. Meanwhile, David was enjoying his new relationship with Heather. In 1999, the police suspected David but couldn't prove it. Flipping through the case files of burglaries in the neighborhood, they discovered that 8 days before the murder at the Temple House, a house on the next street was burglarized, and the perpetrator was Riley Joe Sanders, the same persistent truant from the school where Belinda taught and who had threatened her. He was immediately brought in for questioning. Riley had no alibi on the day of the murder, and his father owned a shotgun, albeit a 12 gauge. However, when they searched the Sanders house, no weapon was discovered. When the high school student discovered that, police had every reason to detain him. He admitted that on the day of the teacher's murder, he was with friends and concealed it because he was with a large group of people smoking pot and did not want to frame others with his testimony. Riley's charge has been dropped. David became increasingly estranged from his family after starting a new relationship with a co-worker in 1998. His psychological pressure on his wife increased gradually. He never raised his hand to her, and their entire communication consisted of insults. It was during this year that Belinda discovered she was pregnant again. This news made her forget all of David's previous offenses, and she was ecstatic. David appeared to be attempting to portray himself as a happy father as well, but it was ineffective. David didn't always return home at night, and Belinda was afraid to ask why, because her husband could become enraged and cause a major scandal. A pregnant woman didn't want that. Belinda frequently asked David to assist her in preparing for the baby's birth, such as going to the store for supplies, making repairs in the new children's room, and installing wall shelves. David ignored all of his wife's requests, and Belinda, despite her position, began to do everything herself, including going shopping, painting the walls, and assembling the purchased furniture. David made no effort at all. Christmas was coming. Belinda was already 8 months pregnant. She decided to talk with her husband about what they would give each other. However, David suggested that they not exchange gifts this year because the money saved would be better spent on the baby who was about to be born. Especially since the doctors had warned the expectant mother that she might go into premature labor and the baby could be born before the new year, Christmas arrived. Despite their agreement not to give each other anything, David never gave Belinda anything, not even a small gift. Furthermore, he packed his belongings and announced that he would be spending the entire New Year's holiday with friends on the hunt. Belinda informed her sister, and she canceled all plans to visit her so that Belinda would not feel abandoned. As the doctors warned, labor could start at any time. David, of course, was not on any hunting trips with his friends. He spent the holidays with Heather, who wore a gold necklace that Temple had given her for Christmas. In 2007, it appeared that David Temple had nearly forgotten about his wife's murder, as if Belinda Temple had never existed. He didn't care that 5 years had passed since the murder, and the perpetrator had yet to be identified. He married Heather in 2001, and together they raised Evan. However, In November 2004, he received a knock on the door. On the doorstep, police officers handcuffed David and informed him that he was being held on suspicion of murdering Belinda Temple. David, like before, denied everything. David's trial didn't start until 2007. According to the investigation, the motive for the crime was his new romantic relationship with Heather. David's interviewees stated that they overheard him bragging about how easily he swapped his fat and pregnant wife for a young and beautiful Heather on several occasions during her pregnancy. According to the prosecution, David murdered Belinda as soon as she returned home from work because the young woman was wearing her work uniform and shoes. He then began the robbery by throwing items around the house before quickly driving to the park with his son, providing an alibi. The prosecution also stated that nothing was stolen from the house and that there was a vicious dog in the yard who would not allow any strangers into the house. The murder weapon was most likely dropped by David in the rice paddy, as witnesses saw David's car stop near the paddy with only Evan in it. However, the shotgun was never found in that location. Heather testified that before Belinda's murder, their relationship with David was not serious, and she didn't even love him. Temple clearly disliked these words, which added confusion to the jury's decision. Could David kill his wife for a non-serious relationship? Or is Heather lying to save her husband in this way? In November 2007, David was sentenced to life in prison. In 2009, Riley Sanders' friend goes to the police to clear his conscience. Riley told him a few years ago that he took his father's shotgun with the intent of robbing the Temple family home and teaching his teacher a lesson about his mother's popularity at school. And he almost got into the house, but at that point, a bull terrier ran out of the garage, and Riley shot at the dog but did not hit him, and he quickly fled, fearing that the sound of shotgun fire would attract the neighbors. The court received this testimony, and the case was reviewed. In the meantime, David was released from prison on bail. Heather had no intention of marrying a man who had spent so much time in jail and didn't know how long he would be there. She has filed for divorce. The jury took a long time to decide what type of punishment David deserved. The pandemic began when Temple was free, and the court had yet to decide on a sentence. It was not until 2023 that the case was reviewed. In the end, David was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 17 years. His son Evan did not believe his father was capable of such a cold-blooded murder until the very end of the trial, and he supported him throughout. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Donna Ellen Brown was born November 10, 1963, in Florida. Donna was the eldest of 3 girls. She was attractive, intelligent, and successful in her job as an operating room technician. She met nuclear engineer Mark Winger, and the two married in a traditional Jewish ceremony in 1989. Donna and Mark appear to be the picture perfect couple. They were successful and had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. However, not every story ends perfectly from the start. On Tuesday, August 29, 1995, at 4:27 p.m., Mark Winger called 911 to report that a man was harming his wife, Mark, who lived in Springfield, Illinois. His 31-year-old wife, Donna Winger, called the dispatcher to report that he had shot the man. When the cops arrived, Donna was in critical condition after being hit in the head with a hammer 7 times. A 27-year-old man named Roger Harrington was found beside Donna in critical condition, having sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Both victims were immediately transported to the hospital, where Roger died shortly after arrival and Darla died a few minutes later without regaining consciousness. The police secured the residence and discovered no evidence of forced entry. Mark, visibly distressed, told the police that he shot the man after witnessing the attack on his wife. Mark described how he was in the basement on the treadmill when he heard noises upstairs, prompting him to investigate. He found their adopted baby Bailey on the bed in the master bedroom, but no sign of Donna. When Mark heard more noises downstairs, he grabbed his handgun from the bedroom nightstand and headed for the dining room. Mark saw a man in the hallway wielding a hammer and assaulting Donna. Mark shot the man, and as he attempted to rise, he fired a second shot. The police discovered the bloodied hammer used in the assault, which belonged to both Donna and Mark. The house also contained a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, which Mark confirmed was the weapon used. When Mark asked about the identity of the man who had attacked his wife, the police confirmed that it was Roger. Mark then said, "That's the man who has been harassing my wife this week." According to Mark, Donna had traveled to Florida to visit her parents 6 days before. Her mother dropped her off at the airport, and a driver named Roger, hired through a limousine company in St. Louis, Missouri, drove her back to Springfield. According to Mark, Donna, Roger was excessively talking and flirtatious during the 2-hour drive, expressing a preference for older women and inviting them to intimate parties. The conversation took a dark turn when he revealed hearing a disturbing voice named Dom instructing him to harm others. Mark called the cops, saying the guy scared her. She stated that he was extremely frightening. He threatened to kill people, set car bombs, and mutilate them. Dawn has returned to Springfield. She informed her family about the unsettling encounter, expressing fear and discomfort as a result of the disturbing conversation and erratic driving. Mark told the police that, despite safely returning home, the situation persisted. Donna received several strange phone calls, and based on the timing, she suspected Roger was the caller. The police found a note in the house that described Donna's unsettling car ride. Mark also told the police that he reported the incident to Roger's employer, which resulted in Roger's suspension, which Mark believed could have exacerbated the situation. The police discovered Roger's car parked outside the Winger house, facing the wrong direction. They discovered various weapons inside, including a knife and a tire iron. Authorities concluded that Mark acted in self-defense, and they chose not to press charges due to the traumatic circumstances. The case was closed with an acknowledgement that Mark had already experienced significant distress. Mark appeared deeply affected by the events. Mark and Donna had moved to Springfield shortly after their wedding, where they discovered happiness. Donna worked as an operating room technician at Memorial Medical Center, and Mark was an engineer with the Illinois Department of Nuclear Safety. Despite facing challenges, such as Donna's initial distress at learning she couldn't conceive, their lives took a positive turn when a doctor informed them of a teenager willing to place her baby for adoption. On June 1, 1995, Donna and Mark happily welcomed Bailey, their adopted daughter. Following Donna's tragic death, Bailey, now responsible for the infant, chose to remain in the same house. To help with childcare, he hired a nanny, Rebecca Simic. Rebecca unexpectedly became pregnant a few months into her job and gave birth to a daughter named Anna. Mark and Rebecca married just over a year after Donna died. Mark decided to sell the house and sever ties with Donna's family. The new family, Mark, Rebecca, Bailey, and Anna, relocated to a different town. They gradually expanded their family by adding 2 more children, Maggie and Ben. Donna's close friend Donna Schultz told the police in 1999 that she had an affair with Mark while Donna was still alive, and that Mark made troubling statements that she remembered. Donna Mark believes it would be easier for us to be together if Dawn had just died. All you'd have to do is enter and find the body. Donna also provided disturbing information that raised concerns with the authorities. When Mark learned about Donna's unsettling experience during the car ride back to Springfield, he allegedly told her that he needed the driver in his home. This revelation prompted the police to reopen Donna's case. However, they were disappointed to find that some evidence had gone missing. Mark filed a civil lawsuit against BART Transportation, seeking accountability for Diana's death as a result of Roger's actions. Roger's attorney requested access to the civil suit's evidence and files because he worked for BART Transportation at the time Diana died. Despite this, the police were able to save some files and access photos taken on the day of the incident. Donna and Roger are shown on the ground before being transported to the hospital. However, the positions of the bodies appeared to contradict Mark's earlier account, given to the police years ago. Mark told the police that he saw Roger kneeling beside Donna's head, assaulting her with a hammer, which prompted him to open fire. Mark claimed Roger fell backward, and in an attempt to get up, Mark shot him again. According to Mark's description, Roger's feet should have been near Donna's head, facing the opposite direction. However, after reviewing the photos taken by the police upon their arrival, it appeared that Roger and Donna were both on the ground, facing the same direction. This inconsistency prompted the police, for the first time, to suspect Mark of being involved in his wife's murder. The question of why Roger was at their house that day remained unanswered. Simultaneously, during the civil suit involving Mark, a possible explanation emerged. Bard Transportation hired a blood spatter expert who concluded that the blood spatter patterns indicated Mark's involvement in the deaths of Donna and Roger. As the police dug deeper into the case, they discovered more incriminating evidence. Susan Collins, Roger's roommate, informed law enforcement that she overheard Roger arranging a meeting with someone on the day he was killed. Furthermore, a note written on a bank deposit slip inside Roger's car was discovered, which contained Mark's name, address, and a time. Susan informed the police that Roger had mentioned agreeing to meet with Mark to resolve issues raised by Mark's complaints about Roger's driving and the concerning conversation he had with Donna. Roger left the house around 3:30 p.m. and the note indicated a meeting time of 4:30 p.m., which corresponded to the prosecution's belief that Mark had asked him to come to the house at that time. On August 23, 2001, Mark was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. The prosecution claimed that Mark was responsible for Donna and Roger's deaths. They claimed that Mark wanted to remove Donna from his life, but did not want to risk losing custody of their adopted daughter Bailey, so he avoided divorce. Mark allegedly saw an opportunity when he learned about Donna's problems with Roger, seeing it as an ideal opportunity to eliminate Donna and frame an innocent man. The prosecution proposed that Mark contact Roger, whom he had never met before that day, and invite him to the house. When Roger arrived, Mark allegedly led him inside and fatally shot him. This narrative was supported by the fact that there was no forced entry at the residence. The prosecution also claimed that Donna, who was in the master bedroom with Bailey when she heard the gunshot, went downstairs and was beaten to death with a hammer by Mark before dialing 911. The prosecution used a note found in Roger's car, which contained Mark's name and address, to prove that Mark had lured Roger to the house. The jury discovered that despite having weapons in his car, Roger did not bring them into the house and instead used Donna's hammer to attack. This raised questions about Roger's intentions, assuming he had gone there with the intent of assaulting Donna. The court was also made aware of inconsistencies between the location Mark claimed Roger was in when he shot him and photos taken on the same day, which contradicted Mark's account. Dean's testimony was crucial in shedding light on Mark's alleged statements, expressing a desire for Donna's death. The court learned that on August 25, 1995, 4 days before the murders, Mark inquired with his coworker Candace Bolden about the fate of his adopted daughter if Donna died. Later that day, Mark complained to Ray Duffy, the president of the transportation company where Roger worked, about Donna's ride. Mark called back a few days later, asking for the driver's full name and expressing a desire to speak with him directly about the situation. During the trial, the court was informed of Donna and Roger's severe injuries. When the cops arrived at the house, Donna was found face down on the floor, with Roger on his back. Donna died from brain trauma caused by multiple blunt force injuries to the head, consistent with hammer strikes. Roger died from brain trauma caused by gunshot wounds to the top left side of his head and above his left eyebrow, as well as contusions on his chest from hammer strikes. The defense argued that Roger's erratic decisions that day, such as his weapon choice and unusual parking, demonstrated mental instability. His behavior during the car ride with Donna supported the claim they made concerning the position of the bodies in the photos. The defense argued that while Donna and Roger were critical when paramedics arrived, they were not dead and they may have moved in an attempt to save their lives. However, the paramedics denied moving them before the photographs were taken, and Mark did not testify at the trial. Regarding Deanne's testimony, the defense claimed she was motivated by personal feelings of rejection. While Mark admitted to having an affair with Donna, he married the nanny he hired shortly after Donna died. The defense claimed Donna harbored resentment for not being chosen by Mark to marry. Despite the defense's arguments, the jury convicted Mark of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole. While still serving time for his first-degree murder convictions, Mark became involved in a failed murder, for-hire plot in 2005. He allegedly attempted to orchestrate attacks on Deanne for testifying against him, as well as on Jeffrey Gilman, a childhood friend, for failing to post his $1 million bail. investigators discovered 19 handwritten pages that detailed Mark's desires for Donna. He allegedly wanted her kidnapped and forced to write a statement recounting her testimony, claiming Mark's innocence before plotting her death. Mark claimed in court that these notes were simply a fantasy he never intended to carry out. Despite Mark's assertion, he was found guilty of soliciting murder and sentenced to an additional 35 years in prison. Donna's mother, Sarah Jane, and stepfather, Ira Drescher, responded strongly to the evidence against Mark, emphasizing the brutality of Donna's murder. What makes it difficult to understand is how he murdered Donna in such a vicious and violent manner. Throughout the legal proceedings, Mark has maintained his innocence. Donna, who testified against him, was granted immunity and received no charges as a result. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The tragic story of the Rose family is regarded as one of the most bizarre and perplexing crimes committed in America in recent years. This case stood out to investigators not only for its cynicism and cruelty, but also because the victims and alleged perpetrators were close relatives. Despite the fact that many years have passed since the crime was committed and the perpetrator has long served his harsh sentence in prison, this story still has many unanswered questions and white spots. Many people still question the fairness of the court's decision. Now let us get down to business. It was an ordinary family living in a provincial suburb of Bristol, Tennessee, who had never been on law enforcement's radar before. Curtis and Lena Maria Rose, an elderly couple who had lived together for more than 40 years, led the family. They had 2 grown daughters and 6 grandchildren, but we'll focus on the family members who were directly involved in this high-profile case. So at the time of the crime, the elderly owners, Curtis and Lena Maria Rose, were present in the house and surrounding area, along with their eldest daughter, 39-year-old Tasha Milhorn, her husband James, and 6 children. Tasha and James had 2 shared children, and the other 3 were heirs from a previous relationship. A neighbor girl stopped by the house to play with them. It is worth noting that Tasha and James, along with their children, spent about 2 months living at Tasha's parents' house while their own home was being renovated. Later, another key player in those events, 19-year-old Seth Denton, arrived at the house. He was Tasha's eldest son, but his relationship with his mother and stepfather was strained, to say the least, and they avoided communicating with each other in any way possible. Their most recent meeting ended tragically, according to neighbors. The Rose couple was very happy and prosperous. Their daughter Tasha was happily married to James, who worked as an auto mechanic and enjoyed restoring vintage cars. The carnage took place at the Rose couple's family home. Police officers who responded to the call later described it as the worst crime scene they had ever seen and the bloodiest in the history of their quiet county. The bodies of 2 women, Lena Maria and Tasha, a mother and daughter, were discovered in the house, shot nearly point blank. Tasha was sitting in a chair at the dining room table, while her mother lay on the floor between the table and the refrigerator. James, Tasha's husband, was also lying on the doorstep of the house, critically injured and being rushed to the hospital. Despite the doctor's efforts, the man died as a result of severe internal injuries and blood loss. There were no injuries among the children in the house. They were most likely not targeted by the shooter or were simply out of his field of vision during the adults' massacre. Almost immediately after the crime, the police received 2 consecutive phone calls. The first call came from the house's owner, Curtis Rose, who reported that his eldest grandson Seth had committed a shooting and then fled the scene. But then Seth called, telling a different version of what had happened and blaming it all on his grandfather Curtis. In addition, Seth was wounded in the arm, and Curtis admitted to shooting him, claiming that he was trying to detain his grandson and prevent him from fleeing the scene of the massacre. Seth Denton, the alleged killer, was apprehended in a hospital after seeking medical attention for the wound. The investigation then sought to retrace the tragic events and determine what actually occurred in the Rose family's home. Surprisingly, only one version was used as the foundation for the investigation, with the second version receiving serious consideration only a few years later. On August 29, 2015, Around 6 p.m., residents of houses near the crime scene heard a series of gunshots. No one paid much attention because there were forests nearby where hunting wild animals and birds was permitted. Later, one of the neighbors stated that he was concerned about the number of shots and then the silence, but he did not believe it was a good reason to call the police. Another neighbor testified at the trial that, in addition to the gunshots, he heard screaming and went out onto his house's porch to see what was happening. At that point, he noticed a young man running down the path from the neighbor's house to a parked car on the road.
He was being pursued by another man, but the witness had a limited view of what was going on due to the trees along the road. He only saw the guy jump into the car. Then 2 shots rang out, and the car took off. Just a few minutes later, neighbors heard sirens and saw police and emergency vehicles approaching Rose's home. Soon, an air ambulance helicopter landed on the lawn outside the house, ready to pick up James, who was still alive. Everything was like a movie shoot, and none of the witnesses knew what was going on. Arriving police officers were greeted by the elderly owner of the house, who was holding a firearm. Another gun belonging to him was later discovered in his bedroom. Curtis provided his version of events, which was used as the foundation for the investigation and was long thought to be the only one.
Curtis claims there was no reason to pretend trouble that day. In his and his wife's home, he saw his daughter, her son-in-law, and grandchildren, as well as a neighbor's child who came to play. He was tinkering with his trailer in the backyard of the house. He heard gunshots, but like most neighbors, didn't pay much attention, assuming they were hunters in the woods. Suddenly, his oldest grandson, Seth, appeared at the trailer, unannounced and excited. The young man said there had been a tragedy and asked him to contact emergency services. Curtis immediately followed his grandson into the house, where he discovered the bodies of his wife and daughter. Curtis immediately thought about the children in the house. They were in the other room, terrified, but none of them were injured. He led them to the back of the house and locked them up so they couldn't see the horror that was going on inside. While Curtis was calling 911, he noticed his grandson hurrying out of the house and running toward the road. The homeowner drew his gun and began chasing Seth, believing he was the murderer. As Seth got into the car, Grandpa fired 2 shots. One bullet shattered the rear window without hitting the driver, while the second struck Seth in the left shoulder. Despite his injuries, he managed to flee. But after reaching the nearest house, Seth paused to call the police and report what had happened. The local sheriff, who was conducting an investigation, was puzzled. The crime scene appeared so strange and illogical that he couldn't recall any similar cases. In a breaking news report, he stated that the investigators had a difficult task ahead of them in reconstructing the entire crime scene. Following the arrest of Seth Denton, it was necessary to determine why the young man treated his family members so cruelly. Most surprisingly, such a motive was quickly discovered. Seth was Tosha's eldest child, whom she had given birth to when she was very young. Her relationship with the boy's father did not work out, and her son was primarily raised by his grandparents. While the young woman settled her personal life, some reports indicate that Tosha suffered from bipolar affective disorder and visited the clinic on a regular basis. Her son may also inherit this disease. The boy harbored a deep resentment for his mother, whom he rarely saw. With age, this feeling evolved into hatred, which Seth frequently expressed to friends and relatives. After graduation, the guy decided to join the army, and when he returned home a year later, he settled back in with his grandparents. However, the young man soon realized that he wanted to start his own life and relocated to the city, where he rented a small apartment with a friend. He got a job at a local fast food restaurant, but shortly before the tragedy, he was fired. Family and friends spoke highly of Seth, noting that he had no violent tendencies, did not associate with bad companies, and never broke the law. Despite these positive characteristics, detectives believed that Seth's main motivation for the crime was his dislike for his mother and her current spouse. According to the investigation, the events of that day unfolded as follows. Around 5 p.m., Seth drove his car to his grandparents' house. He wore a camouflage jacket and had a semi-automatic rifle in the car. He left the car by the roadside and entered the house through the back door, carrying the weapon. Seth then fired several shots, killing his mother and grandmother and severely injuring his stepfather, before leaving the jacket and rifle by the back door and going to his grandfather's house to ask him to call the cops. The order in which the shots were fired was never determined because Seth denied all guilt. Furthermore, it was unclear why he asked his grandfather to contact the police rather than fleeing the scene of the crime. It is assumed that his primary targets were his mother and stepfather, and the man murdered his grandmother as an unnecessary witness. The main evidence proving Seth's guilt in the case was his jacket and rifle found on the threshold at the back door of the house, traces of blood on his shoes, and bullets discovered in his car. Surprisingly, approximately 100 rounds of ammunition were discovered, but no one questioned why he required so many if he only intended to kill 2 people. Another unusual feature was the timing. According to the grandfather, Seth hurriedly left the house after he and his grandson entered and saw the terrible picture. Curtis found and rescued the children, called the police, pulled out his gun, and eventually caught up with his grandson and shot him twice. It wasn't until 2016 that the young man presented his version of events in court, which no one had previously considered for whatever reason. According to Seth, he has always been close to his grandparents, who raised him, but he avoids meetings with his mother at all costs. As a teenager, he frequently visited shooting ranges with his grandfather, who encouraged him to join the army. On that fateful day, Seth called his maternal aunt Amanda, his mother's younger sister, and explained that he was going to see his grandparents but did not want to meet his mother there. The woman was unaware that Tosha and her husband were visiting her parents, so she assured Seth that he could leave without fear of encountering his mother and stepfather. Amanda confirmed this information in court, stating that her nephew could not have known Tosha and James were at Rose's home. Seth had hoped to go to the shooting range with his grandfather, which is why he had brought a rifle and so many rounds of ammunition. He drove up to the house, grabbed the gun, and went directly to the trailer where Grandpa usually worked. There, his grandson showed him his rifle and they had a brief conversation about it. Curtis then walked towards the house, holding the rifle, and his grandson followed him. Seth knew his grandfather had a gun and expected him to follow him, and then they would shoot targets together. However, when Curtis entered the room, he immediately opened fire, leaving the people in the room with no time to react and no attempt to flee or hide. According to Seth's lawyers, Curtis may have been temporarily insane when he killed members of his family, but this version appeared untenable, so it was not initially considered or marked in court. Although traces of the victim's blood were found on an elderly man's clothes and shoes, he was not initially included in the list of suspects. The young man in the dock faced the death penalty for the premeditated murder of 3 of his family members. His grandfather had been a key witness in the case from the start, and despite openly stating that he was willing to kill his grandson that day, the court found his actions justified. Curtis Rose was not taken to the station or questioned as a suspect, and his account of the events of that day was accepted as the only true one. Furthermore, many details and inconsistencies were simply overlooked, and Seth's version was not even considered until a year and a half after the incident. The majority of the physical evidence confirmed Curtis's words, but what was missing from the picture was somehow ignored by the investigation. The main argument in court was that Mr. Rose had no obvious reason for killing his wife, daughter, and son-in-law. The concept of temporary insanity seemed unrealistic and untenable. The trial lasted more than a week, with nearly 200 pieces of evidence presented and dozens of witnesses, including neighbors, relatives, and family friends, testifying. The grandfather and grandson's testimony contradicted each other, and it was clear that one of them was lying. The jury deliberated over several days. They admitted to being emotionally and physically exhausted, but when it came time to reach a verdict, they all agreed that the defendant was guilty of all of the charges. Thus, Seth Denton was found guilty of 3 murders. However, after a thorough review of all of the evidence and circumstances surrounding the tragedy, the court decided to exclude the death penalty from the possible punishments, instead imposing a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the next 50 years. The convict himself never admitted guilt. He's currently serving his sentence in a Tennessee prison. The orphaned children of Tasha and James Milhorn were placed in the care of other family members, including their Aunt Amanda and grandfather Curtis. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Sierra's case. She died after crossing the ocean. 10 years ago, the high-profile case of Sarai Sierra, an American girl photographer, shook the world and brought the intelligence services of two countries on different continents to their feet. The U.S. citizen vanished without a trace during her photo tour in Istanbul, as if out of thin air. This story received extensive media coverage, and the situation and circumstances were so unusual that it sparked numerous rumors and conspiracy theories. Despite active, large-scale, and timely searches, the girl could not be found alive. Her body was discovered in the city's historic center, near Sarıburnu's walls. But how did it happen that on a bright day in a popular tourist destination, someone's life was taken so casually and no one noticed? To understand this case, it is necessary to reconstruct the entire chain of events that led to the tragedy. And now we'll try it together. Sarai Sierra, early years. Sarai Sierra was born in New York on November 9, 1979, and is the second child in a large family. She grew up alongside her older brother, David, and younger sister, Christina. Their parents, Dennis and Bethany Jimenez, were of Puerto Rican descent, but moved to the United States in 1973, settling in Manhattan, where their children were born. Shortly after moving, the couple joined the local Protestant community and converted to evangelical Christianity. They raised their children strictly according to the religious canons of their adopted faith. The family attended church on a regular basis, socialized with other members of the community, and sent their children to Sunday school. Sarai grew up to be an active, creative individual who stood out for her strong-willed but complex personality. Sarai was regarded as a rebel and a hooligan, in contrast to her younger sister Christina, who was quiet, obedient, and very modest. At the same time, she respected her parents and acknowledged their undisputed authority in the Jimenez home. There were strict rules that all members of the family followed. This applied to its inhabitants' daily routines, many everyday moments, and behavioral norms. For example, the daughters were not allowed to socialize with boys, go on dates, or leave the house after 9:00 p.m. All of their friendly interactions were monitored, and parents always knew where and with whom their children were. Sarai's entire life revolved around home, school, and church, and her social circle consisted solely of people from those places. The active, energetic, socially oriented girl was bored and cramped within the confines of her environment, but her parents were confident that they were doing the right thing for their children. Sarai intended to attend a pedagogical university and work as a teacher in the arts or culture during her school years. However, as she neared the end of her studies, she became interested in psychology and began to consider how her future profession could be related to this field. During one of the religious community's meetings, a slender, dark-haired beauty caught the eye of a young man named Stephen Sierra. He was the first to approach her and made an excuse to speak with her. Sarai was only 18 at the time, and her new acquaintance was 7 years older than her. Despite their age differences, the young people began dating with their parents' approval. Dennis and Bethany were immediately impressed by Stephen, believing that he was a decent, polite, and honest young man who would make an excellent match for their daughter. Sarai was most likely not deeply in love with the guy, but she agreed to marry him primarily to get out of her parents' house and gain some freedom from such tight control. It should be noted that Sarai had a good relationship with her parents. She desired the freedom to live her own life and plan her own future. Less than a year after meeting in February 1999, the couple married. The bride was 19 years old at the time, while the groom was 26. The couple soon moved to Michigan, where Stephen's parents lived. Sarai saw this move as a significant event because she had spent almost her entire conscious life in New York. The change of scenery benefited her, and she appeared to be revitalized in her new surroundings. Sarai enjoyed shopping for her new home, making it cozy, meeting new people, and exploring new places. She started working as a receptionist at a local dental office and thought about going to college. Sarai, on the other hand, became pregnant quickly, and gave birth to 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Entry into university had to be postponed because the young woman was completely absorbed and enjoyed motherhood. A few years later, the Sierra family, which included 2 children, decided to relocate again, this time to sunny California, settling in the picturesque neighborhood of Silver Lake in Los Angeles. Stephen was offered a job here, but the couple quickly realized that the money he was earning was insufficient to cover their expenses. So, after consulting, they decided to return to New York and live in a modest rented apartment close to the Jimenez family's home. At the time, the couple was having serious financial problems. Sarai remained at home with the children, and her husband had to rely on sporadic income, which caused them to accumulate debt. The situation improved when the children started school, and the young mother got a job at an advertising agency. Stephen had also found a steady job as a bus driver on one of the city routes. Sarai reconsidered her long-held plans to pursue higher education around the age of 30. After their children had grown and their lives had stabilized, Sarai had lost interest in the pedagogical faculty by that point, and she enrolled in one of the local universities to study psychology. However, Sarai quickly became disinterested in her studies, finding the long hours of lectures tedious. She decided to look into other fields and find an occupation that she truly enjoyed, one that allowed her to express her creativity. Sarai had always been a creative person with a talent for drawing and an eye for beauty, so she became interested in photography and soon joined a well-known New York photography community to hone her skills in this area. She was recognized for her talent, demonstrating the ability to capture the right angles and create harmonious compositions, resulting in breathtakingly beautiful photographs. Even professionals lauded her work for its originality and vision. Sarai created a profile on one of the popular social networks in early 2012, as advised by her colleagues, and began sharing her work. Success quickly followed, with thousands of other users subscribing to her profile and enthusiastically commenting on each of her works. She quickly rose to prominence, and her subscriber base grew at an exponential rate. Her newfound fame overwhelmed her. Sarai believed she could achieve more and wanted to continue growing and improving in this field. So she proposed organizing a group photo tour to explore beautiful and unusual locations around the world. Sarai Sierra began with small trips within her home country, specializing in photographing architectural ensembles and historical sites. Her photographs were widely acclaimed, so she decided to broaden her horizons. Sarai wanted to go to Istanbul, one of the world's most ancient and beautiful cities, to photograph its landmarks and historical sites. It should be noted that her parents were not thrilled with the idea, as she had never left the country before, let alone been away from home for so long. But Sarai was determined to go. She also planned to bring her best friend, Magdalena, along for the trip. Sarai's family was in crisis, and her marriage was failing. Perhaps part of her motivation for planning a photo tour on the other side of the world was a desire to get away, change her surroundings, and reflect on what was going on in her family from afar. Sarai had been living within strict boundaries for far too long, and she yearned for more. She wanted to follow her heart's desire. During that time, her husband's social media account began to contain unusual posts and statuses. He philosophized on the importance of marriage, love, and mutual respect between husband and wife. He also hinted that he would stay faithful even if their marriage was shaky. Stephen cryptically suggested in one of the posts that his spouse had been unfaithful, but he deleted the post a few hours later, leaving concerned followers with unanswered questions. Stephen seemed unhappy and unloved, and he expressed this on his social media page. Sarai was going through similar turmoil, but she kept her emotions to herself, trying not to complain and focusing on her creative pursuits. The long-awaited trip. Sarai learned shortly before the planned tour that her best friend would be unable to accompany her due to work obligations. The young woman was disappointed, but she did not change her plans because she had anticipated it for too long. Sarai's family was worried about her flying alone to a foreign country across the ocean, but she assured them that everything would be fine and promised to call, write, and send photos every day. Sarai also planned to visit Germany and Austria, where she already had several commercial photography assignments scheduled. Her entire trip was literally planned by the hour, and she was not going to deviate from it. On January 7, 2013, a young American woman took a flight from New York to Istanbul. She was carrying a small amount of cash, a smartphone, a tablet, a low-cost DSLR camera, and several lenses designed for professional photography. Sarai called her family to let them know she had arrived safely and was on her way to check into the hotel she had reserved ahead of time. It should be noted that she had a limited budget, so she had to stay in a remote location that the locals deemed unsafe. Sarai Sierra went straight to the nearest metro station to reach the historic city center after leaving her belongings in the room and changing her clothes on the road. She wandered Istanbul's streets until nightfall, photographing its beauty and savoring each shot. During the evenings, she would call her parents and husband via video call to share her impressions and plans for the following day. She would also process new shots and share them on her social media accounts. Sarai was accompanied in Istanbul by a young man named Taylan, who would later become her new friend. They met through social media in the middle of 2012, and Taylan persuaded the American to fly to Turkey. For a few months, they communicated frequently and grew close during this time. Sarai placed complete trust in her new acquaintance. They saw each other almost every day and visited a variety of attractions. The guy was an Istanbul native who knew the city like the back of his hand and arranged for Sarai to go on exciting excursions to the most interesting and sometimes unusual places. After a week in Turkey, the photographer planned a trip to a couple of European countries, where she, as previously stated, arranged several commercial photo shoots. Sarai saved money on hotel accommodations by agreeing to be hosted by her long-term subscribers. These moments had been pre-negotiated and agreed upon, so, at Vienna's airport, she was greeted by a young man in whose home she spent a few days. Sarai was a few years younger than her Austrian acquaintance. He enjoyed photography and admired her work, so he was eager to communicate with such a talented photographer. The trip went according to plan. Sarai went to all of the places she had planned and met everyone she had scheduled to meet. On the third day, she flew to Berlin, where she was met at the airport by her subscribers who took her on a tour of the city. After finishing her business in Germany, the photographer returned to Istanbul, where she planned to spend 2 more days before returning home. Taylan greeted her upon arrival, and they spent the day driving around the city before heading to a popular local bar together. After midnight, the Turk escorted Sarai to her hotel, where they said their goodbyes. A strange disappearance in a foreign country. Sarai called her parents and husband on the last day of her photo tour, January 21, 2013, to inform them of the time and flight she would be taking to New York. She had never been away from home for so long, so everyone was relieved when her trip came to an end. Sarai, on the other hand, decided to take one final walk around the city and capture some more stunning photos for her account before leaving. Sarai's father arrived at the airport on time to pick up his daughter because her husband was working and couldn't make it. He arrived early to avoid getting stuck in traffic and being late. They announced the arrival of the plane. All of the passengers disembarked except Sarai. Her phone was also unavailable, and all attempts to contact her were unsuccessful. Dennis waited a little longer before approaching airline representatives, concerned about his daughter's absence. However, Dennis was shocked to learn that a passenger with such a name had not boarded the aircraft. Dennis immediately called Stephen and informed him of what had occurred, emphasizing the importance of organizing a search right away. Sarai's husband first contacted the hotel where his wife was staying in Istanbul, but was told that her belongings were still in the room and that she had not checked out, despite the fact that she should have done so yesterday, and did not return to the hotel for the second day. This information caused a real panic among the family members because they didn't know where Sarai was or how to proceed. Stephen, who had access to his wife's accounts, decided to check them for any clues. He discovered his wife's correspondence with Taylan, which seemed very suspicious to him. Nonetheless, he decided to contact the Turk directly to find out what he knew, but Taylan claimed to have seen the missing woman the day before the planned departure and flight. She did not call him, despite her promise. Sarai's family immediately reported the incident to the American embassy in Turkey, and a day later, a large-scale search operation was organized on the spot, with a special unit even established. Sarai's husband and parents flew to Istanbul almost immediately, deciding that they needed to be personally involved in the search. After all, it hadn't been long since her disappearance, and there was a good chance she'd still be alive. Investigating police officers. The first step was to determine the American social circle and speak with those who saw her shortly before she disappeared to testify. which included employees of the hotel where she stayed and her friend Talon. The hotel manager stated that he last saw Miss Sarai the night before her departure. She was leaving with a small bag and a camera in her hand. She was supposed to check out later, but she never showed up, and the next morning they received a call from her concerned husband, who informed them that Sarai's belongings and documents remained at the hotel. The receptionist also described Sarai's outfit that day. The situation with Talon was far more interesting and ambiguous. First, the guy's real name was Tarkan, and it was unclear why he introduced himself to his new acquaintance under an assumed name. Second, they had been in close contact for several months prior to their meeting, and Sarai had traveled to Istanbul at his invitation. All of this suggested that they had a romantic relationship, but Tarkan categorically denied it, claiming that they were just friends. The next step in the investigation was to recreate Sarai's route as accurately as possible. Her cell phone data and street CCTV footage were examined for this purpose. It was discovered that the young woman took the subway to the Sultanahmet district, visited the promontory between the Bosphorus Strait and the Golden Horn Bay, and visited Eminönü Market, but became lost in a large crowd of tourists. The trail was then retraced to the subway, where she was about to descend to the Sarıburnu walls, but she quickly vanished from the camera's view. A frightening discovery. The searchers decided to go to the Sarıburnu wall ruins to comb the area and conduct interviews. Perhaps someone remembered seeing a lone woman holding a camera. After several hours, the search was deemed successful, if you can call it that. A young woman's lifeless body was discovered near the ruins of the ancient Constantinople walls. It was covered with an old dirty blanket, making it less noticeable. Investigators assumed Sierra had been brought here in this blanket. Forensics believed the body had been there for 10 to 12 days before it was discovered. There were no clothes on the lower half of the body, which immediately prompted a version of violence that was later confirmed by specialists. Sierra died as a result of a blow to the head with a blunt, heavy object, but she also had several hematomas and a couple of broken ribs, according to the autopsy. Pathologists discovered particles of epithelium and blood under Sarai's fingernails, indicating that she defended herself and scratched the perpetrator. The crime appeared strange and even ridiculous because the victim's bag, smartphone, and camera were stolen. However, she was wearing gold earrings, a wedding ring, and an expensive watch, which immediately caught my attention. On camera footage from the area, all that could be seen was a young woman who appeared to be Sarai filming something on her phone, followed by a man who approached her and either hit or pushed her, before they both vanished from view. The attacker was not immediately identified. Versions and conspiracy theories. Almost immediately, the information was leaked to the media, nearly causing an international scandal. The main point is that people have been asked to help in the search for the missing American woman and to report any information they may have. However, the investigation remained silent, and when the body was discovered, the situation became even more complicated. Many people wondered why a young married woman flew across the ocean alone. What was she doing in Istanbul in Europe? And how did she pay for her trip? It all looked suspicious. Investigators initially believed Sarai had gone to see her lover, Talon, aka Tarkan, and then flew to another man in Austria. However, neither of her friends admitted to having an intimate relationship with the victim. Later, it was discovered that the man who sheltered Sarai in Vienna had a criminal record, leading to speculation that he might use the American as a drug courier, but a thorough investigation found no evidence to support this theory. There were also rumors that Sarai could work for us intelligence services and collect information in other countries, which explains the money for intercontinental flights. This version appeared untenable, so it was not seriously considered. Turkish special services and the FBI worked together to investigate this high-profile case, but they initially found no serious leads. Only a few weeks later, the police discovered the alleged perpetrator, a previously convicted and unemployed man named Tal Salih, collecting waste paper on city streets. But it was impossible to communicate with him because, almost immediately after the crime, he borrowed money from relatives and fled the country, most likely to Hatay province, where he illegally crossed the border into Syria. After obtaining a warrant, police searched the suspect's home, extracting a sample of his DNA and comparing it to skin particles and seminal fluid found on the murdered woman. That cleared up any remaining doubts. Tal Salih was the perpetrator of the crime. Furthermore, the victim's phone was last turned on in the neighborhood where he lived. When it was discovered that the criminal had fled to Syria, the special services had given up hope of locating him. But fate soon surprised them. This man was detained while attempting to cross the border illegally again, this time to return to Turkey. He joined the rebels in Syria and obtained firearms, but after being injured in the conflict, he decided it was safer to stay at home. However, he returned with his weapon, which was the initial reason for his arrest, but the local police quickly recognized who was in their hands and immediately reported him to security services. When Tal Salih was brought in for questioning, his story was literally depressing, with graphic details. He saw a young woman on a hiking trail along Sarayburnu's walls and spent a few minutes admiring her and watching her take pictures. Sarai tried to ask him something with gestures as he approached, but the language barrier prevented him from understanding what she wanted. However, he noticed a brand new iPhone in her hands and a high-end camera around her neck. As Sarai walked on, he followed her, determined to rob her. It was getting dark outside, and there were no other people near the wall that I could see. Sarai turned around and, it appeared to him, took a photograph of him. That action served as a trigger for Tal Salih, who grabbed a boulder and lunged at Sarai, striking her hard in the head. After that, they literally rolled together down to the ruins of the wall, resulting in bruises and broken ribs on Sarai's body. Tal Salih then decided to commit intimate-related violence while the victim was unconscious. The perpetrator then delivered another severe blow to Sarai's head to finish her off. Tal Salih took the victim's bag, camera, and phone before walking away. On his way, he came across the same blanket that had been discarded and decided to use it to cover the victim's body again. It was finally dark outside, and there was a chance of meeting someone at the wall. Normal. When the perpetrator returned, he dragged the body to the side, making sure it was not visible from the hiking path. He then covered it with a blanket and departed. Surprisingly, while the search for the American woman was ongoing, the perpetrator returned to the crime scene to ensure Sarai was dead, and her body was where he had left it. When Tal Salih heard that his victim had been found, he realized that the police would soon be on his trail, so he fled the country, borrowing money from his sister, who always felt sorry for him. By the way, he was never able to realize the stolen goods. The camera was broken in the process of falling, and the smartphone had a password that the criminal unsuccessfully attempted to unlock while at home, resulting in the signal and all of the other stolen items he threw away when he fled. The defendant did not deny his guilt, and according to his accounts, he had no regrets about what he had done, nor did he experience pangs of conscience, which was key evidence. DNA forensic evidence was presented, confirming that his skin was found under the murdered woman's fingernails, as well as his seminal fluid on her body. In addition, Sarai's cell phone was last turned on near his home. In addition, the case file now includes a video surveillance camera recording of the attack. After all of the evidence was presented, it was determined that a psychiatric examination was required due to the belief that Tal Salih was insane. This idea was supported by his actions, behavior, and the calmness with which he described the atrocities he had committed, but experts concluded that he was sane and fully aware of his actions when he attacked his victim in the summer of 2014. The judge eventually delivered the final verdict. Tal Salih was found guilty of all charges against him and sentenced to life imprisonment. Sarai's relatives thought this was a fair decision. After all of the necessary expert examinations, the body of the murdered American woman was transported to her homeland in New York, with a Turkish airline covering all associated costs. Sarai was buried in accordance with all religious rituals and traditions. The deceased's family members created an internet site dedicated to her memory, where they published previously unpublished works. The photographs were a huge success, with people from all over the world eager to purchase them. The proceeds from the sale of pictures were saved by the family for orphaned children's college education. Sarai, Stephen categorically denied that there was a crisis in his and his wife's family life that prompted the young woman to embark on that fateful journey. Stephen quickly became close to a girl from the Christian community who helped him through a difficult time and frequently visited his home to assist him with his children and household chores. 2 weeks before his wife's first funeral anniversary, Stephen walked down the aisle with his new chosen one. When the perpetrator was finally sentenced, Stephen was already married and about to become a father again. Sarai Sierra's story inspired a number of television programs, talk shows, and detective documentaries. It has also served as the foundation for several feature projects. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the mid-1920s, the story of Dina Thompson, a British woman who was known as the Black Widow, was the subject of many crime shows and documentaries. At first glance, this woman seemed nice, but she turned out to be a pathological liar and con artist who killed at least one man who loved her deeply. Dina got away with many crimes, but in 2003, she was finally put in jail. Even though the person was facing life in prison, the court was surprisingly lenient and let them out on parole. So in 2022, one of the most dangerous criminals got away with her crimes after miraculously surviving her evil ex-husband. Experts say that the fact that Thompson's victims were always men may be a sign that the criminal experienced some kind of trauma as a child or teen. Dina, on the other hand, had a very good childhood. The girl was born in North London in 1960 and grew up with her whole family. Their family didn't have much, but they made sure their daughter had everything she needed. Their head of the family worked as a prison guard and was very into sports. Dina's father encouraged her to go to gyms as a child, where she worked hard at gymnastics. In addition, the man often took his daughter with him to all kinds of sports competitions, even ones that were held in other countries. As a child, Dina was active, happy, and friendly. She quickly became friends with her peers and, as she got older, learned how to get guys' attention quickly. The girl went to college after high school and then got a job at a bank in the area. When Dina was 22, she met Lee Wyatt, who would become her first husband. Someone set them up on a blind date, which is how they met in the first place. As soon as the two young people met, they fell in love and a rough romance began. They got along great and spent a lot of time together. After 2 years, they made their relationship official. After getting married, the couple moved to Yapton, a small town in the country with only 3,000 people. Soon after, they had a son, and the new parents slowly started their own business by making one-of-a-kind soft toys based on pictures they came up with together. At the same time, Dina worked as a cashier for a construction company. Neighbors said that their family was very happy and doing well. The family head was often away on business trips and wasn't at home for long periods of time. When it came to his neighbors, the man hardly ever talked to them, but his wife quickly became friendly with people in the area. Dina knew how to get along with others, and men were quick to trust her. The pretty young woman often caught their attention. Dina met a young reporter named Julian Webb at the start of the 1990s. The man offered to use her as a model for ads for clothes and home goods, and soon her pictures were in newspapers and magazines in the area. Dina was happy to pose for the picture and didn't mind being looked at. Lee Wyatt hadn't been home in months, and no one was sure where he was or what was wrong with him. It turned out that Lee had been in the small town of New Quay the whole time, which is almost on the other side of the country. His plan was to hide from the mafia, so he lived there under a fake name and fake papers. The man's wife told him a series of clever lies to make him believe that their family was in grave danger and that the only way out was to run away. In addition to making unique soft toys, the couple was also known for making a leprechaun named Sean, which sold well and became somewhat famous. Around the beginning of 1991, Dina told her husband that the Disney company liked their creation so much that they were willing to pay £50 million to use the character. But the happiness didn't last long. Soon, the woman told them that criminals had learned about the big deal and wanted to take most of the money while threatening to kill the whole family. Dina also found a way out. She cleverly told her husband he needed to secrete himself. Lee got some fake papers right away and ran away. The woman, however, was very smart and got Lee to write her several threatening letters and record several similar phone calls. She said that this would show that he hated his wife and stop the mafia from after her. The husband did what his wife told him to do because he didn't think anything was wrong. He then ran away. Lee was willing to do any job because he was in a new city and didn't have a home or any friends. He sent all the money he made to his wife and son so they didn't have to worry about anything. Most likely this escape really did save his life, but not from imaginary thieves. His own wife was the real threat. Dina married her new love, Julian, in November of the same year, 1991. The wedding was paid for with the money Lee had sent home, even though Dina had lied to him about it. Webb was deeply in love and very happy, but soon after the wedding, neighbors noticed that the woman often went to see her lovers while her husband was at work. After some time, she told Julian that she was dying and that her job had fired her because of it. The story about the fatal diagnosis and being fired was a lie from the beginning to the end. It also turned out that a lot of money had been taken from the company where Dana worked, and she was the main suspect in the crime. After that, the woman said that her first husband, Lee Wyatt, threatened her and made her do the crime. She showed proof in the form of the letters and recordings that she had herself persuaded him to make. Wyatt went back home as soon as he found out that his wife had married someone else. A scandal was all that the case was about, and Dana said he beat her, but there was no proof of this. The detective still chose to side with the woman, though, so Lee had to quickly leave Yapton again. When Julian was in love, his situation didn't bother him at all, and he spent all of his savings on her fake illness so she could get better. While the money was still there, time went on and Julian began to wonder how the treatment was going. It turned out that the woman didn't have any medical records to back up her diagnosis. Family relationships broke down, and neighbors heard the spouses yelling at each other. Julian's sudden death happened in June 1994, just one day after his 31st birthday party. His mom called him the night before the terrible event, but Dina said her husband wasn't feeling well and couldn't answer. Julian's mom told her sister-in-law to call an ambulance, but her sister-in-law didn't listen. The experts found that the young man died of a drug overdose, but no one thought that this was a criminal act, and the man's wife insisted that her husband had chosen to end his own life. She also wanted Julian's body to be burned, but his parents were very against this. After she died, Dina tried to get a big insurance payment from her husband, but she was turned down because their marriage was ruled invalid. Dina didn't even try to cry or show sadness at the funeral. Instead, she wore an honest outfit and acted rudely. Almost right away after that, the widowed woman started having a lot of affairs and romances. She didn't hide the fact that she had lovers over. She did it in public. Dina filed for divorce from her first legal husband in 1997. A little less than a year later, she met Richard Thompson and fell in love with him right away. Dana didn't give it much thought before telling her new lover that she was very sick and didn't have long to live. The man, who was deeply in love with her, promised to make the last few months of her life into a fairy tale. He was ready to spend all of his savings on this. The wedding took place in one of Florida's best hotels, and the couple spent their honeymoon there before moving to Brighton, England, on the south coast of their home country. Richard said that the way his wife cared for and supported him literally put a spell on him. She also skillfully pretended to agree with all of his ideas and goals. He had always wanted to own his own boat so that he could fish professionally. His wife not only liked the idea, but she also suggested that he start a business renting out yachts so that he could fish and teach other people how to fish. A romantic dinner was planned for Dina and her husband on New Year's Eve, less than a year after they got married. After taking a bath together, she told her husband she had made him a special gift and asked for permission to tie him up. Richard agreed right away because he didn't think anything was wrong. He had ropes around his hands, a blindfold over his eyes, and a gag in his mouth when he was hit hard on the head with a bat. This was followed by another hit. Thanks to his quick thinking, Richard not only didn't pass out but also got away quickly. After that, Dina got a knife and cut her husband in the shoulder. Richard took the gun away from his wife, held her down, and called the police. She broke down in tears and told him she had been lying to him the whole time and spent all of his money. Once she got to the police station, though, she calmed down and started to say that her husband had attacked her and that she was only protecting herself. The story didn't end there. The next day, a real estate agent came to Richard's house to try to sell it. The landlady told him that her husband had left for America on a business trip before their meeting. Richard knew at that moment that his wife was planning to kill him, sell the house, and take the money. Because everyone thought Thompson had crossed the ocean, no one would look for him. It turned out that the woman had taken all of her husband's money out of his bank accounts and used his credit cards to rack up a lot of debt while the case was going on in court. A lot of people heard about the case, and other men who used to be with Dina and were cheated on and drained of money by her lies about a fake disease that could not be cured started to call the police. The woman's first husband then talked about how he had to hide for many years, first from people who thought the mafia was after her, and then from the police. It turned out that Dana had stolen from the company where she worked, even though she blamed her husband for everything. Even though there was strong evidence against the woman, she was found not guilty of attacking her husband, Richard Thompson. Some people said that Richard made up the story to get attention for himself. Dina was still found guilty of many financial frauds and given a sentence of almost 4 years in prison. All the attention on Dina Thompson also made people think of her second husband, journalist Julian Webb, who died in a strange and sudden way. The woman herself gave very different stories about how and why he died. She said that the steroids her husband took to stay in shape were killing him. Then she said he drank a lot and then passed out in the sun, getting sunstroke. She even said that he killed himself at the inquest, even though she had warned them not to. Dana told her best friend that she had poisoned her husband by putting strong drugs in a dish that he loved that was spicy. The police were able to find the owner of the diner where Julian often ate and picked up food to go. He remembered that Webb's wife had made rice and chicken curry the day before the terrible event. Then, the police thought that this seasoning might have been hiding the real taste of the drugs. Because new information came to light, a new investigation was started, and Julian's body was dug up and sent to be looked at. It turned out that the man was poisoned by a lot of strong antidepressants that were mixed into his favorite curry dish, and then made stronger by aspirin, which Dina mixed into her husband's drink. Webb was still alive when his mother called. He could have been saved, but that wasn't a plan from his wife. For the first time, the Black Widow was put on trial in 2003. During the hearing, the investigator said she was the most dangerous woman he had ever worked with, and the judge said she was a very good liar. Dina Thompson was given a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 16 years. People have made documentaries about the crimes of the Black Widow, talked about them on TV, and written about them in the news. Detectives found out about another scary event in Dina's past, even after she was in jail. The person who was one of her first lovers never showed up again and has still not been found, dead or alive. Stanislav Kostov was the young man's name. He lived in Bulgaria, which is where Dana trained as a gymnast in the late 1970s. A romantic relationship started between them, and then the guy was never seen again. The investigation doesn't rule out the possibility that Dana has something to do with this case, and Kostov was one of her first victims. But there was nothing that could be shown. Thompson worked with a prison psychologist and took rehabilitation classes while she was in jail. The detective in charge of Dina's case says that she doesn't feel bad about what she did and can commit another crime even though she has been good and said the right things about re-education and admitting her mistakes. Still, Black Widow, who was 61 years old, was let out of prison in the summer of 2022. Richard Thompson said he wouldn't feel safe now that he knows about it because he doesn't know what to expect from his ex-spouse. Now Dina has to tell the police about all of her relationships and connections, stay inside after dark, and report all of her financial transactions. She also can't talk to her ex-husbands or lovers who were hurt by what she did. She has to wear a special bracelet on her leg that keeps track of everything she does. A few months after she was freed, reporters caught Thompson coming back from the store with a big bag of shopping. On her right hand's ring finger, there was a huge ring that looked a lot like an engagement ring. It is possible that the Black Widow caught another gullible person in her web. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The date was Tuesday, May 29, 2012. Michelle Mockbee awoke at 5 a.m. to get to work on time. Michelle, a 16-year employee of Thermo Fisher Scientific, worked in an industrial park near Florence, Kentucky, USA. She was well-liked and provided a positive presence in the workplace. Michelle met her husband, Dan Mockbee, at Thermo Fisher Scientific. He also worked there. Michelle and Dan had 2 young daughters, Madeline and Carly. They enjoy spending time with them, as well as their families and friends. Michelle arrived at work at 5:53 a.m. on May 29th while Dan was off for the day. Michelle worked as a logistics representative and handled payroll. Michelle would process payroll every 2 weeks. On Mondays, she would start work at 6 a.m. every Monday, so she could arrive at the home office in Pittsburgh by 8 a.m. On days when she did not receive a paycheck, she would begin working around 7 a.m. That day, May 29, was a Tuesday, and Michelle usually starts at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, but the day before Monday, May 28, was Memorial Day, so she went to work early on Tuesday to get her paycheck on time. About an hour after Michelle arrived at work, the operations manager went to the floor where her office was located. Michelle was still gone. He was surprised because she was supposed to be filling out paperwork, but he chalked it up to tardiness. He decided to return in 20 minutes and went to prepare coffee. But no sooner had he arrived than the janitor, David Dooley, called out to him. He appeared startled and stated that he saw red stains on the carpet outside Michelle's office. David was terrified and said he had no idea where the stains were coming from because he had been cleaning that morning. The operations manager attempted to open the door, but the office was locked. He decided to find Michelle and see if she needed help. The search wasn't long. He found Michelle lying face down in the corner of her office. She'd been severely beaten, her hands tied behind her back and gagged. She wore a plastic bag over her head. There were numerous blood spatters and a blood trail connecting her office to the location where her body was discovered. Her body was discovered 40 feet from her office, and judging by the blood trail, it appeared that she had been dragged the entire way. Michelle had been brutally murdered. The operations manager immediately dialed 911. Michelle is not believed to have entered the office that morning, according to police. She was killed before she could retrieve her keys. The killer attempted to break into the office. The lock showed signs of forced entry. The autopsy revealed that she had at least 4 blows to the head with a heavy object, a fractured arm, and numerous bruises. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy stated that Michelle did not die immediately. She suffered a fractured skull, brain damage, and extensive cuts on her arms and legs. He testified that the pattern of wounds on her head corresponds to the tape dispenser. Michelle, according to the doctor, was struck in the back and collapsed after the first blow. She hit the corner of the wall and sustained a severe liver contusion. Michelle most likely lost consciousness at that point. The killer then grabbed her right arm and attempted to drag her to a less crowded area. And that's when the limb fractured. However, there were still questions. Why did no one hear her scream? Why were her fingers and toes tied? And why wasn't she wearing shoes? The police arrived at Mockbee's house and took Dan to the station. As a spouse, he was the primary suspect. He had a questionable alibi, claiming to be asleep at the alleged time of the murder. However, no one could corroborate his words to rid himself of suspicion. Investigators suggested that Dan take a polygraph test. The test revealed that Dan was probably not involved in the incident. The investigation revealed that there were 13 employees present at the time of the crime. According to the company's manager, the office and warehouse were heavily guarded, with only those with a specific pass able to enter. However, because the CCTV footage inside the building was missing, the circle of suspects was reduced, and only employees on that floor, supervisors and cleaners, had access to the accounting department. They now had to search the suspects' offices, warehouses, and vehicles. The point is that the perpetrator either changed clothes and hid them somewhere in the car or building, or they fled immediately following the murder and destroyed the evidence. Detectives examined surveillance footage from the parking lot. Only one truck left the lot that morning, around 6:31 a.m., but it returned at 7 a.m., rather suspiciously. The truck belonged to David Dooley. He worked as a janitor for Thermo Fisher. His wife also worked as a janitor. The couple were questioned separately. David was very persuasive. According to his version, he slept through his alarm because he had spent the night caring for his wife, who had been poisoned by something, and they had spent the majority of the night awake. He had intended to take the night off to care for his wife, but she persuaded him to work the shift and promised to notify him if she felt ill. David arrived at work around 6 a.m. I only had time to clean the warehouse and empty the trash cans in the offices. He then called his wife Janet to see how she was feeling, but she did not pick up. He was afraid she'd passed out. David immediately got into his car and drove home. He returned to work and found the same red stains on the carpet. Detective Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, who was working the case, listened to David's story and was taken aback by the suspect's spotless sneakers. All janitors wore special shoes with detergent stains and scuffed soles. David was dressed neatly that day, with clean sneakers. David Dooley and his co-workers also expressed concerns about his appearance. In addition, he claimed to have emptied the office trash cans. Even so, they were full that morning. Joe Siegert, a warehouse employee, said he saw the suspect not far from Michelle's office and saw David leave work around 1:30 a.m. He appeared scared or depressed. He claimed that the suspect's criminal record for burglary and possession of a firearm in 1996 made the situation even worse. The testimony of Janet, David's spouse, was less detailed. According to her, David left for work that morning and did not return until after lunch. She then recalled her husband arriving home around 6:40 a.m. He had ripped his pants at work, quickly changed his clothes, and returned inside. David was called back in for questioning, but he held his ground. There were no ripped pants. Maybe the spouse was confused about something. She was imagining things due to her condition. David's testimony made Janet doubt her memory. She claimed she had severe hearing problems and hadn't heard David arrive home. She had a high fever that day. However, when she awoke, she discovered dirty, torn pants hanging from the chair. That's why she assumed her husband had arrived to change clothes. Janet's testimony was not the most reliable. She had been inconsistent in the morning due to dehydration and fever. It was suspicious that the couple's testimony did not match, but they had no reason. Michelle was the head of human resources, so she knew many employees' secrets. However, other accounting department employees reported that Janet and Michelle got along well. However, detectives determined that there was still a motive. According to their version, Michelle was supposed to do payroll and paperwork in the morning. David attempted to break into her office early in the morning, knowing Michelle typically arrives by 7 a.m. On Tuesday, however, things did not go as planned. Michelle arrived for work at 5. And saw David attempting to pick the lock on her office. He couldn't let her go, so he committed the murder. Michelle was arrogant and had a quick temper, which could have exacerbated the situation. David discovered the very red stains, and he was the only one to leave work that morning. The murder weapon was never found, but he was able to dispose of the evidence. David and his wife Janet worked different shifts, but he forged signatures on timesheets and put in fictitious hours for her, resulting in twice the pay they should have received. The detective assumed Michelle had just caught him forging documents. He intended to place them on her desk, but the plan failed. Investigators knew he was guilty, but there was only circumstantial evidence. David was accused of murder, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. During the trial, the jury discovered that no murder weapon, bloody clothes, or fingerprints were found. They only had the defendant's strange behavior and appearance. He was required to wear special steel-toed boots while on duty. That morning, however, he returned home wearing new white sneakers and clean clothes. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the bloodstains and changed his story several times. The jury convicted David Dooley, 45, of murder and tampering with physical evidence. The jury deliberated for over 6 hours before convicting David of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years for tampering with evidence. At the sentencing hearing, David stated that he had been railroaded. "It is completely unfair how I have been treated. I wasn't given enough time to defend myself properly. I feel cheated as well. I only know that I did not kill Michelle Mockbee. I stand by it and will continue to fight." The guilty verdict was short-lived. A new trial has been ordered. In 2016, just 2 years after David's trial, a law clerk in Boone County Commonwealth's attorney Linda Talley Smith's office downloaded 12 gigabytes of information from the Commonwealth's attorney's office servers onto a thumb drive. Linda was the lead prosecutor in David's case, and the thumb drive was delivered to the Kentucky Attorney General's office. That thumb drive led to the discovery of surveillance footage that had not previously been shared with the defense. Only 10 hours before Michelle was murdered, an unidentified person attempted to enter the building where she worked. Furthermore, the thumb drive revealed additional information. There were allegations that the lead detective in the case, Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, may have lied during David's trial. He retired, and the internal investigation into the allegations was completed. It was revealed that Bruce and Linda were having an affair, but they claimed it started after the trial ended. A judge ruled that the surveillance video was crucial evidence that had been withheld from the defense. Thus, a new trial was ordered. The prosecution relied on the same evidence as in the first trial. The defense followed a slightly different strategy. At David's second trial, they emphasized that the case against him was purely circumstantial, and that anyone else could have murdered Michelle. They told the jury that they should investigate the possibility that Dan was involved. He was motivated by money. The defense claimed that Dan hired someone to kill Michelle. After Michelle died, Dan received over $700,000 in life insurance and took out $400,000 in cash. The defense questioned him about one specific payment. Dan gave Chris Black a $10,000 check. Chris was Dan's friend. He also worked for Thermo Fisher Scientific. The check was given to him a few months after Michelle died. The defense asked Dan why. He gave Chris a $10,000 check and said he couldn't remember. Dan McBee's lawyer argued that he spent all of the money on the kids in the check. He was too devastated to recall some of the details. Warehouse worker Joe Siegert also testified during David Dooley's retrial. Siegert had been with Thermo Fisher Scientific for more than 30 years and knew every employee. According to him, he arrived at work at 4:50 a.m., and there was a lot of business in the warehouse due to the day off. Also, it was the end of the month. Joe Siegert had the warehouse keys and was the one who arrived early every morning to unlock the doors. For a while, he kept to himself and assisted with the unloading of trucks, and at 5:30 a.m., he took the paperwork into the office. Michelle wasn't present yet. He didn't see David Dooley, which was unusual, given that David was usually cleaning the warehouse or offices at the time. Joe saw Michelle around 5:53 a.m. She had just arrived for work, grabbed the timesheets from the counter, and entered the office. He was the last person who saw her alive. Joe ran into David Dooley just before 7 a.m. He sat in the back of the warehouse, crying and shaking. Then, around 7 a.m., David excused himself and went home to change his clothes. Joe, the main witness, gave an inaccurate testimony with some timing flaws. Nevertheless, it was admissible. According to Joe, Michael may have been a pleasant woman in real life after the murder, as it was several years later. However, at work, she and her spouse frequently failed to show employees respect. Joe admitted that many employees disliked the couple. DNA experts from an independent crime lab compared male DNA found on crime scene items to David's DNA. An expert testified that Dan's DNA profile could not be excluded from Michelle's shirt as a significant contributor. David's DNA profile could not be ignored as a minor contributor. He testified that 1 in every 7 Caucasian American men could not be excluded because of their similar characteristics. The defense also told the jury that there was a lot of blood in the office, but none was found in David's truck. The defense argued that there were plenty of other people who had the opportunity and motivation to kill Michelle. They claimed the problem was that they were not thoroughly investigated. Dan Mockbee was also in attendance. He was being interviewed as a suspect. Dan was the department manager. He could have given anyone access to the warehouse. Suspicious hatchets were discovered in his car, which he had allegedly purchased at a sale, but he could never explain why he spent all of the money he received from the insurance company. However, for some reason, he was still unable to pay for Michelle's memorial and remained in debt for funeral services. In addition, prior to the incident, the couple owed $70,000. Dan assured me that he knew nothing about it and that his wife handled the finances. 2 weeks before the murder, he purchased a computer and installed a program for deleting and encrypting files. At around 8-9 a.m., investigators discovered Dan running the program. He received a call from Thermo Fisher Scientific employees. His alibi could not be confirmed because the children were spending the night at their parents' house, and it was unknown who attempted to break into the building 10 hours prior to the incident. Finally, defense attorney Deanna Dennison emphasizes to the jury that the standard for judgment is not whether David might have committed the crime, most likely did, or could have done so through a process of elimination. Instead, she emphasized that the key criterion is reasonable doubt, which she believes the prosecution failed to demonstrate. Dennis argued that the presented evidence did not establish a link between David and Michelle's deaths, and thus he should be found not guilty. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General John Heck, countered during the closing arguments. Heck argued that, despite the circumstantial nature of the case, the accumulation of various pieces of evidence forms a compelling case, and he urged the jury to consider all of the evidence when rendering their verdict. Despite the defense's arguments, David was found guilty a second time and sentenced to 38 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Vaughn family case. What happened on a deserted road on June 14, 2007? Kimberly Vaughn, 34, and her 3 children, 12-year-old Abigail, 11-year-old Sandra, and 8-year-old Blake, were found dead on a highway near Bluff Road. Bluff Road. They all died as a result of close-range gunshot wounds. Christopher Vaughn, the family's head, was the only survivor and suffered only minor injuries. He claimed he was shot by his wife, who he believes killed their children to settle the score. Christopher, on the other hand, was unable to provide specific information because he allegedly had a memory lapse. The case was investigated for 5 years before a final verdict was reached. However, some people continue to question the justice of the verdict. The story has remained a hot topic on popular television talk shows, prompting numerous questions. We'll try to get to the bottom of things from the start. Kimberly Phillips and Christopher Vaughn have been together for over a decade, have 3 children, and appear to be a happy and friendly family on the outside. Kimberly Vaughn, real name Phillips, was born in the small town of St. Charles, Missouri in December 1972. She grew up in a relatively affluent family with 2 daughters, Jennifer and Elizabeth. By the way, Jennifer was our heroine's twin sister. The Phillips did not take shortcuts when it came to their daughter's education and development. Kimberly, like her sisters, attended a prestigious school and participated in sports. She had many friends who described the girl as outgoing and friendly. Christopher Vaughn was born in September 1974 in St. Louis, Missouri, a nearby city. He was one of 3 sons in a modest yet welcoming family. During his school years, the young man was very interested in soccer and also enjoyed hiking, camping, and family vacations out of town. The couple met in the early 1990s. They quickly developed a romantic relationship. Kimberly's parents opposed the union from the beginning because the chosen daughter was a few years younger than her and did not yet have a stable job. Furthermore, as previously stated, I grew up in a modest, if not impoverished, household. However, the young people were so in love with one another that they refused to listen to anyone else. Kimberly soon became pregnant, and the couple got married in the summer of 1994. The groom was not yet 20 years old when the wedding took place, and the bride was only a few years older. They both seemed to be well prepared for family life, however. Their daughter Abigail was born 4 months after the wedding, in October of that year. Just a year later, the couple welcomed their second daughter, Cassandra. 3 years later, their youngest son, Blake, was born. The spouses' early years of family life were peaceful and happy. Young people fell in love, made big plans for the future, raised their families, and organized their homes. All of their children were gifted, grew well, participated in a variety of sports, loved music, and performed in the school drama theater. Kimberly, a homemaker, was constantly raising her voice. She oversaw her school's PT. The young woman also led the scouting group, which included all of her children. In the meantime, the family patriarch founded and expanded his own small cybersecurity company. A few years after their wedding, the family moved to Washington State, and in early 2000, they settled in a small town in Illinois, where they could afford to buy their own large home. Kimberly then decided to pursue a law degree and enrolled in one of the local universities. She received her diploma just a month before the tragedy. At first glance, this family appears to be happy and strong. However, few people were aware that the couple's relationship deteriorated soon after the relocation. Christopher frequently traveled to another state for work, and he developed an affair with a woman named Jill. This relationship lasted approximately a year, and Kimberly eventually became aware of it. A serious scandal erupted within the family. The husband and wife had separated and were getting divorced. However, after weighing all of the pros and cons, the couple decided to stay married for the sake of their children. Husband and wife did their best to pretend that everything was fine, but the tension between them gradually grew. Kim lost trust in her chosen one because she was jealous of him and suspected him of cheating, which proved to be reasonable. On the nervous ground, the young woman began to have health problems. She suffered from anxiety, migraines, insomnia, and blood pressure problems. Kimberly was forced to seek medical attention and was given several medications to treat her condition. She took them for a year and also saw a psychologist with whom she discussed her family's issues. Despite this, Kimberly remained social, friendly, and energetic. Others described her husband as a withdrawn introvert who rarely showed emotion during a fateful trip in June 2007. On the eve of their 13th wedding anniversary, the couple planned a family trip to an amusement park in Springfield, Illinois. Christopher selected the location, and the rest of the family supported his decision. So, in the early hours of June 14, after settling into their SUV, the entire family set out. A few hours later, a passing vehicle picked up the Vaughn family's bloodied head as it drove down the highway. Christopher was wounded in the leg. He calmly reported that he had been shot by his wife, but he couldn't go any further because he allegedly had a sudden memory loss. The victim stated that he and his family were driving to an amusement park when his wife became carsick and asked him to pull over. He pulled over to the side of the road and exited the passenger seat to inspect the roof rack. Then he heard a gunshot. Following that, everything unfolded like a horror film. Christopher realized his wife had fired, saw blood running down his leg and fled, unconscious and unaware of the children in the cabin, only to be picked up by a random car. Christopher was unable to locate his SUV, but police discovered it almost immediately. They found 4 bodies in the car with gunshot wounds. Except for Kimberly, who was killed with a single shot to the head. Everyone had been shot twice previously. Christopher admitted that he had a gun at home, which was probably loaded and carried by his wife. Christopher believes she murdered their children, shot him, and then took her own life. While telling this, he did not show much emotion, and even when the police showed him pictures of the deceased family members' bodies during the station interrogation, Bond remained remarkably calm, which could only raise suspicions. Kimberly's parents learned of their daughter and grandchildren's deaths from an impolite reporter who called them at home to inquire about their son-in-law and whether he had harmed their loved ones. During the initial interrogation, everyone insisted that Christopher could not have killed his own family and that the crime was most likely committed by someone else on the road. However, the police officers who witnessed the crime scene had a different perspective from the beginning. They stated that the crime was entirely domestic in nature, with only family members suspected of involvement. Initially, no specific suspect names were given. In subsequent interrogations, the family's surviving head could not recall any new information, but he was confident that his wife could have done it all, killing the children, wounding him, and then shooting herself. Christopher blamed the pills she'd been taking for a year, as well as the crisis in their relationship caused by his infidelity, which they couldn't overcome. Vaughn dismissed the loss of memory caused by being shot, and for the same reason, he did not immediately contact the police or emergency services, instead rushing away, oblivious to the pain in his injured leg. His words sounded unconvincing, but they were insufficient to get Christopher arrested. The family's home was searched, and a couple of laptop computers were taken for inspection. While the preliminary investigation was underway, Christopher remained at large, busy planning his wife's and children's funerals. The funeral was scheduled for June 23 and would take place at one of the city's funeral homes. A large crowd gathered to pay their final respects, and nearly everyone noticed the conflict between the Vaughn and Phillips families. Soon, a police car approached the building. Christopher was arrested shortly before the funeral service began, accused of murdering his family. He remained calm and walked silently with the police. However, his parents were furious about what was going on. They expressed disappointment that their son was not even allowed to say goodbye to his wife and children. While his guilt had yet to be proven, this difficult case had already received widespread media attention. Members of the Vaughn family speculated that Christopher's arrest at the funeral was intended to draw even more public attention. At the same time, the Phillips family was pleased with the results. In an interview, Kimberly's mother expressed relief that her daughter had been cleared of a crime against her children. The investigation questioned Christopher's words from the start, but he stubbornly blamed everything on a lapse in memory, claiming that he couldn't reconstruct the timeline. But he was certain his wife had committed this heinous crime. He was simply fortunate that the bullet struck only the thigh's soft tissues, avoiding the larger vessels. During the investigation, it was discovered that Christopher had his wife's insurance policy, which included a $1 million payout in the event of her death. As the investigation into this case progressed, the police became more convinced that the husband was the primary perpetrator of this terrible tragedy. The investigation lasted more than 5 years, and Christopher was held in custody throughout. Despite his continued efforts to prove his innocence, Vaughn was charged with several serious offenses, and if convicted, he faced death. As a result, under state law, he was entitled to attorneys paid for by a special fund established to protect people facing the death penalty. Christopher's defense attorneys were thorough in their efforts to shift blame for what happened to his late wife. They discovered that Kimberly had a number of mental disorders that she developed during the marital crisis caused by her husband's infidelity and the resulting health problems. And the drugs she was taking allegedly worsened her condition rather than improving it. Lawyers nearly succeeded in proving that the wife took a loaded gun from home on a family vacation, massacred the children, injured her husband, and then shot herself in the head. The evidence and materials presented appeared to support this version, so the case was left to be decided. However, the state is currently implementing reforms to abolish the death penalty, and as a result, Chris has lost his lawyers whose work had been funded by the foundation. They requested $250,000 to complete the case, but Vaughn didn't have much money. Christopher was assigned a public defender who had to handle the case from the start and devise a new line of defense. This time, the attempts to exonerate the defendant seemed far less credible. The defendant's personal laptop, which was seized during a home search, contained an unusual and lengthy correspondence with a Canadian resident named Steve Weiland. The two had met on a social networking site about 10 months prior to the tragedy and began corresponding almost daily. Christopher told his new friend that he was deeply unhappy and that his marriage and family life were dragging him down. The men talked about the advantages of living in the wilderness, away from civilization, like hiking, camping, and survival skills in the forest, deserts, and mountains. Vaughn eventually persuaded his new friend to help him fake his own death in order to flee his family. Steve, on the other hand, was opposed to the idea and declined to participate. Chris then stated that he would still abandon his family and city life to flee to a Canadian province where no one could find him. About a month before the tragedy, the accused started writing about a girl named Maya, who he planned to take with him and allegedly loved. The police were able to easily find and bring Maya in as a witness. She turned out to be a dancer at Christopher's favorite strip club, and the two dated for several months. Throughout this time, Christopher complained about his unhappy family life. He once offered to run away with her. But Maya saw this plan as a foolish adventure, so she refused. Vaughn also had an affair with another young dancer to whom he falsely claimed to be single and child-free. I want to impress the girl. He spent a lot of money on her in a short amount of time, and even offered to take her to another country with him. The two girls and their pen pal were called as witnesses at the trial. Their testimony revealed that the defendant intended to flee with one of his mistresses rather than preserving his marriage. Christopher Vaughn's trial began in the fall of 2012, and it received extensive media coverage. Evidence revealed that he had purchased a gun shortly before the tragedy and had gone to shooting ranges several times to practice using it. Notably, the last time he fired at targets was the evening before his family's trip. Experts also discovered that the shot in Christopher's thigh was fired almost at point-blank range, contradicting his claim that his wife shot him when he got out of the car while Kimberly remained inside. Furthermore, the bullet holes in Christopher's jacket prompted numerous questions. According to the prosecutors, such a trace could have been caused by a single bullet fired while he was wearing his jacket. However, this assumption could not be validated. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was Kimberly's bloodstains on her husband's clothing. If Christopher, as he claimed, left the car while his family was still alive, how did his wife's blood, which he claimed she shot herself after he ran for help, get on his clothes and shoes? Furthermore, Kimberly's blood was not found on the murder weapon or on her hands, which would be impossible if she had shot herself in the head with a gun to her chin. However, a drop of her husband's blood was found on her thumb. In addition, Christopher's work computer was used to perform several searches for detailed staging of the crime scene. Kimberly's doctor also testified at the trial, claiming that the young woman suffered from insomnia, headaches, and high blood pressure, for which she was given a variety of medications, but that she had no negative thoughts or intentions to harm herself or others. The defendant was found guilty of all counts associated with such a heinous crime. Christopher received 4 life sentences, 1 for each family member, with no chance of ever being released. Shortly after receiving such a harsh sentence, Vaughn unexpectedly stated that he remembered everything from that day in great detail and had not forgotten anything. According to him, shots rang out after he exited the vehicle, but he had no idea what was going on. He then noticed the children's bodies, and then his wife shot him in the leg. She shouted that it was all his fault before shooting him in the head. The convict's new testimony had no bearing on the verdict because it sounded so ridiculous. However, Christopher's parents have actively sought to defend their son in front of the public. For several years, they have appeared on various talk shows, given interviews, and written blogs and social media posts about their dissatisfaction with life and how marriage has altered it. They also consistently blame all of the problems on the Phillips family, claiming that their members refused to accept their son-in-law from the start and did everything they could to make his life miserable. The Bond family had filed several clemency petitions, hoping that Chris would be acquitted or his sentence commuted. Several such petitions were delivered to the governor of the state. However, after reviewing the case file, he stated that he had no reason to question the court's decision. He advocated for the murder of a whole family. Furthermore, he committed the most heinous crime imaginable, leaving no room for leniency or justification in this case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Tuesday, January 14, 2014, just before noon, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a residence in Frisco, Texas, USA, to conduct a welfare check on Anna Moses, a 43-year-old woman living independently. Her boyfriend, Michael Stodnick, expressed concern when he couldn't reach her. They were scheduled to meet for a date the night before, but when Michael arrived at Anna's house at 7:30 p.m., it was dark or the lights were turned off, and her car was not in the driveway. This was unusual because Anna usually left her car in the driveway except for inclement weather when she parked it in the garage. Michael rang the doorbell, called, and texted, but received no response. Following his initial attempt to contact Anna, Michael drove to a nearby Starbucks and waited 15 minutes. He returned to Anna's house and found no apparent change, so he decided to go home. The next morning, Michael tried again to reach Anna via text messages and phone calls, but received no response. Concerned, he contacted some of her friends, who also reported not hearing from her at 9 a.m. On the morning of January 14, Michael returned to Anna's house and discovered that her trash bins were still at the front, and packages remained unopened on her doorstep. Despite having a house key, Michael refrained from entering because he was unfamiliar with the alarm code. The situation indicated that Anna had not returned home from work on the 13th. Michael contacted the police and requested a welfare check after becoming concerned about Anna's well-being. The police advised him to contact the University of Texas at Dallas Police, which was Anna's last known location. Anna worked as a statistical analyst in the UDA's strategy department and had worked all day on January 13th. Michael went to the campus and spoke with the police, but they did not appear concerned. They only took Anna's disappearance seriously after her boss reported her missing. His boss also informed them that she had not been at work on the morning of January 14. Following this report, a 911 call was placed, prompting the police to arrive, but as residents, nothing seemed out of place. There was no evidence of forced entry. They contacted Anna's son, Igor, who had a key and met them at the house. The alarm was disarmed at 12 or 5 p.m. According to the alarm log, for the first time since January 13 morning, the question remained, where was Anna? The police searched several rooms and found Anna's lifeless body in the garage, where she had been fatally shot. Despite her death, she remained dressed in her coat and scarf. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to be missing other than her car. Her purse containing money was discovered next to her, and mail was scattered around her. Notably, an empty Taco Bell sack with a quesadilla wrapper was on the ground nearby. Anna had 7 gunshot wounds distributed as follows: 1 in the neck, 2 in the chest, 3 in the back, and 1 that did not break the skin, with the bullet lodged in her clothing. She also had abrasions on her left hand and a minor abrasion on her right hand, which could be the result of a fall or defensive wounds. Surprisingly, the police discovered 11 cartridge cases in the garage, which contradicted the initial count of 7. Interestingly, there were no bullet holes in the garage. This led the police to suspect that the crime scene had been staged to give the appearance of a robbery. Notably, no fingerprints were found on the patio door or the interior garage door. The police believe Anna was murdered on the evening of January 13 as she returned home from her job at the University of Texas at Dallas. The crucial question remains: who is responsible for Anna's murder? The investigation into Anna's death generated more questions than answers. Originally from Russia, she moved to the United States after meeting Robert Moses. Their union led to marriage, and Robert was formally adopted by his son Igor. Initially, the family appeared close-knit, with Robert and Igor having a strong bond. However, as the years passed and Anna gained confidence in her new American life, she began to engage in activities separate from Robert, causing strains in their relationship, and his interactions with other men contributed to the breakdown of her marriage. One of these connections was with Dr. John Wheeler-Kowski, a colleague who would generously provide her with financial assistance when necessary. Anna also spent time with Jerry Casper, a man who shared her passion for opera and musicals. Jerry was so taken with Anna that he dedicated books of poetry to her. Despite this, he claimed there was nothing romantic between him and Anna because he was married. During their investigation, the police spoke with one of Anna's friends, Dr. Jacques, a Christian who worked at the University of Texas at Dallas. Dr. Christian described an incident that occurred on December 15, 2012, between Anna and her ex-husband Robert. According to Dr. Christian, Anna was in great distress and contacted her, claiming that she was trapped inside a closet with her 2 dogs. The police were called, but the incident was reported as an error. Dr. Christian stated that Anna appeared genuinely afraid of Robert, recalling an encounter in which Anna was visibly shaken and expressed concern that he would kill me tonight. Anna and Robert finalized their divorce in March 2013. Despite the separation, Robert remained in the house while Robert moved to a home shared with 3 other divorced men, most notably their son Igor, who maintained close ties with both parents and paid frequent visits to them. Despite their divorce, Robert continued to assist Anna with household repairs as needed. Surprisingly, Anna did not tell any friends or family about her lingering fears about Robert following the divorce. In fact, she appeared content and happy, having found companionship through online dating. Anna had been in a year-long relationship with Michael, whom she met through Match.com. When questioned by the police, Robert gave his version of events on January 13. He claimed to have spent the day watching football at home before visiting Twin Peaks Bar. Surveillance footage confirmed his timeline, with him entering the bar at 7:06 p.m. and leaving at 7:57 p.m. During the questioning, the police discovered a small cut on Robert's right hand, just above the knuckle of his ring finger, with blood seeping through the bandage. Despite this, Robert cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and allowing the police to search his room. During the search of Robert's belongings, several firearms were discovered, including a Ruger long rifle, a black pocket pistol, and a black Browning Buckmark target pistol. However, extensive testing eliminated these firearms as the murder weapon. The day after Anna's body was discovered, her car was found a few blocks away from her home. Upon inspection, the police discovered blood on the driver's seat, as well as muddy footprints on the car's hood and on top of the vehicle. Inside the car, a Red Bull can on the backseat passenger side and a cigarette butt on the floorboard raised suspicions because Anna was not known to smoke or drink energy drinks. The police believed that the blood found in the car was consistent with the type of injury on Robert's right hand. Subsequent DNA testing revealed that the blood in Anna's car matched Robert's DNA sample. When asked about the blood, Robert initially claimed ignorance, saying he couldn't think of a reason for its presence. He later admitted to being in Anna's car on January 28, 2015, explaining that he was fixing a broken water pipe in the garage at the time. Following these findings, Robert was charged with murder. The prosecution built its case on the assertion that Robert was the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to commit Anna's murder. claiming that everything pointed to him. It points to nowhere else. Their disagreements revolved around the belief that Robert murdered Anna for personal financial gain. The court learned of this on January 13. Anna left for work at 8:23 a.m., as she usually does, and setting the house alarm before she leaves. She spent the day at work, with a tea break around 2 p.m. Alongside Dr. Wheeler-Kowski, Anna finished her workday at 5 p.m., her usual departure time. At 5:02 p.m., video surveillance captured her walking into the parking garage at work. At 5:07 p.m., Anna drove away from the garage, stopping at a Taco Bell drive, through to buy a chicken quesadilla. Crucially, surveillance near an elementary school near Anna's house captured a car resembling Anna's passing by at 5:44 p.m. This begs the question, if Anna drove home, was someone waiting for her inside the garage? The prosecution's case was heavily based on establishing the timing of Anna's death, which the police claimed occurred between 5:50 p.m. and 5:50 p.m. and 5:55 p.m. Testimonies in court included statements from people who live on the street where Anna's car was discovered. Stephen Brockway testified that on January 14, around 1 p.m., at 1:40 p.m., he and a friend were moving a trailer and there were no cars parked nearby. He returned around 3 p.m. and noticed an SUV parked there. Another neighbor reported seeing a blue Chevrolet truck on the street around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Based on this information, the police concluded that Anna's car was most likely left there after 6 p.m. On January 14, it was revealed in court that the police had interviewed the other men in Anna's life. Specifically, Michael and Jerry. Both men willingly provided DNA samples for investigation, but Michael denied possessing any firearms. Jerry, on the other hand, admitted to owning a 9mm Glock and a 2-point target pistol. Although the police did not recover these weapons, the court learned from toll records that Jerry left his Arlington workplace around 5:18 p.m. on January 13 and exited the Renner Road toll booth at 6 p.m. This information, when combined with the police's belief about Anna's death time, suggested that Jerry was not in a position to be responsible for the crime at the time it occurred. These details were presented to the court in order to rule out any other possible suspects. The court was informed that Dr. Wheeler-Kowski had been excluded as a suspect based on toll records confirming he was in Garland Robert on his way home at 5:47 p.m. Furthermore, the type of firearm he owned, a .40 caliber Glock, did not match the gun used to kill Anna. DNA testing of the Red Bull can and cigarette butt found in Anna's car revealed that the DNA belonged to an unknown male. Despite entering the profile into the combined DNA index system, there were no matches. The prosecution emphasized the financial motive, claiming that Robert stood to benefit financially from Anna's death. A review of his financial records revealed that several credit cards were nearly maxed out. During police interviews, Robert allegedly expressed a strong interest in Anna's finances. Michael informed the police that shortly after Anna's death, Robert inquired about her financial situation and approached Anna's mother to inquire about the location of Anna's jewelry. Dr. Christian testified that she overheard Robert saying that it would be beneficial if he lived in Anna's house to avoid the cost of maintaining 2 homes. Tatiana Heber, another Anna friend, described Robert as a businessman who was interested in Anna's bank accounts, passwords, and other documents. The court learned that Frank Shuvra, Anna's independent executor, advised Igor to set up a trust, but Robert told him to deposit the money in a bank account. Instead, Igor was named the beneficiary of Anna's $750,000 life insurance policy. On February 4, 2015, Anna's estate deposited $25,000 into Robert and Igor's joint bank account. Igor claimed that the money was used to pay off the car he was driving, which Robert had previously owned and had since transferred to Igor. The proceeds were also used to pay off Anna's mortgage. The defense claimed that in their focus on Robert, the police failed to thoroughly investigate other men in Anna's life. They stated that the items discovered in Anna's car, as well as the footprints, did not match Robert's DNA, and that the weapon used to murder Anna had yet to be found. In Robert's defense, it was argued that he was not financially impacted by Anna's death. Robert claimed that his move into Anna's house was solely to assist Igor, who was the beneficiary of his life insurance. Igor supported this claim, testifying that Robert's decision to move in was his own, motivated by a desire for assistance in managing bills and household responsibilities. The trial revealed that Anna took excellent care of Igor, doing everything for him, so it was not uncommon for him to seek assistance with bill payment. Igor testified about the blood stain discovered in Anna's car, claiming that it had been there for years and was not a new or fresh stain. The defense also questioned the accuracy of the time of death. The medical examiner stated during the trial that Anna's stomach contents had been nearly completely digested. The defense argued that if she had eaten the quesadilla and died before 6 p.m., there would have been more identifiable food remnants in her stomach. This raises the possibility that she was murdered later, providing an alibi for Robert and some of Anna's other male acquaintances. Despite the defense's arguments, a Collin County jury found Robert Arthur Moses guilty of first-degree murder of his ex-wife Anna over finances and their relationship in late 2016, sentencing him to life in prison after more than 8 hours of deliberation. In court, prosecutors referred to the then 64-year-old as a calculating killer, claiming that Anna, 43, was targeted and ambushed at the time she died. She was shot in her prime, and no one should ever fear him again. Following his conviction, he filed an appeal to challenge the court's decision. Robert's appeal focused on a lack of evidence, claiming that the conviction was based solely on conjecture and speculation. The appeal centered on specific pieces of evidence, including the chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell and the unexplained large sum of money in Anna's savings account at the time of her death. Concerning the chicken quest idea, the appeal focused on Dr. Williams' testimony, which challenged the established time of Anna's death. Dr. Rohor acknowledged that if Anna had eaten a chicken quesadilla on her way home at 5:45 p.m., it is reasonable to expect the stomach contents to be partially digested after being shot 10 minutes later. However, he testified that he could not recognize any type of food in Anna's stomach contents, casting doubt on the timeline's accuracy. The appeal argued that the uncertainty about the digestion of the chicken quesadilla calls into question the accuracy of Anna's time of death, implying that she was killed after 7 p.m. Is true, this assertion would provide an alibi for Robert, who was reportedly at the Twin Peaks bar at the time. Furthermore, the appeal highlighted Anna's substantial savings account, emphasizing the significant increase in funds over a 23-month period, despite the fact that her spending records showed she spent the majority of her income. The appeal faulted the police for failing to investigate the source of the funds. However, the state appeals court rejected Robert's arguments regarding the quesadilla. The court stated that no one knew what happened to it, or if Anna consumed it. Regarding Anna's savings, the court noted that prosecutors brought it up during the trial, claiming that some of the money came from a former romantic interest who wanted to help Anna. Despite the appeal, the court upheld Robert's conviction, and he is still incarcerated. The rejection of the appeal upholds the previous judgment and preserves the trial outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook, in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandria planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandria. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose McCauley, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies." It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandria or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2021. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonard's, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience. It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, we have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance. After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these 2 cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. "At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back." Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. "Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card," Brown responded. "I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead." Atkinson asks if we're running away. "Ms. Where's the money? Were you?" "You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her," Brown responded. "I'm not sure what planet you live on." Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance. and requires a doctor." "That is absolutely obvious," Brown responded. "Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding." She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, "I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a dead escort on my workshop floor." How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexander's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, "I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere." Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, "No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double." When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, "Who? The answer should have been no one." Brown responded, "The answer should have been yes." But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did. They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case, with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term, or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Daniel and David, twins, have always made important decisions together since they were children. They both chose to work as mechanics for the same athletic team and frequently finished each other's sentences. Nobody could have predicted that the brothers would one day conspire in an almost perfect crime together. After all, even if the police had discovered DNA, the prosecutor would not have been able to persuade a jury of Dan or David's guilt. Standard forensic DNA analysis cannot distinguish between identical twins because their genetic profiles are nearly identical, and a jury will always have room for reasonable doubt. It took law enforcement officials 10 years to apprehend the brothers. Only because David agreed to a deal with the prosecutor and testified against Daniel were the police able to resolve the case that will be discussed today. On July 22, 2003, her husband, with whom she was divorcing, drove up to Heather's parents' house. The final divorce hearing was only 1 week away. The man got out of the car carrying a large bouquet of flowers and a card with a touching picture, hoping to reconcile and avoid divorce. The reason he kept the marriage alive was not because he loved his wife or wanted to keep the family together. Daniel realized that the court's decision to pay alimony would not leave him with enough money to live his normal life. Maybe he even lost his house. The man was desperate for an escape and expected to solve the problem with a bouquet of flowers and promises, but the plan failed. Heather flatly rejected Daniel's proposal. Heather's father, Dave Springer, had to intervene after the conversation became violent. Only after Dave promised to call the cops did Daniel angrily yell that Heather was ruining his life and abandon the house sprayer. A former Denver Police Department officer realized instinctively that his son-in-law was a danger to his daughter. He asked her not to see him during the remainder of the divorce proceedings. He later stated that I was concerned about what my son-in-law Dan Wild might do as the final divorce approached. He wanted to keep everything under his control. However, control was slipping away from him. He was becoming increasingly desperate and hostile. I advised Heather not to date him, and I didn't believe she would, but she did. Dan called Heather 2 days later and offered to pick up the children's medical records, as well as the assigned child support check. Initially, the almost ex-spouses agreed to meet at McDonald's. The young woman did not want to be alone with her ex-husband and planned to meet in a crowded location, taking her 2 children, aged 5 and 3 at the time. She said nothing to the father, only alerting the mother to the meeting. Clearly, something went wrong. To appease her mother, she changed the plan and named the nearest fast food restaurant as the meeting place. Heather went to Daniel's home in Edgewater, Colorado, where he lived with his identical twin brother David and David's then girlfriend Roseanne, rather than McDonald's. Heather believed that in the presence of the children, Jacob and Hannah, their father would not be aggressive and that he was not alone at home. And then the young woman vanished. She was not seen alive again. Heather Springer was born on April 21, 1973, in Arvada, Colorado. Her father, David Springer, worked for the Denver Police Department and was well respected by his colleagues. The man did everything he could to ensure his beloved wife, Carol, Heather, and her 2 older sisters, Rebecca and Jennifer, had everything they needed. The family provided a friendly, warm environment of mutual understanding for her sisters. Their father exemplified masculinity, responsibility, and care. During her youth, Heather attempted to form relationships with her peers, but nothing came out. When she met Dan, Wild was 10 years her senior. Heather saw in him an adult, responsible, caring man who made her feel as calm and safe as her father, Daniel. Being a mature man won Heather over his peers. The 23-year-old young woman fell in love and did not look back. The couple started dating in 1996. A year later, Dan made Heather an offer, which she gladly accepted. She grew up in a family where her father was always in control due to his professional activities, and she saw the same quality in the groom as a manifestation of love and protection. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. The young couple relocated to Edgewater, Colorado, where Dan owned a home and the Wild family welcomed 2 children, Hannah and Jacob. Heather devoted herself completely to her daughter and son's household chores. Dan was the family's main breadwinner and worked as a mechanic in the transportation department. However, family life was not entirely cloudless. The young woman gradually realized that Dan's excessive control did not reflect care and love. Over time, he became more overwhelming and restrictive, and his dreams of a happy union did not come true. After 5 years of marriage in 2002, Heather began to complain to her parents about her spouse. She stated that she was tired of Dan's constant control. It was unbearable to live in the same house as him. 1 year later, in the spring of 2003, the young woman informed Dan that she wanted a divorce. She packed her belongings and moved with her children to her parents' home in Arbati. Dan reacted negatively to her still legal spouse's actions, even threatening her, which strengthened her resolve to protect her interests and those of her children. She filed for divorce, requested custody of the children, and required her husband to pay child support. Daniel became stressed because he was unprepared for the additional significant financial obligations. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to pay his bills and would lose his home. In the early summer, Dan's brother David and roommate Roseanne came to his aid to provide support and assistance with a difficult situation. Dan and David DeWild, identical twins with only 1.5 minutes of age difference, have been inseparable their entire lives, always helping each other and keeping in touch. Friends of the twins observed that Dan always acted as a leader, making key decisions, whereas David preferred to remain in his brother's shadow and hold secondary positions. After arriving, David began working as a mechanic at the same shop where Dan worked and gave his brother a large sum of money to pay the house bills. David suggested that Dan try to avoid a final divorce and supported his plan to visit Heather on July 22, 2003. As previously stated, the trip failed and nearly resulted in a police call. The brothers then devised a new plan, inviting Heather to their house on July 24. Heather's parents' house and the nearest McDonald's were only a few kilometers apart. Carol Springer became concerned when Heather's daughter, who had only gone to pick up her papers, did not return after an hour. Carol called her son-in-law to find out where Heather was because her daughter would not answer her phone. Dan reported that she had arrived at his house, left the kids, and drove to the store. Carol found all of this alarming. She knew her daughter's wallet and credit cards were still at home. She couldn't go shopping without money and cards, and she would never leave her grandchildren with Dan. Carol dialed Dave's number and told him who their daughter had gone to see, and Dave Springer went straight to his former son-in-law's house. Heather was not present, and her car could not be found. Dan insisted that Heather had gone away on her own business, leaving the children with him and would be back soon. The grandchildren couldn't tell their grandparents where their mother was or had gone. Dave contacted the emergency services. With his police background, he claims that his daughter was in trouble. Soon, patrol officers arrived at Dan Wild's house. The officers inspected the area around the house and the house itself, which Dan allowed to enter, but found nothing suspicious outside or inside, so they left. The officers only discovered that the medical records Heather had requested were at Dan's house, and the child support check had yet to be signed. Dave Springer got behind the wheel of his car and drove through the city streets, hoping to find his daughter alive. Passing through intersections, he stopped to observe passers-by, looked at the faces of women, and interviewed local residents, but his efforts were futile. Heather DeWild was officially reported missing the following morning, on July 25. Detective Mark Kreider of the Denver Police Department has joined the search for the woman. The detective took Dave's suspicions seriously. Nobody believed Heather would simply decide to flee her family after the trial and go on vacation. Lidar told reporters that Dave was obviously very concerned. The case was unusual because the daughter of a Denver police officer went missing, which added a personal touch to the situation. Mark's first stop was the Wild home. The detective arrived at the address and rang the doorbell. Dan the Wild appeared on the doorstep. He refused to let the detective into the house, without Wild cooperation. Kreider had no right to inspect the house, which meant that crucial evidence could be overlooked. The detective inquired about the reason for the refusal and why the Wild was unwilling to assist with the investigation. If everything was as he said, he responded that he had a personal attorney and would only answer questions in his presence. At that point, David, Dan's twin, drove up to the house. Dan immediately called out to his brother, telling him not to talk to the detective. As Kreider watched, he realized Heather's father was correct. Daniel DeWild was hiding something. Why did he hire a lawyer if Heather simply grew tired of the family and left? He's not concerned about the woman or searching for her, despite the fact that he swore his love for her just a few days ago. Everything appeared as strange as possible, but the detective was unable to do anything without a warrant, so he was forced to leave. By the time police got a search warrant for the Wild home, Heather had gone missing for 6 days. Inside the house, Kreider stated that the task force discovered no evidence of a crime weapon. There was no sign that Heather had been in the house. However, investigators soon discovered that on the day the young woman vanished, David drove his Chevrolet to a car repair shop about 15 miles from home. Why would David drive so far when the twins, who worked for the transportation department as mechanics, could have done the repairs themselves? Kreider obtained a warrant to search the several locations, and a detective speculated that Heather had died and David had managed to hide her body away from home. To inspect the car, they used specially trained dogs that detect the odor of a decomposing body. While checking David's car, the dogs began barking near the driver's side rear side door, indicating that Heather's body had been in the vehicle for some time. Detective Kreider met with David and discussed the search dog's reactions. At one point, the detective asked David, looking directly into his eyes, "Did you kill Heather?" The man lowered his head, and you could tell he was nervous. The man stated that he needed to speak with his lawyer and last. After speaking with David, the detective had no doubt that both twin brothers were involved in Heather's disappearance, a day after being informed that the dog smelled decomposition. David and Roseanne married, which confirmed the police's suspicions. Roseanne later revealed that this occurred so unexpectedly, just in case, because spouses are not required to testify against each other. Then, on August 4, 2003, 2 weeks after Heather's disappearance, police discovered her white Nissan Sentra in the parking lot of an apartment complex in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, about 5 miles from Dan's home. According to locals, the car had been parked for several days. With the passenger side window fully open, detectives spent the entire day inspecting the car. It appeared so clean that there was no sign that Heather had ever ridden in it. We discovered no evidence of Heather's DNA inside or outside the car. We also found no fingerprints or other evidence that Heather had used the vehicle. The expert explained to Detective Kreider, apparently the perpetrator or perpetrators were meticulous in wiping out all traces qualitatively. Investigators searched the wooded area south of the apartment complex, where the car was discovered. They utilized trackers, thermal imaging cameras, and a police helicopter. The search turned up nothing that could lead them to Heather. Carol and Dave realized at that moment that they had lost their daughter for good. Exactly 1 month later, on September 4, 2003, Heather's body was discovered by a road worker while shoveling dirt on the canyon road. He noticed a large trash bag on the ground and called the cops as he approached. Meanwhile, the body had decomposed to the point where dental records could be used to identify it. The woman's face was covered with a duct tape mask, and rope was wrapped around her neck and wrists. The body was wrapped in garbage bags and duct taped before being buried in a shallow grave. Heather's clothes were identified by family members as the ones she left in to meet Daniel on July 24. Heather's exact cause of death could not be determined by the medical examiner, but the nature of her injuries suggested that she was strangled or died of asphyxia. Investigators discovered that the twins were involved because the body was discovered on the same day in Brooklyn, which is the workshop that David visited on the day Heather went missing. The trash bags in which the body was wrapped had the same general class characteristics as the bags taken from the wild home. However, it was circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence was lacking, and Kreider was unable to apprehend either of the brothers. Dave Springer felt crushed by the inability to do anything. Heather was buried. Her parents placed a note in her casket that read, "All she wanted was to love and be loved." There was a language barrier. Nobody informed Heather's parents or sisters about the investigation's details. It even appeared to them that no one was dealing with the case at all. In fact, the investigation determined who was guilty, but a lack of evidence limited the detectives' options after 2 years. In 2005, Denver's district attorney changed, promising the Springer family assistance in the investigation of the case. The investigation team thoroughly reviewed 1,500 pages of documentation and re-examined all of the case's evidence and details. However, these efforts produced no new results. There was no physical evidence, and DNA analysis found no link between the brothers and Heather's death. Detective believed that, in addition to the brothers involved in the case, David's wife Roseanne, who also lived in the house, could be involved, but as an official spouse, she had the right not to reveal information about him. After another 4 years, Heather's family had still not found a place. The deceased's father admitted that he sometimes screamed at night. He was sick and that Dan was sleeping peacefully on the loose while the rest of their family was subjected to daily injustice. Ross Boot took over the Heather DeWild investigation in 2009, correct? The new prosecutor approached the task with extreme seriousness. Within 6 years, the volume of documentation increased from 1.5 to 30,000 pages. There were 15 additional boxes containing important information. A DVD of home movies eventually piqued the interest of the new investigative team. Dan Heather had engaged in unusual practices during their marriage. Dan played the dominant role and Heather willingly submitted. Dan likes to tie Heather up. When detectives examined the home videotape, they noticed a significant coincidence. The way Dan was tying Heather up in this video was very similar to how the woman was tied up when her body was found. Detectives also discovered Dan's profile on a dating site where he claimed to be a widower, despite the fact that Heather had been reported missing and her body had yet to be discovered. During the investigation, they were able to locate a witness who saw Dan, David, and Roseanne early one morning near the location where Heather's body was discovered. Furthermore, using new technology developed in recent years, experts were able to reinvestigate phone conversations between David, Daniel, and Roseanne on the day of the crime. All three made 14 calls to each other, and detectives were able to determine each caller's geographical location. David's cell phone was discovered near Heather's car, and from there, he called his brother and then Roseanne. Using all of the information gathered, detectives apprehended the perpetrators more than 8 years later, with only circumstantial evidence. Dan, David, and Roseanne DeWild were arrested on December 14, 2011. Both were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. As prosecutors prepare for trial, investigators hope to provoke the Wild. They speculated that Roseanne could be the weak link and attempted to turn her against the brothers. It did not work. The woman maintained that neither she nor the twins were involved in the crime. Dan, David, and Roseanne spent 8 months in jail awaiting trial, with Dan being the first to fall out with David. 9 years after the crime, the man admitted to Heather that he killed his twin brother Dan. Maybe it was the arrest, the billing records, or he genuinely loved Roseanne and wanted to keep her safe by making a deal with the prosecutor. Or perhaps he simply weighed all of his options and chose freedom after 12 years over a lifetime of sentencing. Regardless, David accepted the deal. Without his testimony, the brothers would likely have gotten away with the crime. David described the gruesome details. According to the man, his brother Dan began planning the crime in April 2003. After he was ordered to pay child support, he carefully considered every move he made. Don told David about his plan and asked for assistance. He stated that if Heather refused, he would still get rid of her, but only on her own. David acknowledged that he was concerned for his brother. He assumed Dan couldn't do it alone. He would be apprehended and put in jail right away. David agreed to help. Heather and the children arrived on July 24, 2003 at noon, as planned. When Dan went to meet them, David allegedly tried to stop his brother, but he ignored him. While the kids played in the house, Dan took her to the garage, promising to return the now almost ex-wife joint videos that were allegedly kept there. In the garage, Dan grabbed her by the shoulders and threw her to the ground. According to David, he had the opportunity to prevent the crime, but chose to stand there and watch in silence. His brother took a hammer from the shelf and struck Heather several times in the head, knocking her out. Dan immediately took a rope and tied his wife up in the same way he had done during their intimate games. But this time, he also made a noose around her neck and suspended her from the garage roof. Dan's plan was to make it appear that his wife's death was accidental during their role-playing sessions. Leaving Dan in the garage, David drove Heather's car back to the apartment complex parking lot and thoroughly cleaned it inside and out. By the time David returned to the garage, his brother had wrapped his wife's body in garbage bags and placed it in the backseat of his car. David checked the woman's pulse and determined she was dead. He then got behind the wheel of the Chevrolet and drove to the predetermined location where he would bury the body. How there might never have been discovered if it wasn't for a transmission problem in the car that forced him to hide the body somewhere along the way to the canyon. Because David had to visit an auto repair shop to have his car fixed, the investigation uncovered clues about the car's movements. When the investigators asked how the brothers were able to dispose of all of the evidence so professionally, David explained that they watched crime shows on TV on a regular basis and knew a lot about the subject. For example, they used double gloves to leave no trace. David Wild had to take a polygraph test to confirm the veracity of his testimony. Prosecutors offered him a deal following the test. David pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit second-degree murder and received a 12-year sentence instead of life in prison. Daniel's trial began in November 2012 at the Jefferson County Courthouse. David testified, blaming the crime entirely on his brother, rehabilitating his wife Roseanne through his testimony, apologizing for all the pain he had caused Heather's family, and receiving 12 years. Daniel pleaded not guilty and continued to claim he had no idea where Heather went after she allegedly left the house. According to his defense, Heather murdered his brother David. After all, he admitted that he was responsible for disposing of the car and the body. However, the jury did not believe that version. They found Daniel guilty of conspiracy to commit a first-degree felony, but could not determine whether he actually did it. As a result, the judge scheduled a new trial for just a month later, fearing he would end up in prison with no chance of parole. Dan accepted a plea agreement, pled guilty to a second-degree felony, and waived his right to appeal. He was sentenced to 74 years in prison, which he currently serves at Colorado State Prison. He will be eligible for parole in May 2045. His mandatory release year is 2084, when he will be over 100 years old. Daniel DeWild will probably not live to see that date after the trial. During a press conference, prosecutor Roz Boot examines the dynamics of what occurred. Daniel clearly set David up. He had control of the situation. Regarding Mary Rose and Wild, we eventually concluded that her knowledge of the events was less than previously assumed. The case against her is dismissed because there is no reasonable chance of her conviction at trial. Roseanne maintains that she had no suspicions and is simply waiting for David to be released. After Dan was arrested, Hannah and Jacob were placed in foster care by their own grandparents, Heather's parents, Dave Springer, and her father has finally begun to sleep soundly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Cave has a generous heart. Why do bad things happen to good girls? Because bad boys attract them like moths to a flame kind. Often naive, they idealize their partner and completely ignore the obvious red flags. Sometimes these destructive relationships last a long time, while other times the realization occurs quickly. Sooner or later, there is a choice: leave or continue to be burned until the moth is reduced to ashes. Jennifer was nowhere to be found during one of the most heinous and undoubtedly didactic incidents in Austin, Texas, USA. Jennifer Cave, Michael Rodriguez's new girlfriend, last spoke on August 16, 2005, late in the evening. Throughout the night, Michael awaited her call. However, exhausted from work, he unintentionally fell asleep. By morning, there had been no missed calls from her. Concerned, Michael remembered Jennifer's promise to call him back after dropping off her friend Colton at home. He was concerned that she would have to go out of her way because Colton had not arranged for his own ride home. In general, he did not trust Colton or his lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jennifer's roommate discovered her absence from home. Her alarm clock was blaring, and there was no one to turn it off. It appeared that Jennifer had not spent the night at home. Her friend became concerned. They usually informed each other about their plans. She tried calling Jennifer, but there was no response, which was unusual for her. Jennifer begins her first day of work today. It's unlikely she'd leave without changing. The roommate thought Jennifer's office clothes were neatly hanging on the rack, as if she hadn't taken anything with her. On August 17th at 8:30 a.m., the director of the law firm was informed of the new employee's tardiness during her internship. Miss Cave had left a positive impression. It seemed odd that she would allow herself such behavior on her first day of work at 9 a.m. Jennifer's colleagues called, but she did not answer. Around 11 a.m., the employer dispatched one of the managers to check on her at home. Persistent knocks went unanswered. They then attempted to contact the secondary contact number listed on her resume. Sharon Sedgwick, Jennifer's mother, answered the phone. The call caught her off guard and left her feeling disappointed. She said she'd try to find her daughter. Sharon was also unable to reach Jennifer. She began to feel increasingly concerned and suspicious. She appears to have dropped everything again for that irresponsible young man. She came to a conclusion. Nobody in Jennifer's circle liked her ex-boyfriend, Colton Pitniak. Regardless of his intelligence and financial status, he always seemed to bring her down. Mrs. Sedgwick called Colton. He stated that he hadn't seen her daughter in quite some time. He seemed unconcerned about Jennifer's disappearance. For some reason, her mother did not believe him. More than 12 hours passed without any news. After all, Austin hospitals were checked but no results were found. Sharon called the cops. She reported her daughter missing and expressed concern that she was in danger at Pitniak's house after calling the police. Sharon and her husband, Jim Sedgwick, visited Colton's home to speak with him in person. However, he refused to open the door for them or the responding officers, claiming he didn't want to talk. And they didn't have a search warrant. He was well aware of his rights, so the police were forced to leave. However, the situation appeared suspicious. Jennifer's car was discovered near Pitniak's home. Despite the fact that the car was empty, its mere presence in the parking lot prompted thought. Jennifer appeared to be inside the house. Sharon and Jim were convinced something had happened to her. The police decided not to waste time and inspected Jennifer's home. However, they discovered nothing of interest. The only leads came from Michael and Sharon, as well as Jennifer's car near Coltrane's house. Michael described how Jennifer went out with friends on the evening of August 16th to celebrate landing a job. She'd called him several times. One of the friends was her ex-boyfriend Colton, who was with her at the time of the call. Jennifer did not appear scared or worried during the conversation, but she did mention that Colton was acting strangely and she needed to take him home after losing contact with her. A grisly discovery. All of the clues point to Pitniak's home. While the cops hesitated, Sharon and Jim decided to take matters into their own hands. They drove back to Colton Place. When they arrived at the apartment complex, they knocked on the door but received no response. The girl's parents, sensing something was wrong, called a locksmith to open the lock. However, Jim discovered a better way. He decided to enter through one of the apartment's open windows. Inside, everything was disorganized. It was clear that no one had kept the house in order, and the apartment itself looked more like a den. The man was hit by a foul odor that immediately triggered his gag reflex. He covered his mouth with his hand. Jim moved to where the odor was stronger. The house was empty. Jennifer's stepfather noticed clutter in the bathroom. He looked closer and discovered a dismembered female body with the head and limbs severed. Trash bags and a sports bag can be found nearby. Jim, horrified, began to examine their contents. Inside were the body's remaining parts. The deceased's legs were freckled like his stepdaughter's. However, the corpse was so mutilated that it was impossible to determine who it was. The man hoped until the very last moment that it was not his stepdaughter. After regaining consciousness, he contacted emergency services to save Jennifer's life. Jennifer Cave was born in March 1984 near Bishop, Texas. Her family resided in a modest farmhouse. Sharon's mother was in her second marriage, which added 3 more children to the family. Jennifer, Lauren, and Clayton, Vanessa from Sharon's first marriage, were the 3 oldest siblings. Jennifer's father works as a welder. He was a good husband and father until alcohol turned him mean and uncontrollable, hurling insults and causing trouble. When sober, he was composed and respectful. Despite their unstable home environment, the family remained close. Sharon worked as an accountant in a chemical plant while also caring for her home and children. Jennifer, unlike her more sociable brother and sister, was shy. While they made friends quickly and played outside, she preferred the company of books, which sharpened her intellect and provided her with an excellent memory. Her love of reading had an impact on her vision, necessitating the use of glasses in conjunction with the braces in her mouth. The glasses did not improve her self-esteem. Our heroine lacked confidence, but she still actively participated in school social and athletic activities. Eventually, her father's destructive habits caused the family to split up. Jennifer and Clayton chose to remain with Charlie following their separation. They backed him up with great compassion, hoping to prevent his downfall. Jennifer was so determined to help her father quit drinking that she overlooked his unwillingness to fight. Years have passed since the divorce in 1999. Sharon met Jim Sedgwick by chance. Jennifer transformed as she approached adolescence, removing her braces and replacing her glasses with contact lenses, transforming her into a true beauty. However, her character began to shift. Along with her appearance, she began socializing with children from troubled families. Nonetheless, due to her high intelligence, she graduated near the top of her class. Jennifer later enrolled at Texas State University to major in finance, but she quickly became disillusioned with her studies and dropped out after the first semester. She attended a community college in Austin and worked part-time at a city restaurant to help support herself. During this time, she dated Mark, a nice young man from a respectable family. Their relationship could have led to marriage, but Jennifer became engrossed in the nightlife. She began attending parties and drinking. Perhaps influenced by her father's genes and negative example, her love of alcohol grew alongside the introduction of marijuana into her life. Sharon attempted to influence her daughter, but to no avail. Jennifer and Colton Pitoniak met on one of these nights out. Jennifer Cave's life was tragically cut short by a gunshot wound to the right arm. The bullet passed through her entire arm and into her chest, striking her heart. The injury to a vital artery caused rapid blood loss, which resulted in her untimely death. What happened to her body afterwards was horrific. Forensic experts discovered multiple stab wounds on her body, with the chest and neck being the most damaged. In total, the attacker caused 18 post-mortem stab wounds. The perpetrator then decapitated her and fired a shot through her throat into her head, intending to dispose of her body quietly by severing her upper limbs. He packed them into a prepared bag and trash bags. Her torso was left in the bathtub, covered with a saw. Something thwarted the assailant's initial plan, forcing him to change his tactics. Evidence was uncovered. When Jennifer Cave's body was discovered and police arrived, they did not yet have a warrant to search Colton Pitoniak's apartment. Initially, all the officers could do was observe the victim's body and secure the scene. After obtaining the necessary permission, a thorough search of the apartment was conducted. They discovered 3.38 caliber shell casings. The firearm was found in Pitoniak's car, which was parked in the garage. A large, blood-stained machete was taken from the dishwasher. Toxicology reports revealed that the victim's bloodstream contained alcohol, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Inside one of the rooms, there was a road atlas with pages torn out that highlighted routes in southwest Texas. This clue revealed the apartment owner's absence. Colton Pitoniak fled. Law enforcement immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Colton Pitoniak. Bryant, Arkansas is where Colton originated. He grew up as a sharp-witted boy with attractive looks who was popular with girls during his adolescence. His father operated a successful agricultural business that grew year after year, allowing the family to live comfortably. However, the abundance spoiled Colton. On the one hand, he was ambitious and goal-driven. On the other hand, he may become aggressive and irritable. Colton was an avid skateboarder and guitarist. He attended a Catholic boys' middle school in Little Rock, where he excelled academically and was frequently on the honor roll. He was also a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Pitoniak was one of 7 senior finalists at his school in 2000, out of 166 across the state. By his senior year, he was dealing with alcohol and fights, owing to his membership in a group of local affluent kids who lived a leisurely lifestyle, frequently throwing parties with the attendant consequences. Nonetheless, due to his high graduation scores, he was easily admitted to the University of Texas at Austin. Rather than concentrating on his studies, he maintained his erratic lifestyle, losing friends and earning a reputation as a heavy drinker and marijuana user. He could have had a promising future if not for his proclivity for self-destruction. After being expelled from a university indefinitely, he began distributing controlled substances. His parents fought to help him overcome his addiction, even taking him back home. It's a fateful encounter. Jennifer and Colton first met at a party in the spring of 2004, and they were immediately drawn to each other. Jennifer, who frequently idealizes others, chose to give a potentially dangerous relationship a chance rather than abandon it. Their friendship gradually developed into love. Jennifer eventually began using illegal drugs with Colton. His opulent apartment gradually transformed into a den of excess, and using illegal substances together became a household rule. As a result, Jennifer's addiction grew worse. Parents tried repeatedly to break her free from these addictions. They even gave her a car in the hopes of encouraging her to spend more time at home. However, each time she returned, her promises were quickly forgotten. Golden's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly paranoid and began carrying a gun and knife in an attempt to project the image of a gangster. Pittignac was arrested in 2004 for possessing illegal substances. He even went through a rehabilitation program once, but Colton demonstrated no genuine desire to overcome his addiction. Separation. Jennifer's parents decided to pay her a visit. However, the visit ended in disappointment. Jennifer had broken her promises, lost a significant amount of weight, and appeared generally unwell. Her family suggested she get treatment at a rehabilitation center, but she flatly refused. Sharon and Jim were upset and stopped providing her with financial support, believing that this tough love approach would motivate her to take control of her life. Jennifer, however, had no choice but to move in with Colton due to a lack of funds. What happened in his apartment is difficult to say, but after a month of living with him, Jennifer decided to leave. Her friend offered her a room and support. Miss Cave expressed her fears. She no longer felt safe with Colton but did not go into detail. Something obviously scared her, as she refused to reconcile with her ex. One day, he approached her and asked her to return. Jennifer remained firm, particularly when she saw the knife Colton had brought with him. She asked Colton to calm down and suggested that they stay friends. Surprisingly, he agreed that contact with him would be limited, and she also began reconnecting with her parents. Finally, her life appeared to be getting back on track. In early 2005, Jennifer began a new relationship with Scott, a single father who appeared to be quite decent. His lifestyle was the complete opposite of Bolton's. Scott worked as a waiter at a restaurant, played keyboards in a band, and was an excellent singer, all while maintaining a sober lifestyle. As a result, Jennifer's self-esteem improved. Even though she appeared healthier by his side, she took on the role of a homemaker and mother figure to his daughter. She was still willing to leave at a moment's notice if Colton requested the arrival of Laura Hall. Colton eventually moved to a new apartment complex with a pool near the university called Orange Tree, which became a popular spot for daily parties. His behavior continued to be erratic, with some friends reporting seeing him play Russian roulette by himself. During one of these phases, he met Laura Ashley Hall, who was a frequent attendee of these parties and became obsessed with him, displaying jealousy towards any female in the Colton circle, particularly Jennifer. Laura was perceived in a variety of ways by their peers, with the most common description being arrogance and the ability to put anyone in their place. Laura, like Colton, came from a wealthy family. Miss Hall was athletic, competing in a variety of competitions, and academically successful, indicating great promise. After high school, she enrolled in university but dropped out, preferring a job in a more leisurely lifestyle. Colton and Laura soon became romantically involved. She, like Jennifer, felt a strong attraction to him. When he was sentenced to 60 days in jail in June 2005, Laura sent him all of her earnings, even going into debt. Friends reported that she had changed for the worse, becoming bold and neglecting her job and personal care. Many people believed she had also begun using illegal drugs. Unlike Jennifer Colton, she ignored her feelings, even putting out cigarettes on her. A new chapter starts and ends. During this time, Jennifer ended her relationship with Scott. She felt unworthy of his family and didn't want to cause them any problems. Jennifer communicated with Colton, who remained infatuated with her. However, she did not renew their previous relationship, keeping their interactions strictly platonic. Jennifer only wanted to get a job, so she returned to college. In August, a promising opportunity arose in her life. She started a new relationship with Michael Rodriguez and, most importantly, found a great job. After a few days of training at a law firm, she performed so well that she was offered a consultant position with a competitive salary. Jennifer was filled with self-confidence and happiness. On August 16th, she chose to celebrate the beginning of her new life with friends. That evening, they visited a bar before heading to a club. According to a friend, the bouncer refused to let Colton in due to his appearance, which may have prompted him to seek out controlled substances. The investigation continues. In order to shed light on the events of that fateful night, investigators interviewed Carlton's neighbors. They discovered intriguing information around 3 a.m. On August 17th. Nora Sullivan heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw Colton standing there, looking suspicious, with blood on his face and a pistol visible at his waist. She was startled and inquired about what had happened. Colton told her that he had gotten into a shootout with some people. Nora did not hear any gunshots and assumed he was lying as usual. She closed the door and peered through the crowd to see him walk away. Neither of the neighbors interviewed heard any gunshots that night. Detectives also discovered that Colton had communicated with Laura twice that night. The morning of August 17th, he went to a hardware store and purchased several masks and gloves, as well as a large amount of cleaning supplies. Using these, he dismembered Jennifer's body and intended to clean the apartment to remove any evidence of the crime. It's possible that Sharon and Jim's unexpected arrival startled him and caused him to be nervous about flying. A critical discovery in Cohen's apartment led investigators right to his trail. Colton, along with Laura Hall, was discovered in Mexico. They had crossed the border in Laura's car. Cotton's photograph was distributed throughout the country by local authorities. During this time, the couple entertained themselves by going to movies and restaurants. They stayed at a hotel in the border town of Negres, where an employee identified Colton as the desired individual. The employee took his photograph and forwarded it to the police. Pitniak was arrested by US officials after the duo was apprehended by Mexican law enforcement and transported to the border. Laura Hall was released. Laura caused a scene with the Border Patrol prior to her release, protesting Coltrane's innocence and obstructing the arrest process. Later, she admitted that her trip to Mexico was the best she'd ever had. They spent approximately 5 days abroad. On August 23, 2005, Colton Pitniak was charged with a crime involving Jennifer Cave. A month later, Laura Hall was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and obstructing justice. The prosecution presented evidence discovered in the apartment, such as a videotape from the store and a receipt listing items purchased. Colton claimed he had no recollection of the night of August 16th, blaming it on excessive drinking and illegal drug use. Initially, he did not deny hurting Jennifer but insisted he had no memory of it. He claimed he woke up to find his ex-girlfriend's body in the bathroom. After finding the body, he contacted Laura, who advised him to purchase a saw and cleaning supplies. She helped dismember the victim and conceal the body parts in bags. The prosecution claimed she was responsible for Jennifer's post-mortem injuries. Colton later hinted that she may have been motivated by jealousy, implying that she participated in an act of revenge against her rival. Nevertheless, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Nonetheless, the evidence supporting his involvement was overwhelming. Jennifer's body was discovered in Coltrane's apartment. His fingerprints and DNA were discovered on the machete, saw, and firearm recovered from the crime scene, and the weapon in his car was identified as the crime weapon. In addition, he was the one who bought the cleaning supplies at the store. The jury had no doubts about his guilt. On January 29, 2007, Colton Pitniak was sentenced to 55 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half. His earliest release date will not be until 2060. Laura Hall's case was complex, and the prosecution suggested she may have acted out of blind love for Colton. Laura's DNA was discovered on one of the victim's shoes, a store towel, and the firearm used. The defense argued that this only demonstrated her involvement in disposing of the body, not in the original act. They were unable to prove she was the one who fired the first shot to Jennifer's head after her death. There was no evidence that she was present at the scene when the crime occurred. Laura insisted she only learned about the crime from Colton, who claimed he forced her to flee to Mexico with him. However, witnesses from their trip to Mexico reported that the couple appeared to have a good time. Laura Hall was convicted of obstructing justice and tampering with evidence in 2007 and sentenced to 6 years in prison. A subsequent trial in 2010 resulted in a maximum 11-year sentence and a $14,000 fine. Laura was granted parole on March 15, 2018, with GPS monitoring, and completed her sentence in August of the same year. Her whereabouts thereafter are unknown. She was apprehended and framed. Colton Pitniak remains incarcerated. He has filed several appeals, all of which have been unsuccessful. In these appeals, he repeatedly stated that he had no memory of the tragic events of that night. However, he revealed that witnesses claim Laura confessed to Jennifer's death. He claims that the prosecutors were aware of this information during the trial but did not disclose it to his defense team, implying a possible setup. Although Pitniak's legal motions were denied, the revelation raised public concerns. Furthermore, Jennifer's parents felt that Laura's punishment was insufficient. They believe she played a larger role than she admits. Unlike Colton Hall, she has never expressed sorrow or regret over Jennifer's death. She only referred to Jennifer as that girl or the dead girl, occasionally using derogatory language. To this day, the exact events of that fateful night are unknown. Only Jennifer knows the truth, which is silently concealed by Pitniak's residence walls. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short during her prime. Unfortunately, she discovered an important truth too late. Staying away from certain people and ceasing communication with them may mean saving oneself. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On a fateful November morning, a chilling and mysterious crime took place in the quiet suburbs. An apartment complex was on fire, and a 911 call would set off a terrifying chain of events. Today was a tragic day. Nobody suspected that this fire was anything more than an unfortunate accident. It concealed a sinister story of murder, betrayal, and meticulously planned cruelty. The tragic events of November 28, 2014, in Fort Worth, Texas, provide a chilling picture of a heinous crime. Ashley Ann Harris, a 31-year-old apartment complex resident, was the target of a brutal and deliberate attack. The sequence of events on that fateful day raised disturbing questions about the motivation behind this heinous act. The incident began with a 911 call from a concerned resident of the same apartment complex. They reported a fire in one of the units, which prompted emergency personnel to rush to the scene. They had no idea that this would escalate into a murder investigation. Ashley and Harris were the tenants of the apartment that caught fire. At first, no one could tell whether Ashley was inside the burning apartment or not. Firefighters bravely battled the blaze and eventually brought it under control. Only after the fire was extinguished did the horrifying truth become apparent. Ashley Harris had been inside her apartment the entire time, and her body led police to believe that the fire was not an accident. Ashley's lifeless body was covered in a pool of blood, indicating that she had been brutally beaten. Her hands and ankles were bound with duct tape, leaving her defenseless. The signs of violence did not end there. Her body was covered in burn marks, and she had gone through the agony of strangulation. To make matters even worse, there were knife wounds in the throat. As investigators dug deeper into the case, it became clear that this was no ordinary tragic accident or random act of violence. It was a meticulously planned and horrifically carried out murder. The evidence indicated that someone intentionally set fire to the apartment after committing this heinous crime. The perpetrator had poured rubbing alcohol throughout Ashley's apartment, including her bed, in an attempt to erase any evidence of their actions. The fire, however, had failed to conceal the gruesome truth. One perplexing aspect of this case was the apparent lack of any motivation. Ashley's keys were the only thing missing from her apartment, leaving investigators perplexed. What could motivate someone to commit such a heinous and merciless attack on an innocent woman? The investigation into Ashley and Harrison murders would undoubtedly be difficult and heartbreaking, as law enforcement sought answers, justice, and closure for her bereaved family members. The police went on a search for answers. Their journey started with interviews with Ashley's neighbors. Among them was Stephen Lee, a man who lived in the next apartment. He described a peculiar sighting at around 6:30 a.m. the fateful morning. While having a cigarette on his balcony, he noticed an unfamiliar car parked nearby. The vehicle in question was a sleek black Infiniti Gay 35, a rarity in their quiet neighborhood. This observation would prove to be a critical clue in the ongoing mystery. However, Stephen Lee's account was not the only piece of the puzzle. Another neighbor, Patrick Sweet, lived directly below Ashley's apartment. He made a chilling revelation to the police. At around 7:30 a.m., Patrick was startled out of his morning routine by a blood-curdling scream from above. Alarmed and disturbed, he heard a series of unsettling noises, including what appeared to be a heavy thud and frantic gasping breaths. Fear gripped him, but the blaring alarm of his carbon monoxide detector jolted him into action. He realized there was a fire going on, so he called 911 right away to solve the mystery surrounding Ashley's death. The police meticulously tracked her movements on the day in question. Ashley worked as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store inside the Hulan Mall. Their investigation revealed that on Thanksgiving Day, she dined with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances in one of their complex's apartments. Ashley left for work after finishing his meal. The Black Friday sales frenzy made for a long and demanding night. During Ashley's work shift, Alexis graciously took on the responsibility of caring for his beloved dog, Null Ashley. Ashley returned home in the early hours of the morning. Around 3:15 a.m., Alexis paid a brief visit before leaving after 4 a.m. It was at this point that the timeline became crucial to the investigation. Ashley's untimely death was believed to have occurred between 4:15 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Given the urgency of the situation, authorities were eager to find and speak with the owner of the mysterious black Infiniti D35. I hope to shed light on what occurred during those fateful hours. The search for answers had only just begun, and the peace of the small towns was at stake. When the police learned about the black Infiniti D35, they decided to question Alexis, Ashley's friend, who claimed she didn't know who owned the vehicle. However, a tip from Ashley's boss, Christopher "Chris" Gravy, piqued their curiosity. He told the cops he knew someone who drove such a car, a woman named Carol Cervantes. Carter had previously worked at the same American Eagle store as Ashley, but was let go in August. With this lead in hand, the police began surveillance on Carter's home. Their patience paid off the following Saturday at 8 a.m. when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti 35, accompanied by a man. The man then drove her to Hulen Mall, where he dropped her off at the entrance before parking. The police approached him for questioning and discovered that he was Clarence David Mallory, Carter's boyfriend, and a former employee of the same American Eagle store. Clarence was arrested after failing to produce his driver's license upon request. Officers at the police station noticed unusual details about him. He was wearing a brand new ski mask with no visible wear, and the plastic price tag fastener was still attached. Furthermore, there appeared to be a recent injury to his lower lip, which was visibly swollen. Despite their arrest, Clarence and Carter were not found inside the mall. Despite being seen entering, she was later located at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry. Taken in for questioning, she initially claimed not to have left the apartment complex that day. Surveillance footage, however, contradicted her statement by clearly showing her leaving the mall and heading home. The police suspected that she had seen them talking to Clarence in the mall parking lot and then decided to walk the 2 miles home. Notably, they found superficial scratches on her arms. As the pieces of this puzzling story fell into place, the police faced the daunting task of determining whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's tragic death. And if so, determining the motive for the tragic events that had occurred. The ongoing investigation into Ashley's tragic death took a chilling turn as new evidence surfaced, painting a disturbing picture of the events leading up to the crime. The discovery of Ashley's missing keys was a watershed moment in the investigation, as it was revealed that these keys also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. This revelation led the police to believe that Carter and Clarence had planned to kill Ashley because they knew her keys could open the store's safe. Their sinister plan appeared to involve stealing tens or thousands of dollars, most likely from Black Friday sales. On a fateful Saturday morning, they carried out their plan with Ashley's keys. However, when they arrived at the store, they discovered an unexpected obstacle. The locks had already been changed. The wording of the robbery attempt, as well as the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment, turned up additional incriminating evidence. They discovered a plastic tub filled with bungee cords and a rope. A kitchen drawer contained a lock, a TASR box, and discarded duct tape strands. They also discovered a damaged deadbolt lock on other locks, which appeared to have been used for practice. Each is labeled as a lock-picking practice lock, with the black Infiniti D35. A vehicle central to the investigation also harbored sinister secrets. Inside the car, police discovered a plastic bag hidden within a black trash bag, as well as a sharpening stone, most likely used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a buck knife with a sheath. Notably, they discovered a toboggan with a hole cut in it, an unopened tarp, and a kitchen knife. Perhaps most concerning was the discovery of a loaded Glock 19 with a bullet in the chamber concealed beneath the driver's seat. These compelling pieces of evidence painted a troubling picture of Carter and Clarence's roles in Ashley's murder. Both individuals were charged with capital murder, and the state chose not to pursue the death penalty, instead seeking life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for both defendants. Despite the overwhelming evidence against them, Carter and Clarence maintained their pleas of not guilty, setting the stage for a tense legal battle that would determine their fate. The legal proceedings in the cases of Carter Cervantes and David Mallory were conducted separately, but the prosecution presented a largely consistent narrative for each defendant. However, since Carter's case was heard first, The emphasis was on establishing her as the alleged mastermind behind the crime. In the eyes of the prosecution, Carter and Clarence had multiple reasons for wanting to harm Ashley. For starters, they assumed the pair wanted Ashley's keys, which would grant them access to the store safe and the large sum of money they assumed was inside, especially after the lucrative Black Friday sales. Furthermore, the prosecution claimed that Carter and Clarence sought vengeance on Ashley. They blamed her for their job terminations, adding to the personal animosity in the situation. The court proceedings delved into the backgrounds of the parties involved. In June 2014, Ashley had been appointed to manage the store temporarily while Chris was on medical leave. Her supervisor, Carter, and the store's assistant manager had all played important roles in the operation. Significantly, she had also hired her boyfriend to work with her at the same establishment. On August 24, 2014, a sum of $18,000 mysteriously vanished from the safe at the American Eagle store. Carter became suspicious when Ashley, who was in charge of locking up the store that night, discovered that the back door had been left unlocked. Clarence was identified as the person who accessed the safe and stole the money, according to surveillance footage. This discovery sparked a series of events that would eventually lead to a tragic outcome. Chris, Ashley's supervisor, found out after the theft that Carter had hired Clarence. Surprisingly, Clarence had previous experience with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo location. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, indicating that he should not be employed at any of the brand's locations. Chris made a startling discovery. Carter had manipulated the clearance personnel file by changing his social security number and name in the system to avoid detection and red flags. This revelation indicated a disturbing level of collusion between Carter and Clarence. As tensions rose, it became clear that Carter and Clarence had planned to kidnap Ashley and take her keys. Their cell phones held incriminating evidence, including photos of Ashley's apartment door, and vehicle. Furthermore, police found latitude and longitude coordinates on their cell phones. Detective Cedillo's testimony added to the chilling story. He revealed that one of the clearance text messages contained coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, led to a location near Louders, Texas. Detective Cedillo made a chilling discovery at this location: a 6-foot-long, 2.5-foot-wide, 3-foot-deep hole. The prosecution claimed that the initial plan was to kidnap Ashley, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her in a different location. However, their intentions changed when Ashley refused to allow them into her apartment, resulting in her tragic death on the premises. More unsettling evidence emerged. When police searched Clarence's and Cadillac, they discovered 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets, indicating a sinister and premeditated intent. These revelations painted a disturbing picture of a well-planned crime, with Carter and Clarence allegedly motivated by both financial gain and vengeance. The prosecution called witnesses to shed more light on the tragic events leading up to Ashley's death. One such witness was Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close neighbor and friend. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was jolted awake by the blaring sound of fire alarms. When he realized Ashley's apartment was in danger and saw her car still parked outside, he sprang into action. He rushed upstairs without hesitation and bravely kicked down Ashley's apartment door. When Jeff entered, he was met with a scene of chaos. The apartment was filled with smoke, and water poured from the sprinkler system, creating a dangerous and disorienting environment. Despite the perilous conditions, Jeff attempted to crawl toward the kitchen to reach Ashley. However, the thick smoke quickly overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat for some fresh air. Undeterred, he made 2 more valiant attempts, but the smoke was too dense to navigate. Fortunately, firefighters had arrived on the scene to take over the rescue efforts, and an arson investigator provided crucial information about the cause of the fire. He testified that he identified several points of origin for the fire, including the bed, Ashley's body, and the closet. A particularly disturbing discovery was that the smoke detector had been purposefully removed and was hidden beneath the mattress. These findings suggested a sinister and deliberate act aimed at concealing the fire and complicating Ashley's chances of survival. The courtroom drama continues with a string of compelling events and testimonies. The prosecution presented surveillance footage from the front of the American Eagle store, which showed a mysterious figure attempting to manipulate the gate lock around 2 a.m. On November 29, The person's face was concealed, but the prosecution claimed it was Carter. It was clear they were attempting to unlock and raise the gate, but their efforts were futile because the locks had been changed. This suggested that Carter's intentions were related to the store or the crime. The court heard that Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. On the same day, they were unknowingly under police surveillance. This raised questions about their actions and intentions, especially given their previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store. Clarence was arrested in the mall's parking lot and during his interaction with police. He claimed Carter had entered the mall to get some documents. However, when the police searched the mall, Carter was nowhere to be found. She was eventually found at her apartment complex, raising questions about her whereabouts and movements. Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner with the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, provided crucial information about Ashley's injuries. The autopsy revealed a harrowing picture of her physical injuries. Ashley suffered numerous injuries, including lacerations to her scalp, cheeks, and the left side of her face. Her right side was marked by a patterned bruise, and there were other bruises between her eyes and around her left eye. She had scrapes and laceration marks on her lip, as well as a chin scrape. Perhaps most disturbingly, there was a star-shaped laceration with a bruise behind her left ear, which the medical examiner determined was caused by a pistol blow. The testimony painted a bleak picture of Ashley's ordeal, implying that she had been brutally beaten. Ashley sustained several injuries, including a knife wound to her neck, as well as bruises and abrasions on her neck, chest, and right arm. Dr. Fries, a witness in the case, testified that Ashley's facial injuries were caused by multiple blows. He also mentioned the presence of Paddock A and Ashley as eyes, implying asphyxia or strangulation. He concluded that Ashley died from asphyxiation and blunt force trauma to the head and neck, ruling her death a homicide. The courtroom drama surrounding Carter's trial was both captivating and heartbreaking. Her defense strategy was based on the claim that she had no role in Ashley's tragic death. In a courageous move, she took the stand to testify in her own defense, revealing the layers of fear and manipulation that had shrouded her life. Carter's testimony painted a disturbing picture of her relationship with Clarence, describing him as controlling and menacing. She revealed that he had chilling control over her daily life, even dictating when she could eat and drink. The courtroom hung on her every word, as she admitted to attempting to rob the American Eagle store, but she insisted that the crime was coerced by clearances and menacing threats. She described a terrifying moment in which he brandished a gun and ordered her to commit the theft. To add to her anguish, he claimed that there was a lurking danger outside her parents' house, threatening their lives if she refused to steal the money. Carter's story became darker when she described a horrific incident in which she claimed to have been raped by two unknown men. Clarence, she claimed, allowed these assailants into her apartment, and she was subjected to unspeakable brutality. Carter maintained her innocence on the night Ashley was murdered. She testified that she was in her bed, sound asleep, and had no knowledge of Clarence's whereabouts at the time. She vehemently denied any involvement in Ashley's death and insisted that she had no role in the tragic event. Despite Carter's compelling testimony, the jury remained skeptical in a remarkably swift decision. They arrived at a guilty verdict after only 2 hours. Carter was sentenced to life without parole. The case did not end there. Clarence will appear in court, maintaining his innocence in Ashley's murder. His claims, however, were met with similar silence. The jury, clearly unconvinced by his claims, found him guilty as charged. Like Carter, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.
Family members and loved ones come together to celebrate the holidays together. Certainly this happens. It's very tragic.
The Christmas.
To be the Christmas.
Christmas. From the decorations on each storefront along its historic Main Street to its endless list of holiday events and programs.
There's over 1,500 activities from the start November 22nd all the way to January 10th.
The city of Grapevine takes Christmas to a whole new level.
To be the Christmas capital of Texas, you can't buy it out of a catalog and have the same thing the next city has or the next state or county.
December 25th, individuals from all corners of the globe come together to celebrate the Christmas. Anticipation fills the air as people eagerly await the sumptuous feasts, the exchange of heartfelt gifts, and the delightful tradition of watching Christmas movies. In the midst of this festive season lies Grapevine, Texas, a charming suburban town spanning 16 square miles and boasting a population of approximately 50,000 residents. It's an understatement to say that the residents of Grapevine hold a deep affection for Christmas. Their devotion to the holiday even earned the town the prestigious title of Christmas Capital of Texas. The Christmas Day of 2011 in Grapevine unfolded as a tranquil and peaceful day. Families gathered, sharing cherished moments, and all appeared to be in its usual state of harmony. However, at precisely 11:34 a.m., an unexpected turn of events would disrupt this idyllic serenity.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? Hello, Grapevine 911. You need help? Are you sick? What was that? Do you need an ambulance or police? Hello? One moment. I'm just getting heavy breathing on the phone and I'm trying to talk to you, so please hang on.
The caller was breathing heavily, and it was unclear what they were saying or what the situation was.
We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service at this time.
Approximately 20 seconds elapsed in eerie silence after the caller's mysterious heavy breathing, and then the line abruptly went dead. The caller remained unresponsive. Originating from a local apartment's landline, this puzzling incident prompted an immediate dispatch of both police and firefighters, tasked with unraveling the enigma that unfolded on that unsettling Christmas morning. In a mere 3 minutes, the police arrived at the 2-story unit nestled within the Lincoln Vineyard Apartments, situated in the 2500 block on Hall Johnson Road. The apartment from which the call had emanated occupied a position towards the rear of the complex, affording a view of Colleyville Heritage High School's sprawling fields. Given that many residents had departed to enjoy the holiday with their loved ones, numerous apartments stood vacant. Upon reaching the apartment in question, the front door revealed itself to be securely locked from the inside. A series of knocks reverberated through the hushed corridor, yet the only response was an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Law enforcement officers, fueled by growing apprehension, peered through the windows, and what they encountered was a macabre tableau. Within the living room, 7 lifeless bodies lay strewn about, some on the sofa and others on the floor. Their demises bore the grim signature of gunshot wounds, with telltale defensive injuries, suggesting they had desperately sought refuge from the relentless bullets. It appeared that these unfortunate souls had just concluded the act of unwrapping their Christmas gifts when the horrifying massacre unfolded. Adding to the macabre scene, both of the adult males clutched firearms in their right hands. Strangely, no neighbors reported hearing the unmistakable sound of gunshots, though it was understandable given the sparse occupancy of the apartments at that time. As the police meticulously combed through the complex and embarked on crime scene examinations, a particular detail emerged as striking. An SUV was conspicuously parked outside the apartment. Subsequent checks revealed that the vehicle was registered to a man residing 2 miles away in the suburban enclave of Colleyville. The gravity of the situation spread rapidly throughout the community, but before any information could be released, the victims needed to be officially identified and their next of kin notified. The authorities believed they knew the victims' identities, but sought unequivocal confirmation, a process that would take longer than desired due to the unavailability of the state driver's license fingerprint database on that fateful Christmas day.
It's probably the worst investigation that we've had to, investigate in, many years. This is something that's very tragic, and, regardless of what day of the year it happens on, it's something that's very unfortunate, but it's certainly amplified given the fact that it is Christmas today. I've been with this police department for 12 years, and this is probably the most tragic thing that I've certainly been involved with. And I think, I can speak safely for the rest of the police department. I don't think any members of the police department has encountered something like this on Christmas Day.
Grapevine police say someone inside the family's apartment called 911 around 11:30 Sunday morning, but the line stayed silent. Officers soon arrived and broke down the door.
It appears that the victims are all in one central location, living area, kitchen area.
The 4 women and 3 men, ranging from their late teens to early 60s, had been shot with a pistol.
The bodies were removed from the house and taken away for autopsies to be carried out. After this, the names of the victims were eventually released, revealing that they were all part of the same family. Sergeant Robert Eberling, in a press briefing, divulged crucial details of the investigation. It was revealed that 2 firearms had been involved in this tragic event: a Glock 23, a .40 caliber pistol equipped with a 10-round clip, and a Smith & Wesson 9mm15 model, a 9mm pistol featuring a 15-round magazine. The latter weapon was registered to the owner of the SUV found parked outside the scene and had been acquired back in 1996, further deepening the intrigue surrounding this devastating incident.
It's still early in this investigation, obviously, though this did play out some almost 24 hours ago. No, there is no known motive, at least as one that police are telling us about. There is also no outward sign of the horrible tragedy that unplayed right through this sliding glass and door frame here of this apartment complex. Here is what we do know at this point. No one heard any of the gunshots that were fired inside of this home. Someone from inside of the home called 911 around 11:30 yesterday morning, but that person did not speak into the phone. An operator then sent police, Grapevine, Texas police, here to this scene to go and investigate, and they found the scene that we've been talking about. Their bodies were found in what was otherwise the evidence of a normal Christmas morning. There were Christmas presents that had been unwrapped, and there was paper strewn about the room, but obviously, no doubt, a very sad situation in this town on Christmas morning, which calls itself the Christmas capital of Texas. As far as what neighbors are saying, I can show you a bit here, Richard. This is a sort of tight-knit, very packed together apartment complex. We have spoken to several neighbors who are waking up this day after Christmas morning. They're all asking us what happened. They're speaking about a tragedy, something like this they would not otherwise expect. On the other side of this apartment complex, there is a brown fence, and beyond that is a high school here, Colleyville Heritage High School, which is noted to be one of the best high schools in the entire North Texas region. People move here because this is a safe community, and they're saying, obviously, they have to question that given what happened yesterday.
On the 26th of December, the owner of a local spa became concerned when one of her employees, who had worked for her for 4 years, failed to show up for work. She tried calling her employee but got no answer. For someone who's always early to work and who never misses a day, we expected the worst, she said. Residents were terrified. This was the worst gun violence that the community had ever seen, and the police needed to address their fears, Sergeant Eberling said. We are pretty confident that the shooter is among the deceased victims inside the apartment. We are not actively looking for a shooter that we believe is at large. As they began to piece together what they knew, the truth about who these people were and what had happened would eventually come out. Colleyville, Texas, a wealthy suburb of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just a few miles away from Grapevine, was home to the Yazdan Panah family. The parents, 56-year-old Aziz and 55-year-old Nisreen, had both been born in Iran. They married in 1987 and moved to the United States, where they later welcomed 2 children, Nona and her younger brother Ali. Nisreen had worked in a salon doing manicures and often talked about her family with people. Family was everything to Nisreen. She was close to her sister Zori, and together they were described as 2 of the nicest people you could meet. Zori was married to a man called Mohammed Hussein, also known as Hussein, who was well known among the Iranian-American community. He owned a large ranch in Dallas, and the family was incredibly close. The Yazdan Panah family lived in a 3,000-square-foot property in Colleyville, and on the surface, things appeared to be fine. Neighbors would see the family having yard sales, and Aziz appeared to be very active in his children's lives. he volunteered as a debate coach at Knox High School. One neighbor said, "From everything we saw, he was actively engaged with his children. He was described as outgoing and would say hello to people if he passed them in the streets. But neighbors did note that he seemed to be very protective of his children." Nona and Ali were both doing well in school, so their parents had plenty to be proud of. Nona graduated from Colleyville Heritage High School and was a student at a local community college. She had big dreams of moving to the West Coast and attending school in California, with hopes of one day becoming a lawyer. One of Nona's friends said that she had implied that all was not well within her family and that things were becoming tougher for them, but she didn't provide further information. Her friend said that she was aware that Aziz was, in her words, really strict with his children and would take Nona's phone and refuse to give it back. She added that Nisreen was far more understanding than Aziz was. Nisreen's brother, Ali, said he had been supporting the family financially, as Aziz had not been employed for a number of years, having previously worked in the mortgage and real estate business. His financial problems had been ongoing for years. In 1996, he was placed on probation for 3 years after pleading guilty to one count of subscribing to a false income tax return. He was issued a fine of $1,000 and ordered to pay $319 in restitution to the Department of Justice. Just 3 years later, Aziz and Nisreen jointly filed for bankruptcy. The case was discharged a few months later, but their financial problems continued to worsen. In August 2010, Nisreen filed for bankruptcy, hoping it would help them keep their family home. However, the house was foreclosed on. Aziz initially attended meetings with Nisreen during the proceedings, but this would soon change. During the proceedings, she separated from her husband and moved with their 2 children to an apartment in Grapevine, 2 miles away. Nisreen's brother had paid for the apartment as they were living without electricity or water due to the foreclosure. Nisreen was the only one bringing in money. Nona opened up to one of her friends and said she felt like her family was falling apart. The bankruptcy Nisreen had filed for was later dismissed because she had not made the planned payments. According to her lawyer, George Barnes, she had told him, "Please don't talk to my husband at all." Aziz had listed his employment as self-employed, even though he was out of work and not earning any money. Aziz allegedly sold the family's furniture and rugs to pay for sex workers. The separation and financial difficulties had been incredibly hard on Nisreen. She had a state cosmetology license, but disease had forbidden her from working after Aziz became unemployed, and the family's finances took a hit. She had worked 2 jobs at different spas to try and keep the money coming in after they separated. A family friend said that Nisreen had done everything she could to remain on good terms with Aziz. She, along with the help of her sister, had decided to buy only the basic necessities for her apartment. She was described as a quiet, super kind lady, a peacemaker who didn't want anything to happen to her kids or her family. She was a really wonderful mom and always protective of her kids. After Nisreen moved out, Aziz stayed in the family home, and neighbors would often see him working in the yard. One neighbor said he wasn't even aware that Aziz's wife and children had left the home. Although separated, they appeared to be on good terms, and Aziz also had a key to the new apartment and would occasionally visit his children. As the year began to come to a close, it was soon time for what the people of Grapevine loved most: Christmas. On Christmas Eve, the extended family had all gathered at Mohammed's ranch to enjoy a large Christmas party and spend some much-needed time together. One of those in attendance was 22-year-old Sarah Zeri, Mohammed's daughter, who attended the University of Texas at Arlington as a pre-med student and was also a member of the Tri Delta sorority. Dozens of people were there, and the celebrations carried on late into the night. Aziz had not been invited. The following day on Christmas, Nisreen and her children were at the apartment in Grapevine. That morning, Aziz set off to the apartment in his sport utility vehicle, dressed as Santa Claus. He parked outside, and shortly after he arrived, Nisreen's sister, brother-in-law, and niece came to the apartment too. Just before 11 a.m., Sarah sent a text message to her friend which said, "So we're here. We just got here, and my uncle is here too, dressed as Santa. Awesome." She was, of course, referring to Aziz, Just 15 minutes later, she sent another message. Now he wants to be all fatherly and win Father of the Year. Within a few minutes after opening their gifts, Aziz revealed he had brought 2 guns with him. He opened fire and, in terrifyingly quick succession, killed 6 members of his family: Ali, Nona, Zori, Sarah, Muhammad, and Nisreen. All had multiple gunshot wounds and had been shot several times. At 11:34, less than 20 minutes after Sarah had sent that text message, the 911 call was made.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? You need help? Are you sick? What was that? Do you need an ambulance or police? Hello?
Although the dispatcher couldn't initially discern the contents of the call, the police opted to process it through specialized software to enhance the audio and extract more information about what had transpired. After this analysis, it became clear that someone had urgently said, "Help, help," followed by the caller stating, "I'm shooting people." This led them to the conclusion that Aziz had placed the call to emergency services.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? Hello, Grapevine 911. You need help? Are you sick? What was that?
Yet more revealing information, very hard to stomach this morning as we listen to Grapevine Police give us the latest update. They are now telling us that this gunman dressed as Santa Claus was definitely an invited guest, welcome at this Christmas celebration, that no one knew he had arrived with 2 handguns he intended to use, and when he did, police say, he caught his victims totally by surprise. We await more information, but what we already do know is that this family involved definitely had some financial problems. We know that mom and dad had separated back in March, and that dad was still living in the Colleyville home that the bank had foreclosed on last year.
7 family members shot and killed on Christmas Day.
Just to know that, like, the entire family was murdered is pretty awful.
It's certainly the worst signal shooting that we've had with this many victims.
Neighbors broke away from their holiday gatherings and watched as police searched the apartment for clues. They say the family kept to themselves and are stunned by the timing.
It's just crazy, unexpected, especially on Christmas Day, and family members most of all.
With so many unanswered questions, investigators are trying to determine why the gunman massacred his own family on what should have been a day of joy.
Mayor Tate Williams expressed profound shock and sorrow in the wake of this horrific tragedy, labeling it a profound and heart-wrenching event. He underlined the added anguish that had occurred on Christmas, a day that should have been filled with joy and celebration. Sergeant Eberling, who had been dedicatedly working on the case, echoed these sentiments, characterizing the incident as the most horrifying homicide Grapevine had ever witnessed, and highlighting that it marked the town's first murders since 2010. The community found it almost inconceivable that such a violent and inexplicable event had transpired right on their doorstep. Funeral arrangements were swiftly organized, with friends, family, and loved ones traveling from across the nation and beyond to pay their respects in Texas. In a somber and private ceremony, the 6 victims were laid to rest, leaving behind a heart-rending void in the lives of those who cherished them. Meanwhile, the police diligently continued their investigative efforts, turning their attention to the foreclosed home in Colleyville in search of potential clues. The hope was that Aziz's computer might yield information shedding light on a possible motive, but their inquiries hit a stumbling block when they discovered that the property's electricity had been disconnected, rendering the computer inaccessible. The perplexity surrounding the motivations behind such a violent attack persisted. As investigators conversed with friends and family members, a portrait emerged of a man profoundly discontented with his wife's apparent success without him. Amidst unemployment and the looming eviction from the house he called home, his situation appeared dire, with the bank scheduled to reclaim the property as early as the following March. The prospect of homelessness, coupled with his wife's flourishing life, could have conceivably fueled his actions. However, with Aziz no longer alive to account for his deeds, the exact workings of his mind would forever remain a mystery. Lieutenant Todd Deering reflected, "You can speculate about his bankruptcy. You can speculate about his family relationships. You can speculate about a bunch of different things, but we just don't know right now. Everybody who may have known what the motive was or what set everything off is now deceased." Sergeant Eberling added, "We really don't have a clear idea of why he did this. Sometimes there's not a really good explanation for irrational behavior." One of the family's friends voiced her belief that the murder stemmed from Aziz's resentment towards his wife's newfound independence and success. The shootings that transpired in Grapevine on that fateful Christmas day not only left the community in shock and the police department in disbelief due to their senselessness and brutality, but also inflicted irreparably pain on a shattered family. Nona, Ali, and Sarah, with their lives just beginning, had limitless opportunities and potential ahead of them. Zori and Muhammad, who meant so much to their local community and their family, left an irreplaceable void in the lives of those who loved them. For Nizreen, who was on the cusp of thriving and embracing a fresh start on her own, her life was tragically taken by the very person who had vowed to love and protect her, amplifying the devastation caused by this inexplicable act of violence. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On a quiet, unassuming Tuesday in 1992, a series of events would set the stage for a mystery that would live on in the collective memory for years. A young man known for his charm and popularity found himself in the midst of a perplexing situation within the walls of his own home. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a perplexing journey full of secrets, questions, and a never-ending search for answers. On that fateful Tuesday, October 13, 1992, in the quiet town of West Liberty, Iowa, 22-year-old Corey Wynek's life took an unexpected turn. Corey was a well-known figure in the community, not only for his athletic ability as a West Liberty High School football player, but also for his work as a bartender at his grandparents' establishment, Wink's Bar and Grill. The night before, Corey had worked a late shift at Wink's, where he spent many of his evenings as the 13th approached. Corey was scheduled to work another night behind the bar. However, when his fiancée Jody Hotz returned home around 6:30 p.m., she was met with an unusual sight. Corey's car remained parked in the driveway, and their beloved golden Labrador retriever was outside. This unusual situation alarmed Jody. Corey's routine was well established, and he was usually on his way to work by the time she got home from her job at a bank in Iowa City. The location, of course, the car, and the presence of Casey outside indicated that something was wrong. Jody's concern grew when she noticed that the screen door to their house was wide open and had out of place details, which heightened her anxiety. Bracing herself, she entered and discovered the main door unlocked. Her heart racing, she started searching the house, fearing the worst. Jody discovered Corey lying motionless on the floor in their bedroom, a horrific scene. He was covered in blood, unresponsive, and his body had become cold. Panic overwhelmed her, and in her distress, she called 911 in an emergency. Her voice trembled as she described the gruesome discovery. "I believe my fiancé has died." She informed the dispatcher that he was all bloody, not breathing, and cold. The peace of their farmhouse had been shattered by an unfathomable tragedy, and the search for answers would soon begin. The police arrived at Corey's farmhouse and confirmed a grim reality. He had been brutally beaten to death, sustaining multiple blunt force injuries, including a skull fracture. It was a startling and terrifying discovery. Jody, Corey's fiancée, became a valuable source of information for the investigators. She described her last interactions with Corey, revealing that she left for work at 8:30 a.m. That morning, he slept peacefully. Corey had returned home from Iowa City around 7 a.m. It appeared to be an ordinary morning for the couple. The lack of evidence of robbery or theft perplexed the investigators. Corey appeared to have been specifically targeted. Someone had entered their home with the sole purpose of inflicting harm on him. As the investigation progressed and word of Corey's tragic death spread throughout the community, an important piece of evidence surfaced. At 1:30 p.m., a local farmer reported driving past the quarry house. On that fateful day, they discovered a metal baseball bat on the side of the road near the property. Strangely, when he passed by earlier that morning around 9 a.m., the bat was not present. This information led police to believe that Corey was attacked between 9 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. The discovery of the baseball bat was a watershed moment in the case. Traces of blood found on the baseball bat matched Corey's blood type, implying that it was the murder weapon. Corey's injuries were consistent with the types of injuries that a baseball bat can cause. Despite having the murder weapon in their possession, the investigation encountered a frustrating setback. No fingerprints or DNA evidence were discovered on the baseball bat. This perplexing lack of conclusive evidence added another layer of complexity to the case, leaving investigators with a haunting mystery about who had targeted Corey and why the investigation into Corey's tragic murder took an unexpected turn as police delved deeper into his personal life. It became clear to law enforcement that this was not a random act of violence. Rather, it appeared that Corey knew his assailant, revealing a web of complex relationships and potential motives. The police made a startling discovery. Corey had romantic relationships with several women before his death, in addition to his fiancée, Jody. This revelation generated a large pool of potential suspects, posing a complex puzzle for investigators to solve. In the months following Corey's tragic death, they interviewed over 400 people in their never-ending search for the truth. Despite their tireless efforts, the case remained unsolved and became colder with each passing year. A decade after Corey's murder, there was still no concrete evidence of a motive or perpetrator. The much-needed breakthrough arrived unexpectedly, a quarter of a century after Corey's murder in December 2017. The information they received had the potential to uncover the truth about Corey Wienecke's tragic and long unsolved murder. In December 2017, a chance encounter at an Iowa hospital gave new life to the long unsolved murder case of Corey Wienecke. Special Agent Trent Villeda of the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation had gone to the hospital for an unrelated reason when he struck up a conversation with a nurse named Jessica Becker. When Jessica discovered Age's work on cold cases, she felt compelled to share a haunting story from her childhood. Jessica described an incident from 1992 when she was only 9 years old. She had spent the night at a friend's house on a sleepover. Annette Cahill's sister-in-law happened to be the daughter of Jacques Hazen. Jacques, one of Corey's 4 romantic partners at the time of his murder, was a woman known to the police for her involvement with him. When questioned by police, she claimed to have been shopping in Iowa City with Jack when Corey died, citing store receipts as alibis. However, Jessica's recollection cast doubt on Annette Cahill's alibi. She admitted that during her sleepover at Jack's house following Corey's murder, she and a friend sneaked downstairs after bedtime. At the bottom of the stairs, Jessica overheard Annette Cahill in the dining room, seen from behind with people crying and lighting black candles. Jessica could clearly hear Annette Cahill uttering regretful phrases. "I never intended to hurt you, Corey. I'm very sorry. I never intended to kill you, Corey. Corey, I love you." Overwhelmed and afraid of being discovered, Jessica went upstairs without Annette Cahill noticing her presence. She later told her mother about what she had witnessed, but her mother declined to report it to the police at the time. Agent V's most recent conversation with Jessica prompted a fresh look at the investigation into Corey's death. In the case files, they discovered an interview from 1996 with a man named Scott Payne, who was friends with Jacques and Annette Cahill. Scott's interview report included a critical detail. Scott Payne claimed that Annette Cahill was seen burning a lot of stuff after Anna Kay was killed. When Scott was re-interviewed, he vividly remembered seeing Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing in a barrel at Jack's house. He claimed that this occurred about 1 or 2 days after Corey's murder. Annette Cahill claimed to be disposing of paint-stained clothing, but Scott, who had previously worked in a meatpacking facility, was convinced it was blood. With this new evidence and testimonies, the police took a significant step. They arrested and charged him with first-degree murder, signaling a watershed moment in the long-running investigation into Corey Wienecke's death. Annette Cahill was 56 years old when her trial began, and she was accused of a heinous crime. The prosecution's case was based on Annette Cahill's claim of first-degree murder, accusing her of killing Corey with deliberate, premeditated, and malicious intent. However, her initial trial ended in a mistrial. Despite nearly a full day of deliberations, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. Their initial vote was 11-1, with the majority favoring acquittal to ensure a fair and just decision. The judge granted the jury additional time to deliberate. Despite the extension, the jury remains deadlocked, unable to reach a consensus. As a result, the trial ended in a mistrial, and the mistrial signaled a brief pause in the legal proceedings. However, Annette Cahill's legal battle did not end there. She would face trial again in the hopes of resolving the unanswered questions surrounding Corey's tragic death. At Annette Cahill's second trial, the prosecution based their case on a disturbing story of jealousy and a deadly encounter. They claimed that Annette Cahill killed Corey out of jealousy, motivated by his engagement and involvement with other women. The court heard gruesome details about Corey's death. He had received 13 blows, all while still alive. The murder weapon, a bat, had been discovered about a mile from Corey's house. It was discovered by a reporter who was forced to walk down a gravel road after his car broke down, where he came across the ominous item. A nearby farmer confirmed seeing the bat by the side of the road around 1:30 p.m. The backboard had distinctive features, including white tape wrapped around the handle and a blue barrel indicating a powerful light heavyweight. In white lettering, these white letters appeared to have bloodstains. The court learned that the bat had been purchased from Walmart, and it was speculated that it could have been leftover from last year's inventory. It had an initial retail price of $15, but was purchased on sale for $13. The cause of Corey's tragic death was blunt: forced trauma, emphasizing the brutality of the attack. The night before Corey was murdered, Annette made an unsettling appearance at Wink's, where Corey worked. After the bar closed, Corey left with Wendy Marshall. Their departure, however, was hampered when they came across Annette Cahill, who was intoxicated and waiting in Corey's car. Annette Cahill joins them on their journey, creating a tense and agitated environment. During the drive to Annette Cahill's house, she abruptly jumped out of the car, resulting in a confrontation with Corey. Corey then dropped off Wendy and then Annette at their respective homes. When Jody left for work the next morning, Corey was still at home, sleeping peacefully in his bed. The courtroom drama continued with a series of testimonies intended to shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding Corey's murder. First, Jessica Becker and her mother took the stand. Jessica described a haunting memory from when she was 9 years old, vividly repeating the details she had previously shared with Agent Violetta. Her mother corroborated her story, stating that Jessica had confided in her at the time. However, she chose not to report it out of fear, recognizing the brutality and viciousness of Corey's attack. Scott Payne, a previously unmentioned witness, also testified. He told the court what he had previously told the police. He saw Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing. The defense made a compelling case, claiming that Annette Cahill had a solid alibi and should not be held responsible for Corey's murder. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence linking Annette Cahill to the crime. The hairs found in Corey's hand were not definitively linked to her, and there were no fingerprints or traces of her blood on the bat. Annette Cahill testified that she saw Corey the night before his murder. She admitted to being jealous when she saw him with another woman, but insisted they had reconciled and even had sexual intercourse. When she attempted to visit Corey's house that morning, she spent the next day working on a roofing job with Jack. She assumed it was empty because she received no response when she knocked on the door to discuss Ed's defense, which revolved around her presence at a construction job site and subsequent shopping trip with Jack on the day of Corey's murder. The prosecution argued that the provided receipts did not cover the time of Corey's murder. Jack testified that she picked up Annette Cahill around 10 a.m. At the job site, they made a brief stop at Corey's house on their way to Iowa City to return a book for Annette Cahill. They claimed there was no one home because no one answered the door, prompting them to travel to Iowa City. Jack produced receipts for their purchases, but only one had a timestamp indicating a purchase at 1:25 p.m. The defense also attempted to discredit Jessica's testimony, claiming that her bias against Annette Cahill was influenced by Annette Cahill's previous sexual relationship with Jessica's stepfather as a child. After hours of deliberation, including a deadlock at one point, the jury reached a unanimous decision. Annette Cahill was found guilty of second-degree murder rather than first-degree murder, as had been the case in the initial trial. This verdict was a significant step forward in the ongoing legal saga surrounding Corey's tragic death, but it did not completely resolve the case's mysteries and complexities. Annette Hill's legal journey continued as she explored various options for challenging her conviction and obtaining her release. One of the key post-trial motions she filed was a request to compel discovery regarding the hairs discovered in Quarry hands. She inquired about the testing of these hairs and requested that the court order an explanation from the state if the evidence had been lost or destroyed. She also requested a new trial based on a Brady violation, withholding exculpatory evidence, and argued that the jurors' failure to receive a spoliation instruction regarding the destroyed evidence was unfair. However, her motion was denied, and she was eventually sentenced to 50 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Nolan Buchanan, 16, remembers Monday, September 14, 2015 as the best day of his life. The day before, he had spent Sunday with his girlfriend, doing traditional morning math with her family, followed by a social gathering with friends and a wonderfully romantic evening. When the teenager awoke on Monday morning next to his favorite girl, he felt like a free, successful, and influential businessman with the entire world in front of him. After all, he now owned Buchanan Construction. The young man was about to inherit cars, a house, land, and monetary assets, and he planned to manage the family business on his own, and certainly better than his father, who had brought the company to bankruptcy. It appears that what could go wrong? The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office arrested Nolan Keith Buchanan on October 1, 2015, at Bonita High School in Bonita, California. Nolan was held at the Juvenile Treatment Center JATS in South Lake Tahoe until June 13, 2018, when an El Dorado County jury of 7 men and 5 women found Buchanan guilty of 3 charges. The jury took only 2 hours to reach a decision. The young man was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the possibility of parole starting in the 25th year. This is how his attempt to take over the family business failed. Nolan was praised by neighbors and classmates as a model student. As far as I know, he was a good kid, but as a high school student, Campbell Ruxton would later say in an interview, he was always concerned about school. He appeared to be very kind, and he was even surprised he was arrested. But what exactly happened in the Buchanan family? Let's go over this horrific case in detail. Molly first met Adam when she applied for a position as an office manager at his firm. By the time they met, Adam was already divorced and raising his son Nolan from a previous marriage by himself. The cheerful, sociable, and cheerful blonde immediately caught the attention of the company's owner. The interest was mutual. Molly fell in love, began a romance that evolved into a serious relationship, and moved to Adam. Molly wished for a loving, friendly family and worked hard to foster a positive relationship with her stepson. She soon became pregnant. Gavin was born. People who knew the Buchanans said they were a close-knit family of 4. The family's head, who owned a construction company, made enough money to live comfortably. The family also purchased vacation property in El Dorado County, California. A small cabin sat on 19 acres in Greenwood with no electricity, water, sewer, or gas. Adam, who worked in construction, took an active role in remodeling the house, and the family began visiting their office on September 13, 2015. At 10 a.m., members of the Garden Valley Fire Department responded to a wildfire in Greenwood Township, western El Dorado County, on Highway 193 between Cool and Georgetown. Upon arrival, they discovered that the fire had destroyed 10 acres of the property. A cabin on the property was still smoldering, but had burned down. The fire department personnel discovered charred remains among the assets. The fire scene remained intact. At 11 a.m., firefighters called the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Nobody had realized what was going on. Firefighters were almost certain that the wildfire killed a pet trapped inside the house. The arriving coroner faced a daunting task. The remains of the house were still smoldering, and there was no way to examine the inside of the house without waiting for the flame to die down and the temperature to drop slightly. As the coroner examined the house, he detected the sweet odor of burnt flesh and discovered a human skull and a burned chest. It appeared that the tragedy had taken someone's life. The officer requested backup, and officers from the sheriff's office arrived to conduct a thorough investigation of the scene. The conclusion was obvious. The small, secluded, and remote cabin was not the owner's primary residence. It was more likely a country cabin where people came to vacation. A Dodge truck and trailer were discovered on the property next to the cabin. It was possible to run the license plates and determine who owned the car. The owner may have been a victim of the wildfire. It didn't take long to discover that the vehicle and trailer belonged to Buchanan Construction, which is owned by Adam Buchanan. The man in question lived in Bonita, California, 160 miles from the accident scene and about 3 hours away. This information confirmed the police's assumption that the house was simply a country retreat for those who wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Buchanan or someone else was inside. The name of the company's owner provided the detective with their first clue, prompting them to begin their investigation. The Bonita police officers were tasked with checking to ensure that all of Buchanan's family members were safe and at home. They went to the correct address and soon arrived in the Buchanan's driveway, where they noticed a white Ford pickup truck and a knock on the door. Adam's 16-year-old son from his first marriage has come out. He greeted the uniformed officers with surprise and inquired as to why they had come to him. To avoid frightening the family, the officer decided to first determine who was present in the house. Perhaps the company car was taken by someone from the company rather than the owner. Nolan Buchanan stated that his father Adam had gone away for the weekend to his country estate 160 miles away with Molly and their 8-year-old son Gavin, and that they were expected back in the evening. According to him, his father had left him to care for the house. Investigators did not have enough evidence to believe the remains in the cabin belonged to the Buchanans, but the information they received and the discovery of the remains led them to believe they belonged to two people. By the evening of September 13, it was sufficient to report the family missing in the El Dorado County fire. The following day, September 14, El Dorado County Police went to Nolan's house to speak with him further and determine who had died in the fire. Howard and Susan Buchanan, Adam's parents, met with the officers. They stated that their son, the owner of the burned-out cabin, performs his own home repairs and thus travels there frequently. The parents were extremely concerned because they had been unable to contact their son or daughter-in-law until now. The officers learned from the story that the house is powered by generators. However, there was no electricity at the time of the tragedy. There were gas cylinders inside this Cave 2 series, so the fire could have been accidental or intentional. By September 15, the fire had subsided, allowing investigators to collect evidence, including debris from a nearby fire pit. According to Denton James Peterson of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, new remains were discovered, which changed the course of the investigation. Police discovered a piece of skull with a bullet hole. At that point, we all realized there had been a homicide. According to the sheriff, the fire was not an accident. The remains were collected and sent for forensic DNA analysis. In the first set of remains, the bullet was lodged in the victim's thigh. The skull with the bullet hole, based on its size, belonged to a child. The version of a fatal accident dropped on its own. Murder became the dominant narrative. No one doubted that the fire was intended to destroy the evidence of the crime. It remained to determine under what circumstances the crime had occurred. Was this a botched burglary? Or did the family deliberately end their lives? But who committed the crime and why? Could it be related to Buchanan Construction, where Adam Buchanan was president and chief operating officer, and someone held a grudge against him because of a working relationship? Initially, investigators focused solely on the latter theory. They also investigated Molly's life to see if she had any enemies capable of the crime. When those lines of inquiry stalled, officers turned their attention to issues in Molly and Adam's marriage. There were plenty of them. Investigators discovered that Molly and Adam's relationship deteriorated over time, and at the time of the crime, they had been sleeping separately for quite some time. Molly's diary was discovered, in which she described abuse from Adam. Witnesses interviewed reported rough treatment and abuse. They claim Adam was rude not only to Molly, but also to the children. Molly's mother, Susie Flankers, admitted to investigators that there were times when she was afraid they'd kill each other during an argument. Molly did not end her relationship with Adam, but would occasionally take her son and leave to go to her parents' house, returning a few days later until their next fight. It also turned out that the couple enjoyed hunting in the area surrounding their country house. Since everyone was armed, the investigators assumed that during another argument, one of the spouses grabbed a gun and shot, and when he realized what he had done, he committed suicide. However, there was an inconsistency. If the tragedy occurred as a result of a conflict between husband and wife, the instrument of crime must have been near the remains of one of them, which it was not. Investigators speculated that the weapon may have been damaged in the fire and did not appear as obvious as anticipated. Over the course of 5 days, the forensic team members took turns removing assets from the house. The search was conducted with surgical precision, but the results were not as expected. There were no weapons found in the house. By this time, the forensic examination data had arrived. The DNA found in the bodies belonged to Adam Buchanan, Molly McAfee, and their 8-year-old son. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds prior to the fire, and the angle of the bullet wounds ruled out the possibility that someone committed suicide. The lack of firearms indicated that there was another person in the house. A 4th person was found to have shot the Buchanans, and the investigation had to restart. Police had no choice but to turn to the deceased's 16-year-old son. Nolan told officers that the family left in an old Dodge truck. According to the son, his father chose to use the company vehicle over his personal Ford, which was parked in the driveway because he had loaded the truck and trailer with rocks to decorate the area near his country cabin. Police discovered this truck near the burned structure. When asked why Nolan did not take a vacation with his relatives, as in the first interview, the young man stated that he was responsible for the house and garden, while his father and stepmother were away. Nolan also stated that they had a neighbor growing forbidden grass on the Buchanan property, which caused his father to have frequent disagreements with his neighbor, demanding that he stop planting the grass and threatening to call the police. When discussing the family business, Nolan stated that things were not going well. The company was downsizing, and the number of employees was reduced to 5. According to his father, the number of deaths associated with the business was rapidly increasing. So now the investigation had a wealth of useful information, and the detectives had a suspect, a neighbor, which was especially important given that violent crime in that area was frequently associated with illegal herb cultivation. Detectives believed that the threat of going to the police could have resulted in the murder of Buchanan and his family. The problem was that no one knew which neighbor they were talking about. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing all of the homeowners in succession. The tactic was successful. They discovered a man who confirmed the story of a fight with Adam over growing a forbidden crop. However, he stated that the conflict had been resolved following a heated discussion. The neighbor had an alibi, and another version proved to be untenable. What remained to be addressed was the financial crisis that had affected the family's business. On September 18, police officers went to Adam's company and interviewed the employees. Nolan's words were correct. The company was in a sorry state. It was threatened with bankruptcy because the debt exceeded $30,000. As a result, several employees were fired. It turned out that some of the former employees were extremely dissatisfied with the reduction and thus could have been involved in the crime. And that's where the investigators got lucky. Over the weekend, the local high school organized a community cleanup day, with students clearing debris from a business park less than a mile from Adam's construction company. It was present on September 19. A small purse containing a wallet and identification cards belonging to Molly McAfee and Adam Buchanan was discovered under one of the bushes. A .22 caliber rifle was lying nearby. Detectives rushed to the scene of the discovery. The county sheriff's office made a new assumption. The perpetrator used the found rifle to murder the Buchanan family and then stole their documents from the crime scene to cover his tracks. The discovery was significant because it indicated that someone had traveled all the way to Greenwood to murder the family and then returned to Bonita, dispose of the bag and murder weapon. It appeared to be a Bonita resident. The evidence found near the Buchanan construction site strengthened the theory that the boss was murdered by one of the disgruntled employees. Detectives placed the firearm in the bag of documents for examination and requested a warrant to search the company's records and premises. The investigators got lucky again. During the search, they gained access to a video surveillance camera located on the firm's premises. By happy coincidence, the camera's lens was pointed at the center of the parking lot rather than the company's territory. Following this discovery, the case was only days away from being solved. Because it was already known that the family had left town on Friday, investigators examined Friday's footage and were surprised to discover that Adam had attached a trailer loaded with rocks to a Ford F-150. It was not a Dodge truck, as Nolan had told them. Detectives discovered that the young man had deliberately manipulated the investigation. If the white Ford towed the rock trailer to the cabin, it must have been driven back and parked in the Buchanan family's driveway. Investigators interviewed Nolan to keep him safe while gathering as much information as possible. Nolan recounted his weekend, where he went and who he saw. But this time, they asked him what movie they had seen at the cinema, how he had paid for his mall shopping, and how he had paid for dessert on a date. Nolan, who had no idea, responded with his father's credit card number. The officers then applied for a warrant to search Buchanan's Bonita home, vehicles, and financial records. The Ford automobile remained parked in the driveway. It was thoroughly inspected, and they discovered reddish soil stuck to the wheels. This is similar to what happens in Greenwood. If the Ford had been used for a trip last weekend or earlier, traces of soil might have remained, but they would not have been as visible. Unfortunately, the fire destroyed the wheel tread marks near the country house. However, the dirt buildup indicated that the car had most likely been in Greenwood recently. Detectives tracked the bank card payments and discovered that Adam Buchanan used his credit card on Friday, September 11. He stopped at Taco Bell on his way to Greenwood. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed he stayed at home, did not accompany his parents, and had the credit card in his possession. Detectives went to the diner to check the security cameras. They saw exactly what they were expecting: a white Ford instead of a truck. When detectives searched the Ford, they discovered a Taco Bell receipt dated September 11 that included not 3, but 4 beverages. 4 drink cups were also identified in evidence collected at the fire scene, so Nolan was inside the car. The next credit card transaction occurred on Saturday, September 12, at the Valencia Club Bar in Penryn, about 30 minutes from the cabin. Adam's parents had previously informed detectives about the bar. They stated that their son and daughter-in-law frequently visit after the cabin has been renovated. Security cameras recorded when the couple left the bar, and traffic cameras on the highway assisted in tracking the couple's route. On the day of the fire, a Ford F-150 drove toward the Buchanan cabin around 2:30 a.m., then reversed direction at 3:30 a.m. In the first instance, the camera captured Adam and Molly in the vehicle, while in the second, it only captured Nolan. Several hours later, on Sunday morning, September 13th, Adam's credit card was used to pay at 3 of Benitez's locations: Starbucks, McDonald's, and a gas station. The bank confirmed to investigators that you can only have one bank card, which contradicted Nolan's claims. By this time, the forensic results had been returned. Nolan's fingerprints were found on the gun. He was arrested while in the middle of a high school class. Nolan Buchanan has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He attempted to distort the story by claiming that his father shot the family, after which he pointed a rifle at him and, in self-defense, took away the weapon. After accidentally shooting his father, Nolan claimed it was self-defense, blaming the fire and subsequent lie on panic and extreme fear. That's why he used gasoline to set fire to the house, making it appear as if nothing had happened. The defense repeatedly focused the jury's attention on Adam's abuse of his own son and other family members. The medical examiner questioned the verdict because the bullet wound mark on a piece of Gavin's skull corresponded to a shot fired at nearly a 90-degree angle. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed that his and his brother's beds were next to each other and that the noise and screaming had woken them up simultaneously. Nolan claims to have seen someone enter the bedroom and shoot Gavin just as he awoke. The shooter then pointed the rifle at Nolan, who miraculously pushed the attacker away. Under this scenario, the shot would have been fired at about a 45-degree angle, which contradicted forensic findings. The prosecution concluded that Nolan shot his brother when they were alone in the house while their parents were at a bar. After waiting for his father and stepmother to return, Nolan shot them as well. According to where the bodies were discovered, Adam was killed first, followed by Molly Nolan, who took the rifle. His parents burned their papers, doused the bodies in gasoline, and set fire to the house. Then he went home, met his girlfriend, and spent the day with her, establishing an alibi for himself. On July 13, 2018, a jury convicted Nolan of 3 counts of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the option of parole after 25 years. Judge Kingsbury. The sentence announcement reflected on verbal and physical abuse. Nolan testified that he massacred his brother because he did not want him to experience the same horror or be forced to live with what his father had already done to him. However, as he did so, he also listed facts about the premeditation of the crime and subsequent arson, the creation of alibis, and Nolan's plans to run the family business, which he had discussed with family members. The judge cited Nolan's failure to follow rules and deviant behavior as observed by staff at the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Center, where he went after being arrested. Everyone has the ability to change. Judge Kingsbury told Nolan, "I hope he will do everything in his power to do so, if you behave properly. According to the Senate bill and Supreme Court rulings, you will be eligible for parole after 25 years in prison. You decide whether or not to take that chance." Nolan continues to insist that he is innocent. If he is ever released on parole, he will be required to pay significant compensation to the victims. The payout amount is currently unknown. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 11, 2008, on Monday, Sarah Widmer, a 24-year-old dental hygienist, and her 27-year-old husband, Ryan Widmer, a sports planner, were at their home in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Sarah had just finished her shift at a dental office, and Ryan had finished his day as well. The couple, who met through mutual friends and quickly became inseparable, spent a quiet evening together. Their relationship had progressed from a blind date at a pub to purchasing a home, marrying, and being in the midst of newlywed bliss after only 4 months of marriage, as they looked forward to their future, which included plans for a Costa Rica honeymoon and a Cancun vacation. The most exciting anticipation revolved around the prospect of getting a new puppy, which they were actively pursuing together. On August 11, Ryan and Sarah Widmer watched TV while eating leftover hamburgers, corn on the cob, and cheesy potatoes. According to Ryan, they began with some of Sarah's favorite shows before moving on to a football game. Sarah then decided to take a bath in the master bedroom bathroom. Ryan recalled that she asked him to check the doors before accompanying her upstairs. He remembered her walking upstairs. After they had both said, "I love you." She walks on her tiptoes, as she frequently did, at 10:49 p.m. That night, Ryan dialed 911. The call lasted 7 minutes. He told the 911 dispatcher that his wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub at their home in Morrow, Ohio. Ryan informed the dispatcher that my wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub. "I believe I was downstairs. I just came up here and she was face down in the bathtub." Ryan told the dispatcher that he had been watching TV downstairs and went upstairs to find Sarah lying face down in the bathtub. He mentioned that she frequently fell asleep in the bathtub. Ryan followed the dispatcher's instructions and removed Sarah from the bathtub before being guided through CPR. During this time, he temporarily put the phone down to empty the tub and lift Sarah, which took approximately 29 seconds. Within 6 minutes of receiving the 911 call, police found Sarah naked on the bedroom floor. Her body felt warm and dry, but her hair was wet. While performing CPR, the police noticed a pinkish-white, frothy discharge coming from Sarah's mouth and nose, indicating drowning. When paramedics arrived, they made 2 unsuccessful attempts to intubate Sarah in her bedroom. 2 more attempts were made in the ambulance during the 10-minute ride to the hospital. Despite a 5th unsuccessful intubation attempt, the hospital's emergency room physician made a 6th attempt and was successful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sarah was pronounced dead the same night. When questioned at the hospital, Ryan told police that he and Sarah were alone at home that night. He mentioned watching a football game on the downstairs TV while Sarah was taking a bath around 10 p.m., and he expressed concern to the police that he was afraid she would fall asleep in the bathtub. When asked if Sarah had fallen asleep in the bathtub, Ryan said no, but she did have a habit of falling asleep in unusual places. Despite Ryan's claim to the police that he found Sarah in the bathtub and assumed she had fallen asleep, authorities became suspicious. When they arrived at the house, they noticed Sarah's skin was dry, but her hair was wet. Detectives noticed inconsistencies in Ryan's account, particularly during the 911 call, when he described finding Sarah lying face down in the tub. There were concerns about a potential contradiction because they believed Ryan told the nurse at the hospital that he found her lying face up, During the search of the large mirror residence, law enforcement discovered several discrepancies that raised further concerns. The bathroom floor, bathroom mat, and towel on the floor were all dry. The bathtub was mostly dry, with only a few droplets visible near the drain. Notably, no wet towels were found in the home. Police discovered additional inconsistencies in Ryan's narrative. Ryan had initially told them that he was watching a Cincinnati Bengals football game on the television downstairs while Sarah took a bath. However, upon inspection, the downstairs TV was not tuned to that channel. Instead, the bedroom television was set to the specified channel. Police also discovered bloodstains on the bedroom carpet, where Sarah had been found lying on the floor when they arrived. These findings raised suspicions and added to the growing list of inconsistencies in Ryan's account of what happened that night. Dr. Russell Updegrove, the Warren County coroner, performed the autopsy on Sarah, and his findings revealed that her cause of death was drowning. Notably, several physical injuries were documented during the examination, including faint bruising on the right side of her forehead, a specific hemorrhage on the inner surface of her eyelid, bruising on the left side of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, and an abrasion on her left armpit, and bruising and lacerations on her upper lip. Sarah had deep muscle hemorrhaging in the front of her neck, as well as scalp contusions. Dr. Updegrove determined that Sarah's death was the result of a homicide. He stated that Sarah's injury occurred prior to her death and was not consistent with injuries commonly associated with PPR. Toxicology reports confirmed the absence of prohibited substances and alcohol in the system. Ryan was arrested for aggravated murder on August 13, 2008, just 2 days after Sarah died. It was the prosecution's case that Sarah died as a result of drowning. Their argument was that the cause of Sarah's death was less important than how she died. How did she drown? The prosecution claimed that the 911 call, the crime scene, and Sarah's injuries all pointed to Ryan as the perpetrator of her death. Their argument revolved around the claim that he had forcibly held her underwater, causing her to drown in the bathtub. During the investigation, the police dusted the bathtub for fingerprints and discovered streak marks believed to be caused by human hands, primarily in the center of the tub. They used a superglue fuming process and reflected ultraviolet imaging to detect finger and smear marks. A forearm impression was also discovered on the bathtub, which was determined to be made by an adult male using hair follicle testing. However, the exact timing of the impression could not be determined. The prosecution also claimed that the lack of wetness inside the bathroom was incompatible with the scenario Ryan described. If Sarah had drowned and Ryan had pulled her out of the bathtub, the floor and other bathroom items would have been soaked. They emphasized to the jury that Sarah's body was dry when police arrived minutes after Ryan called 911. The prosecution cited details from the 911 call, claiming that Ryan had revealed too much information and was orchestrating the call, implying premeditation. The prosecution told the jury that a violent confrontation took place in the Widmer home that fateful night. Although the reasons for it were unknown, they brought in an expert witness who testified that it was extremely unlikely to fall asleep and drown in a bathtub without the use of prohibited substances or alcohol. According to this testimony, the sensation of water on the face or the activation of the gag reflex would usually wake up an individual, and if that didn't work, a drop in oxygen levels would do the trick. The prosecution called on Coroner Updegrove, who performed Sarah's autopsy, to provide his expert opinion on the events of that night. He testified that a plausible explanation for Sarah's dry body and wet hair would be that her head was pushed over the edge of a bathtub, toilet, or sink. This act could have occurred either forwards or backwards in running water, or submerged in full water. The prosecution's central claim was that Ryan purposefully held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and they argued that he should be found guilty of her murder. In response, the defense argued that there was insufficient evidence to back up Ryan's claim of killing Sarah. They emphasized the couple's apparent love and argued that Ryan had no discernible motive to harm Sarah. According to the defense, those who knew Ryan had never seen him angry or raising his voice. Friends of the couple attested to their happiness and shared the belief that they were planning a bright future together. To bolster their case, the defense performed their own autopsy, presumably to challenge or provide an alternative viewpoint to the findings presented by the prosecution's witnesses, particularly Coroner Updegrove. Dr. Werner Spitz, who had been retained by the defense, conducted a second autopsy on August 15, 2008, 2 days after the first. Although he agreed with the conclusion that Sarah's cause of death was drowning, Dr. Spitz expressed a different opinion on the manner of death, saying he would have ruled it undetermined. He saw several injuries on her neck, arms near the crease of her elbow, upper lip, nape of her neck, scalp, a tear in her liver, and neck hemorrhaging. Dr. Spitz was unable to definitively determine whether these injuries were the result of CPR. As a result, he stated that he would not consider her death a homicide. The defense contended that if there had been a violent altercation, as the prosecution claimed, there would have been evidence of it. Notably, Ryan and Sarah's nails were found to be unbroken or chipped without any injuries. The defense also brought attention to the presence of female DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, with no match identified. They contended that Sarah's injuries were most likely the result of the extended CPR and multiple intubation attempts performed that night, both inside the house and in the ambulance parked outside the house during transportation to the hospital. And in the hospital itself, the defense posited the theory that something medical, such as a seizure or cardiac ailment, could have been the underlying cause of Sarah's death. They also explained the seemingly contradictory evidence of Sarah's dry body and wet hair, claiming that skin dries more quickly than hair. In the first trial, the jury found Ryan not guilty of aggravated murder, but convicted him of murder. A few months later, however, a new trial was ordered in response to the defense's concerns. It was discovered that some jurors had conducted their own tests on how long it took them to dry after taking a bath, potentially influencing their interpretation of the evidence. Ryan's second trial was in May 2010. However, the jury was unable to reach a decision, prompting the declaration of a mistrial. Ryan's third trial began in January 2011, with additional evidence being introduced into the legal proceedings. The defense sought to establish a case that Sarah had an undisclosed cardiovascular or neurological condition that caused her to lose consciousness and drown in the bathtub. To back up this claim, they presented testimony from several medical experts who suggested the possibility of such an underlying medical issue. However, the state countered these claims by bringing in their own medical experts to challenge and refute the defense's assertions. Sarah's co-workers' testimony revealed more about her health and daily routine. They described Sarah sleeping in her car before starting work in the mornings and going out to rest during her lunch breaks. Colleagues also revealed that she suffered from allergies and had headaches and stomach pains. On at least one occasion, her headaches were severe enough to cause blurred vision, forcing her to retreat to a dark room until the symptoms passed. Dr. Benjamin Mesmer, a dentist at Sarah's practice, took the stand and testified that he was present when she died. He recalled her complaining of a headache and stomachache that day. Sarah's friend's testimony painted a picture of her tendency to fall asleep in unexpected places, such as during a game or in the middle of group discussions. One of her friends suspected she had narcolepsy, a sleep disorder characterized by excessive sleepiness, sleep paralysis, hallucinations, and in some cases cataplexy. In contrast, Sarah's mother, Ruth, and Stuart testified for the prosecution. She stated that she had never noticed anything unusual about her daughter's sleeping habits. Sarah, however, did experience headaches. Ruth believed they were the result of sinus problems. According to Ruth's testimony, she spoke with Sarah on the day she died as she was leaving work, and Sarah made no mention of having a headache. Ruth stated that there was no family history of seizures, heart disease, or cardiac problems. Sarah had a heart murmur and a cleft palate as a baby, but a physical examination report from June 2008 made no mention of the heart murmur's continued presence. Furthermore, there was no mention of a cardiac condition, neurological defect, or disease in the report. Jennifer Cruz's testimony provided an important and potentially damaging account. According to her statements, she contacted Ryan while he was in prison after seeing a Dateline episode about his case. She claimed that on October 26, 2009, at 11:06, Ryan called her and confessed to Sarah's murder. Jennifer testified that Ryan stated, "I did it. I did it. I did it. I killed Sarah. I did it." Jennifer testified that Ryan had a heated argument with Sarah in their living room about his alleged infidelity, drinking, smoking, and pornography. The argument allegedly escalated upstairs, where Sarah informed Ryan that their marriage had ended. According to Jennifer, the confrontation became physical, with Ryan allegedly saying, "Nobody ever leaves me, and I mean nobody." Jennifer's testimony took a darker turn as she described Ryan's alleged admission to violence. Ryan admitted to punching Sarah in the chest during their confrontation, which caused her to fall backward and hit her head. Ryan claimed to have blacked out, and when he awoke, he discovered Sarah on the floor, unresponsive and not breathing, with wet hair. Furthermore, Jennifer claimed that during the 911 call, Ryan only pretended to perform CPR because he knew Sarah was already dead, rendering resuscitation futile. Despite this shocking revelation, Jennifer continued to communicate with Ryan following their initial discussion. Ryan did not report the incriminating conversation to the police until after her second trial was declared a mistrial. In response to Jennifer's testimony, the defense attempted to undermine her credibility. They presented evidence of her previous prescription drug addiction and misdemeanor theft convictions, attempting to cast doubt on the veracity of her statements and motivations. The defense presented a challenging scenario, claiming that they could not definitively explain what caused Sarah to drown that night. The defense urged the jury to consider all of the facts in the case, emphasizing that Ryan had no apparent motive to harm Sarah. Despite these arguments, Ryan was ultimately convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 to life in prison. Interestingly, one of the jurors in the third trial cited Ryan's behavior in court as a major factor in their guilty verdict. The juror observed that Ryan made no reaction when autopsy photos were shown in court, implying that his lack of emotional response influenced the perception of his guilt. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Thursday, December 16, 2004, Bobby Jo Stinnett, a 23-year-old woman who was 8 months pregnant with her first child, eagerly awaited the arrival of her baby girl. Born on December 4, 1981, she graduated from Nottoway High School in Graham, Missouri, in 2000. Bobby, who lived in Skidmore, Missouri with her husband, Zeb Stinnett, was a well-known and gentle person in the small farming community. Her love of animals, particularly dogs and horses, was evident, and she ran a dog breeding business called Happy Haven Farms from her home. Specializing in the breeding of rat terriers, Bobby actively participated in dog shows and discussions in the online dog breeding community. Her business involves listing puppies for sale, and on December 15, 2004, she received an instant message from Darlene Fisher, a woman from Fairfax, Missouri, whom she had met through their interactions on the Router Chatter forum. Bobby and Darlene had been exchanging messages for weeks, bonding not only over their shared love of rat terriers, but also over their shared pregnancy experiences. Darlene informed Bobby that she was interested in purchasing one of her puppies, and they agreed to meet the next day. Bobby made plans to meet Darlene, and informed her mother, Becky Harper, that she would pick her up from work at 3:30 p.m. On the scheduled date, December 16th, Becky called Bobby at 2:30 p.m. Bobby reassured her as they confirmed the arrangement for picking her up from work. However, when Becky finished work at 3:30 p.m., Bobby was nowhere to be found. Becky tried to call Bobby, but there was no response, so she walked to Bobby's house, which was only 2 blocks from her workplace. When Becky got to the house, she noticed the front door was open. She entered and called out to Bobby without getting a response. As she entered the dining room, she saw a terrifying scene. Her daughter was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, distraught. Becky immediately dialed 911, urgently describing the dire situation, mentioning that her daughter was 8 months pregnant and that Bobby's stomach appeared to have been severely injured. When the police arrived, they discovered that Bobby's unborn baby had been forcibly removed from her womb, and the infant's whereabouts and survival were unknown. Locating the perpetrator became an urgent priority because the baby could still be alive. Unfortunately, Bobby did not survive the brutal attack. Both Becky and Bobby's husband informed the police that Bobby was going to meet a woman named Darlene, who expressed an interest in buying a puppy. Aside from that, they had no idea how many other visitors would be arriving that day. Through a quick investigation, the police tracked Darlene down using text messages and IP addresses from the computer she used to communicate. It was discovered that the woman posing as Darlene was not named Darlene and did not live in Fairfax. Her real name was Lisa Montgomery, and she lived in Melbourne. Lisa drove from Melbourne to Skidmore on December 16th and arrived at Bobby's house around 12:30 p.m. Police believe the baby was taken between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. On December 17th, the police arrived at Lisa Montgomery's home, and her husband Kevin greeted them at the door. They entered and found Lisa in the living room, cradling a newborn baby. The police informed Kevin and Lisa that they were looking into the murder of Bobby Joe Stinnett and inquired about the baby. Lisa claimed that her child was born at a women's clinic in Topeka. "I am looking for a private conversation." The police approached Lisa outside her home. She informed them of this and requested that Kevin not know about it due to financial constraints. She had actually given birth at home, not at the women's clinic. Lisa claimed she was alone in her kitchen during the birth, but she did have the phone numbers of 2 friends in case she needed help. When asked about the placenta, Lisa says she disposed of it in a nearby creek. Lisa requested that the matter be discussed further at the sheriff's office to maintain privacy, and the police agreed. Lisa confessed to officers at the sheriff's office. After killing Bobby, she extracted the baby from her womb and abducted her. The baby was eventually returned to Bobby's husband, who named her Victoria Jo Stinnett. Lisa was charged with kidnapping, which led to her death. During Lisa's trial, the court learned that she and Bobby met at a dog show in April 2004. "We were both members of an online dog breeding community when Bobby announced her pregnancy. Lisa, a member, learned of her pregnancy in the spring of 2004. Around the same time, Lisa informed her family and friends that she was expecting. Lisa failed to disclose that she had a sterilization procedure more than a decade ago, rendering her infertile. Lisa deceived people for 8 months by pretending to be pregnant. She went so far as to wear maternity clothes and purchase baby items. Despite her sterilization, Lisa persuaded her husband, Kevin, and her children that she was actually pregnant. On the other hand, Lisa's first husband and wife, who were aware of her sterilization, accused her of lying. In response, Lisa insisted on proving them wrong. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that on December 16th, Lisa arrived at Bobby's house with a sharp kitchen knife and a white cord in her jacket pocket. When Bobby answered the door, Lisa asked to see the puppy she wanted to buy. Bobby retrieved the puppies and took them outside for Lisa to interact with. Lisa attacked Becky shortly after she called Bobby to pick her up. Lisa strangled Bobby with the cord she had brought until she lost consciousness. When Bobby regained consciousness and resisted, Lisa tightened the cord, resulting in Bobby's death. Lisa then cut into Bobby's abdomen with a kitchen knife, successfully removing the baby. Lisa left after cutting the umbilical cord. Surprisingly, the baby remained unharmed. Throughout her journey, Lisa took precautions to ensure the baby's well-being, such as clapping the umbilical cord and clearing mucus from his mouth. Lisa had a car seat ready in her vehicle for the baby. When Lisa arrived at a parking lot near a women's clinic in Topeka, Kansas, she called her husband, Kevin, to tell him she had given birth. Kevin met her in the parking lot and named the baby Abigail. The next day, they went out for breakfast, proudly introducing their new baby, Abigail, to everyone. The prosecution contended that Bobby's tragic death and the baby's abduction were the result of Lisa's calculated and cold-blooded plan to protect the lies she had told her friends and family. According to the prosecution, Lisa was afraid that her first husband, Carl Bowman, would discover her lies during their custody battle. Lisa was concerned that this revelation would jeopardize her position in court proceedings, so she felt compelled to have a baby as proof that her pregnancy was genuine. The prosecution claimed that Lisa purposefully misled her family and friends about her pregnancy and meticulously planned the abduction of a baby to maintain the illusion. They claimed Lisa's plan was meticulously planned and executed with precision. To hide her identity, Lisa contacted Bobby under a fictitious name, hoping that the crime could not be traced back to her. Concurrently, she continued to inform everyone she knew about her pregnancy. Lisa went so far as to purchase a home birth kit and conduct online research on how to perform a cesarean section. Sheriff Strong, who played a role in the case, stated that the crime was meticulously planned, and Lisa persisted in lying until she was caught. Lisa even tried to implicate her own brother, claiming he was with her when the baby was abducted. However, his verified alibi revealed that this was yet another falsehood. The prosecution claimed Lisa was involved in a custody battle with her first husband, who, upon learning that she had informed her second husband, Kevin, about her pregnancy, questioned the veracity of her claim. Aware of Lisa's inability to conceive, he sent emails expressing his intention to reveal the alleged lie to Kevin, whom he exploited during custody proceedings. In response, Lisa, determined to prove him wrong, took a series of actions that culminate in the tragic events. Less than a week before Bobby's death on December 10th, Lisa's first husband formally filed a motion seeking a change of custody for the 2 minor children who lived with Lisa. To back up their case, the prosecution called Dr. Dietz as an expert witness. This move was prompted by the defense's prior notification that they intended to pursue an insanity defense, claiming Lisa was experiencing pseudopsychoses. During the trial, Dr. Dietz testified that there are 2 types of phenomena known as pseudoscience, the first of which involves a woman genuinely and sincerely believing she is pregnant. Typically, this belief ends when the woman is presented with concrete evidence that she is not pregnant. Individuals with this type of pseudopsychosis are not considered mentally ill and do not have delusions. Dr. Dietz describes a second type of pseudoscience that is linked to mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. Individuals suffering from this condition experience delusions, particularly the delusion of being pregnant. Notably, this form is distinguished by the presence of a strong conviction. In contrast to the first example, people who believe in pseudoscience refuse to accept evidence that contradicts their beliefs. They have a firm and unwavering belief in their pregnancy, which demonstrates the impact of mental illness. Dr. Dietz, in his expert opinion, concluded that Lisa did not have pseudopsychosis at the time of Bobby's death. He came to this conclusion based on his belief that Lisa did not truly believe she was pregnant. In court, Dr. Dietz explained his reasoning by emphasizing several key points. To begin, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa was well aware that she had undergone permanent sterilization, which removed any doubt about her reproductive abilities. Lisa had consistently sought medical and prenatal care in previous pregnancies, but this was not the case during the current period. Dr. Dietz provided additional evidence in the form of Lisa's insurance application from September 2004, in which she explicitly stated that she was not pregnant. Furthermore, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa's behavior was not consistent with delusional thinking. He explained that in cases of pregnancy delusion, people would stick to the same story and willingly disclose it despite being persuaded or presented with contradictory evidence. However, Lisa lacked these characteristics, prompting Dr. Dietz to dismiss the idea that she was having a pregnancy delusion. Lisa's case was characterized by inconsistent and contradictory accounts of key details. Notably, her stories differed on the sex of the fetus, whether she was expecting twins or a single fetus, and how she planned to deliver. These differences were noticeable depending on the audience to whom she spoke, indicating a lack of consistency and reliability in her statements. Furthermore, Lisa provided conflicting information about the location where she claimed to have given birth. She initially claimed that the birth occurred at a women's clinic, but later changed her story to say that it happened at home. When confronted with her brother's alleged presence at Bobby's house during the incident, Lisa claimed that she had had amnesia both before and during Bobby's murder. Dr. Dietz concluded that Lisa was a malingerer during the 2004 pregnancy, and the court heard that Lisa had faked previous pregnancies. Lisa claimed to have had multiple pregnancies in the years since her sterilization procedure, each with its own set of complications. Lisa's feigned pregnancies date back to 1994. Subsequently, in 2000, before marrying Kevin, she informed him of her pregnancy and expressed a desire for an abortion. Kevin gave her $40, but there was no further discussion or evidence of pregnancy. Lisa claimed to be pregnant again in 2002, informing Kevin of a doctor's appointment while denying him the opportunity to accompany her. However, her doctor testified that he only tweeted Lisa about unrelated issues, such as ankle pain and a cold, and did not provide prenatal care. Lisa later informed Kevin that the baby had died and claimed to have donated the body to science, adding to her history of deception surrounding food and pregnancies. The defense's case focused on the defense of insanity, and they planned to call experts to testify about Lisa's mental disease or defect. Lisa's life was described in court as troubled. They claimed she had been physically and sexually abused by her stepfather. Lisa married her stepbrother, Carl Bowman, when she was 18 years old, and they had 4 children before undergoing sterilization. Following their divorce in 1998, Carl remarried, and Lisa later married Kevin to back up their insanity claims. Dr. Logan and Dr. Ramachandran were called as expert witnesses by the defense. Lisa was diagnosed by both experts with a variety of mental health issues, including depression, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and pseudopsoriasis. Dr. Ramachandran testified about pseudopsoriasis, describing it as a somatoform disorder in which the patient develops the delusion of being pregnant. According to his testimony, this delusion is driven by a strong desire to become pregnant, which causes hormonal changes that result in physical changes consistent with pregnancy. Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa suffered from an intense pseudopsoriasis delusion. During his testimony, he claimed that Lisa was in a dissociative state when she killed Bobby and delivered the baby. Dr. Ramachandran suggested that Lisa's childhood sexual abuse made her susceptible to pseudopsoriasis. He claimed Lisa's internet searches and purchases of baby-related items indicated pseudopsychosis. Furthermore, Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa was suffering from a severe mental illness or defect that prevented her from fully understanding the nature and quality of her actions. Following 5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Lisa guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. The following day, she received a death sentence. The jury unanimously agreed that the government had proven all statutory and non-statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution contended that these factors included the crime being committed in a particularly heinous or depraved manner, involving serious physical abuse of Bobby Joe Stinnett. The jury agreed with this argument, and Elise was sentenced to death by lethal injection with pentobarbital at Terre Haute Prison in Indiana. Lisa eventually found herself on death row in a federal prison in Texas, designed for female inmates with special medical and psychological needs. She received psychiatric care while incarcerated there. Lisa formed a new defense team in an effort to have her death sentence commuted to life in prison. Their central argument was that, given Lisa's history of horrific abuse, the death penalty was unjust. They claimed that her legal representation during her initial trial failed to fully disclose the extent of her thesis's profound hardships and that the defense presented was inadequate. Lisa was in a psychotic state, according to the new defense team, when she committed the crime. Furthermore, they presented evidence that Lisa's history of abuse began before her birth, as she was born with fetal alcohol syndrome as a result of her mother's heavy drinking. The defense detailed specific instances of abuse, claiming that Lisa was subjected to physical beatings and that the mistreatment worsened after her mother remarried. They claimed Lisa had been sexually abused by her stepfather. Despite the efforts of Lisa's legal team, who argued that pressure and the threat of exposure from her first husband drove her to fabricate a pregnancy, their objections and appeals to have her removed from death row were denied. The execution went as planned. Lisa received a lethal injection in Terre Haute, Indiana, after the United States Supreme Court lifted a last-minute stay of execution. As the sole female inmate on federal death row in the United States, she was the first female federal inmate executed by the government in 67 years, preceding her execution. When asked if she wanted to make a statement, Lisa declined. She was officially declared dead at 1:31 on January 13th, 2021. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Martin Gardner sat on the porch of his desolate home, clutching a photo album he had received years after the tragic event. That album had become a symbol of his loss, a living reminder of a terrible tragedy. Martin's gaze fell on the photographs of his small and innocent children, Talon, Saya, Savi, and Yazi. These photos were all he had left from his happy days. When he looked into their eyes, he could almost hear their children's voices filling the house with laughter and warmth once upon a time. Martin's first child, Talon, was just 4 years old. He was the source of happiness for his father. The man fantasized about spending all of his free time with him, teaching him everything he knew, and drinking beer with him in the future, when Talon would be a real grown man and Martin himself would be gray and important. Little Sia, who was only 3 years old, always ran to her father when he returned home from work, remembering to bring her cloth doll with her. She always asked Martin to kiss her and her doll before bed. This always brought a smile to her father's face, and he took this sweet ritual seriously and respectfully. Savi, a 2-year-old girl, was quiet and intelligent. She enjoyed flipping through books and watching animal movies. Martin frequently sat her on his lap and read her favorite stories to her. He saw in her the potential of an intelligent and serious woman who would go on to achieve great things in life. Yazi was the youngest, a very small baby with deep black eyes. Martin looked into her eyes and saw a vast world. Her eyes were identical to those of her mother, Shanynthia Gardner. Martin recalled how grateful he was that she had given him this beautiful world, full of love, comfort, and children's laughter. But that world was shattered one fateful day. Shanynthia Gardner was born in late 1980s in Memphis, Tennessee. Little is known about her early years, except that she was the daughter of Eleanor Snodgrass, who lived in Madison, Alabama's cozy cabins. Shaninthia's childhood and youth were as typical as any other girl's at the time. She was a young brunette with curly hair, slim and attractive. The girl was always surrounded by loyal friends and demonstrated exceptional talent. Shanynthia was endowed with a genuine creative spirit. She possessed a unique talent for songwriting. Music was her passion, and singing was her way of expressing herself. Her vocal abilities piqued the interest of the locals, and she became a local celebrity. However, singing was just one of her many interests. Shanynthia was captivated by the world of fashion and photography. She looked fantastic in front of the camera and could transform everyday situations into works of art. Despite her colorful hobbies, Shanynthia was a generous woman who made time for religion. She was a regular churchgoer who took good care of her family. Shaninthia's life appeared to be predetermined, with a promising future ahead. Shanynthia was just 14 years old when she met D. Trail Clayton. It began with a casual introduction via mutual friends, and they quickly discovered common ground and became friends. When they grew up and graduated from high school, their relationship became more serious, and the two officially became a couple. Shanynthia and DeTrail spent a lot of time together, and everyone thought they were responsible and stable young people. However, there were some questionable incidents on their records. Both were involved in minor offenses, such as traffic violations or disorderly conduct on the streets. In 2008, things became more serious. D-Trail was accused of assaulting a woman, and even though it was unintentional, he faced serious consequences. The guy got lucky, and all charges against him were quickly dropped. Shanynthia and DeTrail did not have a formal relationship, but they lived together. In 2008, the couple welcomed a son named Dalian. Shanynthia became a caring mother, not only to him, but also to the children of his previous relationship. Sonia Clayton, D-Trail's mother, saw Shanynthia not only as a woman in love with her son, but also as a member of her family. Shanynthia was known for her devotion and care for her children, making her unique in Sonia's eyes. However, the lovers' relationship did not last long, and little is known about what happened between them. Despite the breakup, they maintained some distant communication. Shanynthia continued to be a good wife and mother. Shanynthia became involved in a minor incident when Dalian was only 2 years old. It was a minor infraction, possibly a parking ticket or a minor argument of little consequence. It was also insignificant in light of what lay ahead for her. Marrying Martin Gardner marked a new chapter in Shaninthia's life. Fate had brought her to this man who appeared to bring joy and stability into her life. Shanynthia, on the other hand, won Martin over with her kindness and affection for children. In her eyes, he saw an ocean of feminine tenderness and wisdom. Their story progressed rapidly. In September 2013, they decided to begin their lives together and moved into an apartment complex in southeast Shelby County. The wedding marked the start of a new chapter in their life together. Shortly after the celebration, they welcomed their first child, Talon, and in 2014, little Sia was born. Soon, 2 more girls, Savi and Yazi, joined their large family, making them even happier and busier. Martin and Shanynthia had 4 children together, plus 1 from her previous relationship. For the young mother, children always came first, and she enjoyed working part-time at the children's hospital. Furthermore, she was actively involved in a center that raised funds for children. It was her calling, and she gladly dedicated her life to assisting those in need. Shanynthia was on the phone with her husband, Martin, around noon on Friday, July 1, 2016, an ordinary day with no sign of anything unusual. Her voice was calm, as it often is. She informed her husband that she was going to watch a movie with the children. There was no indication that something terrible would occur on this ordinary day. And then, as the spouses were having a quiet conversation, an incomprehensible madness began to unfold. Shanynthia abruptly changed. She took a kitchen knife and entered the living room. There, she assaulted her own 6-month-old daughter, Yazi. The defenseless little girl, unable to fight back, was caught in a horrible trap. Her life was cut short in an instant by the hands of her most loved and closest person. Dalon, the oldest of the children who was only 7 years old, witnessed the terrifying scene. A terrible tragedy unfolded before his eyes, which he was too young to comprehend. The boy only had one thought. He needed to do something to save his younger brother and sisters. Panicked and desperate, he fled the house.
Shanynthia did not stop there.
A young woman followed her son out of the house armed with a knife, ready to carry out her nightmarish plan. She rushed after Dalon, but the terrified and desperate man screamed so loudly that he drew the attention of the neighbors. A couple of neighbors heard his screams and dashed outside to see what was going on. They found themselves witnessing a nightmare that would not leave their minds. Shanynthia halted her progress when she realized Dalon was being watched. However, the horror was not yet over. Shanynthia returned to the house where Savi and Talon had been waiting for her, distraught. She went up to the bedroom where the children were. It was the final moments of their innocent lives. Meanwhile, those who witnessed the nightmare did not waste a moment. They quickly contacted emergency services, requesting assistance and rescue for little Dalon and his younger siblings. At the time, none of them could have predicted the tragic consequences for this peaceful street. When deputies arrived, they discovered an eerie scene inside the home at 7449 Southern Hill Drive. They discovered a bloodied Shanynthia and her 4 children lying motionless, lifeless. The sight shocked everyone. Shanynthia sat with her cell phone in her hand. She slowly dialed her husband, Martin's number. Her voice was quiet and cold as she admitted to killing her children. The tragedy that had occurred in their lives was the horrific event that would live on in this quiet neighborhood. It was already too late when the prosecutor's office and the special unit arrived. There was only an eerie silence in the house that had once been home to the happy Gardner family. Blood and horror lurked around every corner. The investigators carried a bloody knife, silently witnessing the heinous crime. Chaplains arrived to help and were taken aback by what had occurred, as were specialists ready to assist Dalon. The horror he had experienced necessitated immediate action. While the necessary information was gathered and investigations were underway, law enforcement requested that residents remain inside their homes and not go outside. Some people did not need this request. They were still scared and uncertain. Their home appeared to be the only safe place. A major operation compelled sheriff's officials to restrict access to the apartment complex, including the golf course and country club. Shanynthia was apprehended and placed in custody without bail. Her trial date was immediately set for July 5th. Society could not ignore the horrific events that were unfolding in Shanynthia Gardner's life. Regardless of how monstrous she appeared, she was a mother and partner who exuded love, care, and joy. Michelle Giman, a co-worker, claims Michelle vigorously defended Shanynthia on social media, speaking out about the unfairness of the allegations. She also mentioned an important issue: postpartum depression. Cases like this have sparked debate, and Dr. Joel Reisman, a psychiatrist at the University of Tennessee Medical Center, confirmed that the killing of children by their own mother is uncommon and usually accompanied by mental health issues. He also mentioned the state's lack of mental health funding, which prevents many families from receiving the necessary support. Dr. Diane Barnes, a psychology and postpartum health specialist, differentiated between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, emphasizing that they are completely different conditions with distinct symptoms. While Shaninthia's exact condition required further investigation, Dr. Barnes doubted that women suffering from postpartum depression would commit such acts. she leaned toward psychosis. The investigation into Shanynthia Gardner's case was difficult. Craig Morton became her defense attorney, but he chose not to speak to the media about the case in its early stages, believing it was too early for such discussions. Shanynthia did not speak during the court hearing on July 5, 2016, and instead appeared via video link. Judge Lewis Lambert questioned her, but the young woman did not respond. Shanynthia was admitted to the Mental Health Institute following her trial. Shanynthea's next of kin arrived at the courthouse but declined to comment to reporters. Jennifer Nichols, Morton's attorney and prosecutor, intended to file a motion to preserve evidence in the case, including information gathered through social media. Shanynthia faced formal charges in January 2017 for aggravated child abuse, aggravated murder with a deadly weapon, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. The mysterious and gruesome investigation continued, leaving the community waiting for justice and answers to numerous questions. The hearing featured testimony from Shaninthia's loved ones. On that fateful day, Sonia, D-Trail's mother, was undoubtedly shocked to learn of the tragic event. She rushed to the scene in a desperate search for her grandson, Dalen. Sonia insisted that what had occurred had nothing to do with the young woman she once knew. She expressed her belief that something supernatural, possibly diabolical, was behind it all. As time passed and the initial shock subsided, Sonia began to speculate on possible motives. She speculated that the young couple was in the process of divorcing, and Shanynthia may have made the terrible decision to end it all for fear of being alone while caring for 5 children. Despite these reflections, Sonia found it difficult to believe. Shanynthia, as she knew her, was incapable of such a heinous act. Dalen's father, D-Trail, also refused to believe Shanynthia was guilty. He admitted that, while he was never his son's guardian, he was always able to see him after his relationship with Shanynthia ended. However, November 2014 was the last time he saw his son. He noticed that Shaninthia's actions and decisions became increasingly radical as time passed. Every attempt he made to contact his son was unsuccessful, and he was simply not permitted to be involved in his life. However, Shaninthia's friends and family had long noticed that she had experienced a completely unexpected upheaval. The young woman began to feel strange discomfort, which progressed into severe anxiety, paranoia, and worse, panic attacks. Her behavior became erratic and unpredictable, and many people suspected that it was due to postpartum depression. This came as a surprise to those around her, as Shanynthia appeared to be a strong and dependable woman. She had always been in control, but now she appeared to have lost her footing. Many people were perplexed as to why this tragic situation occurred due to her abrupt behavioral change. The first signs of strange behavior appeared in March 2015, and neither her friends nor family could figure out what was going on. Shanynthia once left work early to pick up her children. With 5 children in the car, she drove down an unknown road away from their home. At the time, her husband Martin assumed she had gone for a walk and to relax in a park, which was typical of her daily routine. However, as time passed, she never returned home. Martin, deeply disturbed, decided to issue an APB for his wife. Shanynthia drove east with 5 children in the cabin, covering more than 74 miles between Memphis and Corinth. But she didn't know anyone here, and there seemed to be no particular reason for her visit. She was later discovered in the emergency room at St. Francis Hospital, but police never explained how or why she ended up there. Shallow cuts were discovered on her neck and one of her wrists. If she attempted suicide, her only witnesses would be her children, who were too young to understand what was going on. Authorities eventually returned Shanynthia home, but her behavior became even more bizarre. She informed Martin that someone was threatening her and their family. Her husband was taken aback because Shanynthia provided no information about who it could be or why, and there had been no previous instances of such threats. Shanynthia also began complaining about her job and workload while spending time with family and friends. She claimed that she felt terrible about it. She soon began to claim that some of her co-workers intended to harm her. Despite these abnormalities, Shanynthia demonstrated no signs of abuse or violence towards her children or others. The long wait for trial was not easy, and it was significantly delayed due to the defendant's numerous psychiatric evaluations. The COVID-19 pandemic added to the trial's length, which was longer than anyone had anticipated. The non-jury trial started in 2021. The defense centered its strategy on Shaninthia's mental illness claim. The prosecutors acknowledged the defendant's mental illness, but they maintained that she was still capable of distinguishing between right and wrong and was aware of the illegality of her actions. Finally, Shelby County Criminal Court Judge James rejected Shaninthia Gardner's defense, and she was found guilty of all charges in December 2021. Shaninthia, 34, appeared in court in February 2022 for her sentencing, accompanied by her husband Martin. Judge James sentenced her to life in prison for each count of murder, plus 15 years for each additional count of child abuse and neglect. Shaninthia will only be eligible for parole after serving 51 years in prison, including the 5 years she served prior to her sentencing. Shaninthia will be eligible for parole in around 46 years, when she will be 80 years old. Following the sentencing, the prosecutor stated that he agreed with the decision because it was consistent with their desire to obtain justice for Martin and his children. Martin, in turn, felt relieved to learn that Shaninthia would never be able to harm any children again. Sonia Dallon's grandmother joined others, including neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers, for an evening vigil at the family's apartment complex in memory of the innocent victims. Those who came to say their goodbyes held red and white candles and prayed several times for the souls of the deceased. The Reverend Pastor of the Baptist Church stated that the vigil marked the start of a healing process for the entire community because, in the end, the only thing those present could do was support the surviving baby and his father. D-Trail did not attend the memorial service on his behalf. Sonia told the media that he was too angry to attend the ceremony. The president and CEO of Shaninthia's workplace, the Children's Hospital, also expressed their condolences on behalf of the entire staff. Martin's colleagues established a social media account to assist him with funeral arrangements for his 4 children. Martin demonstrated incredible fortitude and nobility during the ceremony, speaking briefly about his children and family. In his final speech, he stated that his home was happy when his children and Shaninthia were present, and that is how he will remember it forever. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Marlene Oaks case. Who owns the skull discovered in the woods? A crime is considered perfect when its primary goal is met and the perpetrator is not punished or even suspected. However, with the advancement of technology and scientific approaches, it is becoming increasingly difficult to commit such an act. Furthermore, even old, unsolved cases that appeared perfect in the past are now being successfully resolved decades later. In 1980, an auto mechanic named William Bill Major believed he had committed the perfect crime that could never be solved. Hardly a man could have predicted that more than 2 decades later, he would still have to face trial and receive a well-deserved sentence. And the new investigation was launched by his own daughter, whom he had deprived of a mother in her early childhood. Now let's take a closer look at the entire story, deconstruct this perfect crime and its impending punishment. To be fair, it should be noted that this high-profile and very cruel case of the disappearance of a young mother, Marlene Oaks, could have been solved back in the 1980s because the victim herself, who had a premonition of her impending death, left many clues for the police that for some reason, law enforcement did not pay attention to. Marlene Oaks. The early years. Helen Marlene Oaks was born on December 7, 1954, in the small town of Martinsville, Virginia, and was the middle of 3 children for Lorraine and William Oaks. She was raised alongside an older brother and a younger sister. Their family lived modestly, but the parents always tried to provide for their children and raise them to be worthy people. Today's childhood heroine preferred to go by her middle name, Marlene, which she preferred over Helen. She was petite and adorable, blonde with brown eyes and a charming smile, so it was no surprise that she drew a lot of attention from an early age. At the age of 16, barely out of school, the girl, eager to begin an independent life and escape parental care, hurriedly entered into the bonds of marriage. Her chosen one was a man named William Major, who was 10 years her senior, but the two were in love. The chosen one, who worked as an auto mechanic and appeared to the girl to be a serious and reliable man, was unconcerned about their age difference. Unhappy family life. Soon after officially legalizing their relationship, the couple moved into a trailer park on the outskirts of Verona, a small country town in Boone County, Kentucky. In 1972, the couple had their first common heir, a son whom they named Donald. Marlene was only 17 at the time, and her husband was already 27. 4 years later, the couple welcomed a younger daughter, Lalana. The couple continued to live in a small trailer on the ground of the trailer park. Marlene was a homemaker who raised their children and kept their modest home comfortable, while Bill worked at a service station fixing cars. He was skilled at his craft and, in a sense, a jack of all trades. He had every opportunity to build a successful career and start his own business. However, the man was not particularly concerned with money, spouses, or even the necessities of life, but rather with being the head of the family. He always managed to earn a little more. As a rule, I spent it all on drinks. Later, his addictions were accompanied by the use of illegal substances. At the same time, Bill was a sociable person who appeared friendly and welcoming to others. All of these qualities were extremely beneficial to him at work. People who sought assistance from his workshop frequently returned, and they also recommended Mages to their friends as a reliable specialist. However, at home, Bill became a completely different person. Rude, selfish, and cruel. Former feelings that had once linked their lives to Marlene appeared to have vanished, leaving only misunderstanding, resentment, and irritation. The couple frequently argued, and their heated debates occasionally turned violent. Bill was not a caring husband or father, and he gradually became a domestic tyrant, a new neighbor, and a secret lover. In 1978, Glenn St. Hilaire, a young Canadian, was passing through Verona when his truck broke down. On the advice of the locals, he went to Bill Major's workshop, where he willingly agreed to repair the vehicle. The stranger was heading from Ohio to Texas. He knew no one in the area, and the only hotel in the suburbs was closed, so he had no idea where to stay. When Glenn complained to the auto mechanic about his situation, Bill promised to help and quickly found him a place to stay in a trailer park, as well as an invitation to dinner. The guest was enchanted by Marlene's beauty, kindness, and friendliness. The young woman prepared a delicious meal willingly and with interest. The conversation seemed very pleasant and open. 2 weeks later, Glenn returned to Verona to thank Bill for his assistance, and after another month, he decided to stay for a while. The man moved to the same suburban trailer park and began working in Bill's shop, eventually becoming his subordinate. In addition, the new neighbor became interested in Marlene and sought out every opportunity to meet with her. The situation in the family Major has long been volatile. The spouses only quarreled, shouted at each other, exchanged insults, and occasionally fought for Marlene. Communication with the friendly and courteous Glenn became a real outlet. They grew close and eventually became lovers. The couple spent their entire free time together, trying to hide from prying eyes. However, in a quiet suburb where everyone knows each other, rumors spread quickly. Bill soon became aware of the rumors, but the cheating husband did not appear to be upset. Furthermore, he strangely encouraged their relationship while appearing to have lost interest in his young wife. The explanation for this behavior was quickly discovered, and it proved to be truly monstrous. Major, it turned out, had an unhealthy interest in his own children, and he soon began to experience his secret fantasies. The ugly truth and the start of the divorce process. Marlene soon noticed some strange and unusual behavior in 8-year-old Donald. The boy became withdrawn and nervous, slept poorly, and was afraid to be alone with his father. When his mother decided to have a candid conversation with him, the child told her about the horrible things his father did to him and begged her to protect him. Marlene was horrified by her son's confessions and realized that it was impossible to continue living this way. She had long intended to divorce Bill, obtain sole custody of the children, and relocate with Glenn and the children to her native Virginia, closer to her parents. Her lover also suggested that she do this, giving her a legitimate reason to expedite the divorce and move. Marlene told her husband everything she had learned from her son about his unacceptable behavior, declared her intention to divorce, and threatened to report him to the police. The scandal quickly escalated into manhandling, with Bill repeatedly hitting his wife in the face. From that point forward, the spouses were literally at war. Marlene began the divorce process but separated from her husband. She couldn't yet because she wanted to legally gain sole custody of the children. Her husband beat her nearly every day, insulted her, and threatened to kill her, He promised to kill her, that he would ensure that the body was never discovered, and that he would stay with the children. The unhappy young woman simply didn't know what to do. She secretly kept a personal diary in which she recorded everything Bill said to her, including his threat to kill her and cover his tracks. Furthermore, while intoxicated with alcohol, Bill described in detail how he would kill his wife, dismember her, and hide the remains in various locations. The most important role he played in concealing the crime was to remove all of the teeth so that the body could not be identified by dental records. It is worth noting that all of these terrible things, both major and minor, describe not only his wife, but also some of his friends who did not take him seriously. Meanwhile, the situation worsened, and the trailer park neighbors became daily witnesses to the tumultuous marital conflict. Marlene flees, leaving behind no children or lover. Everyone was aware that Marlene had filed for divorce and was planning to relocate to another state with Glenn and their children. Nobody judged Marlene. Everyone was aware of the difficult and unhealthy situation in her family. However, relatives and neighbors expected everything to be resolved in a peaceful and civilized manner. On October 11, 1980, around noon, the spouses were once again outraged, but things quickly calmed down. Towards nightfall, an agitated and angry Bill led the children to one of the nearby trailers and knocked. He explained that his wife had fled with her lover, leaving his son and daughter behind, and asked him to watch the children until tomorrow while he searched for Marlene and brought her home. The neighbors agreed to shelter the children for the night, and they assumed the young woman had fled with Glenn, but they couldn't understand how a loving and caring mother could abandon her adored children. What was everyone's reaction when Glenn walked out of his trailer in the morning? And when asked about the escape, he simply stared at those around him, incomprehensibly. He had not seen his beloved since yesterday and was unaware that she had disappeared somewhere. Then Glenn went to Bill to clarify the situation, but the enraged husband only yelled that his wife had found another lover and lost her mind. Glenn, on the other hand, did not believe his words because he knew for certain that no other man was at Marlene's side and she would never abandon the children. A day later, Major went to the police, where he reported his wife's disappearance and gave his version of events. He also stated that their family car had vanished, lending credence to the runaway theory. However, the police found the entire story strange. They got the impression that Bill was making it up as he went along, occasionally contradicting himself and confusing himself with simple clarifying questions. Look for the missing woman. Interrogation of witnesses. The police decided to begin their investigation into this case by surveying the couple's neighbors and relatives, as well as researching the circumstances surrounding the young woman's disappearance. All agreed on the difficult relationship between the spouses, but claimed that Marlene would never have abandoned Donald and Lelena because she loved them more than life. There were also those who heard Bill's creepy stories about murdering his wife and disposing of her body. This resulted in the man's arrest and interrogation, but he claimed it was just drunken chatter and that he had no intention of harming his spouse. The next oddity was that a search of the house turned up the missing woman's passport, wallet with cash, driver's license, and all of her personal belongings. It appeared that she had just gotten into a car and left without her belongings, money, or documents. But where are you going? Marlene's relatives were unable to respond to this question, but her sister mentioned during their last disturbing phone conversation that Oaks was afraid for her life and kept a diary in which she recorded everything that happened to her. The detectives were eager to learn more about the diary, but when they searched the trailer, they discovered nothing similar. A few days later, Glenn arrived at the police station with the diary. He explained that Marlene had left him notes to keep in case something happened to her or she vanished without a trace. When the woman went missing, he waited a few days before taking the notebook to the station, realizing she was unlikely to return. The pages contained some truly horrific entries, such as beatings, humiliation, and threats. There was also a detailed account of how Bill promised to kill his wife. Marlene also mentioned the husband's unhealthy interest in children. In this regard, it was decided to speak with Marlene's son, but he provided no useful information, did not answer any questions, and simply asked to be allowed to go home. For some reason, the detectives ignored the fact that the boy was scared and unable to answer questions truthfully. Donald's father had interviewed him beforehand, and he was afraid to say anything unnecessary for fear of angering his parents. They chose not to traumatize 4-year-old Lalana and did not question her. For the next few weeks, police officers searched the neighborhood for any leads or clues. Marlene and her car were wanted across the state, but both appeared to have vanished. There was no reason to think she was dead or murdered. The investigation has come to a dead end. The move appears to be an escape, despite the fact that relatives and neighbors testified against Bill, and the man himself was repeatedly summoned for questioning. No reason for his arrest was ever found. No body or conclusive evidence that Marlene had been seriously injured was discovered, and she remained missing. Major began quickly selling off his property, explaining that he was moving closer to his parents because it was difficult for him to manage 2 children following his wife's escape. Among other things, he sold his weapons, which included a rifle, a shotgun, and several pistols. His strange behavior resembled an ordinary escape for the children, rather than a preparation for moving. Bill kept telling them that their mother never loved them and therefore abandoned them. He claimed that Marlene was an alcoholic and that she had numerous lovers who were more important to her than her family. Bill worked hard to turn his son and daughter against their own mother, attempting to make them despise the person they loved the most. It should be noted that he did quite well because Donald and Lalana were still young and blindly trusted their father. Soon, Bill and his children relocated to Rhode Island, where his parents lived. They bought a trailer and settled there for many years. However, with Marlene's disappearance, Donald and Lalana's lives began to spiral downward. Their father brutally beat them, abused them, humiliated them, and did even worse things. Initially, these tortures were primarily directed toward Donald. However, as Lalana grew older, the bitter fate did not spare her. About a year later, the man met a new lover named Pauline and began living together, but they were unable to legally marry because the Major was still married to the missing Marlene. Nonetheless, the couple had a child together, and for a while the family lived a quiet life until one day. Pauline did not see what Bill was doing with his own son. She immediately went to the police and told them everything, then left with her child. Bill was eventually arrested, and his children went to live with their maternal grandparents in Virginia. A grisly discovery in the woods. Around a year and a half after Marlene's mysterious disappearance, a hunter discovered a terrifying sight in a wooded area near a Verona trailer park. He noticed that his dog had begun digging in the ground, revealing what appeared to be a fragment of a human skull. The man immediately reported it to police, and the arriving experts confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed a severely damaged skull. The discovered remains were immediately sent to forensic experts for a thorough examination, and the experts' conclusions were extremely frightening. The skull was missing its lower jaw and lacked any teeth. There were 2 bullet holes, and the shots were fired at point-blank range. Experts also discovered chop marks from a large knife or axe on the bones, indicating that the head was likely separated from the body. It was impossible to say for certain who this skull belonged to, but based on the size and condition of the bones, it was assumed to be a young woman under the age of 30. The story of Marlene's disappearance immediately came to mind. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was thoroughly searched, but no other remains or belongings were found. So the discovery was dubbed Jane Doe, which means unknown, and the search was halted. A new investigation 20 years later. When Donald and Lalana moved into their grandparents' home, their lives gradually improved. Most of all, they feared the day their father would be released. However, after his release, Bill showed no interest in his adult children and did not contact them for a long time. Lalana avoided talking about her mother because she was angry at her for abandoning them with a tyrant father. However, during a candid conversation with her grandmother, Lalana inquired as to why her mother had abandoned her and her brother after falling out of love. The old woman responded that she did not believe the story of the escape and believed that her spouse had dealt with her. At this point, the girl's world flipped upside down. She looked at the situation from a completely different perspective and realized the grandmother was correct. The girl decided to conduct her own investigation to solve the mystery surrounding her mother's disappearance. Lalana began by keeping a notebook in which she recorded everything she could recall from her childhood, as well as everything her older brother knew and remembered. When the girl was 22 years old in 1998, she decided to return to her hometown, Verona, to speak with former neighbors and see if any of them had any useful information. As it turned out, Glenn still lived in those places, and he remained hopeful that one day the mystery of his beloved's disappearance would be solved. His personal life hasn't developed. The man was lonely, worked at a local factory, and was obsessed with the investigation into Marlene Oak's case. Glenn Lalana learned about her mother's diary, which she gave him to keep safe before her disappearance. This diary was later added to the case file and eventually lost on the shelves of the police archives. Lalana was able to obtain permission to view her mother's writings and was astounded by the contents of the diary. Not only did her mother know she was about to die, but she also revealed the identity of her killer, the method of death, and the process of concealing the evidence. After reading the notes, the girl rushed to see her father, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years. In order to discover the truth, it should be noted that Bill remarried after being released from prison, but in 1995, he suffered a stroke and has since been confined to a wheelchair. When he discovered the reason for his daughter's visit, he simply laughed in her face. Lalana begged him to tell her where he had hidden Marlene's remains so that she could give her mother proper burial. The girl promised not to go to the police and that everything Bill said would be kept between them, but the father only insulted his daughter, called her crazy, and said she would never know what happened to her mother. Lalela discovered from her mother's diary that her father was planning the perfect crime, which included dismembering her, removing all of her teeth, and burying the remains in various locations. Also, Lalana, who, like her brother, was bullied by Bill as a child, discovered some horrific details in her father's biography. Bill had already served time for harassment prior to meeting their mother. However, for some reason, police officers overlooked this circumstance when they entrusted Majaru with the children following their mother's disappearance. In 2000, 2 decades after Marlene's disappearance, her daughter launched a new investigation into the case, providing all of the evidence she had gathered on her own. Lalana and her brother were re-interviewed, and this time they described everything their father had done to them, with the beatings being the least of their concerns. At the same time, Lalana learned of an unidentified skull fragment with no teeth or lower jaw discovered in the nearby woods a year and a half after her mother's disappearance. She began to insist on DNA testing, but the procedure was prohibitively expensive at the time, and government agencies refused to pay for it. However, Lalana did not give up and organized a fund to pay for the procedure. Relatives, neighbors, and concerned citizens all chipped in, and by the beginning of 2001, Lalana had raised enough funds to complete the identification process. The analysis determined the girl's kinship with the previously unidentified remains and confirmed that the skull fragment discovered belonged to the missing Marlene Oakes. Then, having already received the examination results, Lalana went to her paternal grandfather to speak with him and see if he knew anything. The elderly man was shocked by the news and agreed to testify against his own son. Bill's father claimed that in 1980, while his son was intoxicated, he told him that he killed his wife with 2 shots to the head, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and buried the remains in separate locations that were a significant distance apart. At the same time, he removed the lower jaw and teeth with great care. Marlene's car was thrown off a cliff into the river, but the police were unable to locate it or its fragments for more than 2 decades. The turbulent mountain river either carried the vehicle far downstream or completely destroyed it, grinding it against sharp rocks. A trial and a fair verdict, regardless of the new circumstances and evidence discovered. There was still no probable cause to arrest Bill. The police then decided to play a trick, asking Bill's father to bring his son to a frank phone conversation in which he confessed to everything. The trick worked, and when Major learned that his daughter wanted to resume the investigation, he told her that she would be unsuccessful because he had safely hidden all of his wife's body fragments, her car, and the instrument of crime. Bill's words became the reason for his arrest as he confessed to everything. The man was arrested in July 2001 after listening to a recording of the telephone conversation and learning about the skull's identification. He admitted what he had done. However, he blamed everything on his late wife, claiming that she drove him to scandals, cheating, and threats to take his children and prevent him from seeing them. At the trial, Bill told his version of the story, claiming that he and his wife had a fight in the car and she began threatening him with a gun, but he grabbed the gun from her and allegedly accidentally shot her twice in the head, except that the shots were fired into the back of her head at point-blank range, implying a premeditated crime rather than self-defense. Bill's trial did not begin until the summer of 2003, 23 years after the crime. The 59-year-old defendant arrived at the hearing in a wheelchair. He himself remained calm and confident that he would be able to avoid punishment. The lawyer he hired insisted that this crime was committed in self-defense and that Lalana and Donald's claims of harassment were false. Despite the defense's best efforts, the court convicted Major of the brutal premeditated murder of Marlene Oakes. The man was surprised to learn that he had been sentenced to life imprisonment. In December 2016, Bill attempted to apply for parole but was denied. A year later, he died in prison from a second stroke. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jared Bridegan case, from love to the end of life. No matter how long a couple has been together or how happy their marriage was, divorces frequently result in the breakdown of amicable, or at least respectful, relationships. However, former husbands and wives may part ways as true adversaries. Close partners intentionally make each other's lives miserable, inflict harm, or wish for the other's death. In rare cases, it goes beyond mere wishes and escalates into actual physical confrontations. Today, we'll look at such a case. To begin, it is important to note that the case involving the death of 33-year-old Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee and father of 4 young children, has yet to be concluded. Currently, 3 people have been arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit a planned confrontation that resulted in Reagan's death, and they will face the death penalty. This sensational story, which unfolded in the sunny state of Florida, has, without a doubt, shaken the entire country. The protagonists are parents with multiple children. Once married, the motive for the crime is alarmingly simple: a refusal to split jointly acquired assets and custody of their children. However, the approach to ending Brigan's life is reminiscent of a complex detective plot. Let's look at how former spouses and deeply religious people turned into the worst of enemies, and why it all ended so tragically. Who was Jared Bridegan? Jared J. Bridegan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family as the second of 2 sons. He grew up with his older brother Adam, with whom he was practically inseparable since childhood. The brother's parents were devout followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bowden later referred to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship did not lead to marriage because cohabitation was frowned upon in their religious community. As a result, when Jared graduated from Florida Arts High School in 2007 and decided to continue his education in another state, they parted ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he attended college and met his future first wife. At a friend's birthday party in 2009, Jared Bridegan, then 20, met Shanna Gardner. She was 2 years old and came from a wealthy family. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as previously stated. Shanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of Stampin' Up!, a major company that manufactured and sold decorative and craft items. By 2010, their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was reported to generate $100 million in annual revenue. Shanna has a sister named Sarah, who is currently a manager in the family business. As the heir to such a wealthy family, Shanna grew up in luxury and was used to living a leisurely life, never having to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and fickle. According to Mallory, who was mentioned earlier, Jared was initially uninterested in his new acquaintance. Shanna, on the other hand, went out of her way to entice him with her extravagant lifestyle, implying that together they could travel the world and do whatever they wanted because her parents would financially support them. Family life and the birth of twins. The couple became engaged just a few months after their first meeting, and less than a year later, in early 2010, they celebrated a lavish wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Gardner family covering all expenses for the ceremony and reception. The couple's religious beliefs, which frowned on cohabitation and long engagements, influenced their quick decision to marry. Following their wedding, the newlyweds relocated to Utah, where the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each spouse also owned their own Mercedes. Despite the fact that Jared was still a student and Shannon was not working, the couple traveled extensively around the world, posting numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on their social media accounts. According to close friends, Shannon's parents gave the couple around $10,000 per month for various expenses and gave them full access to their accounts. Furthermore, after Jared finished his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to launch his own business. In 2013, the couple gave birth to twins, Abigail and Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut for a while, but Liam was soon diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors advised the child to move closer to the sea, citing health benefits. The Brits moved to Florida, where they purchased a 2-story comfortable home near the coast in Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. Shayna was actively managing her own social media blog at the time, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and a woman who enjoyed travel and sports. She took fitness seriously, going to the gym almost every day. Seeing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise his beloved by hiring a personal trainer for her. Following the scandalous divorce shortly after moving, clear issues arose in the marriage, despite the couple's stubborn insistence that everything was fine. Shayna became disillusioned with their religion and almost stopped attending church, while her husband remained a devout and exemplary member. This difference in religious commitment resulted in disagreements, misunderstandings, and tension. Shayna reportedly became disillusioned with Jared, whom she saw as too lazy, having gained weight, and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online programming and design courses, Jared secured a position at Microsoft and began earning independently. After a few years, he was promoted to senior manager. Nonetheless, the couple grew apart and disagreements became commonplace in their home. The situation worsened when Jared discovered intimate conversations between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to some sources, Shayna had an affair, which the trainer confirmed over the phone with Jared, though Shayna strongly denied these allegations. Jared then emailed Mallory Bowden, lamenting how his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he expressed a willingness to forgive the infidelity and keep their family intact for the sake of their children. The couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process in 2015, nearly 6 years after they married. They had a heated argument about shared assets and custody rights for their children. Jared publicly accused his ex-wife of infidelity, which she categorically denied, claiming that the marriage had simply lost its romance. In response, she accused him of being cruel and defensive. Shayna refused to divide their home, cars, and bank accounts, claiming that nearly everything they had acquired over the years had been purchased or gifted by her parents. Jared had only begun working less than a year before, having previously focused on his studies and failed to establish his business with funds from his in-laws. Jared challenged this viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins sparked numerous disputes. Shayna claimed that whenever Jared was with the children, he tried to turn them against her. He allegedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements for use in court. Jared, for his part, accused his ex-wife of extensive surveillance, including the installation of hidden cameras in their home, the tapping of his phone calls, and the placement of a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shayna sought sole custody of the children, as well as exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to take all of the money from their children's trust funds for personal use. Jared responded by alleging that his ex-wife evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars. By the end of 2015, the court had ordered joint custody of the children, but that did not put an end to Jared and Shayna's disputes. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, they continued to appear in court for nearly 7 years, culminating in the tragic end of their story. By this point, both had moved on to start new families and have additional children. In 2016, Jared met Christina, a Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional, but they gradually became closer. A few months later, Christina relocated to Florida to be with Jared. They married in February 2019, having met in the fall of 2017. They welcomed their first child, a daughter named Bexley, in August 2021. Shayna remarried in 2018, marrying Mario Fernandez, a man a year younger than her who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son, Michael. The family lived in the same house Shauna had shared with her first husband, Jared, which had been the site of their court battles. The arrival of new families did not calm the tensions between the ex-spouses, who continued to file lawsuits against one another with new demands. Jared insisted that Shannon's new husband, Mario, should not be allowed to be with the twins while their mother was away. In contrast, he wanted his new wife, Christina, to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shana took place 4 months before Jared's death and was extremely tense. They exchanged more mutual accusations and argued over their property rights. Shauna claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle to transport the children because he was more concerned with humiliating the mother than with his own children's comfort and safety. At this point, the court granted Shauna exclusive use of the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 as compensation. The tragic end to a secluded road for the ex-spouse's agreement. On Wednesdays, Jared picked up the twins for a family dinner, which included their younger sister, Bexley. Christina occasionally joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent the majority of her time with the newborn, preferring not to leave him with babysitters. Jared picked up the children on Wednesday, February 22, 2022, and took them to a coastal cafe per his routine. After dinner and a stroll, he dropped the twins off at their mother's house and returned home via his usual route. The journey typically took about 40 minutes, with part of it spent on a deserted stretch of road with no streetlights. Bridegan came across an unexpected obstacle while driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat. It was about 9 p.m. and the sun had set when he noticed a tire in his lane in the headlights. He came to a stop, turned on his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. That's when the shots went off. Jared had no chance of escaping. The perpetrator, acting with deadly precision, fired several close-range shots before fleeing the scene. The child sleeping in the car was unharmed. A passerby heard the shots and approached cautiously, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. He immediately contacted the police and paramedics. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the victim. The investigation and initial suspicions Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident, and he said he had just dropped off the children and would be home in 15 minutes. However, 30 minutes had passed into an hour, and Jared was nowhere to be found and stopped answering his phone, anxiously dialing his phone number again. Christina was greeted by a police officer who informed her of the incident and requested her immediate arrival at the Jacksonville Beach police station. The investigation team at the scene determined that Jared's vehicle came to a halt due to a road obstacle, specifically a tire. They concluded that he got out of his car to remove the obstacle but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter, who was asleep in the car, was unharmed, indicating that the mysterious shooter did not target her. Furthermore, there were no valuables missing from the vehicle. A wallet containing cash, a phone, and a tablet were left, effectively ruling out the robbery theory almost immediately. When asked if her husband had any known enemies, antagonists, or recent conflicts, Christina stated that she was unaware of anyone wishing harm on her husband except his first wife, Shauna. However, she avoided making direct accusations in the absence of incontrovertible evidence. The absence of cameras resulted in a lack of surveillance footage, according to police, whereas on the stretch of road where the incident occurred, a witness who heard Tay. However, they did hear the sound of a car speeding away. There was nothing visible in the darkness. Investigators found Christina's suggestion of Shannon's involvement in the crime plausible. However, detectives knew she was unlikely to act directly, especially given her solid alibi of being at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and her parents who were visiting. The police decided to check the nearby surveillance cameras. The video captured an old, dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident. Again, a few minutes after the witness reported the shots, detectives asked the public for assistance in identifying the vehicle of interest. The Jared family made television appeals, urging anyone with any information about the case to come forward. The first suspect arrested, Shauna, and her current husband, Mario, were repeatedly questioned but denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide the fact that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but she insisted that she would never harm the father of her children. She also told the media how the 9-year-old twins reacted to the news of their father's death. According to her, Abigail cried uncontrollably for several hours. Liam was stunned and silent for a long time. It's worth noting that neither the ex-wife nor the older children attended Jared's funeral. Christina had told Shanna that her presence at the farewell ceremony was extremely unwelcome, to which Shanna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, neither would the twins. The first suspect was arrested in January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Briggan's murder. The police had remained silent about the investigation's progress, only stating that it required significant resources and effort. After a lengthy search for the dark blue Ford F-150, Luck smiled on the investigation when the vehicle was involved in an accident but fled the scene before police arrived. This time, the incident occurred in a crowded area with a large number of witnesses, and the offender was identified the same day thanks to multiple camera footage. The car was owned by Henry Tenon, a 62-year-old unemployed man with prior convictions. He was charged with second-degree premeditated murder with a firearm, involvement in a criminal conspiracy with the intent to commit murder, and planning an ambush with an obstruction for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced the charges at a press conference. Tenon was also revealed to have not acted alone and was testifying against his accomplices, though no other names were released at the time to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Given the gravity of the charges against him and the lengthy prison term he faced, the tenant decided to make a deal with law enforcement, hoping that his cooperation would be considered favorably during sentencing and potentially reduce his punishment. The criminal trio discovered information that quickly leaked to the press that the accused Tenon was renting a small house with a friend owned by Mario Fernandez. Tenon's housemate was also brought in for questioning, but he was unable to provide any useful information about the case. He had no personal dealings with the owner of their rental, instead passing his share of the rent through Henry. However, a thorough search of the house revealed a hidden pistol in the accused room, which ballistic tests determined to be the murder weapon. This further implicated 10 people in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mario, whom he identified as the crime's contractor. Fernandez was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shauna was the mastermind of the murder. This was supported by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who revealed that she had a long-standing dislike for her, then husband, and wished for his death. A tattoo artist Shanna frequented also testified, recalling Shanna complaining about her ex-husband's endless legal battles, wishing to silence him forever, and asking if she knew anyone who could assist. Shauna repeated her inquiry months later, clearly indicating her seriousness, after it was initially misinterpreted as a grim joke. Shanna Gardner Fernandez vehemently denied all allegations made against her. She stated her intention to stay in town and assist with the investigation. However, a few months after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with the twins and her youngest son on August 17, 2023. She was facing the same charges as her current husband, who was arrested in her Washington apartment. She was extradited to Florida, where she would face trial alongside the criminal trio. Her actions were motivated by complicated relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid sharing custody of their 2 children, and a desire to own all disputed assets outright. As of now, the ongoing legal battle continues, and legal proceedings against all conspirators are underway. Tenon has pleaded guilty to all charges, is fully cooperating with the investigation, and is hoping for leniency. According to reports, he faces at least 15 years in prison, which is a long time for someone his age and could be equivalent to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has only partially admitted his guilt and, exercising his legal rights, has declined to testify against his wife. Shanna Gardner Fernandez, on the other hand, has vehemently denied all charges against her. Nonetheless, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty or life in prison, with no possibility of parole for the couple. Shannon's 3 children are currently in the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, and Aunt Sarah. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Aspen, Colorado, A chilling mystery unfolded on a cold winter's day in 2014. A heinous crime committed in secret shocked and stunned the community. An individual known and loved by many died tragically and unexpectedly, forever altering the tranquility of this picturesque mountain town. Nancy Pfister's life story begins in Orofino, Idaho, in July 1956, with her birth. She grew up in the picturesque suburb of Basalt, Colorado, and attended Bayside High School. Nancy's family had a unique connection to the development of the Buttermilk Ski Resort. Her father, Art Pfister, transformed the family cattle ranch into this well-known ski resort in 1958, making a large fortune in the process. Nancy's mother, Betty, has a remarkable background as well. She was a member of the Women's Air Force Service Pilots during World War IE. She began her college career at Brooklyn's Pratt Institute before dropping out and returning to her roots in Colorado at the age of 20. Back home, she continued to play an important role in managing her family's business, which was well known in the local tourism industry at the age of 29. Despite never being married, Nancy welcomed her daughter Juliana into the world. At the age of 39, she gave birth to a son. Nancy Pfister's life was defined by her dedication as a single mother, raising her 2 children in the log home her father lovingly built for her in 1991. On the fateful day of February 26, a visit to Nancy and her friend Kathy Carpenter's home took an unexpected and terrifying turn. It had been 3 days since they had last seen or spoken, and Kathy's concern had grown too strong to ignore. Kathy walked into Nancy's house and called out for her friend, desperate for a response. However, the eerie silence that greeted her sent chills down her spine. Her heart sank as she noticed a chilling detail: a small smear of blood on Nancy's headboard. The room itself was disorganized, with the covers thrown aside as if there had been a fight, but the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Nancy's bedroom featured a large walk-in closet, and Kathy's concern grew when she discovered the door was locked. Desperate to learn the truth, she retrieved a spare key from the closet and cautiously opened the door. What she sensed was beyond her worst nightmares: a nauseating, unbearable stench. Inside the closet was a lifeless body. Kathy called 911 at 6:15 p.m., her voice trembling as she described the grisly discovery. She believed that the lifeless figure in the closet was Nancy herself. The arrival of the cops only confirmed Kathy's suspicions. Nancy's lifeless body was indeed hidden in the closet, shrouded in a heavy-duty trash bag from the neck down, with additional kitchen trash bags covering her head. The scene was a horrific display of violence. Nancy had been brutally beaten to death, her head showing signs of multiple blunt force traumas. An electrical extension cord had been cruelly wrapped around her neck, adding a chilling element to the crime. Despite the brutality of Nancy's attack, there was very little blood at the scene, with the exception of a small smear on the headboard. But when the investigators turned the mattress over, they discovered a large pool of blood soaked into the fabric. It soon became clear that whoever had attacked Nancy had taken the chilling step of flipping the mattress to conceal the gruesome aftermath before fleeing. The question that haunted both Kathy and the police was who could commit such a heinous and brutal act against Nancy. It was a question that sent shockwaves through their peaceful community, leaving them to deal with the unsettling realization that a heartless killer lived among them. Kathy Carpenter's revelation added another layer of complexity to an already perplexing case. She informed the police about recent tensions between Nancy and her tenants, William Trey Styler and his wife, Nancy Styler. This information immediately cast doubt on the Stylers and sparked speculation about their possible involvement in Nancy's brutal murder. The day after Nancy's lifeless body was found, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Steve Ayers, the Pitkin County coroner. His findings shed light on the severity of the crime. Dr. Ayers determined that Nancy died from 3 or 4 vicious blows to the head delivered with a hard object with a slightly curved edge. Although he couldn't identify the exact weapon used, he could tell that the business end of the instrument was small, about an inch or 2. The exact timeline of Nancy's death remained unclear. Dr. Ayers estimated that the fatal assault occurred between the evening of February 24th and the morning of February 25th. Nancy's injuries were concentrated between her right forehead and right temporal bone, indicating 3 or 4 severe blows. In addition, several bruises covered her left upper arm, right neck, and right jaw. painting a bleak picture of the brutal violence she endured. Dr. Ayers concluded that Nancy Foster's death was the result of a homicide. The investigation took a significant step forward, escalating the search for truth and justice. The focus was now squarely on uncovering the truth about the Stylers' involvement, as well as any other potential suspects who could hold the key to solving this chilling and deeply unsettling murder mystery. The police investigation took a critical turn when they looked into the complex relationships between Nancy Foster, the victim, and the Stylers. Her tenants made it clear that there was more to the story than what first appeared. Nancy Foster's decision to rent out her luxurious mountain home during her annual warm weather vacations became an important piece of the puzzle. Her ad, on in the Aspen Times, was straightforward, offering a 3-bedroom home with 3.5 bathrooms, strategically located on the mountainside. The only rule was no cats. This advertisement piqued the interest of Trey and Nancy Styler, who were considering a fresh start in Aspen, away from their troubles in Denver. At first glance, the Stylists seemed to be ideal tenants. Nancy Styler, a world-renowned expert, and Lily Paget, a retired anesthesiologist who was forced to leave his position due to a debilitating neurological disease, appeared to be responsible people who would take good care of the property. However, their seemingly peaceful lives had been upended by a series of setbacks. Lawsuits had depleted their savings, leaving them in financial distress. Trey's illness forced him to resign from his position as chief of staff at a Denver hospital, causing additional hardship. In a desperate attempt to reinvent themselves, they decided to relocate to Aspen, a wealthy and promising destination. Nancy Styler's medical background had led her to consider new possibilities. She had taken Botox and laser treatment courses in the hopes of opening her own spa in Aspen. The presence of wealthy residents, celebrities, and tourists in the area made it an appealing prospect. When they came across Nancy Foster's advertisement, it appeared to be the ideal opportunity for them to establish themselves and make connections in their new community. So the Stylists became Nancy Foster's tenants. The once promising landlord-tenant relationship had mysteriously deteriorated to the point where Nancy Foster died brutally in her own home. The police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the events that had led to this tragic outcome, attempting to determine the motives and circumstances surrounding Nancy Foster's disturbing murder. The police's conversation with Trey and Nancy Styler provided a vivid picture of their deteriorating relationship with Nancy Foster. It was clear that their initial enthusiasm for the tendency had faded, resulting in a deep animosity. Nancy Styler described their initial interactions with Nancy Foster as positive. They had quickly responded to her ad in October and were warmly welcomed into her home. Nancy Foster even expressed an interest in investing in their new business venture. However, the situation worsened after they moved in. The Stylists claimed that Nancy Foster's behavior changed dramatically, becoming demanding and, in their words, akin to being treated like a slave. As a result, when Nancy Foster left for Australia in November 2013, the Stylists were relieved of her absence. During Nancy Foster's absence, she had asked her friend Kathy to collect rent and care for her Labradoodle. However, by January 2014, tensions had risen. Nancy Foster began posting complaints on Facebook, alleging that the Stylists had stopped paying their rent and owed her money for utilities. Nancy Styler acknowledged receiving several messages and emails from Nancy Foster during this time. In an unexpected turn of events, Nancy Foster informed the Stylers in February 2014 that she was returning 3 months earlier than planned and demanded that they vacate her home before she arrived. When Nancy Foster returned home, she discovered that some of the Stylists' belongings, including spa equipment for their business, were still stored in her garage. When Nancy Foster returned, she wasted no time in addressing the situation. She entrusted Kathy with delivering a note to Trey outlining her claims that they owed her $14,000 for utilities and property damage and demanding payment. Nancy Foster allegedly threatened to seek a restraining order to keep the Stylers off her property. Although the Stylers questioned the legality of such an action, Nancy Styler's version of events indicates that they went to the house to retrieve their belongings after receiving Nancy Foster's note. Nancy Foster was not present at the time, so they entered the house to collect their belongings, staying until 4 p.m. The next morning, they returned to complete the task, but they still did not encounter Nancy Foster. However, during their visit, they noticed Nancy's dog was left alone in the house. Nancy Styler claimed to be unaware of what had happened to Nancy Pfister, as they had not seen her during their visits to the property. The Nancy Foster case, which involved her complicated relationship with the Stylers and her disappearance, added intrigue to an already enigmatic story. Investigators were intent on determining what happened when Nancy confronted the Stylers about the alleged deaths. The police's initial release of Trey and Nancy Styler following a 12-hour interview raised concerns about their involvement in Nancy Foster's murder. Aside from Kathy's report of a dispute, there was no concrete evidence linking them to the crime. However, the discovery of crucial evidence soon after their release would cast new light on the case. The breakthrough came when a man collecting trash just 100 yards from the motel where the stylists were staying stumbled upon Nancy Foster's belongings. I learned about her murder from the news. He recognized the significance of the discovery and immediately notified the police. After investigating, law enforcement discovered the bag mentioned by the informant, which contained some of Nancy Foster's personal belongings. Intriguingly, the Stylers' Jaguar vehicle registration was found in the same bag, raising questions about why it was in Nancy's possession. But the discoveries did not end there. The police on Earth have an old hammer that they believe is the murder weapon. Testing revealed that the hammer contained traces of Nancy Pfister's blood. Even more damning, Trey Styler DNA was discovered on the plastic bag containing the hammer. Furthermore, a key to Nancy's closet was discovered just a few yards from the Stylers' motel room. With this new evidence, the police rearrested Trey and Nancy Styler, charging them with first-degree murder. It appeared that the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, pointing to their role in Nancy Pfister's brutal death. However, a cloud of uncertainty hung over the case, and the police were open to the possibility of other people being involved or the Stylers being framed. Some of the evidence appeared to be strategically placed, raising suspicions of a hidden hand manipulating the situation. Furthermore, Trey's fragile physical condition, as a result of his neurological ailment, raised concerns about his ability to commit such heinous crimes alone. As the investigation progressed, the search for the full truth expanded to include the possibility that other players were involved in this chilling murder mystery. The arrest of Kathy Carpenter, a friend of Nancy Foster, and a local bank teller, shocked the Aspen community. The investigation took an unexpected turn. As the police investigation progressed, they discovered a number of facts that raised questions about Kathy's involvement in the case, despite her friendship with Nancy Pfister. There were underlying tensions because Kathy felt Nancy treated her more like a personal assistant, even though she had never been compensated for that role. The police suspected Kathy had made a connection with Nancy Styler, sharing stories about their common grievances against Nancy Foster. One particularly disturbing discovery was that Kathy went to Nancy's Alpine Bank safety deposit box and removed $6,000 of Nancy's money, as well as 2 family rings, just one day after discovering her lifeless body. When questioned about this, Kathy stated that Nancy had granted her legal access to the safe deposit box and that she had taken these items with the intent of delivering them to Nancy's daughter, Juliana. Despite the complexities of their relationship, Kathy remained devoted to Nancy and considered her a close friend. She admitted that Nancy could be demanding and frequently gave orders, but she also emphasized the enjoyable times they had together, which fueled the police's suspicions. According to records, Nancy Styler called Kathy 3 or 4 times on February 26th, shortly before Nancy Foster's lifeless body was discovered. This communication pattern fueled the investigators' belief that the 3 individuals were somehow connected to Nancy Foster's murder. The twists and turns of Nancy Pfister's tragic death continued with a shocking revelation. Just weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, Trey, a key figure in the investigation, made an unexpected decision. He approached the judge and expressed his willingness to confess to the crime. Trey's confession resulted in a shocking plea deal in which he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and accepted a 20-year prison sentence. Trey offered to reveal the horrific details of what had happened to Nancy Pfister. However, a critical and fateful aspect of this plea agreement was that Nancy Styler, Trey's wife, would be granted unconditional freedom from all charges relating to Nancy Foster's death. Before the judge, Trey said the words that sealed his fate. "Your Honor, I am guilty." He went on to give a chilling account of what happened that fateful night. Trey confessed that he initially went to Nancy Pfister's house to reason with her. When he left his motel room, his wife was sleeping, unaware of the approaching tragedy. As he entered Nancy Feister's unlocked home, he discovered her sleeping peacefully in her bedroom. The sight of Nancy sleeping peacefully became unbearable to Trey's already troubled mind. His life was unraveling, plagued by financial ruin, and Nancy Feister's relentless demands for money, combined with her retention of his spa equipment, left Nancy seemingly unaffected by the chaos, sleeping soundly in her bed. It was a tipping point for Trey, causing him to lose his grip on reality. In a shocking turn of events, Trey described going to the garage and retrieving a trash bag and a hammer. He returned to Nancy's bedroom and brutally bludgeoned her with the hammer, striking her repeatedly until she died, to reduce the evidence of the heinous crime. After Nancy died, he placed the bag over her head and carefully moved her body to a sheet on the floor. She dragged Nancy Feister's lifeless body into the closet, concealing it from the outside world, tying it with an extension cord tray. Trey's 20-year sentence, as stipulated in his plea agreement, marked the start of a dark chapter for him inside the prison walls. Simultaneously, Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Massey, made a dramatic escape from the shadows of her past. She changed her identity, moved to a different state, and filed for divorce from Trey. However, the narrative took another tragic turn. On August 6, 2015, Trey was discovered dead inside his prison cell, and the cause of death was determined to be suicide. Following her death, Nancy Styler Nancy Masson was able to collect a significant sum of $1 million from a life insurance policy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Matthew Winkler reveals the secrets of a religious family. Sometimes the most horrific and unpredictable crimes are committed by seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society, a crisis can arise that goes unnoticed by others, but literally poisons the lives of all family members, eventually leading to tragedy. Many people in Selma thought of the Winklers as a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters appeared content, having everything they needed for a comfortable life, being healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we only heard one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, The Sex and Murder Secrets of a Pastor. On March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, Chuck received terrible news. Matthew Winkler, a 31-year-old pastor, was brutally murdered in his own home, along with his wife Mary and 3 daughters. Patricia, 8 years old, Maria Eliza, 6, and Brianna, 1, went missing without a trace. That day, the Church of Christ preacher failed to show up for the evening service, which he was supposed to attend with his family. This situation appeared strange and suspicious, as Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. Even more disturbing was the fact that none of the family members answered the phone. Alarmed community members decided to visit the Winklers' home to find out what had happened and if they needed assistance. From the outside, the house appeared normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing unusual was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing loudly in one. It gave the impression that the house's owners were busy with their own affairs. The front door was locked, but no one responded to the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or who was present. Despite the strange nature of the situation, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took an additional hour and a half. When members of the community were finally able to enter the house, they discovered an eerie scene. Everything in the house was properly organized. There were no signs of intruders, but the owners were also not present. Everything appeared normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, the pastor's body rested in a pool of his own blood. There was a large hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood splattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had cooled and stiffened. Matthew had clearly been lying there for many hours, and was most likely killed in the morning because he was dressed in pajamas. Only after that did the police receive a call. By the time the cops arrived, a large crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and passers-by had gathered in and around the house, curious about what was going on. All of these individuals had left fingerprints at the crime scene. They left fingerprints and shoe prints, as well as erased or trampled potential evidence, making investigators' jobs much more difficult. Police took the pastor's body for forensic examination and discovered that he was killed by a single shot in the back fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss. Unable to summon help, it was simply impossible to determine whether there were any strangers in the house at the time, because those who arrived before the police arrived had completely destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was strange, and those who could shed light on what had happened vanished. The fate of the murdered man's wife and daughters remained unknown. The police assumed the woman and children had been kidnapped or killed. In addition, the Winklers' family minivan vanished from the garage. A massive search was launched throughout the state, prompting a yellow alert. This meant the children were missing, and all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and help with the search. But first, let us start at the beginning of this story. Matthew Brian Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee, as the youngest of Dan and Deanne Winkler's 3 sons. Our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, were raised in a conservative Christian family. Their parents were deeply religious and raised their sons with strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a church minister during the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. We were all gospel preachers at one time, and the father, on top of everything, ran the local preacher school and was well known and influential in his hometown. In their youth, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and participated in church activities. Furthermore, in high school, Matthew was very interested in soccer, and everyone who saw him play on the field noticed that he had talent and could easily become a world-renowned athlete. However, the young man eventually decided to forego a promising athletic career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Because the family head's preaching activity required frequent travel, his wife and children almost always accompanied him. Because of this, Matthew attended several schools throughout his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, he and his family moved to Austin, a small city in Texas. Matthew was a creative person with a magnetic personality, but he could not boast of any outstanding academic achievements. Following his high school graduation, he enrolled in and graduated from Freed-Hardeman College. In parallel, the young man began to consider a career as a pastor. His father carefully guides him. Matthew was the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed to preach at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Guides Township, Tennessee, as the oldest of her parents' 2 daughters. She was also raised in a highly religious family with strict guidelines. For many years, the family's head pastored the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. Several years later, the family welcomed a second daughter, Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and suffered from a variety of serious medical conditions, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents refused to accept the child's disappointing diagnoses and worked tirelessly to treat her, even agreeing to experimental therapy. However, it did not result in any significant improvement. Mary adored her younger sister, always treating her with affection and doing her best to care for her. However, in 1987, when Patricia was 10 years old and bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away, taking something from the bathing accessories, and at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister had stopped breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had failed. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped, but her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to the sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In reality, the girl never received genuine moral support from her parents. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after her younger sister's tragic death, she became withdrawn because her father refused to let her seek help from a specialist. The trauma over the years has caused serious psychological issues. Following Patricia's death, the parents decided to adopt Charlotte, a little girl from a dysfunctional large family. Soon after, the couple was granted custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, allowing the family to reunite in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister, caring for the younger children while assisting her mother Matthew and Mary Winkler in their daily lives. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people developed an immediate liking for one another, which quickly turned into love. It was the first strong feeling either of them had ever experienced. After a few months, they met each other's parents and, with their approval, began planning a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family, was still in college and had to take a leave of absence. He took a job on a construction site, but it didn't last long because he was unaccustomed to hard physical labor. During this time, he first became aware of Matthew's difficult personality. He was frequently angry with others, irritated by trivial matters, and sometimes unable to control his anger. Mary tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was going on in her family. A meek young woman, raised in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband and everything. Initially, the Winklers lived near her married parents' home, allowing her to see them on a regular basis. Mrs. Freeman was soon diagnosed with cancer, which spread quickly and left her literally burned in just a few months. It was another shock for Mary, and she was now responsible for her underage siblings. Mary was pregnant again at the time, which complicated the situation even more. However, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to another city, where they purchased their own small home. After the move, Mary became completely absorbed in caring for the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as her younger brothers and sisters, who were overly demanding and required constant attention. In addition, the young mother developed severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was close to the Winkler family noticed some oddities in Mary's personality and behavior. The young woman was described as an introvert and even sociophobic. She didn't communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to form new acquaintances, let alone friendships. He had mood swings, was prone to depression, and anything could bring her to tears. While Matthew was establishing his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly distant. The situation became even more complicated when Mary became pregnant again, and she discovered a few months later that the fetus had died in her womb. Mary was shocked by the news, as she had been looking forward to the arrival of this child and had hoped to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test. She could only do it 2 years later, and her happiness was limitless. This time, Mary kept her pregnancy hidden for a long time, as if she was afraid of something. She did so until her situation became clear. Everyone resumed discussing Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. Mrs. Winkler's strange behavior was linked not only to the severe psychological trauma she experienced as a child, but also to an extremely unhealthy environment within her own family, which exacerbated her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public, the Winklers appeared to be an ideal married couple, with trust, mutual respect, and harmony. In reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard the husband yell and snap at his wife for no obvious reason. Nobody could have imagined that a respected pastor would touch his wife, until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident. The city quickly spread rumors about a young preacher who brutally beats his children's mother. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city where they planned to start over. They huddled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple in their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at target. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. Following another move, the couple's financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was looking for part-time jobs and decided to pursue a medical degree so that she could work in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. Mary was essentially artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband own. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks he received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees, who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to when Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home? His wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing for their lives. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after speaking with neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the primary suspect in her own husband's murder. It was critical to find out where Mary had gone and where the children were as soon as possible, and if they were okay. They, along with their family car, were added to the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made with Mary's bank card and find her location using her cell phone signal. Mary was discovered just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a nearby amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to throw one last party for her children, knowing that she would soon be in prison and would see her daughters again. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently recounted the same events. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their father, so their mother grabbed a gun to protect them. They were eventually forced to flee for their lives. According to the girls, their father was still alive and in the hospital, and they planned to visit him before returning home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness what happened in the house and only learned about it through their mother's words. They only heard a gunshot and saw their father lying on the floor before their mother put them in the car and drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she couldn't recall the entire chain of events from that day due to the temporary blur. Her spouse, she claimed, had abused her for years, humiliating her and forcing her to engage in two forms of intimacy she did not want. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fist. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place in employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed the pastor insulting his wife, who had carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always unhappy with something. The even before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands with a shotgun with her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" She replied, "I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughter and left the house, while her husband, according to experts, attempted to reach for the phone to call for help but ran out of strength. By the way, the criminal's weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary drove away with the children in. She took it with her for what purpose? Mrs. Winkler also couldn't respond. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turns pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, Mary was not absolved of responsibility for her actions. In April 2007, the court rendered its final decision in this complex and perplexing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised serious concerns. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of her sentence in a psychiatric hospital, where experts were determining whether she would be able to regain custody of her children upon release. Mary was given sole custody of her daughters in the summer of 2008, who'd been living with their paternal grandparents up until then. This situation deeply upset Matthew's parents. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and received little punishment for it, and now their granddaughters have full custody of her. However, all of their previous attempts to file appeals had failed. The fraud case never went to trial, the bank never filed formal charges, and the entire case was dropped. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Samantha Fraser's case shows that a monster can't be re-educated, not even by a trained and experienced psychologist. When someone shows signs of being cruel, they should be left alone right away. People like that don't change, so they don't deserve a second chance. They are capable of the worst crimes and think they can get away with them. The terrible events took place in the summer of 2018 on Phillip, a quiet island in Australia close to Melbourne. But let's read the story in the right order. Adrian Basham was born in 1973 in Australia, where he grew up. The boy grew up in a family with a police officer. While he didn't do anything wrong in the eyes of the police in his early years, many people now believe that his cruel and violent attacks are linked to his family and childhood. When Adrian's father, James Basham, found out that his son had killed someone badly, he did not only not condemn him, but based on his experience as a police officer, he told him how to act to try to avoid getting in trouble. Samantha Fraser was born in the suburbs of Melbourne in the summer of 1980. Her parents, Janine and Travis Fraser, were friendly and loving, and they did everything they could to help their only daughter. They worked hard to help her learn and show off her skills. Samantha worked hard in school and played sports, and she consistently won awards for her outstanding performance. The girl then went to a well-known university and graduated with a red diploma from the psychology department. She kept doing sports like acrobatics, gymnastics, and dancing while she was in school, which helped her lead the student cheerleading team. After going to college, Samantha got a job as a psychotherapist at a large medical facility. Her coworkers and patients quickly came to respect and trust her. Samantha really loved what she was doing, and this job was her calling. Sam and Adrian met for the first time in late 2005. First, they were just friends, but soon, things turned romantic between them. Friends and family of this couple didn't understand what the two young people, who were so different in every way, had in common. Samantha was friendly, open, and nice, and she could always solve a problem in a peaceful way. Adrian, on the other hand, was very rude and harsh when he talked to people. He was also very angry and hostile. In spite of this, the couple made their relationship official a year and a half after they met. They bought a house in the suburbs of Melbourne, not far from where Samantha's parents live. Not long after, the man got a job with a big company that worked to develop mineral deposits. Because his job required him to go on business trips all the time, he wasn't at home very often. There's no doubt that this is why he and Samantha stayed married for so long. Adrian became a real tyrant at home and tried to control his wife in every way. He not only expected people to obey him without question, but he also did some strange things that might have been signs of a mental disorder. For instance, he insisted crazily that the house was always in perfect order, and this included both how clean it was and where everything was. It's small things like where the books are on the shelf or where the toiletries are in the bathroom. Any change could make him angry and violent right away. Samantha was a psychologist, so she knew how to make things better between people who were fighting. She hoped that her husband would change over time and become more calm and consistent. Along with that, they had 3 children together, 2 daughters, Jemima and April, and a son, Rex. But Adrian's character didn't change even when heirs showed up. In 2014, family problems led to physical abuse in another case. She then didn't say anything, didn't call the police, and didn't tell anyone what happened. People she cared about and her co-workers had no idea that her husband had put his hand on her. She was naive enough to think that this would not happen again. After a year, though, the same thing happened again. Adrian hit his wife. Samantha chose that this time it was the last straw. Samantha was also going crazy because her husband was throwing temper tantrums all the time and wanted to control her every move. She told the police in writing that her husband had beaten her, and then she took the kids and moved in with her parents. They got a divorce in the spring of 2017, and Samantha and their kids were given the family home by the court. They soon went back there. But Adrian had no plans to leave his ex-wife alone. He kept after her, making her life miserable. The young woman was always afraid for her life and the lives of her children because she didn't feel safe. She went to court and got an order that her ex-husband couldn't talk to them or try to get involved in their business in any way. But that didn't stop Basham. He stayed nearby and did everything he could to bother Samantha. At least one of Adrian's friends said that he promised to take away from his ex-wife everything she cares about, from the house to the kids. He also openly threatened to hurt her physically. The man told his friend again not long before the tragedy that Samantha would soon pay for everything. He also seemed dangerous, but the friend didn't take what he said seriously until he heard that the woman had died. Because Samantha was always scared and tense, she put bars on her windows, put an alarm system in her house, and put surveillance cameras outside her house. The woman told him that she was scared that her ex-husband would break into her house and hurt her or the kids. Samantha started to think that her ex-husband had calmed down a bit, about a year after they got divorced. He disappeared from her view less often, which made her feel safer. Samantha even started an affair and made plans for a better, happier life. For Fraser's 38th birthday on July 22, 2018, she spent the day with close friends and a man she loves named Wayne. People who spent the holiday with her remember that she looked happy and in good spirits for herself and her family. A few days before the wedding, the man had proposed to the woman. After the wedding, they were going to take a long vacation and travel to forget about their problems. Samantha had already taken her kids to school the next morning and was on her way to work when she got a call from a friend telling her that Adrian was nearby. Samantha was worried about this, but she chose not to freak out and instead decided to be more careful. Her ex-husband was due to appear in court in a couple of weeks on charges of domestic violence. She was afraid that he would hurt her in some way because of the lawsuit. The woman told her best friend about her worries over the phone. but her friend reassured her. Samantha was never seen alive again after that talk. Samantha wasn't there to pick up her kids from school that day, so the teacher, who knew that things were tough in Samantha's family, called the police. The police went to their house right away to check on everything. At first, it looked like the mistress hadn't come back yet, but when the police chose to check the garage next to the house, which showed a very bad picture. The homeowner, who was 38 years old, was found dead hanging from the garage door chain. In general, the picture might have made it look like the young woman had killed herself, but Samantha looked like she had been hit by a truck. Samantha had not a single living thing on her, and the hair on her head was wet and falling over her face. She wasn't wearing the clothes she had on when she left the house in the morning, and she didn't have any shoes on. It was clear that someone else had been in the garage, and they had tried to make it look like Samantha had died on her own. It did a lot of wrong things, though. Say, a broken-down stepladder was lying next to the body, but the rope was so long that the woman's feet were touching the ground. Samantha had deep bruises under her eyes and on her temple. She had scrapes and hematomas all over her body from falling down and hitting things. The forensic medical examination later showed that the deceased had a serious head injury, which means that she was either already unconscious or dead when she was hanged. Experts in forensics found blood and epithelial particles under the victim's fingernails. This means that she desperately fought back and scratched her abuser. A lot of blood and small splatters of blood had been washed up on the floor, walls, and body of the car in the garage. In later tests, blood was also found on the rope that the body was hanging from in several places. Adrian Basham rode his motorcycle to his dad James's house in the evening of the same day. He looked stressed, and there were new scratches on his face. When his father asked him about it, he dodged the question, and when asked about the cuts, he said that he got them from riding his motorcycle without a helmet and scratching himself with tree branches. Then he got a big pack of wet wipes and began wiping down his car, saying that he wanted to get rid of the gnats that had stuck to it during the ride. As a former police officer, his dad knew right away that something wasn't right, and his professional instincts were right. When police came to James's door the next day with questions about his son and said he was the main suspect in the murder of his ex-wife, James knew what was going on. In the beginning, Basham Sr. said that he had not seen his son. To buy some time, he then told the heir what he should say and do in order to, if not get out of jail, at least get less time. Adrian did what his father told him to do, and listened quietly as the charges were read to him. He then went to the station with the help of the lawyers his father had already hired. At first, Adrian flatly refused to help with the investigation. He didn't say he wasn't guilty. He just didn't say anything and ignored all the questions. Still, the evidence that was gathered was enough. The investigators saw that the man had fresh scratches on his face and thought that Samantha had scratched him to protect herself. Blood and epithelial particles were found under her nails. There were also sweat marks on the rope that his ex-wife's body was hanging from. When Adrian's motorcycle was looked at, washed up blood from the dead person was found on it. A bloody woman's blouse was also found in a trash can outside his dad's house. It looks like he tried to get rid of that proof but didn't have time. Samantha put up cameras outside her house not long before the terrible event, and they caught a man leaving the crime scene quickly on the day of the murder. There was no doubt that it was Adrian, even though his face was hidden by a hood pulled over his baseball cap. Piece by piece, the events of the victim's last day were put back together, and the picture that was made was shockingly violent. Basham broke the lock on the garage door while no one was home and went inside. He waited for his ex-wife to come home for several hours. She didn't know it, but Samantha drove into Adrian's garage and he attacked her before she could get out. The scratches on the attacker's face show how hard Fraser tried to fight back, but the two sides were not equal. He beat the woman until she passed out. To hide his tracks, he took off her bloody blouse and put on a black t-shirt he found in the house. He then poured water over her head to clean the blood out of her blonde hair. He then hung his ex-wife from the garage door with a rope around her neck. He put a stepladder on the floor next to the body just to be sure, but he didn't figure out how long the rope was. Adrian cleaned up the blood spots, but he didn't get the small splatters that were all over the place. This blows my mind. A young mother of 3 who was loved by all was found dead in her own garage. Killer tried to make it look like the person died of their own free will, but there were many signs that it wasn't true. Samantha's body was also in a state that showed she had accepted martyrdom. The worst part was that the victim had been living with this man for a long time, put up with his emotional and physical abuse, and raised his children while hoping that he would change. Adrian changed his plan when he realized that neither denying nor staying quiet would help because all the evidence pointed to him. Basham said that he was at his ex-wife's house that day, but he only wanted to talk to her and persuade her to drop her domestic violence lawsuit. People say that the conversation went badly and that fists were used, but he said he left afterward and Frazier was awake and aware at the time. Lawyers for the defendant insisted that their client was only guilty of battery and that Samantha turned her life over after that. But Samantha's family says she would never do that and did not leave her kids. She also had big plans for her life and was going to get married again soon. The murder case didn't start until the end of 2022. Older children of the divorced parents went to the sessions and spoke out against their father and asked for a fair punishment. The youngest son didn't show up to court. He chose not to subject himself to unnecessary stress. Besides that, the boy was scared and panicked about his father. The defense tried to show that the defendant did what he did because he was feeling bad, but this didn't work because Adrian planned the crime, waited several hours for his victim, and tried to get rid of evidence. The court didn't give its final decision on this case until February 2023. Adrian was found guilty of beating someone to death on purpose and given a life sentence without the chance of parole for at least 30 years. The children of Travis and Samantha Frazier were given to Jeanine and Travis Frazier as guardians. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On an ordinary November day in 2003, a chilling mystery began to play out in the peaceful town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Drew Joden, a vibrant young woman known for her compassion and community service, went missing after leaving Victoria's Secret. What followed was a harrowing journey through cryptic phone calls, shocking revelations, and a never-ending pursuit of truth and justice. Drew, a vibrant and ambitious 22-year-old, had deep roots in the town. She worked part-time at Victoria's Secret while attending the University of North Dakota and majoring in visual arts. Drew, however, was much more than her academics and work. She was a unique combination of creativity and compassion. Her passion for art knew no bounds, and she expressed herself in a variety of ways, from sketching to painting to capturing the world's beauty with her lens. However, it was her unwavering commitment to assisting others that truly distinguished her. Drew, affectionately known as Doodles in her younger years, had a heart as big as her dreams. She was an athlete who enjoyed volleyball and golf, but her volunteer work exemplified her exceptional spirit. She devoted her time to underprivileged children, organizing bowling parties and teaching them the joys of reading. She also focused her efforts on fundraising for organizations such as the American Diabetes Association, leaving an indelible impression on her community. On Saturday, November 22, Drew finished her shift at Victoria's Secret at 4 p.m. Her vibrant spirit has not diminished. Little did she know that her workplace, a stepping stone to her dreams, would soon become the setting for an unfolding mystery. Drew had her sights set on an upcoming adventure, a trip to Australia in the spring of 2000, and each paycheck brought her closer to achieving her goal. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Drew exited the mall, carrying a purse she'd found, and began walking towards her car. It appeared to be a normal end to the day, but fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, the next few moments would be shrouded in mystery, triggering a chain of events that would captivate an entire community. As Drew approached her car, she had no idea that her life was about to take a terrifying turn into the unknown. She was scheduled to work that evening, but when she didn't show up, her friends and colleagues became concerned. It was unusual for Drew to miss work without notice, and her absence raised concerns. Drew's boyfriend, Chris Lange, was one of the first to notice that something was wrong. He stated to the police that he had not seen her that afternoon, but he did receive a phone call from her shortly after she left the mall at 5 p.m. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving him with a strange feeling. In the background, he heard Drew say the words, "Okay, I understand." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At the time, he dismissed it as a dropped call. But as the evening turned into night, and there was still no sign of Drew, worry turned to fear at 7:42 p.m. The same night, Chris received another call from her phone. This time, he only heard static and the sound of someone fumbling with the phone's buttons. It was far from reassuring. The alarms rang louder, and the police took action. They started searching the parking lot where Drew's car was still parked outside the mall. What they discovered sent chills down their spines. A knife sheath was discovered beside her car. The ominous prospect of an abduction loomed large. Desperation grew, and the police contacted Drew's phone service provider in the hopes of getting a lead. The information they received was both perplexing and disturbing. Drew's phone had pinged off a cell tower near Crookston, Minnesota, indicating she had been transported across state lines. Drew's normal day had turned into a perplexing and ominous mystery. The search for Drew, led by volunteers and law enforcement, demonstrated the community's unwavering determination. The fields and forests were scoured. Every lead was diligently pursued. However, the young woman remained elusive. 3 days after her disappearance, a chilling discovery shook the investigation to its core. One of Drew's shoes was discovered along a bypass road near Crookston, Minnesota. The fact that she was so close to where her phone had last pinged added to her sense of unease. It was a cruel reminder that Drew had been in this area, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance became increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere in Grand Forks became heavier with each passing day. Hope was still present, but it was fragile, like a flickering candle in the growing darkness. Drew's family, friends, and the entire community held on to the hope that she would be found safe and sound. However, it was during this period that the investigation took a dark and disturbing turn. The police received a tip from a concerned citizen who directed them to a man named Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who lived in the area and was in Grand Forks on the day Drew went missing. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr.'s background sent shockwaves throughout law enforcement. He had been released from prison only 6 months before and was living with his mother in Crookston. Even more concerning was his classification as a Level 3 sex offender, the most dangerous category, with a chilling history of 23 years in prison for multiple rapes and an attempted rape. The police immediately contacted Alfonso. He admitted to being in Grand Forks on November 22nd and even claimed to have visited the same mall where Drew worked. However, when pressed, his story began to unravel. When questioned about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which he claimed to have seen in the mall theater, the theater records and local listings contradicted his account. There had been no screenings of the film in Grand Forks that day. Suspicion grew, but the evidence discovered in his possession sent shockwaves through the investigation. When the police searched his 2002 Mercury Sable, they discovered a knife concealed in the trunk. Even more incriminating, they discovered blood traces on the car's rear window, and DNA testing proved conclusive. It was a match to Drew's DNA. The evidence against Alfonso was overwhelming, but the most haunting truth remained: the location of Drew's Jodan. Despite the chilling evidence against Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., Nigma Alfonso was arrested and continued to deny responsibility for Drew's disappearance. Several months later, on April 17, 2004, a tragic event occurred when Drew's lifeless body was discovered in a drainage ditch near Crookston. The bleak scene revealed Drew partially naked from the waist down, her hands cruelly bound behind her back, and her lifeless body lying face down. The area where her body was discovered had previously been searched, but it remained hidden under the snow until the thaw revealed the horrific truth. Disturbingly, there were signs of brutality or rope, as well as remnants of a plastic grocery bag around her neck. The autopsy performed on Drew's body sought to determine the exact cause of her death. The findings suggested that she died as a result of asphyxiation or suffocation caused by the slash wound to her neck or exposure to the harsh elements. The fact that Alfonso was accused of transporting Drew across state lines prior to her tragic death added to the gravity of the crime. As a result, he faced federal charges, allowing the prosecution to consider seeking the death penalty, which they made abundantly clear. Throughout the trial, the prosecution maintained that there was no room for doubt. Drew was kidnapped outside the mall, transported across state lines, and eventually murdered. They also expressed their belief that she had been violated. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including a knife found in Alfonso's car and a knife sheath discovered near Drew's vehicle. DNA analysis linked Alfonso to the crime, as did the recovery of hair and fiber samples from Drew's body and belongings. Dr. Michael McGee, the medical examiner, was an important figure in the courtroom drama. He testified about Drew's injuries and the circumstances of her death. He identified significant cuts on her neck as the likely cause of her death, though he couldn't rule out suffocation or exposure. Dr. McGee's expert opinion, based on his extensive experience and thousands of autopsies, suggested that Drew died violently during the assault. The condition of her clothing, particularly a torn pink sweater and displaced peacoat, indicated a struggle. The defense's perspective differed significantly from the prosecution's. Alfonso had offered to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, but this was declined. The main point of contention was whether Drew was raped, as well as the critical question of where she died. The latter would decide whether to impose the death penalty. The defense claimed that there was insufficient evidence to support a rape allegation and that Drew died from suffocation mere minutes after being abducted. Alfonso was eventually found guilty in federal court of kidnapping, which resulted in Drew's death. After considering both sides' arguments, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, marking a historic decision for North Dakota, which had not seen a death sentence in nearly a century. Because the death penalty is illegal in the state, it is only considered in federal cases. The sentencing was a difficult moment for Judge Ralph R. Erickson, who acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying it was the worst day of his life. Alfonso and his attorneys immediately requested a new trial, which was denied. They appealed and asked for a stay of execution until the appeal was heard. In 2021, Ralph R. Erickson, the same judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned his sentence and ordered a new sentencing phase due to misleading testimony from a medical examiner and limitations on mental health evidence. Michael McGee, the Ramsey County medical examiner, testified in court in an untrustworthy, misleading, and inaccurate manner, and Rodriguez's attorneys did him a disservice by limiting Rodriguez's mental health evaluation, which could have resulted in their client using the insanity defense. On March 14, 2023, prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty for Rodriguez, who had been sentenced to life without parole on May 18, 2023. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Lisa Maria Caiza was born in 1994 to a large family, including 8 siblings. It was a large but not particularly prosperous family. Parents were preoccupied with their own problems and did not express love and care for their children. Furthermore, rumors circulated that abuse and violence were common in the family. The story unfolded in 2020, at a time when the entire world was preoccupied with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were taking place in the small parish of Paifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito. The tragic story's protagonist is Lisa Maria Caiza, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On the unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to her children's father, David. They were depressing words because their paths with David had already nearly parted. Along these lines, she confessed her love for him as well as her unexpected pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa stated that life was losing meaning for her and that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was unavoidable. Throughout the night, Lisa begged David to come to her, but his refusal was firm. His parents also urged him to stay at home, and David followed their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28th, Lisa's neighbors heard a faint cry for help. When they looked out the window, they noticed a woman lying on the floor, clearly vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her right away, calling emergency services. When doctors and police arrived, they discovered Lisa in critical condition but still alive. She was admitted to the hospital right away after receiving first aid. Her children, a 5-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy, were discovered unconscious inside the house. The doctors couldn't help them. Their tiny hearts had stopped beating by that point. Authorities discovered the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, arrived on the scene with his father. He learned that Lissa was in the hospital and that his children had died. After several days of fighting for her life in the hospital, Lissa regained consciousness. By that point, the investigators had presented the prosecutor's office with enough compelling evidence to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately taken to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lissa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her mental state necessitated additional investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lissa ended up in a rehabilitation center, where doctors and psychologists resumed their work after speaking with a criminal psychologist. Lissa spoke openly about her difficult childhood, in which her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had a significant impact on her mental state and moments of conflict, and her parents' divorce became ingrained in her memory. Such a childhood forced Lissa to work from the age of 11, be able to study. The girl aimed to break free from her dysfunctional family and create a new future for herself. The expert report also stated that Lissa was abused. She described how, after several years of marriage, her husband, David, changed drastically. He began to humiliate his spouse before raising his hand against her. On the day of the children's tragedy, investigators on the scene discovered several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These findings later revealed traces of one of the children's epilepsy pills, as well as other chemicals that needed to be identified. After noticing a strange odor in the kitchen, police officers thoroughly searched the house and discovered a suspicious area beneath the utility room. They broke down the barrier and discovered a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket, with telltale signs of being there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jaime Aquino, a 28-year-old who had communicated with Lissa. According to Rosa Santiagueno, Jamie's family reported him missing days prior to the gruesome discovery. James' sister. He was last seen on October 18. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lissa called several times to inquire about him. Lissa claimed to have received a text message from James, in which he described how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him hostage and demanding a ransom of $8,000. She strongly advised James' family not to contact the police. It became a focal point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but also determine whether there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lissa stated that she met Jaime Aquino in 2020 while working at a cookie factory. He'd become nothing more than a friend, she claimed. Lissa wanted to return to her husband, who was allegedly planning to blackmail James for money. David told his wife that if she didn't help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lissa a white powder and instructed her to place it in Jamie's food. Once the task was completed, James fell asleep and never awoke, realizing what had happened. Lissa tried desperately to reclaim her husband, but she was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for assistance, hoping to save herself from the same horror that had struck her children. Following her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was discovered. Nobody close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa, Maria, and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a harrowing experience. When they met, Lissa was 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy, romantic girl, whereas David was a strong, determined young man. Soon, their friendship turned into strong feelings, resulting in Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents were always supportive of their son and welcomed Lissa into their family during difficult times. David's family became a true supporter of the young couple, inviting Lissa to live with them. They made every effort to ensure she completed high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers married. 2 years later, the young family awaited the arrival of their second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own home. They gave Lissa and David their own apartment, which became a haven for the family, but the couple's relationship deteriorated over time. It was obvious that both spouses had sinned by cheating, resulting in mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which appeared unshakable, began to wane. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, prompting her to seek assistance from the police. She eventually obtained a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. At this point, Lissa began to use her position to blackmail David, demanding money for the right to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought Lissa an unexpected challenge that drastically altered her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was having seizures and, in desperation, went to Baca Ortiz Hospital's emergency room. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to run a battery of tests, which revealed a focal form of epilepsy, a serious disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to have more tests, including MRI scans, and to see specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation, chose not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the scenario was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room, this time with her son, who was experiencing similar symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had failed to follow the prescriptions given to her previously. No tests had been performed, no consultations with specialists had occurred, and it appears that the son did not receive the necessary treatment. The doctors concerned about the child's well-being reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could result in legal ramifications, as she could endanger her son's health and well-being. However, this time, Lissa ignored the doctor's warning. A few weeks after learning of her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice concerned David. She told him that a social worker would be visiting her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. David arrived for his appointment, but the social worker had already left. To make the wait more enjoyable, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt ill. His condition was deteriorating, and the social worker had not arrived, so David decided to go home and get something to relieve his discomfort. The following morning, David awoke in a terrible state. He could hardly speak because his tongue was numb. Every step was uncomfortable, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling the ambulance. David was transported to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system, but since he had not used anything of the sort, David began to wonder how this could have happened. He eventually speculated that someone had deliberately slipped him something in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have been far worse. In early October 2020, Lissa decided to hire a nanny for her kids. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman, seeking employment. Bertha visited the young mother's home on Monday, October 5th. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she claimed helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, which was at its peak at the time, claiming that it was a highly effective natural cure. Lissa persuaded Bertha to take the medication and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare responsibilities. Bertha started feeling sick a few minutes later. She felt a headache, her stomach became upset, and she eventually vomited. Patricia arrived shortly afterwards. She'd called her cousin several times, but Lissa did not answer. Alerting Patricia, she decided to investigate what had happened and went straight to her house. When she entered, Bertha was already fainting on the couch. Lissa told her cousin about what had happened and expressed concern when she realized she hadn't called an ambulance yet. Patricia immediately did so. After a while, doctors arrived and admitted Bertha to the hospital. The victim's condition has stabilized. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which frequently occurs when taking various medications. Doctors determined that Bertha was unable to tolerate a component of the COVID-19 pill composition. Marcus Cantor, Lissa's former friend, died of poisoning in June of the same year, just a few months before this tragedy. At the time, the cause of his death went unnoticed, but now, with all of these strange circumstances, Mark's case required extra attention. Investigators searched the deceased's home and discovered Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark died. This fact provided additional evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's potential involvement in the incident. However, a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family filed a shocking report with the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering, and Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink she had made. The young woman's 7 brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and became ill almost immediately. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother experienced a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives sought medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. The investigation now includes not only crimes against children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that endangers the lives and health of her own family. That wasn't the only strange event that investigators encountered. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arazo, Lissa's friend, was discovered dead in his home. Jose had vanished unexpectedly a few days prior, and neighbors quickly detected a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was diagnosed as a heart attack, but one of Josie's sisters suspected something strange and concealed a bottle of alcohol discovered in the refrigerator. In addition, Josie's family discovered that some items were missing from the home. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the man died, the alleged murderer called his relatives and sounded distraught. She stated that Josie owed her a large sum of money and that she needed to contact his family to repay the debt. This cunning plan failed, and Lissa called Jose's family again shortly after, changing her voice to conceal her identity and identifying herself as Jose's friend. She claimed she was pregnant by him and had to file for child support. Although Jose's family did not believe the stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She claimed to know who was responsible for Jose's death and offered to meet to discuss the details. If she hadn't been arrested on charges of murdering her own children and Jaime, the list of victims might have been longer. When the media reported Lissa's arrest after poisoning 3 people, Jose's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Jose's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine his true cause of death. The relatives weren't mistaken. Traces of poison were discovered in the deceased's remains on December 22, 2020. Lissa Maria Caiza and Jaime Santiagueno faced a hearing for the murder of their 2 children, whose identities and photos were kept private. Due to COVID-19 virus spread restrictions, the trial was conducted virtually. Lissa had contacted us from a social rehabilitation center. According to the prosecutor's statement, Lissa administered a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs to her children. During interrogations, she claimed that she had become desperate and was unable to leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for them. In fact, she admitted she wished they were dead. At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge granted the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded in custody pending trial. The children's trial resumed in 2021. At the Pichincha Provincial Court, the prosecutor presented a collection of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the contents of messages sent to the wife on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she stated that she would take what belonged to her. Referring to the children, she stated that she had no idea where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell, but she now felt as if she was in hell. Lissa went on to say that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her before and will hate her even more after this. David also discussed his unstable relationship with his wife. During the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, claiming that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the prosecutor's office's reconstruction, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother attempted a few steps to call for help before falling and dying. The forensic medical examination yielded an extremely clear conclusion. The children died as a result of a planned crime. The deaths were caused by pulmonary edema, induced suffocation, and intoxication from a combination of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, most likely insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of Jaime Santiagueno, whose body was discovered bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also accused of attempting to murder David and members of her own family. The hearing addressed Lissa's irresponsible attitude toward her son's health after he was diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother disregarded instructions for additional tests and follow-up examinations, and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was worsened by her own mother's negligence. Medical professionals' warnings did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, which resulted in a threat to terminate her parental rights. Lissa's mental health evaluations revealed that she is extremely emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and became extremely anxious when events did not go as planned. She also had a tendency to self-harm. She tried to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but failed each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, with schizoid and erratic behavior. The psychological analysis also revealed that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with complete awareness of her actions. After a 10-month trial, Lisa Maria Caiza was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months in prison. In addition, she was ordered to compensate David for more than $20,000. The press reported that Lissa remained calm throughout the proceedings, expressing emotion only when her children were mentioned. The Jaime Yanchacueno murder investigation, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New information was revealed during the court hearings. Lissa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but said she got it from David. However, the investigation revealed otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not intend to end James' life. She wanted to intimidate his family so that she could extort money. She demanded $8,000 in ransom. Experts described the plan as disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. Furthermore, forensic tests revealed that things were not as simple as they appeared. James was discovered to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was discovered with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him in a back room and cement him inside the store. The owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa purchased building materials during the time of James' disappearance. Following the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial for April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was brought. Lissa called James' relatives and claimed he was being held by gangsters, demanding $8,000 for his release. The defense cited a lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in James' murder. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison and $5,000 in restitution to the victim's mother. While James' trial was underway, the investigation into Lissa's alleged victims, Marcos Canto and Jose Luis Cerezo, was nearly completed. Marcos Canto was 48 years old, and tests performed after his death revealed traces of the substance Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was diagnosed with severe stomach inflammation. According to the family's lawyer, Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then poisoned the drink. Authorities were given a glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA. The murder was allegedly motivated by jealousy and money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark for financial assistance, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark became Lissa's first known victim. The outcome of this case, as well as Jose Luis Cerezo's, remains unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, and the investigation may not have progressed to the point of being formally charged and tried. Lissa Maria was only 26 years old when she committed her brutal crimes. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of Ecuador's most horrific and disturbing in recent years. Dona Venado became well known across the country as a result of her crimes. Lissa Maria is regarded as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured excruciating pain, as have their relatives. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders, according to Ecuadorian law. The maximum sentence she could receive is 40 years in prison. This means Lissa could be released when she reaches 70 years old. It is still unclear what drove Dona Venado to commit such heinous crimes. Was her act motivated by resentment over not receiving what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motivation was money, and in David's case, Lissa acted out of a desire for vengeance, resulting in the tragedy with her children. The most horrifying aspect of this story is not only the number of victims left in Dona Venado's path, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have imagined that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Cape Town is 400 miles away from the city of Port Elizabeth, which is at the western end of Algoa Bay, on the southeast coast of South Africa. This city is a major seaport and also has the 6th most people in South Africa. When Chris Panayiotou, then 18 years old, graduated from high school in this city in November 2004, he went to work for his dad's trading company. In the city and the areas around it, his father owned a large chain of stores and restaurants. Chris had always wanted to work in his dad's business, even when he was young. He was also very interested in running retail chains and growing the retail services industry. He was very active and determined, and his goals went far beyond being an executive and skilled worker under his father's supervision. Chris wanted to open his own fish restaurant near a 5-star hotel on Marina Drive and a big grocery store close to Kings Beach downtown. While Chris was helping his dad at a small diner on Market Street in the afternoon, he ran into an old high school friend. The friend invited Chris to a party on Friday night at Barney's Tavern, a popular beach spot for young people. Chris saw a pretty young girl drinking lemonade from a tall glass while sitting alone at the bar in a wicker bamboo chair and drinking beer from the establishment's specialty mug. Chris got up from his seat and went to meet her. She was 18 years old and her name was Jade Dinks. They hit it off right away, and they quickly found that they had a lot in common. Chris and Jade started dating after that party. They had no idea that their meeting at Barney's Tavern on Friday night would be the start of a terrible love triangle story that ended in tragedy. The girl named Jade was always happy and friendly, and she wanted to make other people feel good. Because she wanted to make a difference, she decided to become a teacher and started college in 2005. While Jade worked on her schoolwork, Chris started his own business. He started with a grocery store and then opened Infinite, a restaurant and bar in the neighborhood. Even though both Jade and Chris had a lot going on in their lives, their relationship grew stronger, like the roots of a young tree going deeper into the ground. They each made their own happy place where love and kindness seemed to last forever, and where days were full of smiles and hope for a bright future. Things started to go wrong in their relationship over time, mostly because Chris was seeing another woman. At first, Chanel Cooties was just working at the store that Chris owned, and their relationship was strictly business. But as time went on, their interactions turned into a secret love affair that they tried to hide with mysterious smiles and small movements. They met in secret in hotels in the area, and Chris even let Chanel stay with him while Jade was away. Chris and Jade seemed like a happy and successful young couple to their family and friends, especially after they got engaged and then married in 2012. Jade finished college and got a job at an elementary school, and Chris's business looked like it was doing well. However, Chris's relationship with Chanel continued, which made things difficult in their marriage. When Costa Panayiotou, Chris's father, found out that his son was having an affair with a sales clerk, he was very upset and angry. He couldn't understand how Chris, who had been seeing Jade for 8 years and knew she was smart, kind, and moral, could act so badly. Costa confronted Chris at Infinite while he was celebrating his engagement with friends, which turned into a heated argument. Costa told Chris that he would lose his inheritance if he kept seeing Chanel. Chris told his father that he was ending his relationship with Chanel, but they were still seeing each other behind his back. During this time, Jade didn't know that her fiancé was cheating on her. Chris's finances got worse as he tried to balance his 2 different lives. He spent a lot of money on gifts for Chanel, fancy hotel rooms, and other unnecessary things. While Chris was away from Jade more and more over the next 3 years, it hurt his business and his family. Jade started to feel more and more alone and ignored in her marriage. She told her friends how upset she was and how she had tried but failed to get them back to getting along. In September 2014, Jade was at the point of losing her mind. She wrote a very emotional letter on September 21st about how much she wanted love, a normal marriage, and a caring partner. She also told him how annoyed she was with Chris's secrecy and the distrust and uncertainty it caused. 3 big men in a rented car pulled up to the gate of Staringlad Village on April 20th, 2015, in the early morning. This is where the young Panayiotou couple lived. They saw a young woman who was well-dressed and impatiently waiting by the road. Two of the men got out of the car, but the driver told them to stay inside. A black BMW pulled up next to her and they watched. When she got in the car, it took off quickly, making the people who wanted to take her hostage angry. Like every other day, Jade left her house at 6:15 a.m., waiting for her friend and co-worker Cheryl to pick her up in her BMW for their daily trip to work. Cheryl was running a little behind, and she saw the car from the day before with tinted windows at the curb. When Jade reached for her phone to call Cheryl, she saw two people coming from the bushes next to the road. Cheryl was only 10 minutes late, but Jade wasn't there. Cheryl tried to call Jade's cell phone and knock on her door, but got no answer. Cheryl finally called the police, and by 10 a.m., Jade Panayotou was officially reported missing. This led to a large-scale search that included police, a K-9 unit, and volunteers from the community. The search for Jade went on, but on the first day, nothing was found. The search started up again the next morning, and there was a reward for anyone who could help find her. Around 10 a.m., Angel, a K-9 officer, found Jade's dead body in a bushy ravine close to Quano Bushley. Even though she was fully dressed, a medical exam showed that she had been shot 3 times in the back and fatally in the head. Her jewelry and bank cards were missing, making it look like the people who killed her were trying to hide why they did it. Jade's family and friends were shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. Her co-workers and students were also very sad. The news of her death spread all over the city, and people were sad and confused on social media. On October 22nd, Jade's family held a memorial service at a Catholic church. This was followed by a funeral that was attended by a huge number of people from Port Elizabeth. People who knew and loved Jade were deeply saddened by her death. South African police service officers were also at the city cemetery. They thought Chris Panayotou's behavior during the funeral was strange and staged. As suspicions grew, the court later found that Chris's farewell speech looked a lot like a dedication on the internet by Charles Atkins to his late wife. Even though it wasn't direct proof, this discovery made people think that Chris may have been involved in killing his wife. The authorities decided to keep a close eye on him. Several other strange events also pointed to Chris's involvement in the murder of his wife. Luthando Sioni, a security guard at Chris's nightclub, was arrested by the police the night before the funeral because they thought he might have worked with the killer. Luthando said Chris had asked him to hire killers for his wife, and that Chris had already found 3 friends to carry out the plan. There was proof that someone tried to use Jade's bank cards on the day she was killed, and surveillance footage showed 2 men that Luthando identified as the hired killers. As a reward for his help, the police let Luthando go on the condition that he gather more evidence, including Chris's confession to killing his wife. Because he was told to, Luthando called Chris for a private conversation that was recorded. During the conversation, Chris said something that led to his arrest. After that, 3 more suspects were caught, and the crime's details were put back together. Hit men were sent by Chris to kill Jade Panayotou in the early hours of April 20, 2015. But because of an unplanned change in her plans, the execution was moved to the next day. On April 21st, Jade was taken hostage and taken to a remote area and brutally killed. The thieves took her valuables and ran away. They tried to take money out of her bank cards but couldn't because the PIN they were using was wrong. The trial against Chris and the 2 mercenaries began on October 11, 2015, and was widely watched and reported on by the media. The prosecution said that Chris killed one of the women because he was having money problems that were made worse by his double life and his desire to kill one of the women. At the trial, different types of evidence were shown, such as Chanel Coutis's testimony, call logs, ATM videos, and photos. Along with the 2 hired killers, Chris was found guilty by the court and given a life sentence. On December 9, 2019, Chris's father, Costa Panayotou, died in a mysterious accident. This added another sad turn to the story. This made the story even more complicated and left a lot of questions unanswered. If Chris had anything to do with his father's death, it made an already scary story even scarier. Overall, Chris Panayotou's actions showed how far some people are willing to go to put their own needs ahead of the lives and well-being of those they care about. People are angry and upset about what he did, which led to the brutal murder of his wife, Jade. It's still not clear if Chris had anything to do with his father's death, but he is now facing the consequences of his horrible crimes, which means he will never get away. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.